We try to do every possible thing to give people the information, any method, anything. And that's the whole purpose of Ladies' Night. It's just one more tool in the bag.
We are totally in agreement. But what we're talking about right now is about like males and females and what is what and this and that is that. And I think it's an epic conversation, something that shouldn't be silenced.
Actually, pardon me. Okay. Actually, what India was talking about was how Ladies' Night, the idea got started, and the different.
And I heard it was Nathan who was the one who actually came through with it.
Why are we? I mean, we're talking
Nathan
about.
Was even on the server when the guy.
It was Nathan,
this came up on the old server.
I don't know. Dandelion talked about it earlier today as she was introducing Ladies' Night tonight. She said, I put it off and I put it off, and when you put things off on here, somebody else would do something. And Nathan was the one. You said that Nathan was the one who created Ladies' Night, right?
Silver member Nathan made him an events coordinator. I was just saying he created the, technical event this week for this thing. I wasn't saying Nathan.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's confusing because there's so many.
No worries.
I understand.
No
I was talking about Nathan.
I thought you were saying that you were putting it off for so long that Nathan created Ladies' Night. So that's my bad. That's my bad.
It's I guess every time I say Nathan, I to qualify which
it's all good.
About. We got so many.
I just think that, what me and India are talking about is something that, again, because this keeps coming up in conversation, it's something that should be discussed. So maybe this should be something where we create have this conversation about like manhood or womanhood or, whatever the case may be, because this is something to be discussed. And it is happening on every server on Discord. And of course, we're dealing with, trans people and gay people and all this different stuff and where the woman's role is or what women actually are or all these different things. And it's nothing to like get upset with each other over. It's something to like come together and be like, okay, well, what is it really? Like where are our places? And I actually have never disagreed with Indio on anything he's actually said. I don't disagree with him at all, but I will stand up and say, hey, there are also these other things or, whatever. Like, I just think that it creates more room for more conversation. And I keep thinking about, I don't know if you guys know who he is, but Dawn, the whole manosphere shit that comes with Dawn. And
nobody cares.
And this entire manosphere bullshit that is fucking going on. And I don't agree with that. I don't agree with the manosphere. And I know where a woman's place is. And I respect that. And I am a fucking woman who is a wife and a mother. And I want that role in my life. But I also am not like, that means that I don't have a voice in anything. Like, that's not going to happen either.
I think as far as this so-called manosphere and feminism, I think we all know what the purpose is.
It's a fucking problem.
The destruction of the family unit.
Yes.
Right?
Amen.
Because it's divide and conquer, obviously.
100%. 100%.
And as long as people see through that, that's all there is to it. It's just a manipulation, just another mental manipulation on society.
I couldn't agree more, Indio. Like 100%. And that's why I think that these conversations keep like bringing us to like what we were just discussing. And then we think that like a person is against us when really it's like, fuck, if you give it 2 seconds, like you will find out whether they're against us on, like,
why won't men come in here? Why isn't anybody talking to us? There's all these people in here. But like as soon as the men come in here, I was just speculating on why that might happen. That they're afraid to talk to you. That they're afraid.
And I agree with you. This is what I'm talking about. I keep saying I think we agree more than we disagree.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying?
I don't think we were ever on the same page. Yeah. I just think, maybe you
no, I think we are on. I think we are on the same page. I think we are on the same page.
Okay, well, never mind.
No, please, Dandelion, go.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I feel like you took offense to the term unpredictability. I think that's a great compliment. Like, call me unpredictable all day long. I mean, I've been saying for a long time.
You for sure.
Obviously. Oh, thank you, Indio. I appreciate that. Anyway, I mean, I've been saying for a long time that's our best weapon. I mean, what do we go up against? The NPCs, the literally programmed people. I mean, all of predictable. It does. I mean, male, female, whatever. It's like you're telling me women are unpredictable. Thank you. Yes, we're unpredictable. That's why we do have tons of people coming in on ladies' night. That's why it's a very popular event, even though I can't stand it. As I told you, the voice text. I've been trying to get rid of it for since years. But anyway, we won't even get into that. Anyway,
my point goes right alongside as originality.
Is what we need. Yes, we need to not give predictable response. That's what throws them off. That's what makes them start to think. If you ask them questions they've never been asked before, say things they didn't expect you to say, they expect us to be predictable. That's why they come in here half the time talking to some random imaginary straw man flat earther, not even talking to the people that are sitting right in front of them. That's why when, somebody gets triggered and starts going off like, I can't believe you said this. And I've done it too, like just freak out about whatever they say. It's like, yeah, then you're that's what they're used to. That's what they expect. If you don't really, react to their nonsense, remain non-reactive, but ask them unpredictable questions, give unpredictable answers, take the conversation in unpredictable direction. If they start going off about gravity and you go down there is about, some nonsense about gravity, then yeah, that's very predictable. So yeah, I agree. Women are unpredictable. Let's keep it up. Let's all
see, but I wouldn't agree with that, because there have been women in this every night that I've been here with the ladies flat earth server that have destroyed males in ways that the men have never even thought of doing that. So yes, they are unpredictable in ways that can sometimes be quite genius. So to say that they're like unpredictable, like it's some emotional thing where we can never quite predict how they're going to. And that's exactly what I'm saying. I agree. I agree with that. I don't think
part of it is
was trying to say either.
Like, yes, I think men are sometimes unpredictable.
I think we're on point. I think we agree.
I'm coming from a different perspective. Cool.
Can I say one tiny thing?
Blang Blang. I want Blang Blang Kachang to. I think in the voice text, he said he believes he lives on a go about it. I don't know if he's actually presented any evidence yet, but Flip, are you going to talk about unpredictability or women?
Well, I was just going to say no. Well, kind of not unpredictability, but why the guys have such a fear of coming in to talk to ladies. It's because this society does not teach people how to interact, especially men to women. So they're deathly afraid of even interacting with women, let alone engaging in some sort of back and forth. Thanks.
You're going to make me comment, Glaflo, because I'm going to say that is part of the problem is that Blang Blang's going to talk, but to put a bow on that, I think Model Gee was a great example of that, where he kept interrupting the women over and over. But when the women they were like, some women I think might have been talking over him, he was like having a little hissy fit, because in the old days, a man would be like, allow the woman to speak and so on. And you maybe even give her a little extra grace. But here it's like the opposite. Like they come in here as little babies, expecting and getting upset, if they aren't treated in a certain way. So for sure.
Correct.
Okay, so Blang Blang, you got your proof there for us?
Ladies, what do you want to talk about?
Blang Blang.
No, I don't have a proof for that because I've told that clearly in the chat. I'm not well versed on the topic, but then what I want to add on is a person from Australia. She said one of her friends explained they've been tracking satellites just based on the Doppler effect. To add that, there's actually two more techniques for that. One is interferometry, and the next one is a toning range. So I'm not sure if that was just because that's it.
Perfect segue into men's night. Anyone want to take that one?
And
I can do it for the moment.
Sorry.
No, go ahead, brother. Keep speaking.
No, for a short introduction. I'm not a scientist. I think I've been, like I said, I've not spent enough hours on this topic, but all I can say is I've actually worked for a space organization, although it was in the manufacturing division, and these were one of the papers that I actually came across, and we had to actually apply it apply on it for our propulsion techniques and also the manufacturing. How do I say, the processes that we do to make a satellite. And I work for ISRO, so I'm not sure if you guys have come across that organization. It's a government organization, so yeah.
I know. I haven't myself, but I just have one question. So you say, well, I've got more than one. You say you communicate with satellites, is that right? Or you know how to triangulate them from your position, or Doppler?
Distracting them.
You track satellites with Doppler,
Tracking satellites.
Okay, cool. So how does Doppler radar tell you that it's communicating with a satellite in outer space? How does it say that to you? How do you know it's a satellite in outer space?
Through frequency.
And I feel, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like it could be anything that you're communicating in at or with in the sky.
This real quick.
Go ahead.
It should only take a second. So, you know that plasmas have a negative index of refraction?
No, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, so the so-called ionosphere is a plasma of ionized particles. So we know that there's an upper layer that's ionized particles. Plasmas have a negative index of refraction. That means normal refraction, everything is backwards.
Yeah.
Everything is backwards. So Doppler effect is actually a phase shift, right? You're going to measure a phase shift in the electromagnetic radiation. So everything is going to be backwards. You're going to get a phase shift just from the fact of it's traveling through a negatively refracting medium.
Yeah.
This isn't my opinion. You can just look it up. Google negative refraction ionosphere.
Zero refraction is
plasma.
Means opaque.
So you get weird effects. The energy is actually in. I'm not going to get into it because it's technical. And if you don't know, like, you know what the pointing vector is? Pointing vector, you know what that is?
No, I'm sorry.
Okay. So it's
but anyway, I'd like to. I'm not going to get into it.
So there's.
Yeah, I know.
It's just. Okay, so you know what refraction is, right?
Yeah. No. Okay, I told you.
Negative refraction.
I'd like to hear. Go on. Sorry.
Go ahead. I'd like to hear what?
No. I told that I'd like to hear, like, you're talking about a paper. Is there a paper on which I could read about that? Because, or is it something that I'm missing?
Yeah, I had one the other. I mean, there's actually a Wikipedia article about it. So this is back in the 30s and 40s, they knew that they could communicate long distances, but they didn't know how. Like, the Earth's supposed to be a globe. How can we send these radio transmissions 10,000 miles? Like, this is impossible. So they came up with this theory that there's an ionosphere. And this was experimentally proven with what they call ionosounds. They sent up high altitude balloons. They detected this plasma. So they came up with the theory that the only way that this is possible is a negative refraction happening, negative refraction effect.
What?
So I'll give you. I have a paper. It's called High Frequency Transmission. Hold on. I'll just find it. Hold on.
Negative refraction.
Negative refraction.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, if I
high frequency radio communications with emphasis on polar problems.
It says negative refraction occurs at interfaces between materials at which one has an ordinary positive phase velocity, that is a positive refractive index, and other has more exotic negative phase velocity. But they're not talking about any materials that has a negative.
That's metamaterials. So. That's metamaterials. This is a plasma. This is plasmas exhibit negative refraction. Not my opinion. No, I'll post a citation. Hold on, give me a second.
No, it's okay.
Fourth state of matter, plasma.
He said that's okay because he's. Does that mean you're not going to look at what he's going to put out there?
No, I said I'll wait. That's okay. I mean, he can take his time.
Yes.
Plasma, and then there's Bose-Einstein. The fifth state, isn't it?
So what convinces you that that radar's picking up a outer space satellite?
No, like I said, I studied this paper and I was working for ISRO in the manufacturing division. So we had to read this paper, and we were probably, manufacturing satellites with this, or probably one of our. To be honest, we were making telemetry devices. I'm not sure if you guys have heard that.
Telemetry,
yeah.
Yeah, it's the thing that somehow prevents us from having a single photograph of the Earth from afar. Yeah.
All right.
But Doppler, you know that Doppler shift is just a change in the phase of the wave, right?
Mm-hmm. Doppler. Okay.
So refraction is a change when you have one material, when light or electromagnetic radiation passes from one material from another to another, it bends, right? But but there's two parts of a wave. There's a group velocity and there's a phase velocity. The phase velocity speed of light is what they're talking about when they say refraction is happening, not the group velocity. Anyway.
So what's group velocity?
Yeah. So the group, because wave comes in packets, but the phases of the wave are like, it's hard to explain if you like. It's like I would have to give you like an actual like class on this shit, dude. I can't just like give you. I mean,
no,
you could.
That's what I said. I'd like to read. Yeah. Okay.
Well, Google the different phase velocity and group velocity. Okay. So when you have electromagnetic radiation, it comes like in a packet, like a wave packet. But within that packet, there's a group of individual phase peaks. So that packet moves at one speed, but the phases within that packet move at another speed. They can be the same, but they're not always the same. So sometimes there's a difference. So when there's a difference, you'll get things like negative. You'll get negative refraction when the group velocity is positive and the phase velocity is negative. But because the phase velocity is negative, it bends the other way. But there's also another thing where, in the case you were talking about metamaterials, where you actually have two focal points when it passes through a negative refracting medium. Instead of just having one focus once it passes, you'll have actually two focal points. But you also get the phase moving backwards compared to what you would normally expect it to be. But it actually can go superluminal. It can actually go faster than the speed of light. They can actually freeze light. I don't know if you ever heard of this. It's called frozen light. You can actually freeze light.
Stop it to zero. Yeah. In a sodium gas, if I'm not mistaken.
For most group velocities. No, it says for most substances, the group velocity is usually smaller than the phase velocity. In such cases, it is mathematically possible that the group velocity may be longer than the phase velocity. Is that true?
Yeah. Look, like there's the general rule, right? There's the general rule of the way electromagnetic radiation behaves, but there is anomalous behavior so you will think like you're observing some effect, but because of the material it's passing through, you're actually wrong about what's happening. Because everything's reversed. So if you think like if you had a satellite that's moving away from you, right? It should be red shifted, right? But if you pass it through a negative index material, it'll be blue shifted. And if it's moving towards you, it would be blue shifted, it would be in reverse. Everything is reversed. Everything is reversed from the way you would expect it to be. The pointing vector is like it's actually a measurement of the actual power flow in electromagnetic radiation. It's a vector that's orthogonal to the magnetic field vector and the electric field vector, right? And it's a direction, right? So mathematically, it's a direction. In a negative index material, it's backwards. So mathematically, the power flow is actually backwards. So that means you have electromagnetic radiation propagating in one direction, but the power is going in the opposite direction, which makes no sense, right? That makes no sense. Because think about this. Think about like a fire hose. I'm shooting a fire hose, and I'm hitting something with it, hitting something with the water. But the thing I'm hitting with the water, that's not feeling the force. I'm feeling the force.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, dude, it's crazy shit. I looked into this shit for nearly a decade. But anyway, I want to find an exact citation for the plasmas. Oh, I mean, I have one already, but I'm looking for something more basic than that. Because this is one.
If you could chat in my DMs, I'd probably take a look at it. I mean, I could take a look at it.
Who am I talking to?
Sorry?
I didn't catch your name. Oh, Bing Bang, Blink Bang, Chang Chang?
Okay. Blang Bang Chang. Sorry.
Bang Bang. Punk.
I mean, if you want, I could send a hi to you. That's okay.
So, but anyway, this is the. Listen, there was a guy who came in here the other day. He was like, well, I worked on satellites, yada, yada, yada. Why do we even have satellites? Why are satellites even necessary? If from in 1980, were you the one who was in here?
No.
Was it you?
No.
So why are satellites even necessary if we can do radio communications 10,000 miles as far back as 1918?
Well, for me, I believe they are necessary to probably monitor weather conditions, especially at least in the case of my country, where a major livelihood is based on agriculture, and most of our crops are seasonal. We actually do need it. So I don't think the scope of radio waves is enough to actually give the farmers a good advice on it. So yeah,
I don't think. Wait a minute, but you don't have to be.
Satellites. The first satellite was a communication satellite called Echo 1, which, believe it or not, was a Mylar balloon. Okay?
Yeah.
Now, the first satellite was a Mylar balloon that they inflated in space and put, according to them, in a 1,900-mile orbit. So that's 8 times the altitude of the International Space Station. They supposedly orbited a balloon that's Mylar. Mylar is like a silvery material, right? So, and they bounced signals off of this to, back down to Earth. And this proved, quote unquote, satellite space-based communication was possible. And that gave birth to an entire industry of satellite communication. The U.S. government funded it. Goddamn, what's the stupid ass's name? Lyndon B. Johnson, when he was still a senator, gave a speech in the U.S. Congress about it. Later, he became president and gave even more funding to it. But that's the whole political side of this farce, right? Anyway, none of this was ever necessary because we could already talk. In 1918, they talked to the Australia from the United Kingdom over the radio in 1918. Mm-hmm. So why do they need satellites 60 years later to talk to each other? It doesn't make any sense.
Like I told you, we do need satellites for agriculture and probably to prevent natural disasters from affecting the coastlines.
That's a red herring, though.
What information are you getting from satellites that you can't discern from the ground?
What information? Probably the movement of the clouds.
It's a long way for it to travel, partner. It's a long way.
Why do you say that? Because especially when most of our farming units get input from our weather departments, and I feel like that's how.
Do you actually know how any of this data is generated? Are you just like speculating how it might be generated? But you don't.
No, I'm not speculating. But then I'm just going with based on probably experiences that I've talked to a lot of farmers myself, and they do actually get inputs from the weather department, or probably at least in my case, in my country, the farmers actually do get it from the meteorological department, who who
did they launch weather balloons
for a month in advance. I'm not sure if I can help. Sorry.
Well, I mean, there's other ways to determine what the weather is. They're called weather balloons. So, for instance, the National Organization of Atmospheric, that National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration for the United States, called NOAA, They launch something like 10,000 weather balloons a day. They also have satellites, right? They got GOES 1, GOES 2, GOES 3, GOES 4, and GOES 5, right? So those are all supposed to be satellites in space, analyzing the Earth, but they're still launching weather balloons. For some reason.
Cheaper and closer, better signal, planes and balloons, or space satellites, more expensive, way further signal, lots of shit that gets in the way.
No, if that's the case, why haven't we used it? I mean, come on, you can't do
hold on. So hold on. I gotta ask, you think video proves anything?
I bet you.
Sorry?
I bet your country launches lots of weather balloons. I guarantee it. Your weather service.
I'm pretty sure I've worked myself. I've worked there myself in the department. I haven't come across a project that's weather balloons.
You worked in the weather department.
No, I told you it's not the weather department because to manufacture these units, they give it to us, which is ISRO. So there's only one government organization that manufactures satellites, and we only we do have the rights to do it from India. So I don't understand how a weather balloon is being made when I literally haven't come across such a project.
Just because you haven't looked into it, partner.
I'm pretty sure I've looked into it. In fact, I can say as a matter of fact, I can say that there's no such project.
Well, if you had looked into it, you wouldn't be saying what you're saying right now. So it's factually incorrect that you've looked into it.
What country are we talking about?
India. Because I work for ISRO, although right now I'm not in India. I've worked for ISRO, so at least in my time, definitely not. So I can say
respect,
that.
man. India is one of the most corrupt countries on Earth, dude.
Just to be clear, you don't. Just to be clear, you don't have weather.
Listen, the United States is corrupt too. I'm not saying we get a free pass, dude. But seriously,
the weather balloons.
Like I said,
the weather balloons. You don't have weather balloons.
Has no correlation. No, like
do you have weather balloons in India? Yes or no?
Absolutely not.
So there's no weather balloons.
What?
That's a lie.
We don't have that.
Now I don't even believe you made satellites. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, when people lie, I'm not going to assume they told the truth about anything. Listen, you know goddamn well they launch weather balloons in your country. Every country on Earth launches weather balloons. Kids launch weather balloons as parts of projects in school.
Like I said,
look at this. Look at this. Indian scientists to send weather balloon carrying 90 kg instruments.
Where is it? Could you provide the link?
Just Google it. Weather balloons in India. Listen to what I'm saying.
It's all right, bro.
Listen
you don't
to
have
what
to lie
I'm
to
saying.
kick it. Elijah got you. It's cool.
Google
Jay,
weather
have you ever heard of
balloons.
on?
I'm sorry. I was almost. I was nearly there. Don't hang on me when I was finished.
This is getting to be oral, audioly.
No, I'm looking at
you
it.
Said,
I can't
you
find
said to give you. You said to get. Listen, bro.
Okay.
You asked me a question, right?
I asked you a question, but then you didn't give me the exact answer for that, is it?
Well, I was talking, and then you kept talking.
Okay. Yeah, again, because I wanted to interrupt because it wasn't by ISRO. If you actually take a close look at it, it's from a private institute. So that's hence you're just proving my point.
I don't understand what you're talking about.
Because you said India launches weather balloons. I disagree because I told you none of them from the common organization have done it, at least from my understanding. And I took a look at it, the very link that you said, where you clearly mentioned
NASA.gov scientists fly weather balloons in India
like
to solve atmospheric. Listen,
let me finish.
I'm going to mute you. I'm going to mute you so that I can finish.
Because you've been giving false information, and I've told you it's not.
No, I'm not giving false information. I mean, it's as simple as Googling weather balloons in India. One of the articles that came up is from NASA.gov because you said it was a private entity. Well, this is NASA.gov talking about scientists fly weather balloons in India to solve atmospheric puzzle. So I'm going to ask you again, are there not weather balloons in India?
So NASA doesn't lie all the time?
He can't answer. He's backed into a corner.
Maybe his internet's bad. You can hear us, dude.
Weather balloon interference.
Right.
Hello?
Hello? Did you hear his question?
Where'd the Indian guy go?
Yeah. It's the satellite connection is messing up, guys.
He got destroyed. I knew it. I knew it.
He looks
weather balloon satellite got tangled in a tree.
So Elijah gets the rage quit points.
So funny. I mean, like I found one for their space agency balloon program, then I find another one for weather reporting using a simple search.
Oh, you'll find thousands. He wasn't prepared for that at all.
Balloons everywhere in India. What the hell?
He's not stuck in a tree. Server muted.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm okay with that.
I unmuted him to see if he'd stick his.
How do you give false information when you're citing a source? Like he said you're giving false information.
Yeah, how does he do that, man? What? Come on, bro.
Get the fuck out of here, bro.
What do you think we're like living under a rock? Come into Flat Earth servers. Yeah, let's troll the Flat Earth server because they are under a rock. They don't have internet. They can't do searches, so they're going to be easy prey.
How dare you, Elijah? How dare you give false information to the Indian guy about India sending weather balloons? I mean, if they're private, if they're private, that means they're not Indian, even if they're in India, but they're private, sending weather balloons, so that doesn't count.
Again, why do you have to mute me if you're so insecure about the answer, though? I find it funny because
don't worry about muting.
No, I find your defense mechanisms funny because all of a sudden I get four guys coming at me saying that you don't know about the balloons, and then I saw. Again, I haven't made my point.
It's your shitty internet.
Oh, shitty internet again. Okay, I'm getting these lame race jokes. What's next? 7-Eleven, buddy? Grow up, man. Put some big boy.
Wow. Are you fucking retarded, dude? Your internet cut out. I have
what's next?
What's everyone that muted someone, and nobody muted you.
Oh my god, it's funny. It's funny because the first day came here.
I am not bigger.
All right, everybody, let me get a second with this guy.
Yeah, go ahead, Elijah.
So I unmuted you because I'm not going to focus on any of the other things that you or anyone else is talking about. I only want to know.
No, let's keep it respectful because.
Right, you're not going to interrupt me after I'm setting up the question that I'm going to ask you. That's reasonable. This is why you're getting muted, so that I can finish asking you the question. So there aren't weather balloons in India, you say?
No, I said there are weather balloons which were launched by ISRO, and I told you clearly I work for ISRO. And then you went on to provide me a link which said, scientists from India launch a 90 kg, a payload of a weather balloon to space. And I took a look at the same link, and I found that it was from a private organization named Tara Institute. So how am I fucking wrong here? Instead, I get so muted by you because
Yeah, don't monologue. Did you finish your point?
Anything, it's your friends who've been.
Don't monologue. You're muted at the moment. I just want to hear about the substance. Are you finished with your point?
Yes, I'm finished with my point, and also I'd like.
Okay. Indio. Is that true? What he just said, or was it really that you were saying that there was really no need for satellites because they were communicating in 1918? And then you said they could do it with balloons. And then he said, he offered up the information that he's never dealt with them with his company, which had nothing to do with the information you were bringing up.
That's the change in the goalpost, right?
Yeah. No, nobody asked if you sent up balloons, if you were, if your company had anything to do with balloons. The overall question was, why do you think we need satellites for communication when we were already doing that 100 years ago?
Country. So, but then you went on to say there were weather balloons in India, and I told you they're clearly not used for that purposes because they don't cover the scope of agriculture. So, and then that's when he interjected me and told me, "Oh, you don't know there are weather balloons launched in India?" And I told none of which I'm aware of because at least the government gets to hold a major say in satellites, at least in the satellite or at least in propulsion. And then he says, "I've actually found scientists launched weather balloons in India." I told, well, not at least that I'm aware of. And then he says, he gives me a link, and I told him clearly it's a private institute which isn't funded well. It is funded by a private tycoon who is an industrialist. So how am I wrong? Instead, I get insulted because what? I'm Indian, and I see this, and I see it in the chat. Well, the first day I come in, they say it's going to be respectful. They're going to treat humans the same. Although now no, hang on. Now I get
No, you're not gonna get a soapbox. I'm just letting you know. You're not gonna force your way through.
What do you mean force my way?
I only want to. I only.
Not forcing his way. He's just trying to explain himself.
No, no. I don't need an explanation of how others treated you here. Like, it's a waste of my time. I didn't do that to you. Is that reasonable?
Be racist. No, I'm sorry.
Listen, if in case you didn't understand, I'm muting you here and there because I'm telling you what I'm not tolerating, which is a monologue about what other people are doing in the text chat, how you feel about other people treating you. I'm talking to you. You're acting, I don't even want to go there because, never mind. I'm not even going to. Listen, you're persecuting me for how others are treating you. With all due respect, I don't have the time.
Can I say something? Because I said you're the mod, and I feel like you have some certain responsibilities that you have to execute. I
don't have the time.
You can't control.
Do you want to talk about?
I'm sorry.
Do you want to talk about how the Earth isn't a globe, or do you just want to stay on mute? Because none of the options are you talking about your feelings. You can go do that in chill chat or somewhere else in the server, so long as someone else doesn't feel like kicking you out.
Can I talk to another mod? Because the first day came here.
If you want to talk to a mod, you're going to have to message them.
So
but it's not going to be here,
right,
and it's not going to be now.
It's not going to be now.
So do you want to talk? He gets it, Justin. So do you want to speak about how the Earth is not a globe and why we think that? Or do you want to just bounce?
I said I can talk about all that, provided those are the guys who probably wanted to take the dig at me, can keep it respectful. If they can't, then sorry, I can't hold back because I've got a mouth too, just like them. So let's keep it clear, right? Let's keep it clear.
Great. Why are you here?
Why am I here? Because I gave a genuine point and I feel like I can defend it. So, but instead, then, the rest is history. You know it yourself.
Wait, you're here to. I'm sorry. I asked why you're here. You came here to make a point.
To make a point.
Is what you're saying?
What? Sorry. No,
That's what I'm asking. That's what I'm asking you.
No, I came here because I was asked to speak in BC, and I did.
No, I mean, why are you here in the server? Like, in general.
I'm here in the server because I got an invite and I accepted it. The very first day I came in, I spoke with, I presume it's a mod. I told him I clearly don't agree with him. I clearly don't agree with his argument that the Earth is flat, and we actually had a fruitful conversation. Again, no, let me finish. Like I said, I want to make sure that I keep it clean. I've told him, well, now that I'm the minority here, I expect me to be treated respectfully. He said it's actually.
Well, I don't care about any of that. And notice my icon. I don't care about your previous conversation or your feelings. Just keep that in mind.
No,
no,
just I do care about it because
when I ask you, I gotta mute you again. I'm not gonna talk over you. When I asked you why you were here, I didn't think it was gonna wrap back into your feelings about how someone else may be treating you. I don't care. I'm telling you nicely. I just want to talk about the substance, the topic of why we're here. If you want to know why I'm here, great. If you disagree with something, well, you're going to have to tell me what you disagree with specifically.
And I've told you I disagreed with the hot air balloon topic that we talked about.
What about it do you disagree with?
Because it wasn't launched by ISRO, which I couldn't find any link with.
What does that have to do with anything? What is ISRO?
Because the ISRO, because the argument was.
No, what is ISRO? Let's just go off of what you just said, or be more accurate with your words. I don't have time.
I'm sorry. No, hang on. If you don't have time, you don't have to listen to me. That is it.
No, I mean I don't have time to listen to anything that's not really about specifically what I'm asking for. Meaning, I don't have time for red herrings, and I don't have time for logical fallacies or illogical fallacies when I'm just trying to have a substantive conversation.
But what was your conversation about? Because I actually didn't come across. I didn't. I wasn't
the Earth.
debating you.
The Earth, is it flat? Is it a heliocentric oblate spheroid?
And
well, no, that's not even what I'm asking. You said that you had a disagreement about. You said you had a disagreement about the satellites because you have never worked with or come across this, and I asked you, what does ISLO have to do? What is it? Educate, act like we're having a conversation, and there are people who are listening who might be able to learn from you.
Because I've told you, it's at least in my country, the majority of the say goes with ISRO, which is the abbreviation for Indian Space Research Organization, right? And I actually haven't come across any project which launches hot air balloons or whatever it is. And I've told I'd like to take a look at that because I personally haven't seen a project myself when I was working there in my tenure.
So I guess my question would be then, as it relates to what kind of information. You said agricultural things like this. So
yeah.
So are you telling me that this organization is the only organization that gives data for your agricultural informational needs?
Because it's from the government, and it's the most trusted, and that's it. Because no private entity has.
But what is it? Is it a space program? What is it again? I'm sorry. Like, I'm not talking about the trust or anything like that.
It's the equivalent to NASA. So probably the government runs it, and the government runs it, and then it provides data to all the industries, etc., that rely on atmosphere, on the climate. So basically, agriculture is one. Then there's
and you think this information is coming from satellites?
Yeah, of course, because we've actually launched one such satellite just for that.
Okay, and where do you think these satellites are?
They're probably revolving around the Earth.
Which is what?
Which is
Which is a globe, I presume? You think it is?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, because I do believe genuinely that it's a globe.
That's fine. You're gonna have to hold a few things together to understand what I'm about to say. So okay, you agree that the Earth is a globe. Okay, you think that satellites are in orbit. Okay, there's some orbital mechanics that go with that, which means that they're going to be using R in their equations for carrying out this task. Okay, in order for that to happen, in order for any of that to be possible, the Earth has to be a sphere with the radius of 3,959 miles to plug that into the calculations for them to physically do what they claim they're doing with the satellites. Do you understand?
I don't really follow the other some points, but yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Like,
which part did you? Which part? So I could go slower. I could provide you
orbital
information.
mechanics. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'd like to get provided information so that I can read on it. And if I don't agree, I'm going to disagree. And probably if I can come across a counterpoint, I'd probably give it to. So yes, go ahead.
Okay. So when it comes to orbiting, the geometry needs to be exactly what they claim it to be. Right? It can't just be a mathematical concept or mathematical calculation. It actually has real world prominence.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. Which means this globe geometrically has to have a geometric horizon. And it has to match the size of the Earth that they claim it is.
But what has a horizon got to do with the satellite that's revolving around the Earth is my question. Why is it?
Remember when I said you're gonna have to hold a few things in your mind together at the same time? It's because it all relates. Because if you don't have
sorry.
Okay. So you have to have, as a consequence of the sphere that they claim that these satellites are orbiting around, me as a human being has to see the geometric consequence of said sphere, which means my horizon is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height. That's the distance to the horizon, supposedly, using that formula, using the size of the Earth that they claim that we live on. So that would be my geometric obstruction, kind of like a building that's 2 blocks away. There's a building, it's tall, I look at it, it's 2 blocks away. I can't see beyond it because it's in my way. Because the light from that building is line of sight traveling to my eye. It is in my way, it's obstructing me. Just like that, the geometric horizon is the physical Earth edge that I would no longer be able to see the ground after this point because it's curving away. The problem with that is there's no such thing as a geometric horizon because every time you plug in the formula and you look out to the horizon with an optical aid, it's much further than is predicted to be with the math. Therefore, the Earth can't be a sphere of that size. Therefore, the math that they're claiming to use to put satellites in orbit have to be wrong. But wait, there's more. Actually, I did see on NASA's website that for conventional use, satellites at conventional altitudes, whatever that means, don't necessarily have to take into account that the Earth is a sphere. You can, for all intents and purposes, assume that the Earth is flat, which means you don't need any of the orbital mechanics.
I don't know because, like I said, I haven't taken a look at the NASA website, and I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm gonna have to believe. Yeah, I guess I'm gonna have to believe it. Believe whatever you say, but then.
Well, you can't. You can't believe whatever I have.
If NASA actually says that, I disagree. I disagree.
I think you're starting. Listen, the Earth has to be a sphere in order for anything NASA said relating to a sphere to be, in order for any of that to be true, it has to be a sphere first.
Okay. Yeah.
So what you need to do, the link to horizon, a distance to the horizon formula calculator. What
the link? No, I'm pretty sure I can get a calculator in Google, but the one which you say NASA posted on their website, I'd like to take a look at that, where they say you can use it for conventional purposes. Is it?
Yeah, if I can find it.
I mean, you can sure go ahead. I mean, we can. I mean, you've got all the time in the world. I can wait.
Yeah, if I can find it.
I'm pretty sure it'll be there. Go ahead.
No, I don't mean if I could find it now, because I saved a screenshot of it. I have no idea how to find it
what
now.
are you looking for?
It's been a couple years. So
No,
on
I'd like to take
on NASA.gov, there's a page where they talk about satellites, and for all intents and purposes, you can use flat Earth math.
What? Where does it say? I'm actually in the website myself. It says topics, missions, galleries, follow NASA, downloads about NASA audiences. It doesn't say about satellites.
I don't think you don't want to have a problem, right? I think I just told you, if I find it, I'll share it with you. If you can't find it and I can't find it, you're gonna have to wait until I do find it.
Yeah, but then
in the meantime, I spoke about geometry that you can go and test yourself. Because if it's not that, you probably shouldn't be looking for whether or not NASA is talking about, using satellites for flat Earth, whatever. You should be hitting them up in the facts or about me page, where they have their email or something, and contacting them about the fraud that they're committing if they're not using the calculations based on the size of the Earth that they claim we live on. But anyway, when I find it, you'll be the first to have it.
No, that's okay. You can DM that, but I mean, I can wait for it if you need to. But in the meantime, if you want me to take a look at the horizon distance calculator, sure, I'll go ahead.
Well, you would have to listen, you already have math, you have a formula. What you would have to do is actually figure out a way to test it. I don't know if you live next to a large flat area, next to some water, where there would be, things in the distance that you could use for some sort of marker.
A purple one?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
I believe you just have to give your height, especially when it says, I think there are horizon distance calculator where they ask you to give the eye feet level. So basically your height. So if it's probably 5-6 feet, you just have to give it. And yeah, you just, as far as I know, you just have to make sure that you're on a straight lane.
Yep.
That's where one of them says it's one of those websites. So I'm not sure which one's trustable, but that's what I'm reading in one.
Yeah, you would have to either take our word for it or go to a beach or something. Maybe where there's like a shipping lane or like, I don't know.
I know, but it doesn't say you have to go to
you're gonna need to.
Okay, sorry.
Why would it have to say that? Why would it have? Can you explain to me why you think it would have to tell you that?
No, I told you. One of them says it just have to be in a straight lane. Or probably
straight lane or
here's
the for example,
here's the overall point. Here's the overall point. There's a formula. So they're claiming that the horizon is geometric, meaning Earth measured, meaning you know where it is in relation to where you are and how high above the Earth you are. That's what their claim is. Your job is to test that claim I don't care how you do it. You just need an effective way of testing it. I'm giving you ways you can do it. If you have a long straight, fine. However you think you can do it, you go do it.
Okay.
So do you understand what he said so far? You get him?
Sure, but unless and until I have to, I know.
What's he saying to you then?
Well, I mean, to see if it's, to see if Earth's actually got a horizon. I mean, if it's the sphere that I believe, it is, then I have to go myself and talk about, see for myself and do an, experiment or probably an observation and use probably some horizon distance calculator that I find on Google and try it out myself, preferably at a coastal area.
You've never done that. Sorry to interrupt you, but you've never done that, have you?
Have you? No, I've never done that. No, I've never done that.
Okay. That's it. You've never done that. So basically, you're now telling me that you've never seen the curvature of the Earth that you believe is an oblate spheroid ball. You've never seen it then?
Okay, but again, so me not seeing it doesn't mean I don't agree with it, is it?
Right, but it's not agree or disagree. It's facts here. What can you do about that?
What facts? Because I don't see it, and I'm going to have to say it's not a sphere.
No, you can't physically demonstrate space satellites for us right now. You can't do that.
Yeah.
Just like my friend could. Yeah, just like my.
Hang on a second, please. You haven't, to yourself, 100% confirmed and verified that the Earth is indeed an oblate spheroid that you have seen with your own eyeballs. Because once you've confirmed that,
no, that's fine. I can do that actually.
We can begin to accept that as satellites are orbiting a ball. You can't do that yet.
No, it's simple because I can do that activity. But what if I said I can observe it? Am I going to be bashed? Because I don't understand the point. Because it is an activity you asked me to do, and if I say no, what's the end result of it? Because I'd like to know both of it. Yeah, go ahead. Sure. Sorry.
When Elijah was telling you that there's a lot of things you have to take into consideration, one would be, how do you know that satellites can actually float out in space? These heavy things that normally drop to the ground, suddenly they get to a certain height, altitude, and they begin to float. How do you know 100% that can happen in nature's laws? How do you know that?
Gravity.
You see,
because
you've got to know that. You can't take it on belief. You have to know that. And I happen to know that that's not possible. I happen to know that that's not possible.
Because there's a classic strong argument. I mean, so it's simple. So if I don't see or if I can't provide empiricism, it's like saying I don't agree with anything. Just like how we're trying to say the Earth is flat, so I can make the same argument against you. Unless and until I find empirical data. Yeah. So we're not going to go anywhere.
You can do that, but I can prove it to you. That's the difference.
Because you can't, because I don't agree with it.
I can prove to you that the Earth is a flat plane. I can do that with the greatest of
go
ease.
ahead.
Your problem is...
go ahead. How is it?
You are... Hang on a second, please. We're not going to divert to that point yet. What I'm going to emphasize and underline it, double underline in red, is that you are carrying beliefs only. Nothing
it's know not a belief.
Is confirmed.
I'm sorry.
100%. Nothing.
I disagree. It's not a belief, but it's a rational decision that I've made. Belief is blind faith.
That's still not confirmation, is it? A rational belief is not reality, and it's not confirmation.
No.
Sorry.
No. That is subject, because at least in your context, it doesn't look like a rational decision. So can I make the same point? Again, it is rational.
You may be believing rationally, but it's not real, is it? You haven't confirmed it. It's still a belief. Rational or irrational, it is still a belief. It is not confirmed.
It is still hang on. Okay.
For example,
there are journals that
I don't want. Hold on, sir. I don't want to have to mute you. For example,
Go ahead.
It is probably rational to believe that there are satellites orbiting the Earth if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, and if they're using the correct geometry, which is tied to the gravity, which is tied to everything else. If all of that is correct, then what they're showing you is rational to believe. Now, if you were to, I don't know, somehow confirm that it's actually not a sphere of that size, then it then becomes not a rational belief. But the bottom line is, like Jen said, like you've already admitted, because we're having the conversation about verifying, we just had a conversation about verifying it.
I told you, I didn't admit it. Again, I have to be careful now.
There's nothing to.
Not put words in my mouth now.
Listen, I don't think you're. I mean, you're showing your ignorance for no reason. Because what I'm saying is,
I wanted to.
Because what I'm saying, you don't have to overtalk me. Like, don't feel inferior, or insecure.
Oh, go ahead. No, I'll let you finish your point, and then I'll make my point.
You haven't confirmed anything about the measurements or the geometry. So you're going off of information or data that presumes that the Earth is a sphere of that size, but you haven't actually checked. That's what the Googling is for. That's what me telling you what the formula is for. That's what me telling you to go to a beach and you saying, well, can I just use it? That's what all that's for, because you haven't done it yet. So the only thing you have is what you believe is a justified belief, but you haven't actually checked.
No, hang on. So that isn't just one activity that can prove it's not a simple activity, right? Like doing that just does not prove that
it's the only activity.
No, it is not. It is not. Trust me, it is not, because there are journals which actually go on to deal with it extensively. So I don't think an activity solves it, because I think an activity doesn't, because it is subjective, and with respect to the geographic
a measurement
position,
is not subjective; it's subjective.
No. Hang on. It's not a measurement. A measurement can have errors if.
No, I'm talking about measurement. That's all. Right. I just want you to understand that I'm only talking about measurement. I'm not talking about anything derived from an acceptance from the offset that the measurements were already done. I'm only concerned about.
You said it from your mouth.
I'm only concerned about whether or not it actually measures to be the geometric shape that was told to me since I was a child. That's the only job that I have in this life.
No, you were told. Also, I have to be careful here. You've said it yourself. It's available in the NASA website, and I told you have to provide me a proof for it. And so, for me to actually execute it, I actually want to know if it's from a credible agents or organization which actually asks people to do it, because you said.
Did you forget what I said in response to that?
What have you said in response to that? I'm sorry. I mean, if I missed it, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I said none of that actually really matters if it actually doesn't measure to be the geometric shape that they claim we live on.
Why not? Because you can't
use math for a geometric shape that you do not live on.
No,
that's why.
No. Because you've said it was actually being guaranteed because it was there on the NASA website for people to check it out. So I myself, according to you, because since I've taken a rational decisions to go with the idea that the Earth is a sphere, I like to believe
the idea is not good in this world, mate. Where's the reality?
No. Again. So I get interrupted. What's wrong?
Hello.
The confirmation is in the journals, so we can take a look at all the papers that they've given.
No.
Why not?
No. That is not confirmation. You need to know.
So what? Okay. So again, can I flip that argument? Can I flip that argument? Because you're interrupting me. You've never making.
Yeah, because you're not listening. You're adding in things that you're being emotionally attached to your belief, but you're not standing down. You're not standing down and acting rationally and saying, well, if I want to know, listen clearly. If I want to know that I'm actually on a globe that is spinning, let me go and check and make sure. What's wrong with that? Then you know. Then it's no longer a belief. Okay?
Again, if I can interrupt, I've clearly told you I can go on to do that activity, but I've told you it doesn't prove anything because you're not going to disagree with me because I know for a fact people's opinions. Yeah, of course I know for a fact.
Is a lie. That's what we're saying here. You believe in a lie that is told as a truth. You do not listen to the words that are coming out of our mouths. You just want to speak over us and not listen. Now, if the Earth has a radius, that radius should be proven all the time. Where is the curve? End of story.
And hang on, could you provide me a proof that it isn't? Because one of your friends said
Black Swan. Prove it all the time. We can see over 30 miles. You can go test it yourself.
No.
You can go test it yourself. Now we can
He
solve
wants
this
somebody
argument.
to go through the black. You haven't heard the Black Swan argument. You want someone to go through a black.
Oh, the Black Swan argument. Are we talking about Popper now? Are we talking about Karl Popper now? Because I've heard about that too. So let's not do that.
We're talking about falsification.
Yeah.
No, but we're not. We're talking about the falsification as applied to a.
Yeah, because hang on.
Big blank. Oh, blank. I thought you asked me a question and I was answering it. Is that?
Oh, sure. Go ahead. Oh, yeah. Sure. Go ahead. Because go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, we're talking about a specific observation and measurement having to do with the Earth that disproves the radius of the globe, that falsifies the radius of the globe, that makes it. It demonstrates just one, this particular one that was just put up here in the live stream at 17 minutes after the hour is one observation of oil rigs off the coast of California that would be an impossibility on a globe of dimensions claim. But we have multiple. You're asking for proof, and, we've got it for you. So we got that one observation, which we can go through with you if you wish, as well as...
Is this a proof? I'm sorry. No, with all due respect,
I'll go over it with
this
you.
The proof?
Okay, well, it has to be explained to you. Yeah, I mean, that it is written out in proof form, the modus tollens argument form. Yes, you can see that if P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. Are you familiar with that? Like if you've taken a college level geometry class or a mathematics class?
Yeah, sure. Okay, sure. Go ahead.
Thing that's taught.
I believe. Okay, yeah, go ahead. I said. Yeah, I've told yes.
Okay, so just, calm down. So follow along while I'm going over.
I'm calm, don't worry.
Okay, good. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius 3,959 miles, P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, Q. And so then when we, make the observations or take the measurements in the real world, here's one example where we find that the horizon is clearly behind the furthest oil rig platform. Platform habitat is 9.41 miles. So it's clearly at least 10 miles. That's being generous. So 10 times more than what's predicted on a globe of that radius. So the math given by the heliocentric model predicts this curvature, and yet we don't find it in reality. And we would not see that platform habitat at 9.41 miles if we lived on a globe of radius of 3,959 miles, and it's not even close.
Okay, and where is this? Is it a journal? What is it about? What is this? Is it because this is not a proof? Like you can't call this a proof to show to the world that they have to buy into your argument.
It is literally a mathematical proof. It is literally in the form of.
Yeah, could you explain? How you've done the mathematics behind it? Because I'd like to know that too.
Just look at the just look at the Earth curve calculator. Look at the thing that you were Googling that I told you to Google that you said you were Googling. So
I was on it, and you told me it was there on the NASA website.
Basically,
okay.
the geometric horizon there, right? Because there's a tangent to the tangent point. The tangent point being.
I'm sorry. What is a tangent? I don't understand.
What is a tangent?
But you don't know what a tangent.
No, I know what a tangent is. What are you trying to? What are you talking about tangent with respect in context?
If you Googled what you said you were Googling, and you actually looked at a diagram complementary to it, you would see a circle, and then you would see a tangent to the point on the circle, assumedly a globe, at which you can't see beyond that point, because that point is the horizon, according to them. That's the claim. Now the black swan is.
Yeah. Can I?
No, you can't. But this is, I mean, you're not digesting what I'm saying. That's why you don't understand what's going on right now.
To you at all. He literally is not listening to you.
So the bottom line is, and listen to me closely, the bottom line is, this is proof that their claim that the horizon is geometric, and it would have to be if we lived on a geometric shape that was curving away from us.
Hello, everybody.
This is proof that that's not true. That's it.
Okay. If you can help me, I can go over the calculations with you. Can we do that together?
Go on Google.
Okay.
It's very simple. I don't know why you need to. It's on Google.
No. I actually would like to get a proper explanation. I don't think this is extensive.
Yeah,
enough.
it's not an explanation. It's on Google. Get an explanation from NASA.
I'm tired of that. Hang on. NASA? Okay, then go ahead. You told me you provide me the link for that, and I'm still waiting for that.
No, what I'm saying is, I mean, go to whatever priest that you go to for information, right? And have them explain to you why the horizon on the globe you believe you live on isn't geometric. Or rather, have them explain to you how it is and what geometry they're doing to tell you that. Right? Then they're probably going to show you the same diagrams. Then, after you've done that,
on you because you're the one who's trying to defend
it's really not, because we're at a remedial level that I can't go further than where I'm at with you.
But isn't the debate about defending your argument? And
it's not a debate. It's not a debate. Listen, I'm gonna start muting you again, because I don't want to feel like I'm.
Look, listen, clown. Listen, real simple. Hold on, so we can just end this thing and get this back and forth. I'm gonna post the formula, distance to the horizon formula, in the live stream voice text for you to read. If you're confused about any of the variables, ask what they are. D is distance, H is height, SQRT means square root. R is radius. Can I unmute him, Elijah?
Yeah. No, I'm good. I can't go any further. I don't know what else to. Know what I mean,
there's the formula for the distance to the horizon. Oh shit! I didn't unmute him.
Yeah, so it's not our claim. So it's not our claim. This is not our math. This is just math, period. For a geometric shape that they claim we live on.
Okay, can I?
So why don't? Well, you're not. I don't understand what your problem is.
You can talk as long as you address exactly what he's talking about. The distance to the horizon, what the globe predicts, and what is observed, and the difference thereof.
Again, okay, so this math that you provided, could you tell me where you got it from? Not Google.
Got it from a Glober website, a Glober curve calculator, a globe earther.
A horizon distance calculator. I'm on it too. It says 1.22459 square root of h.
So what's the problem? You got it right there.
Yeah, I got it right there, and it's asking me to. Again,
so what's
it
the
doesn't
problem?
prove the point. Let's actually do it now. So let's do it and try test it out for ourselves. So what's the value?
How are you going to test it if you're not in reality looking to see if it's where the math claims it will be? Because guess what? You would have to be you would have to be somewhere. You would have to know your elevation. And you would have to have markers in the distance so that you know how far those are in relation to where the horizon is. Those are the elements that you need to figure this out. You're not going to be doing it from behind a computer. I'm sorry. Your indoctrination is a little deeper than that. You're going to have to go outside and do some stuff.
I know that. But what's the value that I should be getting if it's supposedly flat?
What did I just tell you? Like, you're trying to interrupt me to ask me a question that I already gave you an answer to. So you're going to get the value that you're supposed to get when you're actually in the situation. So when you plug in your altitude or your elevation above sea level, when you plug in the distance to something in the distance, and when you're looking at the horizon in relation to that thing, that is when you'll get your answer.
Yeah, and I'm asking you what. Okay, fair enough. I'll go ahead and do that. And the value that I get, how are we going to interpret it? How are we going to interpret it? I'm asking you that question.
What do you mean? It's either going to be what they claimed or it's not. And then you interpret it however you feel. It's not my place or my job.
And can I know what you've claimed, what the value that you've claimed, or
I don't have a claim. I don't have a claim,
dude. There's only what the math says it is. It's not a fucking claim. You have different math. Show us the different math that makes a different prediction.
So flat Earth actually doesn't have a model either, dude. You got to remember that. There's no model or measurement to flat Earth.
So
flat is an observation.
We're using
get the model out of your head.
Show us the different math, dude.
Understand, Blang Blang. You asked. Hold on, Blang Blang. Let me rewind here. You asked for proof. We gave it to you. We're taking what they claim. We're taking what they claim. We're testing it in reality and finding the model does not match the reality. Therefore, it needs to be thrown out. This model is wrong. The claim we are testing is the claim of curvature that's being made by the fantasy globe model.
Right. May I talk now?
That's rich. You keep interrupting me while I'm talking, and then when I stop to obviously let you talk, then you say, "May I talk now?" as if I was stopping you, and by my speech.
No, no, because I wanted to keep it.
Yes, you may talk now. Go ahead, Blang Blang.
Yeah, and if I may understand, the gist of the argument is, if I haven't observed it myself, then I shouldn't take it for face value.
What the fuck?
Nope, that has zero relation to what I said.
I'm just kicking him out of here. It's pointless. It's pointless. Totally pointless. I kicked him. I didn't ban him. So if he's really motivated, he'll come back. But it had nothing to do with what anybody said. Nobody said anything about testing themselves. Jesus Christ. Remember the other day who was on here? And I was like, and he said the exact same thing. And I was like, they're all on a script. They all say the same thing. That's what that kid said like 2 days ago. And I like freaked out.
Yeah, you're totally right. Yeah,
it was the exact same thing. The exact same thing.
Yeah, maybe it is a script.
So I have to test it myself, right? It's like some knee-jerk reaction they always go to. Crazy.
Yeah, it's like they came up with their script like by listening to like one flat Earth debater interview or something, and then they can't even like think in real time to even address like what's actually being said. They're just like cue card number 7. We have to observe it ourselves. Oh, what are you talking about? Mathematical proof? I mean, it's sad. It's sad.
It's all about critical
people in Indian call centers, and he's no different. He's just going down the computer thing like, oh, please reboot your modem.
Yes, a lot of these Globers need a reboot for sure. Unplug them, please. Cut off the power.
I have read his.
It's all about critical thinking.
How about just thinking?
He posted some Indian organization documentation on how to track these stupid satellites. I looked into it, and it's exactly what I was talking about a little while ago in Ladies' Night. At the end of it, if it's ended, how they can use radio antennas to create a interference point in the air. And this tracking system, he was claiming the Doppler, interferometry, telemetry, blah, blah. In that document, it describes that they use an array of antennas. First, they're saying it's 2 antenna. Then it's 4 actually, because 2 has to be pointed like north-south, and other 2 east-west. So you get a more precise, accurate location and stuff. And then on top of that, another 2 dummy antennas for even strengthening all that data. But what they are doing, these antennas are sending up a signal at a specific altitude. The signal of those antennas intersects, and that's where it creates this resonance. And they are getting back a reading from that high altitude with the specific frequency which they are sending from those antennas. And they are saying that actually it's a device installed on the satellite to broadcast that specific signal frequency. But it's funny because it's being sent, that specific frequency signal is being sent by the ground antennas up in the sky. And then they get it back. Yeah, they get it back from the point where those signals will intersect and start resonating. And it will be like a transmitter will be up there. It's hilarious. Mic check.
I heard you, bro.
Oh, I was worried. Maybe I got muted.
No, we gave you the floor.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, this didn't work out for him. Belief didn't work out. Then, like self-victimization on racism and stuff didn't work out. And his last resort was, this chaotic behavior, acting like incoherent. In fact, he wasn't acting. He was totally incoherent in conversation with any of the people.
That was a good one. That was a good one. Get me good. I like that. He wasn't acting. That's right.
Thank you, Mary Mom. Yeah. Yeah, this is what blind faith does to people.
We have some new people. Showbill. Shoebill. What do you think about what Get Bigot was saying about the antennas? What do you think, Showbill? You've been unmuted. That was actually interesting what you said, Get Bigot, about sending a frequency, intersecting them in the air, and creating some type of how do you call it, signal,
resonance,
and then saying that, resonate on that point and say, hey, that's a device that we have up there, whatever, and transmitting this signal or whatever.
I can help you understand very easily what's going on. It's like a home theater system. When you have many speakers in your room and you have that surrounding sound effect, you cannot tell where the sound is coming from when you are in that specific location where the resonance of the sound takes place. But if you move away from that location, then you hear one speaker louder than the other, and you can tell where the position of the speakers are in your room.
It's acoustic directionality.
Yeah. But in the case of radio wave signals, when this thing happens, it looks like the radio transmitting antenna is in that place. Because it's like the broadcasting power of all the antennas is being converged into that point. So that point will become a very powerful broadcasting antenna.
I think it's funny that they say, well, they're pointed towards the sky, so that means space satellites.
Yeah.
It couldn't be anything else. Impossible for it to be anything else. Mm-hmm. It has to just be satellites.
Yeah.
And then going out and testing and making sure that the Earth as a ball exists, that's no good. You can't, you mustn't do that. That's not enough.
Yeah.
It's not enough to confirm it out
Also,
check the geometric horizon.
Also, it's something like when you have these photography light illumination sources, for studio photography and stuff. The more of these you use, the brighter light you will have on that stage. So when you turn on one light, it's not that powerful, but when you turn 100 of them, then you will start feeling hot if you stay in front of them. And when they are all shining on you, that place will be very, very illuminated.
It'll be like a sauna.
Yeah.
You'll be sweating.
I got a question.
Yes?
We're all done with that topic? Because this may be off topic.
Sure.
I mean, sure, man.
That's actually a very interesting topic.
Thank you. So, if in physics class, acceleration could just mean turning, or slowing down, or like they say, in a race is accelerating forward. So, would it be correct to say that when light passes through a separate medium and it catches the angle where it calls what we call refraction, wouldn't the light be accelerating down? like slowing down. And when it does so, it's doing it not only because it's slowing down the speed of, whatever the light speed is, but it's also like slowing down, like changing direction. And that's also so instead of saying light bending, wouldn't it be more correct to say that it's accelerating? Or is that the wrong word? Like nobody's going to understand if you say it like that. Because it's not technically bending, it's just changing directions and slowing down. And in physics, isn't that what you call accelerating?
Well, in physics, if you walk in a train from the end towards the locomotive, you are moving with the speed of the train added with your speed of walking. But when it's about light, they say if the train will be moving with the speed of light, the speed, and you turn on a flashlight inside that train, that light will be going, shining also with the speed of light. And you can shine it through the window of the train, outside the train, and it will also moving with the speed of light. It's weird, but yeah. This is just a story. Nobody has been able to demonstrate it mathematically, calculus, or physics. Yeah, it shows good on paper, logically, but practically, I don't know anyone doing this.
Hello.
Hello.
Can somebody explain to me why can you see the South Celestial Pole when you go south into Antarctica? Or no, not Antarctica. I'm talking about Chile. If you're taking a picture, you can see the South Celestial Pole.
When did you do that?
Excuse me?
When did you do that?
Why does that matter?
If you're going to talk about it like you know about it, you should have performed it.
No, you're supposed to tell me why is there a South Celestial Pole that shows.
You have to demonstrate first that there is a South Celestial Pole. You'll let me finish. You'd have to first demonstrate that there is a South Celestial Pole. Then we might be able to talk about it.
No, I'm saying what is that thing in the sky?
I've never seen one. I have never seen one.
It's called an impasse now, because you have to give us evidence or change the subject.
What?
All compasses point north and not south.
Yeah.
Okay, but what is that thing?
Okay, but give me a South Pole. You can't.
That made no sense.
Of course
how
it
come,
did.
How come
but
can
you
see?
don't make any sense to yourself.
Then how come you can see it? Why
you
does
can't
it? Why
see a South Pole.
I'm not saying you can see the South Pole.
But you're talking about it like you can.
You do not know what I'm talking about.
Yes, you are. You're talking about it like you've already been there, that you've already verified it, and you've already tested it for yourself.
You know the star trails, right?
Star trails do nothing, mean nothing to me. The sky means nothing to me. We're talking about the ground. Why don't you stay on the ground? Stop talking about the sky, because we're not going there.
You're changing the subject.
You are changing the subject to the sky.
No, I'm not. I was talking
about
you are.
We're talking about the South Pole. We're not talking about a fucking sky.
I can see it in the sky.
We're not talking about the sky.
There is no.
Are you kidding me right now?
In the sky.
Yeah, there is.
Wait, what?
Which one is that?
The Celestial South Pole.
Exactly. That is what I'm talking about.
Oh my gosh, you guys are just nutheads there.
No, you're the nuthead because you don't know what we're
there's
talking
only
about.
one.
I'm not saying that's what you guys were talking about. I was just correcting
that's
Geppy
what I mean.
when he
Look,
said that there wasn't one.
I know.
Look in chat what Dovid
You're
just
fine,
posted.
Prince, but this plus one doesn't know what he's talking about.
No, that's what I mean. Look
Really
in chat,
no
man.
celestial South Pole.
The thing is that that's a label for observable phenomena that we observe. So
it's an observing thing in the sky, magical.
Yes. What is that thing though? Why is it curving around it? Why is it curving around it? There's a south star.
Have any
Why?
Yes. What is that thing that is a south celestial pole?
It's not.
That's like asking why is red?
He keeps talking like he's been there too. We can't go past that. You've not been there, you fuck.
Okay, observable phenomena from the luminaries above. Observable phenomena from the luminaries above. You cannot test it. You cannot check. You cannot verify why or why it's happening, how it's happening. So we can observe it and make stories about it. But since you cannot, manipulate it or verify it, we can only observe the phenomena. That's it. It's phenomena up in the sky.
What would that be? What would that be?
You don't know. I don't know. So
you gotta go find out first.
You all don't know. You guys never know. You guys never know.
It's okay to not know something.
Under your feet
We don't need to know the
is worth
unknown.
more than all the stars in the sky.
I know what it is. It's the South Celestial Pole. You guys don't.
No, you don't. You just parrot the narrative.
Nope.
Yeah, that's your.
Hold up. The thing in the sky is the South Celestial Pole. What are you guys talking about?
What does that mean?
No, that's the name. That's the label, bro. It's percentage. That's a label that it's been given to it. But that's observable phenomena.
It's an observable phenomenon.
They're saying that is the south area of the globe. That's why they label it South Pole. But that's just a name. I could call it the upward side of the sky that is the opposite of the other side of the sky. I could call it that.
I would say that there's no issue with the name. The issue is that they're trying to hijack the definition and say, oh, it's Earth axis is like it being extended out and stuff like that. But the name itself is just a focal point
what he's saying is, I see stars rotating in these 2 points, therefore the ground that I'm standing on is a spinning globe.
Yeah, that's his argument.
No. That I don't believe in the globe.
Yeah. That's what you're saying.
No. I'm just using. I'm asking you this question because I was confused on it. So I basically put my shoes. I put myself in the shoes of globe earthers so that I can argue with people who bring this up.
Yeah, you want to speculate about phenomena up in the sky, but since we cannot verify what it is and how it works, that's only speculation.
No argument there, really. There's no argument there because nobody knows what it is exactly. And the stars.
I know you don't know exactly. I just need an explanation.
Why do you need an explanation?
I think you can infer.
Because somebody brought up that point against me, and I didn't know how to explain it.
What point?
Okay.
They said, what is this in the sky? And then
celestial pole. What about the South Celestial Pole?
Yeah, it's fair. It's the strongest evidence I think that there is for a globe. The issue is you have to assume that the same kind of physical nature that's applying on terra firma is applying to the sky, right? That they're all physical objects and yada yada yada, and we can't verify any of that. So
I don't know about that, man. You just got to demonstrate a South Celestial Pole.
Strongest evidence, but it's a very weak evidence.
Do you know what the word demonstrate means?
At all. It's very weak because it's an odd shape.
It's the strongest they have.
Do you know what the word demonstrate means?
The weakest.
Yeah, I do. Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Anyone that understands it, yeah.
Okay. So, do you understand that unless it's been demonstrated, it can't be addressed properly?
What do you mean by addressed?
Have you demonstrated a South Celestial Pole to yourself or us?
Yes.
Do you doubt this South Celestial Pole?
Yeah, physically, have you done it?
Does it matter if I've done it?
Yes, because you're the one bringing it up.
Yeah, and I'm saying exists. Do you deny that the stars are going around a focal point in the south?
I can neither confirm nor deny. I'm not making claims about it.
Okay, well, if you're not denying it, then there's no point in asking me to provide evidence if there's no contention, right?
I'm sorry, you came here to argue with us about something.
Let me clarify that. You are actually stating it's a fact that it's a solar thing.
I don't like I don't like when you guys do this. This is a second. I really don't. I'm not on board with y'all.
What did he do?
He's making
we gotta be realistic, guys. There's a lot of people that live in Australia that see the stars going around a focal point. Like,
how do you know that, man?
You can't deny that.
It is an observation, nothing we can test. Come on.
Well, that's all I said, and I seem to be getting some pushback. So
no, because I think they talking to you like you are that's what it's being described as in the past, like the celestial north, the celestial south. But those are just labels for ideas that people have about them. Because, like we're saying, we don't know what they are, we don't know how they work, so we can label them whatever we want, right? We can put whatever name on them.
So, what part of the label, do you disagree with? Pole?
The lack of empiricism in the claim.
Would that be better?
Lack of empiricism in the claim.
It's all claim.
It is empiricism because it's an observation. What are you talking about?
Did you observe it?
Yo.
See? Round and round we go, dude. Round and round we go. You don't know how to science, bro. That's all this is.
Are you contending it now or are you denying it?
Denying what?
I'm actually wondering what you are actually arguing, because you cannot test it. You're still arguing over the fact that
nothing to test.
You're bypassing the fact that you cannot test it. Is he a fake flat earther? Yeah,
we're talking about an observation.
There isn't anything to test, though. Like he's not making an argument. Someone is insinuating that it's not what you see when it is. I mean, it's observed. It's recorded by people from the South. Nobody really denies this point. I don't. But the reason we're having an issue is because, you're trying to have a conversation where you're like, well, he's saying something that he didn't say. Well, he didn't say it was scientific evidence or anything. He's just saying, why are you he's basically saying, are you saying that there is no South Celestial Pole? Not like in the sense of like a spin that we're doing in the South, looking at some stars and blah, 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 but just, the focal point that the stars go around.
Absolutely.
He's asking if you're denying that. That's all he's asking.
I can neither confirm nor deny it. I'm not going to make claims about it, dude.
I know what he's saying.
Yo, there's some Australian flat earthers. You could just ask him.
See, he doesn't even agree with you, Elijah.
Can human beings disagree and still agree on the flat Earth? I'm sorry.
There's a lot of people that don't agree in here, okay? But we do agree that observations is not testing anything.
So you don't observe it. You don't observe the Earth being flat.
I don't. I've never seen it. Have you?
Yes.
Well, you went down there, huh? Okay, great. When'd you do that?
No, I said you don't observe the Earth being flat.
The Earth being flat, sorry. Yes, everyone only observes that. Can you find anywhere else?
Exactly. It's an observation, exactly. That's my point. Exactly.
Well, it's measured also.
You said observe.
That's a little different. But yeah, sure.
Okay, and you can also you can also observe the sun and the moon.
Great. What does that have to do with the ground? Super
you're saying
sky stuff.
Observing isn't testing, as if we have to be testing these things. No, these are observed.
If you make a claim of the physical world, you have to physically test the physical world. How is this hard to understand?
About how or why, cause and effect. But for empirical observations, they need not be tested. We observe them.
Fine. When did you empirically observe your claim being demonstrated in front of your face? When did you observe this?
You are too
that there's a South Celestial Pole.
What I'm putting
Even
down.
what Elijah said with the rotation. Demonstrate that. See, that's the thing. if it's true or not. It's what you can prove, Buster. It has nothing to do with what's true or not.
But this isn't. Listen, this is off the back of not being able to properly address actually what the initial person was asking. Like it's like this is like this high level defense of not even trying, like, get what the other guy, the initial guy who isn't percentage, hear what he's saying. Is he asking a question? Is he making a claim? Is his question begging the question? Like, what is it that's going on? You can't be answering for nothing.
And I think the answer that I was trying to bring, like that's observable phenomena, it's what we see. We see the stars rotating about these points, and there is footage about them. I don't know why someone would say no. There's not. It's not an actual thing. And because I think the guys are trying to bring it. We don't want to talk about the stars. There's nothing to talk about the stars, but because this is flat Earth server, right? Obviously. But the guys is asking a question about celestial pole, and some of the guys are saying, "No, that doesn't happen. It's not happening. It doesn't exist."
I'm not saying either way.
It's not.
They cannot provide any evidence.
I said not to test. I didn't say that it's not happening. What are we testing about it? We're just observing it. Correct?
Yeah, but okay
then.
You're asking the wrong question.
Speaking about testing, because nothing has been tested.
Oh yeah, but you're asking the wrong person.
You literally said to me earlier.
Well, no. Hold on.
No. You're not going to do that. And I'm going to ban your ass if you're going to tell me off. Okay? You're not going to speak over me either.
He wasn't. He was speaking over Elijah.
No, he just said my name. Okay, stop talking. Because he said my name.
Yeah, he was responding to you, but he was speaking over Elijah.
So let's say someone wants to ask about the luminaries.
I don't know.
Hey, see, if someone wants to ask something about the luminaries and someone else wants to give an answer and entertain it, I think that's fine for a couple minutes. But if someone is saying, "No, you cannot talk about that. We don't talk about that here," just mute yourself.
Exactly. I'm just asking you a question, and this man has to be like,
let's reset.
I
don't even know what the question is.
Yeah, let's reset.
All I said was, can you test or verify? That's it. I was saying the truth. Okay, can you test or verify? That's
my question with another question. You did not even answer to it.
I'm not going to answer the question I can't answer, you fucking moron.
Because you're with another question.
Dude, can you stop being so angry?
That has a question. Please. Anyone else have a question besides +1? Please. Existentialist. I don't know if I've talked to. Existentialist left.
I mean,
too bad.
Yeah, he wants to know what to say when he's asked about that. Sorry.
You guys can talk to +1 if you want, but maybe we should move on to a different topic.
I think he just wanted to know how to reply when he's asked about the southern celestial poles. What do I say? The answer is there. Well, it's just something that's being observed and has been labelled so. It doesn't prove that the Earth is a spinning oblate spheroid hurtling through the vastness of space. It's not proving that, is it? Okay?
That's right.
That's
Good
how
point,
I would reply.
Jen. Good point, Jen.
Yeah.
And then you need to look at the ground under your feet, because the proverb that I've created is, the ground under your feet is worth all the stars in the sky. Okay? As in, a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. Okay? There you go, guys. No. So you're very conveniently placed on the ground. You should use the ground and measure the ground under your feet and the expanse. That's where you are. You're on Earth. You're not in the sky. So you need to measure the dimensions on the ground here.
I think we should try to talk to Whiskey Ben. That's a very good idea, Jen. I want to know more about Whiskey Ben's turtle photo there and his
yeah, come on, Whiskey Ben. What you got? What you got to say?
I feel like he's kind of confused, so he might spread confusion in the server. So maybe you have some questions about.
Come on in, Whiskey Ben's. Get yourself in the server. Let's have a little discussion.
Because he's got his status is the Earth is flat, allegedly.
You may be having.
So yeah, I mean, I would want to talk to him about that. The Earth is flat, allegedly status, because I think it'd be more accurate to say that the Earth is a globe, allegedly. Who was that? Elijah?
Yep.
Who was that just said, "Is my mic still on?"
My bad, that was me.
I heard you.
I got a mute button. Sorry.
Okay, no, that's cool. Yeah, but anyway, then he looks like he's got some kind of flat Earth model going through space with the turtle in there, and so
it's nice, Elijah. It's nice, very nice.
That's why I wanted to talk to him if he's available.
I don't know how hot it is. Is it a sexy one? Is it? Is my mic still hot? Sexy mic you got there? Hot mic, man. Woo. Okay, is he coming in? Whiskey Benz? Where is it?
Oh, I don't think we had any luck with him. Oh, no, he did unmute. There he is. All right, Whiskey Ben, tell us about your photo. Tell us about your turtle.
No, I just like the picture.
What is it that you like about it?
Oh, just fun. I'm a flat earther.
Well, I'm sorry, Whiskey Ben. You can call anything else if you want, but you're not going to be able to call yourself a flat earther here with that picture of the disc is hurling through space. Would you like us to explain to you? Oh, you do.
I just like turtles.
Okay, well, why don't you just find a nice picture of a turtle on the Earth?
Say it just like
find
turtles.
A nice
That's
turtle
awesome.
on the Earth.
And I have the
Do you know what that picture represents, Whiskey? Do you really know what that picture represents?
Is that the Discworld, Terry Pratchett?
That's amazing that you don't know what that picture represents. And you come into a flat Earth server.
Allegedly.
It's unreal.
Allegedly.
Yeah, I guess I'll just give you the LARPer role. At least then people won't be confused by his posts. There you go.
Hey,
so yeah, are you interested in finding out where you really live, Whiskey Ben? I mean, you obviously think you live on a spinning ball. What makes you think
you
live on a spinning ball? Oh, why don't you think you live on a spinning ball, Whiskey Ben?
I've been a flat earther for months now.
And what changed your mind?
Starting watching Owen Benjamin, and then
that's not even a good one. But yeah, I mean, at least you're consistent with your character.
And then Flat Earth Dave.
Watching a video,
David Weiss.
Flat Earther. Imagine that. Yeah, that's not how anyone becomes a flat earther. That's a PSYOP propaganda technique that people use because they want to dismiss the clear logic that points to the fact that the globe model has absolutely zero basis in reality. So, you can, like I said, you can go around somewhere saying that else if you want to say that, even though you're making real flat earthers look bad, but obviously don't care about that since you think you live on a spinning globe. Why do you think you live on a spinning globe, Whiskey Bent?
I don't.
Yo, I was right. That is.
Yes, you do.
Give me your number one proof then. Give me your number one proof of why we are not on a globe. If you had to convince someone, what would you lead with?
Maybe C24.
C24. Okay, we're getting somewhere. That's better than an Owen Benjamin video. I like that. We might even be able to use this LARPer to teach others. Stick with that. We see too far, Whiskey Ben. Why don't you change your status instead of saying the Earth is flat, allegedly? Why don't you just change it to we see too far? And change your banner profile while you're there, because that is an insult to flat Earth.
No, I like
an insult to. Okay, well, then you're not a flat earther, so stop saying that you are, because we don't like liars around here. You're clearly not. That's a joke. It has nothing to do with where we live. Outer space is a fantasy realm. It can't possibly exist in the way that is claimed. We can't have a vacuum or near vacuum next to the atmosphere, the air that we breathe, which is clearly a contained system. The air is not a skinny outer space. So you are a science fiction fan. Is that what you're telling me about your image there? So when you say we see too far, so if I were a globe believer then and you were telling me I see too far, what do you mean by that, Whiskey Bank? Give me some more details. What do you mean by we see too far, Whiskey Ben?
Well, because your horizon should be like 3 miles on a globe if you're 6 feet tall. I mean, by the shore then. And you can see like 170 something miles.
Oh, when did you see 170 miles? Who saw that?
That was a fucking mountain call again. That one in France.
Okay, so are you willing to, if
Mount,
you,
I don't know.
are you willing to learn the actual logical arguments and facts here or not, Whiskey Ben?
Yeah, I mean, I am.
Okay,
He's a
that's
liar.
fine. Just so you know, nobody's going to take you seriously when you got that turtle disc picture there.
Yeah, of course not. It's fun. It's a fun picture.
Whiskey,
How did Owen
why don't
Benjamin?
you just stop trolling? Why don't you just stop trolling, Whiskey? And just
Thank you, +1. Whiskey Ben, how did Owen Benjamin convince you then? So you told me that's how you started out.
No, he didn't. He didn't convince me. He mentioned David Weiss a couple times, and I checked him out. And then I
You
went
mentioned David Weiss a couple times, and you checked him out. Okay. I don't have anything else to say to Whiskey Ben. I don't know if anybody else has any questions for him.
Ben Whiskey.
Anybody else that has a question?
I mean, I'm on your side. This one.
Have you?
We're on our side. We don't have a
any
side.
Terry
Whiskey
Pratchett
Ben.
novels?
We don't
I'm a
have
flat
side.
earther.
Okay, Whiskey Ben, here's one thing you should realize. Okay, so that's fine. You're saying you're flat earther. First, I should tell you, you don't have to be a flat earther to be here. We like people to be like who they actually are and so on. But we don't consider ourselves to have a side. That's the first thing. And one thing you need to realize, along with what everyone in here has had to learn, some of us the hard way, some of us the easy way. There's no virtue in being a flat earther. Nobody, thinks you're wonderful, or we're not like a club here. I mean, we kind of are, but flat Earth is just accepting normal reality the way the way it presents itself. So, hundreds of years ago, whatever the time frame is, somebody's born in here, they don't have the globe indoctrination programming on TV every day. That's just a baseline. It's like what you're going to do with your life then. I mean, that's fine if you want to accept reality the way it presents itself. That's perfectly fine. But that's not where we stop here. So, if you're interested in, finding out more about objective reality, we certainly welcome you to be here. Hopefully you'll be honest with us and, just be yourself here. And then we'll be able to find out, where do you fit in this new world where we don't just accept the consensus state because some popular entertainer or a politician told us that's the way it was, or a pseudoscientific entertainer. We actually try to find out what's going on in the real world where we live, and then we go from there. So being a flat earther, it just means you're like a normal person would have been 300 years ago. You're not done. Okay? So, nice to meet you.
Yeah, I guess.
Hi, Sisyphus. How are you doing?
I'm all right.
What does 40% pass mean? What is that? Does that mean you've gotten the boulder 40% up the hill?
Well, I don't know what that means, actually.
Oh, somebody gave that to you. Must be an inside joke. We aren't in on then.
It's when you were talking to QE and you were taking a test and you said you'd be fine with 40%, getting 40% of the questions right or something like that.
Oh, yeah, I do remember saying that.
Oh, did you have another adventure with QE and I missed it? You had return of the Sisyphus QE? But
yeah,
what
but he
happened
didn't
in this
know
one?
that
Did this one go better?
he forgot who I was. So
Oh, okay.
then he remembered and he regretted being civil.
Oh, that's fine.
But it was too late. He'd been civil for too long, so he just stayed civil.
Oh, I'm sorry I missed it.
There weren't really any fireworks. All the popcorn tags are disappointed.
Wow. Well, we have Decent in here.
Are you on the flat Earth now? You're a flat earther now? Well, you are anyway.
He's rolling his boulder up the mountain on a globe. Imagine how hard that is. And he has to roll his boulder up the hill every day, while dealing with the motion of the earth, the spinning, the hurtling through space. I mean, gosh, he's just making his job.
I'm surprised he hasn't thrown up yet.
I know.
Yeah, why was Sisyphus punished? Anyway, what did he do?
I think he slept with somebody's wife or something.
Is that what he did? I can't remember. I know I read that story before, but now I want to know. I don't remember what he was punished for.
That's usually the problem.
He's a flat earther going to be anyway, regardless of what he thinks. That's it. Just delaying the inevitable, that's all. Make you laugh, don't they? These flat earthers going to be, dragging and kicking, but you're a flat earther anyway. You were born a flat earther. That's the beauty of it. You just don't realise it yet. Yeah. When I say that's the beauty of it, it's funny watching you kicking and, no, I'm never going to be a flat earther. You're a bloody flat earther, man. An imaginary ball that you've never seen measured. Confirmed. You walk around with a belief. Shameful.
Oh, I like the other rules somebody gave Whiskey Bent, the troll earther. That's a good one. Walking, talking, contradiction. Good job, guys.
Yeah.
Truth and labeling.
That's my one. Walking to.
Medically, there's. Jen, you're chopping quite a bit. Medically, there's a syndrome named after Sisyphus for type A people that they give themselves a really difficult goal, and then once they obtain it, once they get there or finish whatever they were trying to do, they're not even happy. They're just perpetually, unsatisfied.
That's interesting. I didn't even know that people think of calling someone type A as being an insult. I said it to one of my friends one time. This was about 10 years ago, and she got really angry with me. She's like, "What are you talking about? I'm not type A. They have more heart attacks." She started screaming at me.
She responded like a typical type A.
Exactly. I know. It was so funny. It was so funny. I never called her that again. I'm like, oh my goodness, I guess I'll never call any. I mean, to me, I feel like it could be a compliment. You get things done, right? You're goal oriented, you're motivated. It never occurred to me that anyone would think it was, necessarily bad. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, in and of itself, it's just a descriptor, right? But people they view themselves in a specific image, and if it's counter to that, then they might take it the wrong way.
Yeah, I mean, maybe she thinks, she's too tense, and I'm calling her tense, which then her reaction, of course, proved it, as you just told me. But it's so funny. Last Saturday at the precious metals event, the question was if you could change one thing. It was characteristics of yourself. If you could increase one, and then you had to decrease the other one in equal amount, which characteristics would you choose? And I was surprised. Most of the people's answers were stuff you could easily do, yourself, just with willpower, decreasing weight while increasing, patience or whatever. They were all things. They weren't supernatural things or things you need, some crazy power to be able to do. Most of, I would say, there's only a few that were not like that, which I guess maybe was because of the way the question was framed. It's you're talking about personal characteristics, but that's the case. If you decide I want to be, do this, change this about myself, you can set your mind to it, set tiny goals, and it will help you get closer to the overall goal. Even a little bit each day is going to help. I mean, especially a person who says the thing they want to reduce is weight. I'm like, oh my gosh, that's the easiest one in the world. Yeah. Gosh, I wish that was my problem. That would be so easy.
What are the best ones you heard?
Well, one person said almost the same thing I was going to say, which I thought was the best only because they read my mind. It said the same thing, but now I can't remember what it was. Actually, I have to tune into that. What would you say, %? You give your answer while I'll try to remember.
Ooh. I might, if like supernatural powers are on the table, I'd probably, ask for an increase in clairvoyance or telepathy or something like that, with a decrease in something negative, decrease in ignorance. That's
okay. See, now I already set you up for that because I already told you I was not saying the other answers are unsatisfying or unsatisfactory just because they were things that you could actually accomplish. That actually makes them better. I'm like jealous, like I said, of those people. It's like, oh, they want to change things that you can change. But your things, yeah, I like that. Those are good answers. Yeah.
So
you can't easily get that. That's a good answer.
Sisyphus tricked Hades and ended up getting Hades tied up in the underworld. And while Hades was tied up, nobody could die. So when Sisyphus eventually did die, Hades was very mad. And since Sisyphus thought he was so clever, Hades proved that he was cleverer by enchanting the boulder to always roll down when it got to the top of the hill. And that's how Hades got his revenge for getting tricked.
So he's a hero.
He's something.
What happened to the souls?
Apparently, while no one could die, then no sacrifices could be made to the gods, and all of the gods started to get sick. So everyone was mad. So he's really like a stirrer of the pot.
Oh, is that what you are, Sisyphus? Are you also a pot stirrer? You just do it very gently, like over us.
That's right.
Thank you. That's what I thought. You throw a little, hand grenade over, and while everybody's looking at that, that's when you stir the pot.
Right. I just say like refraction and then stir the pot a little bit. Or gravity, or horizon, or lately sextant.
So are you going to explain to us how refraction can magically make images appear and act in a different way than it's ever been observed acting before on the Earth?
I've tried. I'm not very good at explaining it.
But you believe it?
Yeah, I think it makes sense that the light doesn't travel in straight lines, and so objects are definitely not always where they seem to be.
Have you seen this meme that I put in the live stream voice text 17 minutes after the hour, which is a still shot from the Dr. John D. Black Swan Rising? You've ever watched the Dr. John D. Black Swan Rising video, by the way?
I'm not sure. It doesn't sound familiar.
Rolling my boulder. You totally have to watch that, please. Can you please watch that later? Only 15 minutes long. I'd like to hear your thoughts.
I don't think. What is the? I almost agree with everything in the graphic that you have there.
Oh, okay.
Except instead of getting denser as it goes left to right, I think it only needs to get denser as it goes bottom to top. That's the biggest chessboard I've ever seen, man.
What do you mean bottom to top?
I like ground to whatever. There's not really a top.
I want to point out something, Roland. You talk about refraction and light bending, and to put it in colloquial terms, light bends, right? It doesn't always travel in a straight line. But when does it bend, Roland? When you're underwater and you don't have any goggles on and you're just, underwater with your eyes open and you see that shark coming at you, is it like coming at you where you see it at, or is it the apparent location of the shark? Because you know how you're not supposed to swim away from a shark. You're basically supposed to face them and fight back with your feet on their nose, right?
I thought you were supposed to fight back with your fist on their nose.
I probably wouldn't want to lose a fist. I could probably lose a leg. I need my hands to do shit. So I would use my foot. Plus, it's a greater distance away from the body, right? So anyway, do you get what I'm saying, though? The shark's going to be right there looking at you because you're in one medium, right? You're going to be looking at the shark. Shark's going to be looking at you, and he's going to be like, I see you, right? Even though he can't really see that well. But you, on the other hand, you got good eyes. And if you're in one medium, I mean, even if you're in a current and there's different temperature water, you're going to see the shark where he's at for the most part, right?
Yeah, but that's he's pretty close, right? So if there was an effect, it may be quite small, maybe not noticeable.
So now, the atmosphere, it's dynamic. I'll give you that. There's higher temperatures, and sometimes there's heat waves and refraction and light bending, or whatever you want to call it, right? But is it to the point to where it can cause the set sun to appear above the horizon? Is it enough to where you can pull things up, like a wizard into, your viewing angles just by, the light bending in the atmosphere? I would say that requires a great deal of faith, because I don't see light bending like that in the atmosphere, because it's, one medium. Now, if you want to put like a fish tank up with like glass, water, and then we're looking at it through air, yeah, you're going to see all kinds of wonky stuff if you go to Dallas Aquarium, right? All sorts of weird bending and light. But just outside walking around, like if you're at Rockwall looking at the city, right? It's not really all that wonky at all. It's just like a straight shot all the way to downtown Dallas from Rockwall.
Yeah, I guess what I would say is that you're saying that if you're at the aquarium and then there's like water behind the glass, there's a huge difference in the two mediums, and that'll certainly make things be not where they're supposed to be.
Three.
And
Three
then
mediums.
What's that? Sure, 3. Then I'm saying, yeah, that can definitely make things be where they're not supposed to be. Then also maybe small differences, but over much longer distances can also do it. But I have no way to prove this to you. So if you say like prove it, I'm stuck. I'm trapped. I can't.
I appreciate that honesty right there, right? Because it is the standard of you, right, to be able to verify something. Not that you can't have any beliefs, but you're admitting that it's a belief that you have, right? It's not something
Somebody showed me a picture of a plastic block that had been made special, so it was denser. It wasn't just a uniform density piece of plastic, and they were shining a laser through it, and then the laser light was, definitely following an arc. So, like, light can definitely do that over short distances, long distances. Whether it does it enough or not is really the question.
Yeah, that's my question. Because if it is like bending around a curve, right, demonstrate the curve and then demonstrate that you can shoot around it. So if you had some way of shooting around a mountain, like sideways, maybe with all the atmospheric conditions that happens, you should be able to get some pretty good refraction around a mountain. That'd be pretty cool, right? That would definitely, prove that light can bend a significant amount if the mountain is large enough and the object that should be behind it is bending
somebody actually showed me a picture of the stadium in Phoenix. And the pictures were taken 4 hours apart. The camera didn't look like it had been moved, and you could see more of the stadium in one picture than another. Because in the first picture,
which one, the clearer one or the more refracted one?
Well, I don't know. I guess that I don't know. They didn't. Neither one really looked refracted. They both looked fairly clear. So I don't know how you would say which one was refracted, and it would be important, right? Because if the refracted one was making the stadium less visible, then that's not going to explain the black swan, and if it was making the stadium more visible, then that might be an explanation for the black swan.
Yeah, because I believe
I still don't understand. You understood, Hank Hill, what he was saying when up there about the vertical layers is showing that's how they would have to be layered in order for the light to go around the curve. And then you said something about the bottom to top. I don't even understand what it is you're trying to say. The light is not shown to refract in a downward direction like that. What were you trying to say about the bottom to top?
That if the density of the air was in thin layers, I guess, if you want to have like layers, like a stack of pancakes, then as it went from one pancake to the next, it would change its direction. And depending on how the pancakes were, which ones were denser and which ones were less dense, that would kind of dictate which way the light bent as it moved from one pancake to the next.
And how is that going to make it go around the curve? You're talking about going up.
Well, if the pancakes were bending the light back towards the ground, even a little bit, then that would help it go further around the curve than you might expect it to from geometry alone.
Well, that's not what we observe in reality. I mean, you're just making that up because you're just hoping it's.
I'm not making it up. It's the way that I kind of understand the situation, but I don't have any proof to offer.
Okay, well, draw me a ray diagram then of how this is magically going to happen in the Chicago skyline, for example.
I mean, if I was going to go for something, I guess I'd go for the oil rigs. That'd be more interesting than the Chicago skyline.
Okay, draw me a ray diagram of that then.
I may take you up on that. It's been kind of a little loose side project of could I figure out how what the air temperatures or whatever might have had to have been to make that happen. Because if I couldn't come up with any kind of like plausible air temperature, if the air had to be 1,000 degrees Celsius or something crazy, then like that would obviously be wrong.
It's some time now. Nobody actually.
I would say. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. That's it. That's all I had to say.
I would say if you plug in, the black swan numbers into, there's an Earth curve calculator made by Mick West, and then his has refraction built into it. So I would say, plug it in and see if it works. And if it still doesn't work, then, you can't say that we're not taking refraction into consideration or light bending or whatever you want to call it. We're not saying
I did that already. I don't know if I used that one, but I found a calculator that would take into consideration refraction and put the black swan numbers in, and it didn't. It took the thing, like when you moved the slider around for refraction, it had like none, a little, a lot, extreme, and it was getting up towards the extreme level, but it wasn't really maxed out or anything. But the trouble with that is I didn't do it myself. That's somebody else's calculator, so I don't know.
Right.
Do you not see the issue here of just you're trying to cram into, like, in the first place is only a model. You've never observed the globe. You have no proof of curvature or rotation. But why are you wedded to it? Why are you wedded to this globe model?
I mean, if I felt like I had enough evidence that I trusted that sort of worked out, like, according to me, like if I thought things were like working out right, I'm not really wedded to it. It's just I haven't seen anything that even like remotely made me want to change my mind.
crazy.
Out of curiosity, I don't mean to interrupt, but why do you have to feel instead of knowing? Right? We're supposed to know. I mean, we do have
Well,
feelings,
you're not going at
right?
it from the beginning of just of actually examining the evidence.
To the question of like knowing, when I say what's
Can you
that?
guys hear me or not? Okay, you want to go off and talk to him? That's fine. I'll go to
No,
bed. It's late
Dandelion.
for me
It
anyway.
was cutting in and out for you. I apologize to interrupt.
All I want to say, that's my last point. Getting late here. You're taking your preconceived notion and you're trying to fit these observations into it.
I mean,
of making observations and then seeing where that evidence leads you. So that's how you deal with it.
yeah, it is a little bit hard to hear you.
Yeah, you're
No, she's totally fine. She is totally fine to me. And I'm not even simping for her.
I was only hearing like every couple of words, and then she was cutting out for me.
That's weird and bizarre. So I'm usually the one that usually struggles with you guys, but okay, all right.
Little bit of a glitch on her too, just so you understand.
Yeah, I think I made my point. I didn't have anything else to say. It's just, you're not coming at it from an objective point of view.
Is that what you guys were talking about?
Yeah, there's a delay or something. Yeah, I guess there's some kind of delay, but yeah, go ahead,
You
Master
started
Chief. Go
off
ahead with
well,
your
and
point.
then in the middle you cut off.
Yeah, go ahead. I
Oh no. I apologize. I didn't mean to interrupt. It was I was just listening, and then he was talking about the fact of feeling or the thought, right? When us flat earthers, we go out there and we experience and look for ourselves and see for ourselves and experience it for ourselves. We don't believe, we know.
Yeah, the more things that I feel like I know, the less willing I am to like question or think or learn, because I feel like I already know it. So I usually try to leave room that I could be wrong about stuff. Even stuff I feel like I really know. I try to leave at least a little bit of room that I could be wrong.
I got a question. I talked to a physicist once, or he was claiming to be a physicist, and he said that you don't actually need to use the scientific method. There's a way to calculate probability, right? When dealing with certain papers, certain ways of analyzing things, you have better probability of the outcome being true. So would you agree that there's different levels of testing outside of the scientific method that could be true? Would you consider that, Roland?
Yeah, can you say it one more time? Because I feel like I didn't understand.
He said, outside of the scientific method, there's scientific studies to where you can calculate the probability of it being true, of how good, the margin of error is, right? Of how good the thing is, because you don't really know, right? You're not using the scientific method, so you don't know. Are you with me so far? This is what he said.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, so what if the flat earthers were saying, the reason and let's hypothetically here, let's say we couldn't see past 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. We couldn't, right? So let's pretend in this alternate universe universe somewhere. We can't see past it. And the flat earthers were saying, well, the reason you can't see past it, it's not because there's a geometric earth curve that keeps it from happening every time. It's really refraction. Like, how reliable of an argument would that be if flat earthers were the ones claiming the reason you can't see too far is because of refraction?
Whoa,
Did you get that? It's a little bit different than our normal reality. I had to change a few things. I got real hypothetical there with you. Go ahead, bro.
You don't even have to go hypothetical. The flat Earth arguments claim that there's light extinction that makes you only able to see a certain sort of not specified distance. So if I can't see it, if I can't see it, it's too far away. But it's never really said how far too far is.
That's not a globe. Can you hear me, Roland?
I didn't hear you.
Are the bottoms of the oceans black?
From pictures I've seen, I've never been there.
Right. So what's the problem with light
You're carrying a
extinction?
belief. Fucking light extinction. Terrible. You're carrying a belief, sir.
I'm not saying that like the idea of light extinction can't happen, but whether it explains some specific picture or photograph or observation, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't get it. What's your reason? What is your one proof, 100% irrefutable proof that you're on a globe? I don't get it, because you haven't said anything that is anywhere near getting close to convincing at all. Anyone listening to this just thinks, like Dandelion said, you are not looking at this objectively at all. You're not. It's a joke to you. Blasé, you don't care. That's the attitude I'm getting from you. You're just not getting, it's not real. Your life is just one big belief. Fantasy, it sounds like, and you're quite happy with that. Because flat earthers are here. We're here to stay. We're growing in numbers each year. And like I said earlier, you are a flat earther gonna be. I'm telling you that now. You heard it here first. Okay? We're being all cordial. We're dealing with you, but you're just not taking it in. You're not approaching it logically at all. It is provable that the earth isn't indeed moving, no curvature, and we're not in the vacuum of space. We have Stanley Kubrick telling us that he took part in the moon landing hoax. He helped to facilitate it with NASA. Stanley Kubrick, the best film director of all time. 1968, 2001, Space Odyssey. 1969, NASA goes to the moon. The footage of the film, from the film, 2001, and look at the Apollo missions, you'll see some similarities. There's lots. There's
if
lots.
I could just interject on that point you just made real quick, Jin, is also
yes, please, go ahead.
The footage from Stanley Kubrick's movie 2001 was more convincing than anything that we've seen that NASA's given us. You know what I mean? I suppose
Thank you very much.
There's an easy reason for that, because they can't. They had to make it crazy. They had to make it look crappy. Like, there's a whole reason behind that. But I'm sorry. I guess that was kind of a dumb point. Now that I think about it, I'm sorry.
That's what you said is perfectly correct. Yeah, Stanley Kubrick was the man, and he told us in those uncertain terms, he did it. So your approach, you're not serious. You can tell you're not serious at all. Nothing about your demeanor just here today, right now, listening to you. You're not serious at all. Nothing. I'm serious. I'm throwing the gauntlet down. I've whacked you on the head with it. Pay attention. Defend your position properly, at least. Give us something.
I'm a little behind on the conversation because I just came in. Did I hear Hank correctly with his last question? Did he ask if he thought the bottom of the ocean was black? Was that the question?
Yeah, that was right.
Okay.
I think he did.
Yeah, Hank was pointing out that not much light makes it to the bottom of the ocean.
There you go. Pitch black down there.
That's in response to, a comment that says it's the flat earthers' claim that there's light extinction, which it's not. That's nonsense. I think between like, I don't know, earlier with Paza and, refraction and then all of a sudden I come in here and we're talking about pancakes and sunlight. Like, bro, you and Paza actually, the last 2 to 3 days have come in here with just stupid arguments, the same ones we've always heard. And it's been like a cat and mouse game, right? We slap you guys around and you come back and you do kind of what Matthew Learns does and you just say, well, I think and I believe and I think and I believe. And it's like, bro, if you want to keep your ball, keep your ball. I just would the question I want to know is, why do you want that ball so bad?
Well, it's called SAD.
That's what I want to know too. Make an answer.
Yeah.
Why do you want the ball so bad, Boulder?
Yeah. Why are you
it's annoying too because they come in with the same silly questions and all say the same thing, but none of them can prove any of the claims that they're making, but they expect us to prove to them, well, what we say is the truth. That's not how it works. You have to prove to us.
I know. That's the thing. It's like, I saw Chicago across Lake Michigan. If you don't think it's there, that's your problem. I'm not living in your imaginary world. Boulder, why do you want to see the globe so bad?
Fantastic claims require fantastic proof. And those who make the claim that the Earth is indeed an oblate spheroid spinning in a vacuum of space have the burden of proof. Can you please prove that to us, at least?
You know what's sad too, Jen, is we can prove that the Earth is flat. They can't disprove our proofs that are laid out there, and people have been proving for. Yeah.
That's right. That's absolutely.
Anyway,
correct.
hello. It's nice to be on here and speaking to everybody right now.
Hello, Paul.
Nice one. Likewise. I just wish people to be a bit more serious on the topic matter, rather than be blasé. As if it's a given. It's not a given, mate. Hear that? We're here.
So, Jim, the question stands, buddy. Let's wait for rolling my boulder. Why do you want the ball so bad? Please tell us.
That was the exact question I was going to ask.
It's the status quo for me. It's what I have known, and for me, it makes sense. It explains most of my experience. Like you guys talk about, I go out and I experience the world. I feel like I experience it as a globe, so that's how it makes sense to me.
How, please?
Now,
can you give us
please elaborate
more
on
than that? Yeah, elaborate. Sorry. You go out your front door. You go out.
I don't.
One second. So which of your senses have you used to come to the conclusion that the Earth is a spinning globe? Which of your senses? Can you tell us?
Eyes.
You've seen the globe?
And have I seen the globe? Like, you mean from afar, like an astronaut? No.
You said that it makes sense to you. It makes sense to you that it's a globe.
Any of the curvature that we're asking for.
So which of your senses have you used to come to the conclusion that the Earth is a spinning globe?
I answered you. I said eyes.
So you use your eyes to see the globe?
But you responded no already, right? So what it is that your eyes convinced you is a globe? What is it that you saw? That's all we're asking.
Yeah, horizon. I mean, nothing that nobody has come in here and said before. I have no new arguments to give you guys.
No, you still did not provide us. You said your eyes saw something. What is it that your eyes saw?
Sure.
That's what Dempsey's asking.
Being at the beach. I grew up on the coast, being at the beach, watching boats, moon phases, how the sun comes up and shines on the moon, stars, all just kind of felt like they made sense to me. So it's not like one piece of evidence that's like so compelling. I was given an explanation. Everything that I saw matched what I had been told, and
what did you see? What
cool
did you see at the beach? What did you see at the beach?
He said boat.
The like container ships leaving the harbor and going
and
away.
what did you see? Can you describe it, please?
We need to talk about that for a second.
Yeah, can you describe that, please?
Not in a new way. That they go bottom up, right? The bottom disappears first, and the pilot house on top.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
It means it's consistent with it going over a curve, going over a horizon on a sphere.
Let's take that. Let's take that as you've said it, okay? So the ship, me and you were at the beach.
Time here, and we're back. The boat's going over a curve. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. I just want to take him out on this one. Listen, we're at the beach. We've watched the ship disappear from our eyesight. So in your belief and your understanding, the ship has gone over the curve. Is that correct?
That's right.
Is that correct? I didn't hear anything.
I said that's right.
That's right. Okay, good. So now, just hold that thought for a second. Now we're on a road. Okay, hang on. We're on a road now. Can I just let me take him through this? I'll only be 2 minutes.
You can continue. Let me add in one little tiny thing. So this curve is something physical. That's all. Hey, you need to chill. I'm sorry for interfering, but I just wanted to make sure because this is rolling my boulder. I just wanted to be sure that this curve is something physical that is obstructing everything. That's all.
Go on then. If you must, go ahead.
No, that's all I wanted to add in. That it's something physical.
Oh, right. I thought you wanted to add in a bit more than that.
No.
Okay,
That's it.
Thank you for that.
So
now
if you have a camera and you
can I not finish
your
what I'm
naked
doing?
eye loses sight of that boat, and you zoom in.
Hang on a second. Can I not? Hello.
Yeah.
Can I not finish
sorry,
what
Jim.
I'm doing?
Yeah. Finish your point.
Thank you.
Jim.
Let me finish. I'll be 2 minutes. Here we go. Look. So now we're on the road. Now we're now on the road. We're watching a sports car go over the hill. We're at the bottom of the hill. The car has gone over the hill now. Can we see that car? Once it's gone over the hill, can we see it?
Of course not.
Right. If I pick up a pair of binoculars and look for that car, can I see it? Can I see it with my binoculars? Can I?
Of course not.
Right. Now, we're back at the ocean. The ship has gone up from our eyesight. You said it's gone over the hill, gone over the curvature of the earth. But yet, I pick up my binoculars and, Lord and behold, there's that ship still in my binoculars' eyesight. What have I just proven to you?
That the naked eye can't see very far.
Right. And it didn't go over the curve, did it? Did it now?
You proved to me that the naked eye doesn't see very far.
Yeah, but you just said the ship went over the curve. You said it clearly.
Okay.
It went over the curve. You said you're at. Hang on. You said you're at the beach, right? The ship's gone over the curve. That's your strong proof or irrefutable proof that it's gone over the curve. That's your proof of curvature of the globe. But yet we picked up a pair of binoculars, and there it is.
But even with binoculars, eventually it's gone.
Okay, I pick up a more powerful vocal instrument, a more powerful one, and there it is again. Still there, I can see it. What is that proving?
Eventually it's gone. Eventually,
I'll pick up a more stronger. Listen, I'll pick up a more stronger optical. Now we're talking distance. Now, still hasn't gone over that curve though, has it? Do you understand?
We haven't done that together. You've left.
The question is, where does this curve begin? If I keep picking up optical equipment that's enabling me to see, I'm not seeing over curves because you've already said we don't see over curves. So what's going on? You see?
You do this and you show me something that's 100 miles too far away, and I will that day.
We have 273 miles. We have 273 miles.
Show it to me. Show it to me.
In this book of records, we have the railgun that can hit a target at 120 miles away.
That's not.
Hang on a second. We have radars that can see 2,000 miles.
Those aren't binoculars either.
it's still seeing past the curve, isn't it? No curve there.
Yeah, his point is you first said you saw this container ship disappear bottom up and you thought it was going behind the curve. You didn't have binoculars and didn't have a high zoom camera there either. If you had it, you could have brought it back. That's the whole point. You never saw this boat go over the curve. Never seen that, and you never will.
But you guys are also reaching too far. We haven't, like, he's never gone to the beach with me and pulled out the telescope and said, "Here, look, you actually can see it." And I don't believe him. I don't believe what he's saying.
Oh, so you don't believe now? So now you don't.
I don't believe you. No.
You don't believe now. Now that's your argument.
That's correct. I don't.
A little while ago, it went over the curb. But when we brought it to you that you can actually do this for yourself, look through a pair of binoculars, and there it is. Now you don't believe. Why don't you go and conduct that test so you can know, and it becomes no longer belief? Why don't you do that?
Yeah, that would be the way.
Go and do that then. That's what I mean by being serious. You may detect the urgency and the sternness of my voice is because I'm quite fed up with your blasé, relax, not taking it serious attitude. So I'm trying to fire you up. That's what I'm trying to do. Put some fire up your ass. Put some pepper in your stride. So you can urgently, earnestly go out there and prove to yourself that the earth is indeed a globe or not a globe. You can do this. You can do this. You've been to the beach.
I want to see you wake up, dude. Like, I want to see you go out there and be like, holy shit.
Shit, yeah. Okay, go do it, man.
I mean, Gizbo, I've done that. It's just been stuff that my reaction
You haven't done what I said.
I've had. No, I haven't done what you said, but I've had.
Go and do what I say then. Go and do that.
I've had that reaction.
Do that. That's all you've got to do. And then you ponder on it. How comes I'm still seeing it? I thought it went over the curve, but we don't see round corners and curves. So it must mean that it's level. And where does the curve begin? Many questions come from that situation. And we can see, we've got the Guinness Book of Records. We have 200 mile vision of Mount Fuji from Fukushima. It's in the Japanese Book of Records, longest distance. Fukushima. From Fukushima, you can see Mount Fuji, and that's the longest, 180 odd miles. Shouldn't be able to see that. There should be 5 miles of curvature. It's not there. We're seeing it.
We just destroyed his first example of his experiences, right? Of why he believes and why he feels like all his senses tell him that the Earth is sphere. So what was the second answer he gave after that? Because we just obliterated.
If I could just,
he doesn't want to believe.
If I could just finish off this disappearing over the curve, and that is when objects move away from you, the law of nature, this is nature's law, things disappear bottom upwards because of the angular resolution and your height and ability to focus on that bottom. Okay? That's the law of nature, angular resolution from your perspective, period. There's nothing else. That's a law. It's a law that is not subjected to your disapproval or whatever. That is the law.
I've heard people say that before and never understood it. And a couple of people tried to explain it to me, but I thought their explanation was garbage, honestly.
Right. Well, my explanation is crystal clear. Crystal clear.
Well, I don't know what this law of perspective is.
Well, it's natural law. It's natural law. So it doesn't come in like an Einsteinium or Newtonium or some kind of Wally. This is nature. What we all have to succumb to in the end. It's the law. Okay? It trumps all man's laws. All of them. All of them. And if you're a decent human being, you will understand that and pay respect to nature in that sense and understand that that's a law that is not subject to your disapproval, because you can walk on the pavement, on the sidewalk, you don't see this manhole cover, but suddenly it starts to appear. And then you get closer to it and then it becomes a full circle. When you move back, it disappears. Has it gone over any curve? No, it's the angular resolution. That's what it is. Simple as that. You see? Nature's law, it doesn't lie.
So, Roland, my brother, you've heard all of our empirical arguments, and apparently they don't satisfy your subjectivity. So, are you trolling in here? Like, what are you doing, bro? Come on now. It's been a few days. Why are you here?
Oh, I have definitely not heard everything. I was talking to QE last night about sextants, and he told me stuff about sextants that I hadn't heard before. So I definitely have not heard everything.
Well, who cares? I mean, did anything that he say satisfy you, or what?
No, nothing has satisfied me.
Okay, so why are you here? If there's nothing going to satisfy you, what do you want to know? What's going to be the silver bullet? Or are you just here to troll? Because that's what this is. Come on, man.
Do you think it is better for me to go sit in an echo chamber of people that think like I do and nobody challenges me on anything?
Isn't that what you want?
I was in here. I was in here with him with QE last night. I was in here with him with QE last night. Just repeating myself. And what I want to ask you is, do you think the horizon is the curvature of the Earth?
He doesn't anymore.
Hold on. I want to ask him directly. Do you think the horizon is the curvature of the Earth?
I don't. I feel like I don't know how to answer that question. I feel like the horizon is there because the Earth is curved, but I don't know if it is the curvature of the Earth.
Why would you think that? Who told you that?
Jin.
Who?
What?
I'm sorry. See, that's what trolling. That's what trolling looks like. No, what do you mean? Who told me that? That's like I've been taught that since whenever.
No, everybody, shut up. Let me ask him this question. I want to hear the pure answer. I mean, do you think the horizon of the Earth is the curvature of the Earth? I mean, the horizon that you see when you're looking across the ocean. Do you think that's the curvature of the Earth?
Yeah, I think that's the top of like that bulge that you would see in a curve calculator.
Right.
All right. So when you move higher and then it moves away from you, then the horizon is, you can see further, but it's still the curvature of the Earth, and it's blocked. There's a bulge there somewhere that you can find if you had the right instruments and all that kind of shit, right?
Yeah, like if we went to a mountain range, and there were like big mountains and little mountains, and we could like move up and down and see.
We do this over water. We do this over water for a reason. Let's not talk about mountains, land masses.
Okay.
I mean, we do have some mountain observations, but they're over very large distances. But
we also have Addis. We also have Addis that was just checked in. So Addis, if you've got any questions about the flat Earth, we're here to talk to you.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, I mean, he's obviously like being kind of dishonest because we talked to him last night. So yeah, if new people want to jump in, everybody just give them leeway here because it's frustrating, man. We've already talked to you about this.
I'm just kind of here to listen, and I don't really have anything to contribute right now. But thanks for welcome.
No, cool. Have you heard about this before? I mean, have you talked to us? Anyone about
feel free to jump in.
I kind of been waiting for everybody to settle down on Roland. I'd like to ask him some questions about the gift that I posted. If anyone else is finding someone else to talk to.
We're actually, Hank, just catching up on the live stream. I haven't been looking at it.
Yeah, I think I've showed it to you before. It's a Skunk Bay gift. And I just want to point out that you guys are claiming that the boat is disappearing from the bottom up because it's going over the curvature. But I can demonstrate to you with that gift, right, that if that was a boat on the other side of the bay instead of land, that it would appear that it was being disappeared from the bottom up. And it doesn't have anything to do with curvature because the bay of the Earth is getting bigger and smaller and shrinking and inflating and deflating.
Where's the thing that you're talking about?
The gift that I posted like probably 15 minutes ago, because I've been waiting for a minute. It's the Skunk Bay gift.
Oh, okay, the one of that bay with the like sailboats and stuff.
Yeah.
Maybe post it again. Can you post it again?
No, I found it.
Well, other people might want to look at it while you're talking about it.
Sure, I can post it again. Give me just a second. Or someone will post it for me. But yeah, I just want to point out that thank you, sir. We can show how things are disappearing from the bottom up due to refraction. Meanwhile, you guys are like saying, well, refraction, I know what that is. That's the thing that causes us to see further. And I'm showing you, no, like this is actual refraction. Well, I don't want to call it refraction, but I'm using it as, the
it is, Hank. It's refraction.
It's not.
Right,
but it's distortion.
No, it's not. It's not refraction. Take that shit back right now.
No, it's distortion. It's distortion.
Well, call it whatever you want. It's not refraction, or I'll have you define that.
No. Yeah, it's distortion due to atmospheric interference.
Atmospheric conditions, really, atmosphere. That's a paradox.
I know that, but how else can you describe it? I mean,
how else can I describe it? Well, not with fairy tale refraction. That's for one thing.
Well, also not with atmosphere because
it's a paradox.
Right. The gas is not spherical.
Please continue.
Spherical. Anyway, go
you
ahead.
too, Hank.
Yeah, so like I said, I'm only using the word refraction so that
don't use it. Just don't use it.
Okay.
How about that?
What word should I use to describe?
Yeah, I'll tell you what. There's a lot of reasons why, right? But it's their responsibility if they say ships are going beneath the fairy tale horizon that they don't know what the fuck it is. Then it's their responsibility. That's a cause and effect relationship. So they're going to have to show that by experiment. Not you. It's not your job to explain it. It's their claim. Right? So have them do it. See where you get.
That Skunk Bay town mass where the horizon moves up and down and up and down.
Yeah? What's that? That's not atmospheric refraction. You better delete that shit.
No, it's not. Not necessarily. No.
You ever heard of tides before? Perhaps. I'm just spitballing. Ships going below the horizon. What about laden ships versus ships that are empty? How about that one? That's just off the cuff. Right? What about what you don't know? Which is fucking a lot. Right? Never thought of that.
I think about that all the time.
Resolution lost.
Let's get into that subject. What about laden ships versus unladen ships? Would that make a difference? You think?
Well, as far as viewing them on the horizon, I don't think that would make a difference.
Oh, you don't think that a ship that it's heavily laden will disappear from the bottom up? Really?
I don't think that it should be looked at that way. I mean,
it shouldn't be looked at that way, right?
What? Wait, so a heavier ship
high?
Or a heavier ship can sink before or sink on the horizon before
don't worry about the horizon.
Okay, so that's what we're talking about. We're talking about the horizon, bro.
Will the ship be deeper in the water? We ain't talking about the fucking horizon.
Okay,
What horizon?
well, that's what we were talking about before you jumped in.
That's what we were talking about when you said atmosphere.
Anyway, yes, a heavily laden ship will sink, lower below sea level, than a lighter laden ship,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I know. It's all good.
All right. So, continue, Hank.
Thank you, sir. So, what I'm demonstrating here...
they keep on saying refraction. You're like, fucking refraction. That must be... The Jedi mind tricked you.
You're right. Let me rephrase. So what the globe earthers are calling refraction is actually working against them here in this GIF, because what it's actually doing is making the other side of the bay, or whatever object would be over there, disappear from the bottom up. So this is quite a problem for you guys, because you're claiming that refraction makes you see farther, but here I'm demonstrating this so-called refraction. It's making you not see very far. That's the opposite of what you guys claim. So you guys need to demonstrate something like this, right, where we can see I don't know, that second line back there, pull up an island that used to not be there. Like bring something, over the horizon, right, when refraction happens, because that's what you guys claiming is what happens. You're seeing
Well, I'm
things that
not
we
playing
shouldn't be
with
able
them
to
anymore.
see because of the so-called refraction. And I'm saying, no, this is covering stuff up from the bottom up, which is what your curvature is supposed to be doing. So it's the opposite of reality, what you guys are saying. And, if you, at least don't lie, right? Be honest.
You're
The
saying it's
so-called
covering up
refraction.
You're saying it's covering up that little like peninsula from the bottom up.
Yeah, that's what it looks like to me. What does it look like to you?
Peninsula.
I actually don't know where this is from or what that is, but it looks like
Well,
a peninsula.
No, peninsula is a description of land above water. I don't know how you get that.
Yeah, I thought that's what Hank was talking about. Am I wrong, Hank?
Land surrounded by water on three sides of the peninsula.
So what I'm saying is that what you guys are calling refraction is making this land on the other side of the bay disappear from the bottom up. That's what it looks like to me, right? Now, if you think it looks like something else, please tell me, but it looks like they're flooding over there and the water is rising and, they're going to drown pretty soon or whatever, because it looks like the water is rising. Because see, there's that line there that doesn't move, and then the horizon in front of the bay is moving up and down. Do you see that? Is that what you're seeing, Roland?
Yeah, you're talking about like the coastline near to us.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So this is what is supposed to be your Earth curvature, but this is actually refraction. And then, I'm sorry, this is actually what you guys are calling refraction. So it can't be both, right? So it has to be one or the other. Is the Earth curve causing it to disappear from the bottom up?
I don't think so. I don't know. I this is the first time
I don't think so
I've
either.
heard this explanation of what's happening, and I don't know. I honestly don't know.
I don't think so either. I think it's atmospheric conditions and stuff that you guys call refraction.
I think all of the I think all of the sailors in Skunk Bay know how to sail in Skunk Bay, and they don't ever really think about this.
Is that what this is, Skunk Bay?
Is that what you're talking about, Hank? Skunk Bay? You talking about
Yeah,
that?
that's a time lapse of Skunk Bay.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
And the line is there.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Time lapse footage. Go ahead, brother.
Hank, I know how to explain this phenomenon. Can I try? Yeah. Things when they are warm, they dilate, and when it's cold, they contract. So the land is squeezing, it's contracting, and there is little land when it's cold. And when it's warm, it dilates and it's bigger.
That's pretty funny.
That's trolling. That's what trolling looks like, everyone.
Yeah.
He made me laugh. Yeah, it's the land inflating and deflating. Right.
It's like
so
in that time lapse, you can see ships sailing, all across Skunk Bay. They know what's going on. They're not concerned about flat Earth or globe Earth. They're just sailing there in Skunk Bay.
QE, do you think a flat earther made this GIF or a globe-tard made it? Who do you think made this?
Which one?
The one that Hank's talking about.
Yeah,
the one that Dandelion posted.
Skunk Bay was here before that GIF was here.
Yeah.
That GIF was here before most of you arrived here in Flat Earth. By the way,
yeah, it's been here a while.
Yeah,
2015 at least.
Now, what's your question?
What do you think? What do you think the sailors think about Skunk Bay? They just sail in Skunk Bay, and then they dock and do sailing and shit.
Where's the horizon in this GIF?
In the background.
Yeah,
that's the actual horizon.
Yeah,
way
exactly.
back there.
Yeah, it's way the fuck back there.
What's the top white line supposed to be?
Just for you to give like an objective line compared to the real horizon. So you can see the real horizon, it's not really moving that much. It's the one in front that you're supposed to be paying attention to because it's the one that makes things disappear from the bottom up. And if we can see that happening, right, then we're never going to have to explain, well, you guys claim that boats are going over the horizon. Yeah, nice try, guy. Right? Things disappear from the bottom up.
Look
That's
at the top.
atmospheric conditions.
Yeah. Look at the top white line,
with the
man.
curve.
It's way.
Because the bay's too short. The bay's too small. Like between the two pieces of land, it's far too small for this to be curvature.
Right, but that wouldn't be curvature. But there's another line, another white line in that GIF. The horizon in the background never touches that top white line, but it's still way
So
back.
if you guys still believe that boats go over the horizon and disappear from the bottom up after watching this GIF, I would say that you must think that we live in a vacuum because you don't understand how light works through a medium. And I would never claim it no more. I would never claim that things disappear from the bottom up because globe. Right? That's just affirming the consequent. It's a logical fallacy. You can't prove that. Not now, especially. Right?
No, I don't expect I could prove that.
Well, can you prove that the Earth is a globe through any other means?
I think I've heard most of the globe proof arguments, and
yeah, I think I have too.
And I don't think any of them have convinced anyone here, and I am not a smart enough guy to come up with new ones, so I don't think so.
Not about being smart; it's about having common sense. Because some of us are smart, some of us see the world as it presents itself naturally. You don't have to believe anybody. You can go experience the Earth as it is, as it presents itself. People tell you about Spaceballs spinning around everywhere, but you've never experienced that, right? So you can either believe them or not. They can give you all the.
I'm curious. Last night, when Roland, aka Sisyphus, was talking with QE, did QE ever call him a pretender clown? Ever get him in a gotcha, or was it a pretty cordial conversation because Sissy kept it clean?
Sure.
What about the prices?
Oh, you said you were there. Oh, okay, yeah. Let's talk about China.
Who was that?
I'm just kidding. I was just kidding.
Somebody was about to say, "What about the price of tea in China?"
I've actually seen him in here for like maybe the last 2 or 3 weeks, off and on. And when he can't disprove something, he backs away, and he just argues what nobody else can prove.
I mean, am I supposed to like lie and try to convince you of stuff that I can't, or make up bullshit that's not true?
Honest,
I mean, if I don't know, I don't know.
Hell no. We hate that
sure.
shit. Yeah, if you say you don't know, we respect that.
Hey, I'll tell you what. If we don't know something, we'll tell you we don't know something. Or at least for the most part, everybody I know, that's a trusted member of this server. If we're gonna have this an open dialogue, we're gonna try to tell you to the best of our knowledge what we do know and what we've come across. And if we're going to give speculation, we're going to tell you it's speculation. So it's not like we're lying to you. We're just trying to help you open your mind to come up, once you've come across this information, to help you move along or at least introduce you to the same ideas that we've come across. You can come up to your own conclusions after you've seen the information. It's not, nobody here is trying to convince you.
The thing is, though, his argument, he's listened to all of our arguments, he's seen all of our proofs, and he hasn't presented one proof himself from the other side. Even though he refuses to let it go. That's what he was raised on. That's what he lives by, swears by, and nobody's going to convince him otherwise. Keep showing him all of our proofs because that's what he wants.
I mean, do you want me to regurgitate what other Globers say? I will. But I mean, to what end? Because you're going to push me on it, and you're going to hit my I don't know limit because there's a lot of stuff I don't know. So, I mean, if you want me to argue the globe proofs, I will. But
nobody's trying to get you to do that, bro. Come on, man. You already know. You should know that by now. You should know that by now.
Xanax it to you. You could be Xanix's protege. Did you know you had an intern, Xanix?
What are you talking about, rolling my boulder, man? You've been here for several days. You know we're not trying to do that. You know.
Like,
I mean, I'm trying to.
Been here for weeks. Well, it used to be called Sisyphus. Yes.
What is evidence
Oh yes,
to you? What is evidence to you? What is evidence to you, vulnerable?
Evidence to me is what Hank put. That GIF. That's evidence.
And
evidence is facts.
That's not a fact. Let's see.
That video, that GIF that Hank put up there is not a fact.
What GIF was it? Where's the GIF? I don't know how far up that is.
The Skunk Bay gift. All right. The well, don't even mind that. The Black Swan picture is a fact.
Do you think anything can be? Do you think anything can be proven ideologically?
How many of you guys? I personally tend to believe in the bowl Earth. Is anybody else here on that train? Or
no, you're the only one.
Welcome to the server. Welcome to the server.
Thank you.
Yeah. How did you find us?
I was DM'd a link to the server.
What made you live on a ball Earth?
No, I didn't say ball. I said bowl.
Oh yeah, you're alone with that one. Whoever said that, the therapist. Right. How about CG? Hey there, CG. Welcome to the server.
Is it like
hello? Good to be here.
Yeah. Where do you think you live?
I live on the edge of the Earth. I'm on the flat Earth.
On the the edge is
You don't
pretty
claim
cold.
an edge.
I'm just playing. Anyway, my bad. I'll
Yeah, you don't have to be a flat earther to be here. I'm sure they told you that in the check-in, right, CG?
They told me all the rules. I'm just trying to learn. I just want to listen in and kind of get a good feel for the place.
Have you ever talked to anyone about this before?
No, this is definitely the first time I'm talking about the flat Earth.
All right, cool. Go ahead, Dandelion. I'm sorry for interrupting.
Oh yeah. Okay. So yeah, I mean, it just sounds like from your comment about the edge, you might have heard some of the propaganda put out there, which are straw man models about what flat Earth actually means, and none of those are what we adhere to. So basically, we're mostly here just during the globe claims. I mean, that's 24/7 job, as the name implies. So we don't even have to really spend a lot of time making models, bowls, or anything else, like your buddy there said. All we have to do is point out that the globe has zero scientific evidence, meaning no testable, repeatable, verifiable evidence, no proof of curvature nor rotation anywhere. That's your fairy tale, bad science fiction religion, and we don't believe in your fantasy world. We prefer to live in reality. That's the short version. Did you have any questions about that? Any of these new people that just came in? Denial or CG? Any of the other people? Addis?
No, it sounds interesting to me. I'm just here to listen.
What part was the most interesting?
Well, you shouldn't fear asking questions because coming from the mainstream narrative, which we all came, we all been globe earthers before.
I would say for the new people that just want to learn, I would say just the most minimal amount of participation, you learn a lot more, right? Because if I'm speaking, I want to know that you're listening, and if I say, does that make sense to you, right? That some truths are objective, like, did you eat food in your life? And you say, yeah, there are some things that are true, like the fact that I eat food. That's a true statement. It's not subjective. So if we can get past that hump, that'd be great. So can everyone agree here that there are objective truths? Like, here's one for example. Sometimes the sky is blue. Is that true?
I think that's even a difficult question, right? Because
on game, like for real.
Because what if like I think we've all seen The Matrix, right? Like what if I don't eat food? What if I just perceive myself
TV.
as eating
That's
food?
TV though. So this is the real world, right? So in the real world, right? Do you sleep sometimes? Do you eat food?
I think
Use
I
the
do, but
bathroom.
I think I do, but
There's no think, bro. Do you experience it?
But that's what I'm saying. The answer, that's a different question, right? If I experience it, is a different question from whether or not it happens.
I don't think so. See,
Bobby, have you ever
that's
done
the number
acid,
one
bro?
problem.
Go to sleep.
Yes, I've done ayahuasca, but I know that I've eaten food before. I know it, right? I've
But
experienced it.
you know, when you did
It's happened.
ayahuasca, were you really having sex with that space lizard? Like I wasn't,
No,
but I thought I
that's
was.
not what happened to me. Yeah, that's not what happened to me. It was different. So, okay, here's the deal. We can't really have a conversation if we can't get past this hump, because things are objectively true or they're not. And if everything is subjective, well, then Pol Pot was a good guy when he mass murdered like millions of Cambodians who were trying to read and write. Is that something you would consider to be subjectively true? 3 generations is enough? Get the fuck out of my way.
If Pol Pot mass murdered a bunch of Cambodians, if that's what actually happened,
Did I get it wrong? Pol Pot. Yeah, that was Cambodia, right?
I mean, if it happened,
It just seemed, yeah, sure. I mean, that may or may not have happened in the way that it's described or whatever. He seems like everything that you're saying, Hank. He's just like, well, if that happened this way, I mean, it's like
I'm a skeptic. I'm a skeptic.
I know, but check this out. You're hype. It sounds like you're hyper skeptic. Like you live in the matrix. It's like I don't even know if I'm actually alive, and I'm just like, so I can just discount everything that anybody says, whether glow, flat, fucking what, any liberals, conservative. Just like I can just be hyper freaking skeptic. That's a little too far, bro. Have you ever experienced something? You're just like, oh, I'm just gonna discount everything,
No, but I'm not discounting anything. What I'm just saying is when I'm asked if something is an empirical truth, the answer is nothing is an empirical truth. But I do agree with. I'll agree with you that if I perceive
nothing is empirical truth. You are not the son of your parents.
I couldn't hear you. There was a death cough that sort of.
Are you talking on Discord right now, or is that subjective?
I mean,
he might be talking in the Matrix, which it's kind of is.
He doesn't even know if he's talking on
sort
Discord.
of true, but it's Discord.
You guys, I'm really not trying to upset you here. I'm being honest and earnest.
No, but I just want you to get really honest, because you brought up the Matrix as if we're gonna let you get away with just saying, oh well, anything could be objectively or subjectively true in any way because so and so is true and so and something that I've seen.
Let me
as
try
if
it
we're
like
going to let
this.
you get away with that. Go ahead, Hank.
Let me try it like this. So let's say, right, and this is hypothetical, right? Let's say you were in excruciating amount of pain. You're all boys, right? So let's say you broke your femur, right? Snapped it in 2, right? It's the largest bone in your body. It's going to be one of the most painful. Yeah, one of the most painful injuries. At the time that you're receiving all those pain signals to your brain, are you going to wonder if you're actually in pain?
The fuck does
See, now that you're comfortable, right?
This is an ironic. This is an ironic question to me because I was actually on a jet ski going about 30 miles an hour and I hit a dock and I broke both of my femurs, and it was extremely painful. It was easily the worst experience of my life. And no, I didn't wonder anything. I just felt the pain, and it was awful. But it was also sort of a wonderful experience in terms of having felt that pain. I think I've come to a point where I'm closer to the ability to sort of let external stimuli flow through me and exist with them rather than react to them.
Oh, like
you've embraced it now. But you want to embrace it
I broke my tibia and fibula like pretty bad, and I had to have surgery. I have titanium in my body now.
You became more prone to masochism, or
no?
I hate it. I still hate it to this day.
Come on,
these new guys need just a flat Earth 101 here about either the long distance observations or the
maybe. Yeah, let's get
anybody
back
feel
to
like talking about that?
Yeah.
I'll just give you a brief version there, new people, and then, if anybody else wants to add, they can. So basically, we're given these set dimensions for this globe they say we live on. They say the radius is 3,959 miles, but when we test this in reality, we see too far. And as I mentioned earlier, there's never been any proof of curvature or rotation. That's just a story you were told. You were told when you were very young. So it's emotionally charged topic for you, as well as being just generally, an indoctrination and so on, which is propped up by the media and by your fear of stepping outside of the consensus state, and your belief that somehow flat earthers are, lower forms of human beings, when actually my experience has been the people who understand that the globe is nothing but a bad science fiction novel and a superstitious belief are actually some of the most interesting people to be around. So hope you stick around. You don't have to be a flat earther to be here, as I might have mentioned previously, but hopefully if you open your mind and you learn something and don't just come in here assuming that you live on a spinning ball or thinking that nothing matters, you might pick something up.
Well, I hope I didn't. I hope that I didn't imply that nothing matters. I think that the thing that I was just trying to say is that I'm not convinced of anything, and I don't think that the flat Earth theory is in any way crazy. I applaud you guys for coming together and creating a community around it. I really was only expressing the belief that. I'm not sure of anything, which I think I'm sure that there's a lot of people. I'm as close to sure as I can be, right, without being sure of anything. That there are a lot of people. There are a lot of people here that feel the same way.
Number one, it's not a theory, not a scientific theory. Flat Earth or a sphere Earth, neither one are scientific theories. Number two, this is not a belief server. You're not sure of anything.
I mean, there's a Bible portion of this server, right?
Does water exist?
Seems like it does.
Yeah, so you must be sure of that.
Well, no, I'm not.
You're not sure water exists. Thanks. Prosecution rests.
Well, I didn't know I was being prosecuted, but you're
always being prosecuted.
That's not what I came here for.
Well,
bro, water is just, bro.
So,
bro, you tripping, bro. Are you off the shrooms or some shit? Water exists, bro.
Well, wait, hold on. Clearly you can understand that.
It's weird that it should be this hard for him to admit that water exists. This is weird.
Well, but wait. Think about that. That's just our current understanding of what water is, right? I mean, they had a totally different understanding 1,000 years ago. So I can understand where this guy's coming from.
Really? What did they have? What
do you think he goes that deep into that?
Citation,
well,
please.
What he was saying.
Citation.
Well, wait, did you think that they knew it was 2 hydrogens and an oxygen back then?
Say that.
No, but
did I say anything about hydrogen and oxygen?
No,
I just said water.
Well, I mean, but you told me it doesn't exist or not.
Water. You went to hydrogen and oxygen. I just said water. Water.
What's the difference?
What's the difference between what?
Between water and 2 hydrogens and 1 oxygen.
Well, back in those days, they didn't know about hydrogen and oxygen, but they knew what water was.
Isn't that what he just said?
Right. Shut your fucking mouth.
What the hell? Why would they argue that?
Wait.
That's weird to me. Why would somebody argue about that? That's weird.
Because he's an Elmer Fudd sophist.
I'm really not. I'm not here to.
Yeah, you really are.
No,
What's the scientific theory?
Why would you argue about whether water exists?
You have no idea what we do down in the Bible. You have no idea.
Hey, Rally.
Give us some explanations. And we'll give you some rolls. But give us some explanations of what's going on, what you really know is going on.
I'm not sure who you're asking. Are you asking me?
Yes, we all are asking you.
Oh, I don't think that I know that anything is going on. I'll tell you what I can tell you what I believe based on perception.
This is not a belief server. You need to go to a religious server if you're into beliefs.
Yeah, beliefs belong.
Why are there Bible channels in this server? Though?
Well,
you want to talk to people about the Bible?
Wait a second. Hold on a second, Helio.
I'm sorry, bro.
This is like not a very welcoming.
Shut the fuck up. Why is there Bible channels after I told you to go to a belief server? I don't believe that there is a creator. I know there's one and can prove that. So, what do you got to say about that?
Thank you.
What do you got to say about that?
It was hard to hear you because some people were yelling and
All
you
right, so I don't believe there's a creator. I know. So there's a difference between knowledge and belief. Do you know what that is? What's the difference between those two words?
knowledge and belief.
Yep.
I suppose that knowledge requires intractable faith. And
no.
Yeah.
No.
And
Citation, please.
How do you know anything?
Faith.
I'm gonna give you a hint. Evidence. Evidence. Physical evidence.
Extremely agnostic.
Let me just get 15 seconds.
You can know something if you have physical evidence to prove it.
Can I get 15 seconds here?
No. You're an empty dipshit that doesn't know water exists. Take your 15 seconds and shove it up there.
Yeah, give him half a second.
Yeah, shove it up your ass.
We can physically prove that this place is created. So
I can physically shove it up your ass.
What's on the other side of the flat Earth?
Ooh.
I'm a noob, sorry.
Other side?
Asians, bro.
Hey, there's on the other side of the flat Earth from where I am is Australia, I guess. I mean, I'm in North America. So.
I think he means the bottom, like what's underneath the other side of the disc.
Wait, hold on. It's like a disc, right?
I don't know what the whole Earth
No
looks
one here.
like.
Hold on. Nobody here claims a disc, Addis. That's something that you need to understand. That there is that. I mean, I don't blame you.
Well,
That's
the
a common
Bible uses the
misconception.
word circle.
I'm a noob, sorry.
Okay. Well, a common.
Is it more like a column?
Biblically speaking, it says circle.
I'll finish my answer to Addis, and then if other people have a question, they can continue after that. So anyway, it's a common misconception with badly done memes and disinformation from disreputable organizations such as the Flat Earth Society that flat earthers think they're disc flying through space, and we do not think that at all. So that's the first thing you need to do is to just kind of get all that nonsense out of your head. Setting up straw man models is a common form of fallacious reasoning that people use in order to discount something without actually presenting the argument, bring up some kind of easy thing to knock down so that they can continue on in their globe delusion. Right, somebody else had a question?
No, if he's some questions, I mean, just like you were saying, I'm going to say this really quick. Yeah, no one here in the server that is a flat earther thinks that we're the third disk from the sun inside the solar system or anything like that. There's a totally different description that we can't fully explain because we can't fully explore, and we don't know what Earth is, but we know it's definitely not what they told us. That's my opinion on it. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, it's definitely not a globe, and also the sky and the celestial bodies, they are not what they tell us.
So, Addis, do you understand that we're just accepting the Earth the way it presents itself? So, Addis, when you look outside, have you ever seen curvature? Have you ever experienced rotation of any kind?
I mean, curvature, yeah. I mean, when I'm on a plane, I see curvature. When I'm, I see the curve of the horizon.
Really?
No, you can't.
Yeah.
Really? Can you define curvature for us?
Well, it looks curved.
Yeah, I want you to define curvature. You use the term, so you must know what it means. Define curvature.
I'm not here to argue. I'm going to be honest. I'm a noob at this, so I'm trying to understand what I'm trying to hear what you guys are saying, and because, like you said, I have my whole life I've been told it's a globe, blah blah blah. So I'm just trying to tell you where I'm coming from right now.
You didn't
It's
see
not
any
about being
curvature from any plane, by the way. You're flying right in the face of one of your high priests, Neil deGrasse Tyson, that said you can't see curvature from 128,000 feet. So in your last plane flight, did you go 128,000 feet or higher?
What?
Oh, goodness gracious. I'll say it one more time. One of your high priest, maybe not your personal high priest, but in general, the high priest of the globe-tard religion states that you can't see curvature from 128,000 feet. You said you seen it from your last plane flight. So that must mean that your last plane flight, are you still following, must be greater than 128,000 feet. Is that true? Or are the windows fucking curved? Right? So, do you think water exists? Good?
Could I ask a question about the motivation for hiding?
No, we're not into motivations. That's subjective bullshit.
No, I'm sorry. The motivation for why this would be held from, like,
that's the motivation, right? Yeah, you're not asking about motivation, but you want to know about motivation. That's a good one.
Well, wait.
Do you believe in water?
I'm sorry. What?
We're not into motive. Motive is secondary or tertiary to the evidence. Correct?
Well, I guess what I'm trying to do is work backwards because you're saying Neil deGrasse Tyson.
That's right.
As a high priest, I'm curious, like, what would he have to gain? Because
high priest, hey, who cares? That's what he said. Who cares? What would he have to? I don't know what he would have to gain. Am I Neil deGrasse Tyson?
Food. He has food to gain.
I think the tone has gotten really combative since
I don't care. You're oh, we got another sniveling Sally.
Wait, what? No, I think, sir, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm saying, if you understand what their motivations are, maybe you can.
No, motive. That's motive or intent fallacy. You know, that's a logical fallacy, by the way.
Well, I'm not sure if you work backwards from someone's motivation.
No, you don't know their motivation. There's no way you could tell that their motivation.
Wait, that's not a fallacy. I'm asking you what.
Let me give you an example. I'll give you an example. You have Alice, Bob, and Victor, right? They were friends since childhood. They grew up together, the best of friends. Now, Bob and Victor went on after high school. They went to college and university, and they went into forensics. They were friggin' detectives, right? Federal detectives. Alice, she was just her own, person. And they kept in touch. And Alice was she never had a harsh word for anyone. Never said anything bad about anyone. One day, Bob and Victor get a call. There's a murder. Address? Alice's house. So Bob and Victor rush over there, right? And they see Alice. Again, she's strangled and got knives in her. And they're going over and over in their minds the motive for killing Alice. After about 4 hours, after they went through every possible motive anyone could ever have, they decided that Alice is not dead. See where I'm coming from? My word.
No, I don't think.
No, you don't get that, right? Does water exist?
No, I don't think that's actually analogous to what I was
Does water exist?
Wait, sir, I don't think that was analogous to what I was saying, though.
You don't think. All. Why?
Well, because I was saying, if you have a hypothesis of what their motivation might be.
What's a hypothesis?
Do they exist? I don't know.
Jesus, you're a cluster.
Let me ask you differently. Have you ever been thirsty?
I think he's thirsty to troll.
I don't think I was trolling.
You're getting it back.
Serious question. I think you were mad at the guy before me and took it out on me, and that's okay.
Oh, we don't give a fuck what you think, man. You're defining our thoughts now?
Well, you've been asking me questions about
what's my favorite color? Let's test that divining acumen you got. What's my favorite color?
I don't know. What?
Yeah, There you go. You're combining.
So hostile towards nude.
I hypothesize
I'm
green.
going to go with yellow.
No. That's the color of his
interesting.
spine. That was the color of his
Is all
spine.
these Globers always ask us what their motivation
Dandelion
is to
got
lie,
that. Thanks.
but they never ask us
That's a
what
good one.
our motivation is because they think we're lying.
No, I don't think that. I don't know. I mean, that's a huge leap in logic, especially after you told me I committed a
Logic?
logical
What's
fallacy.
logic?
That's right, Paul.
Oh God!
Wait, I think you're really.
Yeah, you're
mad
just
about the
using
guy with the
words you
water.
don't know their meanings, right?
Well, I think you're really mad at the guy about the water.
Yeah, what?
I didn't mean
Who
to.
gives a fuck what you think? You're fucked. You're done. Go back to Romper Room with that other concerned idiot. Didn't know fucking water existed.
Is he the product of participation trophies?
This is pathetic. Say again?
Huey, you are a globe heretic.
Does anyone know about the NASA rockets, about how they like curve?
I forgot my mic was open, and I just came back in the room. Holy shit, that was hilarious.
Yeah, rockets are dependent on a flat Earth. Welcome to flat Earth.
No, but I just
Listening
wanna know,
has a
like,
question.
when
Go
they-
ahead, listening.
when the rockets curve, does anyone know like where they go? Do they just go into the water?
Away from your view, away from you. You can't see them anymore. Up and down. They go up and then they go down.
Man, that's crazy. I used to want to work for NASA when I was little, but like now I just like this is disappointing.
What
they
did
don't
you
make
think you
you
would do
money.
for NASA when you wanted to work for NASA? What did you think you would do for them?
Are you
I don't even
gonna,
know.
were you going to be an artist, a CGI expert, drama coach?
I
What?
low key, I wanted to make rockets.
Hey, I want you guys. Hold on, Rocky Man.
Diver.
I want you guys to look at what I posted, right? In the live stream voice text. Can you guys see that? In the room above this one? At 41 minutes after the hour, Hank Hill posted Earth is flat, Russian vids. Can you see that? In the live stream voice text?
Are you asking our new friends?
Yeah.
Can you
I'm
reply
asking
to
them
it?
to look. Well, I just posted it. Like, not even a minute ago.
No, all we
What was
see
it? What was it again? I'm
all
looking.
we
I
see-
honestly can't see
hold
it.
on, Hank. All we see is Michikaku.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to get them to click on. Right? Because they think that all this is scientific, and I was just going to go over like the scientific method. I don't know if it's going to get through to them because I don't know if shoestrings exist or if it's just part of the matrix. But yeah, I mean, is water wet?
Sewing strings.
No. Does water exist? Is the question, Hank.
Yeah.
Water's only wet when she's happy to see you.
Would it be wet if it
Water
existed?
isn't wet; it just makes things wet.
All right, let's keep it clean, guys.
Right. So did you guys see the video where he said that nobody I know of in my field actually uses the so-called scientific method? Did you guys see that part? It's pretty interesting, right? Because this is Michio Kaku, right? This ain't some low-hanging fruit. Like, this is the guy that's always being presented by the press, the media. This is one of their shining stars, right? And he's saying that they use leaps of logic. I would call those logical fallacies, because that's what a leap of logic is, essentially, right? It's a logical fallacy.
Is there any like astronomer or physicist that isn't a flat Earth that I could read about?
Guys, I'm gonna go pee.
You're asking for an astronomer that isn't a flat earther?
That is a flat earther, or someone with like a like a PhD or something in
Bro, I'm right in the middle of talking about this guy and what he's talking about, Like, have you not been hearing me talking this whole time?
No, someone who is a flat earther. I mean, Michio Kakuite.
You're asking for a flat Earth physicist?
Yes.
He completely missed, I think, the point, Hank, of what you were just trying to explain. I think it went right over his head. Clearly, maybe you need to explain it again.
No. Someone who like talks and analyzes this stuff, who has like a PhD in one of these degrees.
This guy has a PhD.
Someone who talks about flat Earth and analyzes it and is pro flat Earth, makes pro flat Earth arguments.
Why?
Dude, you're literally talking about the person trying to explain that he is the fucking expert. Let him fucking talk and don't interrupt them. Jesus Christ.
So what I'm pointing out to you is this guy admits that there's no science in cosmology, theoretical astrophysics, or astronomy. Zero science. It's all philosophy, bro. Zero science.
That's why I was asking if you want me to play this PhD astrophysicist
one video,
saying,
someone
but
who like writes on this and makes
20. It's 23 seconds long.
I didn't hear you ask that.
All right, cool. Can everybody stop talking while I play it? It's 23 seconds.
No, thank you.
Oh shit! It's not working. Hold on, let me just play it through my microphone.
Is it over?
No, it's not even started yet. Hold on. Play it through.
Are we there yet? Do you know what PhD stands for?
Do you know what PhD stands for? It's a doctor of philosophy.
Yeah, so you're just wanting somebody's philosophy? You want somebody that's a philosopher?
All right. Anyway, here's 23 seconds. Here we go. I'm going to play it.
Science, we always say that you make observations, you have a theory, you can go make more observations, and it's a very, very tedious process. Wrong. Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. In our field, it's by the seat of your pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork. It's guesswork. It's guesswork.
Guesswork. Fortune telling.
Did you guys hear that? I don't know if it was loud enough. But anyway.
No, I think you have to play that last part again.
No, we don't.
No, we don't.
No, it's good. We all heard it. So here's the thing, guys. If you really want to know, right, what we're all about, it's all about the opposite of what he's talking about. We don't like logical fallacies. We don't like bias. We don't like guesswork, right? We like that which is verifiable, preferably via the scientific method. Do you guys know what the scientific method is? You guys, do you even science, bro?
Can you give me someone with like a PhD or something that goes by the scientific method that
because you apparently are never going to stop asking, even though it's pointless, as we told you. That's not the important thing. You should be able to evaluate evidence on its face, but nonetheless, I gave you Dr. John D. PhD.
Wait, John D. What's his name?
It's 47 minutes after the hour. He also has multiple other videos on his channel, as well as laser tests. You can go look at it at your leisure. Let's move on to Hank's question. Do any of you know what the scientific method is? Who's going to answer? I guess none of them know, Hank. I guess that's your answer.
Okay, that's the problem. We got a lot of people who are scientifically illiterate in this world. So basically, it boils down to an experiment, right? An experiment is really cool because it's the thing that you can do to prove things, right? So when the variable is manipulated, right, by the researcher, what happens? Do you guys know?
Establish the causation.
So you establish a cause and effect. Do you guys know about the law of cause and effect? You guys all shut down on me. Come on, man. We're talking about science. This isn't like theoretical bullshit. This is like, the scientific
didn't you read on Twitter? Science is supposed to be all the cool thing these days. That's what he was trying to tell you earlier. If you guys participate, then we're having an actual conversation, not with your cutesy little troll sophistry questions.
Right, but everyone who's participated... Everyone who's participated so far has gotten a lot of hostility. I'm just very
That's not going to happen with Hank. Hank is very laid back, much more laid back than I am. More laid back than Quantum Eraser.
As long
Although
as you're
that
not
doesn't take much, does it, Quantum Eraser?
as long as you're not a pretender clown, fraud, talking shit, you're good.
Yeah, I agree.
So answer his question. Who is
we
it
don't
that
want to deal
spoke
with
up
liars.
because you were
If
afraid?
we can be
Denial.
honest.
Denial wants to answer you, Hank. Denial wants to answer you.
No, I'm okay because I'm not. I don't feel like I can survive the discourse. It's a little heated.
Gosh,
Bro,
I didn't
I'm
think it
not.
was that heated at all. Gosh, you haven't been around
I'm
here
not
too
heated.
much.
Yeah,
Throw
this
some
is
water.
This is benign.
Is it usually
Throw some water
more
on
heated
it
than this?
or blow a little bit.
We can't hear you. You're getting rumpus. What? Say it again.
Is it usually more heated than this in this chat? I don't know what the
It
temperament
depends.
usually is.
Like I said, if you're not a pretender clown and you're not frauding and you're not playing like you know something that you clearly don't, you're fine. There won't be any
Right, so
problem.
you can say, I don't know.
What do you mean
love-
pretender? Like, I mean, I thought people who don't explicitly believe in flat Earth are welcome to ask questions, right?
But
So
you
what do you
can
mean
ask
by
questions.
pretender?
That's fine. There's no
Right,
problem
so
with that.
what do you mean by pretender? I feel like there was
Pretender clown. That means somebody coming in pretending that they're something that they're not. It's real easy.
Okay, well, I don't feel like I was pretending at all. I was just asking questions and I got yelled at. I don't understand
Like
why.
what? What question did you ask?
I was like, can you give me someone with a PhD who's...
Oh, here we go again. Why?
Well,
This
see, right
isn't
here,
a
you're shutting me down
scientific.
again.
Okay,
It's a
I'm going to
legitimate
shut him
I
up. Now
answered you. I answered you.
I know. You answered me, but before that, people were yelling at me, and it was a legitimate question. And I...
Okay, no, it's not a legitimate question because this isn't. Shut up!
You're yelling. Like, I don't get it.
Oh my God, because you can't stop your diarrhea of the mouth. So I stopped you so I can respond. A PhD, you're asking for a PhD who believes in a flat earth. Well, who gives a shit? Right? Because a PhD in whatever discipline that you're asking about, it's a category error. This isn't a scientific subject. Do you understand that? That's why we're getting pissed. Got it? You don't understand it because you don't know what science is. Why? Because you're a pretender clown. You just demonstrated it with your question.
My friend
Follow?
listening has a question.
I'm not sure he's going to be able to answer because I think he's been muted, which is unfortunate.
Here we go with another concerned fucking troll. Doesn't look like he's muted. You are though.
I'm not muted.
You're not?
He was already unmuted by the time you said that. That's the point. We don't need these extraneous comments about the moderation. Who wants to have an actual conversation about the Earth?
I think we all do.
Me. I
Right,
want to have
so
a
what's your
conversation.
question?
My question?
Yes, go ahead,
Yes.
Lolo.
All right. My question is because a few days ago I was in school and I told the teacher that the Earth was flat. And she got super mad at me, like if she had demons inside of her, bro. Yeah, she got super triggered. She was like, "How do you even know the Earth is flat?" And I'm like, "Cuz I literally read about it, miss." And she was like, "Oh, so what? Jesus made the world round." And I was like, "You're crazy."
Oh my god, dude.
It doesn't sound like a very believable anecdote. Yeah, is he the one playing the music?
What was the question? I thought he was going to answer the question.
I don't think he asked a question. People do get emotional about the topic. There's no doubt about that, which is one way that it's kind of alarm bells that ring all over the place because we're just talking about, we're just talking about a measurement here. There's no reason to get all agitated. It's you claim that things are getting heated here, even though I'm telling you they're not really that heated. People are only getting frustrated because the lack of ability to have a reasonable conversation that is a rampant epidemic in the world today, that gets frustrating. The fact that the Earth is not a globe is no reason to get emotional at all. That's how you already experienced the Earth. You should be rejoicing. You experience the Earth as flat and stationary. We're telling you that's how it actually is. You don't have to do all these mental gymnastics and try to cram reality into a model that doesn't fit. Just get rid of the model.
Talking about measurements with people who need to hire someone to come and use the ruler to measure for them.
All right, you guys, you said you wanted like some sort of doctor telling you the Earth's flat. How about this? How about I just go and I search, right? Simple. Kansas flatter than a pancake. Somebody's.
Oh, Kansas is flat.
All right, so .edu. All right, are you still there, guy who wanted a? Is this what you
I
were
think that
asking
was
for?
Addis. I think that was ADDIS. Is he still here? Yeah, there he is. Addis.
Oh yeah.
So, Addis, can you see the link that I just posted?
Yeah.
All right, can you click on it?
Yeah.
All right, so
Did
these
let me do it.
people.
Excuse me?
These people are from the Department of Geography, Texas State University, and Arizona State University, right? You with me so far?
Yes.
So these dudes are like, what, doctors or some shit?
Yeah, I see your point. But okay, yeah, I'll look into it. Thank you for that link.
No, don't look into it. Scroll down,
Well, yeah,
scroll down to where it says conclusion. Simply put, our results show that Kansas is considerably flatter than a pancake. And if you look right above that, right, it says that degree of flatness might be described mathematically as damn flat. You know why he said damn flat? You know why he said damn flat?
Oh, why is that?
Because it'd be rude to say fucking flat.
Yeah, but this
Yeah,
is
it'd
just
be
for
rude to
Kansas,
say.
though. This is just for Kansas. I'm talking about the whole
Guys,
globe.
What about the Great Plains? What about the abyssal
I'm talking
plains that
about
make
the
up more
whole
than
globe.
50%? Hold on, bro. Listen to me. Listen to what I'm saying. You said you're here to listen. What about the Great Plains? What about the abyssal plains that make up more than 50% of the Earth's surface? Abyssal plains. What about the salt flats? The largest one being in Bolivia, 9,000 square kilometers, less than 1 meter of vertical relief. That's what you need to have curvature, vertical relief. So, how many flat spots does it take to make a sphere? Because you got plains in Canada.
You
got
so you said the
plains
abyssal plains are like 50%
make up
of.
more than 50% of the Earth's surface is covered in abyssal plains.
My teacher said that was
Is that also
tectonic
flatter than
plates.
pancakes?
Are they tectonic bowls? No, they're flat, like plates, like a plate of steel, right?
How many 1
could be
square
shaped
by
like
1
that.
square kilometers of flatness can you have on a globe? None.
Talking about
None.
teachers are.
None. Zero. So your question's moronic.
See, okay. People are asking like good faith questions, and you can't just shut them down.
Shut the fuck up. Yes, I can.
Feelings.
This is not a democracy.
My word.
Hey, how many flat areas you need to make a ball?
1.
It's the same answer. 0.
None.
Paradox.
Nil.
They've been lied to so bad it's curved their perception.
Can I ask you guys a question?
Sure.
This is actually genuinely a question. So, I don't know if this has anything to do with religion. Wait, I don't think I should say it because it kind of has a little to do with religion. But I had a dream, and it was like an outer body dream where I saw the Earth, and it was flat in the dream. So I thought when I woke up, like maybe it's God trying to tell me like I'm following the right path, but I don't really know. Like
That is good because in not to be religious or anything, I'm just responding to that God can visit you in dreams, man. He showed
I seen that before.
Anyways,
You are
anybody else
heading
have any
into the
questions?
metaphysical. Yeah.
Huh?
How did God
We
appear
like
to you?
to keep it. We like to keep it empirical, not metaphysical.
What do you mean?
Yeah, he was dreaming that he was measuring the flat waters of the earth.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's flat. Welcome to Flat Earth in your dreams. But let's talk about it in the real sense, the tangible, objective.
Okay.
Do you have any questions?
Yes.
Are you gonna ask again about the? Anyways, go ahead.
Huh?
Go ahead. Is this +1?
Yes.
All right, +1. Go ahead with your question.
I am asking if there is what do you have? Do you think that there is a force that pulls us down?
Do any of the new people have any more questions? Any of these people that just got checked in? Killer, Mark,
I just got
Addis,
I guess I just got checked in, man.
Rafty,
I've got
Spicy Water, Smacks, Waterknot, Trent, Nim. Go ahead, Waterknot.
Yeah, I mean that wasn't the name that I had, but someone renamed
Yeah,
me.
you're Dexter. Yeah, you'd rather
Yeah.
be Dexter.
I prefer, yeah.
Waterknot is a pretty tight name, man.
Why
No,
did
you
they
should take it
ignore my
as
question?
a compliment that somebody cared enough to change your name.
I don't know. I mean, I you'd hope that I would, but I guess I don't.
It looks like
there
somebody
you go. Your
changed it
name is
back.
back.
Somebody had mercy on you. Oh, it was MJ. Yes.
Yeah,
It was actually Jancy.
Dandelion, why did you cut me off?
You really want me to
Anyways,
tell you? I don't think you do. Somebody muted you, so now you don't have to worry about it. Go ahead, Dexter.
Yeah, the question that I have is recently there have been a number of ships that have been drone ships that have circumnavigated Antarctica, and as I understand the flat Earth understanding of the way that the shaped is that it wouldn't be consistent with the distance that those ships traveled, which is about
except that the navigation of those ships are dependent on flat water, level water.
right. But
So
if it's 13,000 miles to get from one point back to that point, right? How does that
level, sea level?
That's not an answer to me, right? It doesn't make sense. That doesn't seem to explain.
Well, you want to hear that the waters are curving on the outside of a shape?
No, man. What it boils down to, but is that you weren't there, you didn't experience this.
If
But
the Earth
here's
is
the thing:
flat,
we're
why
not.
are frogs?
Hold on, bro. Hold on, bro. We're not worried about frogs. Listen to what I'm saying. Listen carefully. Once you begin to understand that this isn't about taking our word for it, we're not trying to convince you the Earth's flat. That would be ridiculous. We're only trying to make arguments good enough to convince you to go outside and check for yourself. Because this is the thing about this conspiracy theory, right? Is that it's the easiest to prove because you have the Earth right here. You don't have to go to space to see if it's a globe. You don't have to take ayahuasca or any other of that bullshit. You just go to the beach with a mirror and a friend, and you can prove it to yourself. At 10 miles, there's 66 feet of curvature.
What
Have
if
you
there's
guys ever
boats
been
in
to
the
the
way?
beach?
Yo, I got a
They
question.
would have to be some. They would have to be some 6-story boats, then wouldn't they?
Hold up. Is like all right. So if, I've been wondering this for a while.
If the Earth is flat, like, why does my dick curve?
See, that's a troll. So do you see the difference between honest?
Get this troll out of here now.
Okay, no, I actually have a genuine question. So I was talking to my teacher, and I told her how I was starting to think. Okay, wait, no, I was starting to think the Earth was
Ban this
flat.
guy. No, ban him. Someone.
Yeah, give him 10 seconds. You got 10 seconds, bro. Go.
No, but she tried to
No,
prove
he
me
said it
wrong.
before.
No,
He's a troll.
genuinely.
Yeah, you are.
I'm genuinely at what?
I heard
Just ask
you
your
with
question,
your
bro. Ask your
school
question.
dream.
Okay, my teacher tried to prove me wrong by saying solar eclipses disprove it, and I was wondering how, what does she mean by that?
Why don't you go back and ask her? Why are you asking us that, dude?
Why are you being a fucking dick, nigga? If I want you done that, nigga, I gotta you a bitch. Oh my god, nigga.
How are these people such losers that they don't have anything better to do on a Friday night but come here and play kids like pranks?
He's genuine, dude.
What is going on?
I actually have a question.
Wait, did he all of the sudden started speaking a different language or something?
heard
It was like, nigga.
I have a genuine question. Okay,
Who's
so
got a genuine question? Let's hope.
me. Okay,
Who's
so
me?
What's Max? All right.
yes,
hold on.
yes, me.
Let's hear it.
So if you were at a high altitude in the air, then why can't you see the entire world? Do you not think that the Earth curves just a tad bit, just a little bit? Even if it is flat, you wouldn't think it's a completely flat surface, right? And it would actually,
if you're high enough.
Yeah, I get that. You have this view because you have been taught by the heliocentric model that light travels forever. So if the world was a plane, a flat plane, you were supposed to see from one end to the other. And
It would
that
be
is
too
actually
far.
not true. Don't interrupt me.
Alright.
Light does not travel forever. We have the physics of light and light propagation, which most likely you haven't studied it, because that is why you are asking such a question.
Did you send me down? Okay. To be fair, I don't think you've answered his question.
Oh,
I
Or
did.
if that was the
Yeah.
answer, it was a wrong one.
I don't think.
Okay, wait. I have a question about what you just said.
Well, okay. The guy who asked, why can't I see Paris from New York? Okay.
No, he said, why can't he see the whole Earth or something if you go high up?
Yeah, the whole world. Yeah. So you tell me, what is angular resolution?
I don't know. You tell me.
Well,
I have one
Okay,
question.
how about this? Let me answer the guy's question the proper way.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so you asked if we go high enough, will we expect to see even a bit of a curve, right?
Yeah.
The answer is yes. The long answer is because the way we see is by having light reflect off of matter into our retinas, right? And as you go up, you get less and less air, and as a result, the horizon changes. It changes from, reflecting between the ground and the sky to reflecting between the blackness, or not reflecting between the blackness, and then the matter below, where there is enough, matter in the atmosphere that reflects into our eye. So that's why you'll see in high altitude balloon footage and stuff like that, you'll see the blackness of above, and then a haze, like a hazy horizon, and then the blue underneath. And because it's reflecting off of physical matter, and we can only see the physical matter in 360 degrees around us, i.e. the horizon, when we go up, we'll expect to see, just kind of like as if you had a hula hoop around your head, and you're slowly, like, bringing it down and raising your head, you're going to see it in a slight curve as you go up. Regardless if it's flat or globe. You understand?
Yeah, I understand you.
I don't know. Don't pull hula hoop.
What's that?
I don't know. No hula hoop.
I have one question. I have one genuine question though. Okay. So
Go
like
ahead, Cream.
how does the shape of the earth kind of like how does it manipulate the biological human, yeah. Like how does this like does like the shape of the earth like manipulate like how our body work and all that, and how does that prove the claims? I'm curious it's just out of curiosity, so yeah.
Well, I think your question is kind of weird. Asking. I don't think you know what you're asking, but if it's what I think you're asking, have you ever looked down a really long hallway and watched it smaller? Like a really long hallway, and it just gets smaller and smaller at the end, even though it's the same height all the way down? Does that change how your body works?
I mean, I'm just
Your question didn't make any sense. Is what I'm trying to tell you. You're thinking of optical illusions, and
no, I'm not talking about optical illusions.
Your
I'm talking
body
about like
as a reference.
I'm talking about like the human body. How does it like manipulate the human body? Because I feel like that person. I know he's in trouble, but like it kind of inspired me. It kind of inspired me a question. So it was like, how does that how to say this like it kind of like manipulate the human body.
You said many times, you know, but we can't know until you say it. What you mean to say.
Or falling apart. Is the Earth like the flat Earth, right? Because the Earth is flat, so is it like a plate or just like a disc?
Bro, listen. When I say this word, I want you to tell me what pops into your head. Try to focus, gentlemen. When I say this word, see, you guys aren't worth having a conversation with. You're missing so much because I don't feel that you're worthy to talk to because you can't even hold on like a conversation.
Oh, bro, I understand, but like, if it's a disc, then like, are there still the tectonic plates and shit that make earthquakes?
It's not.
Prove tectonic plates make earthquakes.
Okay, you're thinking about the Earth like it's a disc flying through space, right? You picturing you having this image in your mind that you search somewhere and you see a disc. Is that what you see when you say flat Earth?
Wait, why don't you think there's tectonic plates?
That universe you saw on Nova Channel or Discovery Channel, forget it. It doesn't exist.
Yeah, the cartoons that you have seen about the Earth, these depictions about the globe or the flat disc flying through space, those are cartoons. That's not what the Earth is.
All right, then what is it?
I have a question. So what's continental
drift? That is also not the sky. The sky is not infinite space.
So if there's
stars and balls spinning around them, it's not that.
So
what is it?
So where's the firmament?
I don't know. I haven't been there.
You guys aren't ready to have a conversation. You're not.
Well, I'm still. Can we go back to the tectonic plates?
You're saying you're not ready.
I could prove tectonic plates to you if you'd like.
Yeah, we've got hold on. We've got too many people talking at once. So first of all, I just want to put it on the table that Our Mike asked, he has a question, but we can, well, he'll be next after Card Million. What is your issue with tectonic plates?
I'm just wondering why the guy denied that they exist, or if is that anti the flat Earth theory? I don't know.
Is that what happened? Is that what you heard?
Okay. I mean, that question kind of sparked me a question though in myself.
on.
I'm just.
Who is it? Did someone already address tectonic plates? Because if somebody denied that,
Tectonic would just be whether or not the land itself is in puzzle pieces or not. That really doesn't have anything to do with the shape of the Earth. You could have tectonic plates on a flat plane. The narrative that we're used to is that you have these puzzle pieces of land that float over some sort of magmatic ball. But the thing is, we don't even see evidence of that narrative. We don't
how
see
do
the
they?
sea of magma beneath the land. What were you saying?
How do they move if there's no?
There are alternative theories about how tectonic plates or earthquakes or whatever occur.
How
Talk about an
wait,
electrical force.
I have one
So
question.
there's
I have one question.
alternatives basically before the room turns into a shit show. There's alternative source theories as to what, if anything, causes earthquakes other than puzzle pieces of land floating on
And tell
magma.
us what's the theories?
The guy who was
hold
asking
on. Meadowlark is trying to explain something to you. Meadowlark has a lot of information to share about this. So before other people start jumping in, can you please let Meadowlark finish? My goodness. Did you finish your thought, Meadowlark?
Thanks,
I'll make it
Dandelion.
brief. The electrical, there's electromagnetic lights that are seen after some earthquakes called earthquake lights. Some people posit an electrical source for earthquakes, stuff like that. So it might just be an electrical discharge from the earth. It could just be pressure over a flat plane. I mean, it's not really germane to the shape of the earth. That's the
But like an electrical discharge couldn't shake rock. That there's no physical. What physical principle would allow that?
Electric discharge from rock that's under great pressure releasing a charge.
But I mean, like rocks don't.
Or it could be an
conduct
indirect
electricity
process
very well.
wherein this electrical energy is heating up the broken up like ground underneath, the magma, heating it up, causing the rock to separate.
It could be like electroplating steel. If you apply an electrical charge to steel, you can solder it, melt it, turn it into something that looks, I guess, like slag and magma. I guess that could be what's happening with the land, but there's other possibilities anyway. The shape of the earth is not germane to that.
Well, with high electromagnetic
what causes magma?
induction,
heat.
You can make steel explode with electromagnetic induction.
That's true.
Yeah.
But that's
So I think we have
steel. That's metal.
pretty consistent theory if we wanted to go with something else other than puzzle pieces of land floating on magma, but it doesn't really have anything to do with the land. That could be happening on a flat plane or a globe. So you asking about that is kind of irrelevant to the flat Earth question. If you just want to know what we think about alternative theories about stuff in general, that's something else.
I don't think it's irrelevant because it has to float on something, and if that something is a fluid, I don't see how it could sustain itself on a two-dimensional plane.
Well, the theory, underlining theory of plate tectonics was posited in as opposed to other theories about what, if anything, is happening with the Earth. The two main theories in contention was a world that came about by water, similar to the biblical narrative, or one that came about by fire, from fiery stars or something like that. So the plate tectonic theory that took over the world by fire is actually a recent addition that didn't really become common. Really, I don't think until the 40s or 50s. I read a paper about the problems with plate tectonics. We posit some sort of sea of magma that these continents are floating on, but we don't really find that. We sound down with sonographs and different sounding equipment as far as we can, and we go up to 300 plus miles of very thick land and crust, and they say that there's even more down past that. So really, they don't know what's down there, and we haven't really drilled physically past like 7-10 miles. So we really don't even know what's down there. We're just making
Right. You measure it based on how the waves transfer through the earth, and the different substances will change their wavelength and so on. But I mean, do you can see the magma blow out of the earth when a volcano erupts? Like, do you need to dig down into
those
it?
Are
and
those
actually,
are
it's
unique,
almost continuous.
exotic
You can see that
places.
at mid-ocean. No, it's not that exotic. You could see that
Those
at mid-ocean
places
ridges
where
all the
you see
time.
magma, listen, you don't see magma everywhere in the world. Those are exclusively exotic places. Listen, they are remote places. Only a couple of them in the whole world.
That's not
don't
true at all.
represent.
More than a couple.
Listen,
More than a couple.
they don't represent 1% of the world's surface.
Why would it need to?
The places where you can see magma with your eyes physically, so you can touch it, those places represent much less than 1% of the surface of the whole world.
I mean, I agree at any given moment, but
Okay, so the connection to that is we're positing some sea of magma that is supposedly universally across the earth, but these places where this happens are relatively rare. There's a bit of a contradiction there. There's other problems with plate tectonics as well. We don't see this sea of magma that this theory appears to be demanding. So
Can I make a point about
touch the magma?
The basic evidence
Charmeleon guy, did the middle of his sentence interrupted the beginning of yours?
Yeah.
Touch the magma.
Touch the magma.
Go ahead, Charmeleon.
Charmeleon, when somebody's in the middle of their sentence, is that interrupting the beginning of yours?
Touch the magma.
I'm confused what you're asking me. I'm sorry.
Yeah, when someone is speaking, you don't have to speak while they're speaking. Is that very complicated?
I think that's pretty simple, but that's that's how things go. You don't have to talk to me like an asshole.
Sorry about that. You are one person against a room full of flatties. We'll try to give you the floor because right now I think it's like 4 against 1. What were you saying?
Touch the magma.
So I'm just wondering if you guys... So, plate tectonics was not accepted at all originally. All the geologists hated it. So I'm wondering if you know, what process they went through in order to accept it. Because that... I think
what do you mean when you say plate tectonics?
I mean, this is a little outside of the depth of the shape of the earth. This is a little esoteric. I've read a paper by David Platt about the problems with plate tectonics. We're not seeing this sea of magma. The notion that magma comes out of the land, separates the land, and makes new land masses is as absurd as saying you have two thick plates of steel and trying to separate them by squeezing toothpaste through the cracks between the steel that's pushed together or whatever. It's just ridiculous. It just doesn't make any sense. And then on top of that, how would you have the continents migrate and move and shift like puzzle pieces without buckling under the stress and strain or deforming?
Well,
some of the
they do. That's what mountains are.
Okay, hold up. Let's run it back because they say Pangea, the single landmass, existed, right? Tell us, how would that have looked?
Well, we can trace that because when an ocean spreads, there's mid-ocean ridges.
No, I understand the mechanics of it. Tell us how it would have looked.
I'm explaining what the evidence is for where the location of the planets at different times is. So, what the magnetic field of the Earth flips periodically, and when magma comes out of the Earth as oceans spread and the plates move, that gets recorded in the rocks. So you can see these few million years stretches of rock across the ocean that can be traced to the magnetic field of the Earth flipping.
It's not that simple, though. I agree with you. There are spreading ridges.
I know it's not that simple, but you can find...
I agree with you that there are spreading ridges, but you can't say that the continents are spreading because of them. You haven't proven that. There's a non sequitur there, because sure, there's magma being released and it's going out, but this magma also makes up the rock, right? It dries off and makes the igneous rock, and that rock also decompresses as it's like a cycle, just like the water cycle. There's the magma cycle, wherein the rock decompresses, turns into magma, and it comes out again. So who's to say that these aren't happening at these mid-ocean ridges, and that's it? Where have you gotten this idea? What's the evidence that the continents are actually spreading? And again, I asked you, Pangea, this single landmass, how does it look? You have this one landmass, and then what? There's ocean floor all around, and they don't have these mid-ocean ridges? It's just
Why are we talking about all these theories? Hold on, guys. Why are we talking about all these theories? Can we get back to the point of the shape of the Earth?
No, hold up.
All of it's related, isn't it?
Hank Hill, imagine
It is related. It is related, guys.
It is
because if you have this one piece of land, and there's mid-ocean ridges in all of the water, that's all on the other side of this so-called globe, then these mid-ocean ridges are going to be pushing that land together. Mm-hmm. Even if there's ridges, spreading ridges in the land itself, like underneath it, it's going to be being pushed from the outside, and it won't cause this continental drift.
When is going America to meet with Europe?
I mean, it's done it many times. That's why we have the Appalachian Mountains. It's done it 3 times.
You can't just claim it when you have no proof, bro.
I'm not just I'm telling you to. I mean, I studied geology. That's where I'm basing this on.
Okay, so since we have these mid-ocean ridges, are they going to continue spreading so that at some point we have Pangea again?
Eventually.
Yeah, eventually.
Were you there?
Pangea again, and the cycle will start all over,
Were you there is
right?
not an argument. We're all basing things on things we haven't. Our arguments are based on things we haven't.
No, but you're saying something is. I'm saying you have no evidence. It's a theory. It's just a hypothesis. It's a guess.
Have no evidence.
It's worse than a hypothesis.
Okay, so how?
There is no continental drift.
So animals that can't swim and can't fly, there's fossils across these continents that are separated by. Well, what?
Are you going to invoke evolution now?
Physically, how does an animal get from one continent to another, the same species, if it can't fly or swim?
Water levels.
How did it come to be in the first continent?
Lower water levels.
Theory. I mean, the problem with Pangea even is the continents appear to be antipodal. They appear to have a north-south orientation. If you were thinking of continents that were spreading, by Pangea or something, you'd expect them to just be in all sorts of different, configurations, not just, like north-south or something like that. So there's problems with the theory even as is. I mean, people talk about the flood being a possibility for why these mountains buckled. They probably were deposited as silt or something like that when they were soft, supple, and pliant. They were buckled and deformed into mountain shape while they were pliant and flexible, and then hardened later. So there's other theories to cover some of this stuff. What were you saying?
That's a very good point. Very good point, because at these mid-ocean ridges, whenever it's releasing magma, there's it's called stripes, magnetic stripes of polarity and non-polarity, or reverse polarity, right? And if that's the case, and it happened since Pangea, then we wouldn't have a north magnetic pole and south magnetic pole. We would just have these magnetic striping all over, everywhere.
Well, I mean, we interpret things based
on
the theory and then interpret our facts based off of the theory, but do we have evidence to go with the theory? Do the facts back up the theory, or are we just twisting the theory for the facts and vice versa? But what were you saying, geologist, sir?
I'm not a geologist, but...
What was the... I have a question real quick. What was the point about the theory... that you were talking about how mountains formed, and you said, well, there are lots of theories that could explain it. Well, which theory do you personally perceive in your daily life to be the correct one?
Everybody has a deal breaker for why they believe in a theory or not. If you're asking me personally, I'd go with the flood, because we have fossils everywhere, even on the highest mountaintops, that imply that something was buried rapidly in a catastrophic flood. Silt everywhere, silt with lines of layers that are so, well made for miles and miles. Only a catastrophic global flood could deposit all that at one time. And it looks like it was deposited rapidly, because we don't see animals burrowing between the layers as you would if it took millions of years of geological time to deposit it by gradualism.
So the idea is that rather than the mountains rising, it was just the water going down?
It would be the flood coming, and sometimes the water subsided, sometimes it didn't. Sometimes the
Right.
land broke apart, sometimes it didn't. Sometimes the land crashed together or subducted
Right.
while pliant as silt and made mountains later after it hardened. It looks like a much more robust model as far as I can tell. I mean,
Well,
these
where did all the
volcanoes.
water go?
That sounds like
Where did
faith.
the water go? I mean, well, if you go with the biblical account, like I do, water came from the heavens above through the firmament that led in torrential water, and it busted up from below. So after the flood ended, it just subsided back into subterranean earth caverns. Some of it covered the land sections that weren't covered before, and some people theorize from this perspective that the land was mostly dry with inland seas before the flood. Afterward, much more places were covered with water. And the continents that we see now are, I guess, what would be the mountains back then or something like that, or the higher sections are just resculpted land.
Well, hang on just a second. Time out, bro. So listen, somebody asked him what he believed, and then he said, "This is what I believe," and then someone said, "That sounds like faith." Well, it's the same with the tectonic plates theory, bro. You got faith that there's Pangea and that we were all connected at one point, but you got faith that. Hold on, bro. Hold on.
I'm holding on.
Yeah, you got faith that your theory is correct, or this other theory might be correct, but really the thing is that you have to have faith for all of them, right? Because no one knows for sure. That's why they're called theories, and they're not scientific theories where it's been validated via the scientific method, right? Those are called true.
Wrong.
Like what?
It is
Sorry,
a
what did you
scientific
say?
theory. I said you're wrong.
No, it's not.
Okay, show me the hypothesis. I want the dependent variable right now. What's the dependent variable?
Didn't I get muted? Didn't I get muted for saying that this was that we're all talking about things that we believe based on extrapolations from perceptions? I think I got muted for a while.
Forget
for
about that.
Forget about that. Someone just made a claim.
The person who muted you
How
is
could you
gone.
possibly
Please try to
claim
forget
it's
about
not a
that.
scientific theory?
It's not a scientific theory. You're a fool if you
Hank's
think it is.
question, please. Can somebody answer Hank's question, please?
Yeah, somebody said it was a scientific theory, so I'm gonna need that hypothesis. I need the independent, dependent, and control variables right now, or you're gonna need to recant.
What is your idea of what science is? Is it strictly?
How are they scientifically testing this theory?
Why do you keep having?
Have you ever heard of the scientific method?
Question with a question.
Have you ever
Who
heard of the
are you
scientific
asking
method?
for the hypothesis? Is it
Yes.
Dexter or Cardmillion?
Someone just claimed that the tectonic plates was a scientific theory. So I'm asking for the scientific hypothesis.
Hey, Hank, let's just
That
skip
makes
to the
sense,
test
right?
because that'll tell us the
Plates
theory.
exist? That's the hypothesis? I don't understand. Your question is stupid.
How are they scientifically testing this theory?
Yeah,
I mean,
you
how
said
is
it's a
it testable,
scientific
observable,
theory.
repeatable? We
It-
go
it's-
with the
it's-
theory of
it's
science
based
around here
on-
where it's testable, observable, repeatable. If we're going to invoke it as science, otherwise it's just kind of very.
But didn't you just say that you were
hold up, Dexter.
perceiving?
Let him answer the what the test is.
It's many testable things that lead to the theories of physics that then
Give us one
we combine.
scientific test to prove the
You
theory.
can't do it in one because it's more complicated than that.
Can I just say what I'm confused about? Because I don't know everyone's names. I'm sorry, but the guy who just said,
Oh, he's muted again. I'm surprised you're not muting me. You seem nicer than me.
Well,
I think that whoever, I think people are just trying to, it's not personal, Dexter. I think they're just trying to be less confusing by making it more of a one-on-one thing. Because I
Stay
was
on
confused
topic.
too when you jumped in, Dexter, and we're talking about the hypothesis when I guess Hank wasn't even asking you. So don't take it personally. So let's just go back to Cardmillion and Hank. Hank asked Cardmillion for a hypothesis. Then Percent asked you for one test, and you said, "Oh, it's more complicated than that. There's many."
Well,
tests.
right.
That's fine. Asking for one test does not preclude, does not exclude that there might be many. Or if you're saying there's many, give us just one. That should be really easy then.
Well
said.
So I guess one would be the poles flipping and how that records in the rocks that are deposited. But geologists have been, hundreds of geologists spent decades tracing where all these different bands of rock are and how they got there.
That's a non sequitur. I need the dependent,
That's not a
independent, and control variables.
You have an extremely
you said
limited view
it's
of
a
science that's very self-serving.
Listen, sir. Listen. You said it was a scientific theory. Now I'm asking you for the science. What part
I'm
of
pretty
that
sure
don't you understand?
satellites can also measure them moving
What
directly
does that
as
have
well.
to do
but
with the
that's
price of rice in China? What does that have to do with the price of rice in China, sir? It doesn't, right? Just like what you just said doesn't have anything to do with the independent, dependent, and control variables, which is what you need for a hypothesis test, also known as a scientific experiment. Are you with
I'm
me?
saying when you learn how magnetism works, you test that
Independent.
empirically.
Dependent or control variables. I need it.
You're just very lazy, is what this comes down to. You don't want to hear
No,
anything
you're the
more
one that can't
complicated
provide the
than.
science.
No.
You're claiming science, and now you
dude.
can't.
We're past that. No, don't do that to us here. I already told you that in the voice text. We are all educated. You need to stop. Okay. That's
not.
messed up. That's messed
You're a
up.
bunch of
dude.
fucking clowns.
You are a fucking clown. Bye bye.
What the fuck? No, don't ban him. Don't ban him
I
yet.
told
Don't ban him
him
yet.
in the chat, in the fucking voice check-in, that he was not supposed to be doing that, and he went straight to education, and we don't have the education. That's bullshit. We're not going to do that.
Yeah, I was like, how is it lazy when we were all taught the same knowledge? Now, whether or not we studied a different aspect of what you might consider education or whatever, it doesn't really have to do with laziness. I mean, what is this? You're too lazy to figure out the Earth is a globe. Was that what the implication? Is that what you're saying?
No, I think he just meant that you guys were too lazy to think about it.
No, he
all you did was because all you did was just give him questions.
Is he still here? No, he's not.
Listen, it's very simple. There's a difference between a regular theory. There's a difference between a layman's theory and a scientific theory. I'll give you guys 3 guesses on what the difference is. The science, right? So when he claims that it's a scientific theory, and then I ask for the science, and then he starts talking about what satellites, magnetism, and I'm the one who's lazy.
Exactly.
Wait,
I was asking for the science. So
the science.
here's
I wanted to hear what he had to say because you asked him about
That
the
has
science.
no
and I was,
science. That's not science. Looking at a TV screen or a satellite. That's not science.
Wait, why wouldn't
instead
that?
of losing it, you tell him how it's not science calmly, rationally.
No. He was telling us off and telling us that we were not here and we're lazy and we're just not here. So no, that's not gonna happen.
That's only because it started spiraling.
Yeah,
I would have told him,
Can you guys
look at
be
the
quiet
gift
and give
that
me
I
the floor
posted.
for a few minutes? Can you give me the floor for a few minutes?
Here, though. I really thought that guy
Can you guys give me the floor? Can everybody go on mute?
Go ahead. Can we just make a commitment to calm down? Can we make a commitment to calm down and be a little bit more respectful? Because I felt that guy was attacking. I thought his questions were amazing, and I was actually learning a lot from the person responding.
Hank is going to speak now.
Hank is if everybody could just be quiet just for a minute. So I posted at 12:37 a.m. or 37 minutes past the hour, right? The scientific method distinguishes science from other forms of exploration because of its requirement of systematic experimentation, right? So down a little bit, if it doesn't agree with experiments, it's wrong, right? So a little bit further down, an experiment, the independent variable is varied or manipulated by the researcher. Right? The next one down. Therefore, in experiments, a researcher manipulates independent variable to determine if it causes a change in the dependent variable. On the next one, an independent variable is defined as the variable that is changed or controlled in a scientific experiment. It represents the cause or the reason for an outcome. Independent variables are the variable the experimenter changes in the test, dependent variable. That change, the independent variable, directly causes. So we're talking about a cause and effect relationship. So think about it like this. A caveman finds a hot spring. He wants to know what's causing the water to boil. We're dealing with cause and effect relationship. So he goes home, he adds heat to water. This would be the independent variable that he's manipulating. He's adding heat, it boils. He takes away the heat, it stops boiling. Right? So when someone's claiming a scientific theory, right, we need to have the science part of it, or it's just a colloquial theory. It's just poetry. If you don't have the scientific method, it's just poetry. So that's why I'm distinguishing the difference between science, as in natural science, as in experimentation, right, and just the colloquial theory, because we can all come up with a reason why the tides happen, right? Maybe it's the green grass on the dark side of the moon. That's a good theory, right? But it's not a scientific theory, right? So what causes, I'm going to ask each one of you, what causes the tides?
Yeah, Hank, the scientific method is developed so that you can determine the cause of an effect, right?
So what causes the tides?
What can you scientifically determine that?
No, because you can't manipulate the moon's gravity.
All right,
Can
cool.
you?
No, you can't. So anyway.
So is that a scientific theory?
No, you can't use science on the tides.
Well, wait a minute. So that means that my theory of green grass on the dark side of the moon causing the tides, that means that it's just as scientific as the other theory that says tides are caused by the moon's gravity. They're both equally as scientific, meaning neither one of them are scientific.
They're both equally pseudoscience.
Oh, pseudoscience. What's that?
A religion that pretends to be science.
Yeah.
You guys are too fucking funny, bro.
Yeah, I mean, if any of the other guys want to, chime in, like, now would be the time.
Yeah, how are we wrong about this? How are we wrong about this?
Where I'm wrong.
If you can't physically alter to determine, the science that manipulates whatever your independent or your dependent variable is, affect your independent variable. If you can't physically use the independent variable to alter, then what? How is that science? And how could you even apply the word science to something that you can never prove in the first place? Why do they even say science about any type of moon or all this kind of shit? I mean, it's like this. It's kind of weird, isn't it? That they're applying science to something that they can't. They can't prove through science. It's kind of weird. Why do they do
You guys said that you wanted doctors, right? There's your doctors. I posted them for you. Sorry, go ahead, David.
Hank.
I was just going to address what Cardmillion's misconception, which is common these days. He was accusing Hank of having a narrow view of science. It's very funny. I mean, yes, this is by design that they've tried to convince these young people that, oh, yes, we're doing science together, and science is whatever you want it to be, and science is what's popular, and whatever. No, science is a rigorous method, and the scientific method was developed for a reason, and there's a reason why we say the first step of it is natural observation. Of course, people who want to obscure the truth and want you to live in their fantasy land don't want you to go around making natural observations because they know that it's absolutely impossible to make a natural observation of a spinning globe. No such observation has ever been made, nor will it ever be made, since there is no such thing as a spinning. The other misconception that Cardmillion had, and hopefully he'll come back in 24 hours after he cools down from this ban so we can discuss this again in a reasonable fashion, is that that these are uneducated, that we are uneducated people, which Justin told him is not the case. Nonetheless, it does not matter. It wouldn't matter if none of us were educated past the 8th grade. We could have been self-educated, as many people are. We've gone out and done our own observations and tests. As a person myself who's been very involved in academia at high levels, who's met many and worked with many people who have multiple PhDs and so on, It has nothing to do with your level of education. The problem is when people make these arguments, they expose themselves as pretender clowns. If he were still here, I could give him the pretender clown role because they've just exposed that they are incapable of evaluating an argument on its merits. And instead, they wish to look at the education level of the proponents. Nonetheless, even though many of us here are educated to the level where we are considered experts on the topics given here, which we could play like that old game show where you try to say who's the real whatever, who's the real science teacher? Will you please stand up? But a lot of these guys wouldn't be able to name it.
Well, science.
You know what? Hold on.
Can I just finish? I'm sorry. I know I'm going on a rant here, but I think I've earned the right.
I want you to continue until you're done, and then I want to have.
Thanks, Helio.
Please go.
Never mind. I lost my train of thoughts. Hopefully, you guys got the main ideas.
It's funny that
we aren't uneducated. Doesn't matter if we were. If you can't evaluate our then you're the uneducated one. We can give you many ways to educate yourself. Doesn't matter if you didn't spend hundreds of thousands of dollars for a university education and so on, or tens of thousands, depending on where you go. If you care enough, there's plenty of free courses. There's a free logic course I'd be happy to recommend for you if you're incapable of using logic and reason. It has nothing to do with the education level, which was the point that Justin was trying to make. Unfortunate that we can't actually talk to the guy, but I hope he'll come back because he has a lot of misconceptions about what science is and about what education is. Thank you.
Okay, wait. I have
no reason for me to speak. I think she already covered everything within like 30 seconds. What I was
I'm
saying.
interested.
I just want to say something about it, though.
Can I get the free logic course?
You are my favorite Glober. Who is that? I put link in 2 free courses for you. Who said that? Who was it?
It was me. Can you link me the free logic course?
Your name is me.
Oh my gosh, I got to give him a special role. What's it? I don't know what it's going to be. I'll find it for you later. I'm going to link both courses for you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dexter Gordon. You gave me hope for humanity.
Okay, wait. I have a question for you though, Dandelion, because in your rant you mentioned that like schools are saying like science can be whatever you want, but like I'm an environmental science major, so I do a lot of science, and I've never heard that ever for like the many years I've been in school. Like, what do you mean by that? Like, it just makes no sense to me.
Brad Carballion's not here. He's the one giving that argument. I'm not giving it, but we've heard it from other people. He said to
I'd like to hear
Hank,
some science.
yeah, I know. In your school, yeah, I could go find. I've got like 100 to 200 textbooks in my house. I could go and take pictures of them. Yeah, each one of them lays out at the beginning what science is, what it isn't. Science has to be testable, repeatable, verifiable. What's a scientific question? What's not? Science is, tests for cause and effect and so on. Yeah, that's what science is. Absolutely. That's what you're taught in school. But then you get these clown show pretender clowns like this, whatever his name was, Cardmelian, who are trying to use their, fancy little sophistry techniques to try to tell you that isn't what science really is. Yeah. When he comes back, you can ask him that. I'm not going to make his argument for you, for him. Absolutely, Dexter. Don't let him bring you down there. All right, I gave you the first one from
I have a
university
question.
that's in Pittsburgh, Carnegie Mellon, at 46 minutes after the hour. The other one's from Drace. I'll find that one for you and put it in the live.
I have a decent logic course. It's not from college or anything, but it's on my YouTube channel. You can watch it. It's a playlist that I created. It's pretty cool. It's
Great.
from
Yeah, link us to that.
it's from Spock.
Yeah, man,
It's
link
from
it. Let me
Spock.
see it.
Yeah, it's from Mr. Spock.
I have a
I've
question.
seen that. I've never actually watched it. I've seen people link it before. I've
Oh,
never
you gotta
actually
watch it. It's so good. It's so good.
Yeah, before the guy asks his next question, I would like to address Hank's question to Helio. Hank asked him where was he wrong when he was explaining the caveman water boiling experiment. And I want to say that Hank said that the caveman went home to boil water, but the caveman lives in a cave. Men do not build caves. Homes are not caves. So that's where he was wrong.
Well, I mean,
home
man, you know, man,
You're not going
men
to build it, but
utilize shelters. You know, if they don't have the means. Men have always been
caves
men. I mean,
are.
in my opinion, you know, I mean, caves.
Yeah.
You can utilize a cave as a shelter, but
Oh yeah, but
anyway,
that's never gonna be home.
has nothing to do with evolution at all.
Of course, home. YouTube home cave right now. You'll be so surprised.
Okay, may I ask my question?
Go ahead, sure.
Okay, this is a question for you guys. Whoever is a flat earther, do you guys believe that there's any other planets, or do you think that it's faked by NASA?
No. They are literally not what they show us. When you look at NASA CGI pictures of planets, those are nice digital artistries, paintings. But when you look through a telescope, analog preferably, you will see that the stars, or even those wandering stars, so-called planets, they look nothing like what NASA shows to us.
Okay, wait, so I have a question about that then.
Yeah.
So when Galileo in like late 1500s or 1600s like made observations of stuff like Mars, and keep in mind this is like 300 years before NASA was a thing. Like he observed these planets before. So like what's up with that?
Yeah, he saw a star which has an elliptical orbit. It doesn't have a circular orbit, yeah. And it's a little bit different kind of light source.
And also, while
It's
he was
reddish.
observing this, I mean, Galileo had his, primitive telescope, which was barely like a 20, 30 times binoculars, right?
Yeah, but in his day, that was high tech. That
it
was
was high tech,
top of the line, high tech. And then he saw the so-called moons of Jupiter, right? And he started naming it after the emperor, right? He gained a lot of popularity, right, for naming it after the royal family, right? But the thing is that he didn't take a biopsy of any of that, right? He didn't take any of it to the lab, test it, see what it's made out of. But you might say, "Oh, but technology has increased. Right now we have stellar spectrometry." I said it wrong.
Hold on, though, Hank. On top of that, if he was really interested in this, he obviously was studying other ancient cultures, since he had access to a lot of ancient stuff about from other cultures, so that he could add it to what he was Greek, right? And at that time, the Greeks were very powerful in the Western tradition, but he also had some connections with other people, right? And so it was just like he had this really kind of shitty telescope, but then all these kind of stories that he made up about the heavens, could be, and he was a very popular guy in the Greek, in the Greek tradition. So that's where he gained popularity, because he was a smart guy, and he had a lot of money and a lot of access to the greatest technology back then, which would be pretty much equivalent to like a 30 to 50 times binoculars or something that we have now that you can buy for $50.
Hey, I have a question for everybody. What's the theory on the moon? Like its shape, like what it is, and everything else.
We don't know. It's a light in the sky. See, here's the thing I'm trying to explain to you guys. When it comes to belief, right, which is like how many toes you think I have, and when it comes to knowledge, how many toes you have, right? You have firsthand knowledge, right? We separate those two, and we try not to give away our belief, right, all willy-nilly, like, right?
Yeah.
So we don't have any blind faith. So the moon is a light, right, in the sky. I don't like to make claims about it because there's no way for me to verify. Like, I can't put it in my hand and say, "Oh, it's a sphere. Look, it has both sides."
But wasn't there a
Right?
guy
We've only
just on?
seen
sorry, go
one
ahead.
side of the moon. I'm just trying to explain to you. We only see one surface of the moon. It appears to be a perfect sphere, does it not?
Yes.
What?
It does to me. The moon appears to be a perfect sphere, especially the way that the so-called craters light up. That's just
You
how
mean
it looks
circle?
to me. Circle? No, I said sphere. It appears, looks like a sphere to me, doesn't it? But the
Kind
way
of
that it
does to me
reflects.
too,
I
because
disagree
there's
completely.
Hold on.
Hold up. I disagree.
Hold
How
on.
does it look like a
Hold
sphere
on,
when you're
I'm
only
not
looking at
done.
it from one angle?
Go ahead.
That's what I was about to finish. Yeah.
Okay, go
It
ahead.
looks like a sphere, but you can't hold it in your hand and say that it is a sphere. I said it looks like a sphere. That's the way that it appears, right? But we really don't know what it is, do we? We might say that it appears like this, but it doesn't reflect light like a sphere, does it? It doesn't, does it?
So you're saying the moon doesn't reflect light?
I didn't say it doesn't reflect light. I said it doesn't reflect light like a sphere reflects light. I'm sure somebody will post me.
Okay, wait. So how does a sphere reflect light compared to how
Damn,
the moon
Hank,
reflects
man,
light?
you're right on with me because I've argued the same point. Thanks, brother, for bringing that up. Keep going.
If I could jump in real quick to help dude with his original question. We don't make up theories.
Well,
we don't create theories either.
Yeah, no, I feel that. The question that I have then is wasn't there a whole conversation happening with what's his name, Charmeleon, where both sides of that conversation, not just Charmeleon, but the other sides of the conversation were people saying, well, the theory is about the mountains and fish being found at the top of the mountains. There were just theories being thrown back and forth, and so
Yeah,
like
that
now
was
I'm
kind
being
of off
told.
track, Dexter. That is so. I just want to mention a few things. I'm actually going to go, so I want to say goodbye to you guys anyway. And I appreciate how much that even if you were just humoring me, Dexter, I still appreciate that you asked me for the links to the logic course.
Have a good night,
Nonetheless,
Dandelion.
yeah. Even thank
Good
you.
night,
Even though
Dandelion.
we set goals, we want the live stream to remain on flat Earth. We want it to remain.
Yeah.
Do we claim to be a utopia? No. We have a lot of different personalities. I think you'll find if you stick around, which I hope all of you people who joined us today will stick around. I think you'll find that we have a lot of strong personalities. The topic of flat Earth tends to attract strong personalities. One of the reasons is because we are breaking out of the NPC programming, just kind of robotic, stimulus response type thing that you see in the consensus state, and we are becoming individuated humans, in which case there are a lot of opinions around here. So just because one person does something or says something or mutes you because you didn't say stuff right, that doesn't mean everybody here is going to do it. So you had your quantum eraser encounter, which is a very we should have a role just for people who make it through quantum eraser, and are still here. A quantum eraser survivor, QE survivor. Do you think that?
Hey, I'm one. I'm one of those.
So yeah, I mean,
Yeah, same here.
that's a unique experience in and of itself. And so, I hope that you'll, stick around and just see what happens here. And
I promise I will.
appreciate all of you being here. So yeah,
And it's like all the
It was great talking
all the
with you.
moderators butt heads with each other too. And
that's right, Helio. Yeah, tell him all about it. Sometimes I'm rude to Helio, but he always is. Always takes it well.
Yeah, but at the same time, I think when I posted that Star Trek logic argument.
I didn't see it. Did you post it tonight?
Yeah. Just
Those are
posted it in the live stream voice text. There's a playlist. You got to go watch Spock.
Okay.
Go through the
Okay, I
logical
see it.
argument.
Logic lessons with Mr. Spock. Okay,
Dude,
maybe I
you gotta
can show
Listen,
that to my
Dandelion,
children.
So funny.
you've been nothing but a pleasure. I appreciate you so much.
No, she's just
Thank you. Thank you very much.
never. Well, not never rude, but like,
Helio, I'm rude to you all the time. What are you talking about? You don't have to pretend.
When you can
Let
take
him
these
have his
conversations
illusions for now.
too personal
I haven't turned
either.
on him yet.
oh, no, almost never rude to me. I'll just say that. But
Yeah.
anyway.
All right, I bookmarked that. Thank you, Helio. I appreciate
Yeah,
it. Oh,
you
yes,
gotta
and
watch it.
Gizmo
You gotta
recommends you
watch
join
it. I mean,
ladies' night. I think that's a
I
great
get that.
idea, Gizmo. All of these guys should come to the next ladies' night. That'd be a great time. Yep. Friday
I'll
night
be here
starts
for
at
sure.
5 o'clock Eastern. All right.
Oh, maybe the ladies' night should interview all the asshole flat earthers one night. I don't know. It could be.
Oh, yeah. Well, we can always do that, Helio. Yep.
I think
Right.
they
Oh, yeah, I
already do
should
that.
promote our logical fallacies thing. Oh, and the precious metals. I'm sorry. Before I go, I'm just going to promo our events. So,
shoot.
yeah, tomorrow, not tomorrow. Actually, for me, it's today in about 11 hours. Might be tomorrow. For some people, precious metals takeover is in the live stream. And then on Sunday, we're going to have an Avoid Logical Fallacies event. Brad and Redford Bear hosting. Me and Dio, Drace, and Karma are going to speak. Karma's kind of like my sidekick. Doesn't want to be officially listed, but she is going to be here. So that should be a fun time too. If you click on interested, then it'll give you a notification when it comes up. So thanks, guys. You all do a great job. I do get cranky sometimes, even though Dexter doesn't acknowledge it. So I apologize to all of you regulars here, about my crankiness. But you know how I am. So
Hey, we all get cranky sometimes. I appreciate you.
Especially at 2 in the morning.
God bless Mary, Mom.
God bless America.
Dandelion.
God bless Mom.
Otherwise known as.
Yes, you can call me that anytime.
I love you.
I have another question.
Yeah, what's up?
Okay, so I just want to understand your belief. So I'm gonna ask a lot of questions that I just don't know.
So let's go one question at a time. We can go.
All right. First question is when you see a sunset, where do you think that the sun is going exactly?
What? Here's my question back to you. Where do you think the sun is?
I think it's far away from the Earth.
How far?
I don't know the exact miles right now. I don't have that information.
93 million.
Yeah. I think it's probably that length away.
Well, let me ask you this in this way. Let me ask you, if the sun were closer to Earth, do you think you would see it the same way that you see it when you see it? See the sunset. Do you think if the Earth were much closer and the Earth were a level stationary plane, do you think you would be able to see the sun move away from you and create the same effect?
I think that
you missed out the part where if the sun is smaller too.
I think that.
We're not there yet.
If the sun was closer, then the sun would probably be bigger in your field of vision.
All right. Well, how big is the sun? Hold on, sis. Let me do this.
Well, I don't know the exact length or.
All right, length, width, height, distance.
I don't know how big.
How about Earth? Exactly. Do you know how big the Earth is?
Me? No, I don't know how big the Earth is generally.
All right, cool. All right. Sounds like you're brand new to this subject, and you found our server, and you have a lot of questions. Cool. So here's what we're doing here is showing you that what they're saying about Earth cannot be true, because all of us observe the Earth as a level stationary plane. You see the sun, moon, and stars in the sky, and you see the sun setting. And actually, I think this is a really good question. Your first question coming into this, I think it's a really good question, because the sun actually is when I came across this topic, when I saw the sun for what it was, which I don't know where it is. I mean, I can't give you a number, but it's definitely not the way they describe it. And so, if you're very curious about this topic and you're wondering why the sun sets over a flat Earth, it's because it's much closer to Earth and the Earth is not curving and you're not moving backwards watching the sunset. You're not spinning around the Earth backwards away from the sun. And that's why the sun sets. That's what they tell you, but that's just wrong. It doesn't happen that way.
But like, if you were to like see a plane, like if you see a plane like just go forward, like at more far away, like it doesn't like descend like under the horizon. It just keeps going until you don't see it. But like with the
Right,
sun,
it disappears into the horizon.
Into the horizon.
Yeah, but when you see the sun, it just like goes down. Like,
Well, that's an appearance, right? When a drone flies away from you, it starts out and it appears at zenith position. Hold on, bro. Hold on. It appears at zenith position, right over your head. Right when it takes off, the drone is right over your head. But when you move forward, it appears to go down. But it's not actually going down unless you program it to go down. Right? It's an appearance only, and the actual height is the same. But because of the way your eyes work, it makes it look like it's going down and setting, just like the sun. If you had a really bright light on your drone, eventually it'd get so far away, if you had one of those DJI drones that could go like 4 or 5 miles, eventually you wouldn't see the light on it no more, and it would just set. Eventually it would be gone.
You're like, if it's straight above your head, then eventually, if it's moving straight away from you, eventually you're gonna have to move your eye line down toward the horizon. Then you won't be able to see it anymore, but you're looking straight ahead now. And it's the same way with the sun.
So like, where do you guys believe that the sun is located exactly?
In the sky.
So it's just like in the sky.
Same place you see it. Same place you see it.
So is it like in the Earth's atmosphere? Is what you're saying?
We don't know.
No, not necessarily.
We can't confirm that.
So it would be reasonable.
Is the guy who asked about them? One moment. Don't speak over me. Is the guy who asked about the moon still in here? He asked Hank about the moon.
Yeah, he's still in here.
Yeah, I want to ask that guy a question. If he can hear me.
Wait, was that me? I don't remember.
No, well,
I think it was Dexter.
Yeah, someone asked about the moon.
Yeah, that was me.
Okay, yeah. So, my question to you, do you remember your question about the moon?
Honestly, no.
Okay, no problem.
But if you do and you repeat it back to me, I will agree with you if it's the one that I think that I asked.
Well, I don't remember well either. Also, but it's
if you have
irrelevant.
thoughts about the moon, I want to hear them.
Yeah, so. I have a question. Yeah, for you. What do you know about the moonlight?
What do I know about it?
About the moonlight.
Well, I see the moon, and I see light reflecting off of it. That's
okay,
what I know.
So you are yeah. The official narrative is that the moon reflects the sunlight. Yeah.
Is that the official?
Yeah, this is the official narrative in the heliocentric model.
Okay.
But yeah, my question was about moonlight specifically because are you in USA somehow?
Yes.
Somehow.
So it should be nighttime right now for you.
That's right.
And most likely you have a full moon tonight.
Shit, you know what? That's a good question. Hold on, let me go outside. I'll give you a firm answer in about 20 seconds.
I saw an almost full moon yesterday, and I was wondering if it was waxing.
Yeah, this shit looks pretty. It looks pretty good. It looks pretty full. It's not full, but it's like I give it like a good 85 to 90%.
That's what she said.
So, is it cloudy?
No.
Okay. Do you have a thermometer?
I don't. Not like no, I don't. But I have pretty good skin, so I would guess it's about 52 degrees.
Check
yeah,
your
but
that was thermometer. I love it. I like that.
Hey, I guess the temperature all the time when I go outside, so I'm not gonna blame them.
Wait,
pretty good skin. I can tell.
So, now your house makes a shadow. If you go behind your house, you cannot see the moon because you are behind the house.
Hold on, I'm gonna walk with you. Hold up, let's do this.
Question.
Hold on, let's stay on the phone. I'm walking right now. I'm walking.
That will mean that
hold on, I can
you
see
are.
You don't have a thermometer. You have to have a thermometer.
I can
He's
see it.
explaining to you something.
I'm
Listen,
behind my house. I can see it. It's just a little bit over my roof.
Dude, don't even get
but if you go closer to the wall of your house, you will not see it anymore.
All right, hold on.
So
yeah,
that
you're right.
means
You're right. I've got my nose up
you
against
are
the wall.
in the
All I can see is
in
the
the
wall.
shadow. You are in the shadow from the moonlight.
We're not. Let's not do this, man.
What?
Come on, bro. He's almost there. Let him finish.
They're almost done, Helio.
Go for it. Fuck it.
Yeah, so Delegate claim is go ahead.
Yeah. When you are in the shadow from the moonlight, it is actually warmer. And when you expose yourself to the moonlight, if you check the temperature, there will be a difference of temperature. It is colder in the moonlight.
Okay, now you said it right.
Yeah.
It's colder in the moonlight.
Yeah. Yeah. And when you are in the shadow of it, then it's warmer.
I mean, look, I have good skin, but I guess my skin isn't that good because I can't feel a difference.
You can't tell the difference. You can't tell the difference of 2 degrees or something like that.
Oh, 2 degrees, I can definitely tell a difference.
Too smaller. It's too small of a difference.
Okay.
Well, from 31 to 33 is very hard to tell.
All right.
Very hard to
tell.
Yeah,
so where are we going? Where are we going with this?
You can isolate some of the.
I'm ready.
You can
I'm ready
isolate some of those variables and test this yourself. That's what he's saying.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can buy a laser thermometer, which tells you very quickly the temperature, gives you a very quick reading of the temperature in a place, and you should compare the temperature when you are exposed to the moonlight and when you are in the shadow, and you will see that the moonlight is always colder. It is a cold light. It has a cooling effect. You have to somehow now in this heliocentric model to explain it, how the sunlight is warm and the moonlight is actually cold.
All right. Well, I'm going to tell you right now. I'm gonna believe that the basic assumptions that you're stating are true. So why don't you tell me why that is? Like, I'm just gonna. I didn't perceive what you're saying, but I'm gonna accept for now.
Well,
it's true.
This kind of light, which has this cooling effect, is a different kind of light.
Yeah. Okay. So where's it coming from? Why is it different?
It's totally opposite from what the sun is.
Okay.
Yeah.
I posted a link.
I don't know much to tell you more about it, but I know that this is a great mystery.
Well, yeah, I've never heard this before. I was Googling it as you were speaking it, and it sounds like there are rebuttals to it, which I'm sure you're familiar with. So I'm curious, what because folks are saying that.
Whether or not it can be confirmed, the phases of the moon in the heliocentric model, it doesn't work out necessarily the way that they describe it. I don't, in my opinion, I was, letting Jebby Jeb finish his thing there, but if even in what he was saying, if it's reflected sunlight, that's pretty much impossible the way that they describe it in the heliocentric model. But also, as far as the model goes, the phases of the moon and the eclipses and shit, that shit never works out anyway. It can't. They backward engineered the globe model from previous ideas, but it still doesn't work out because they have other issues with this heliocentric idea. It doesn't work out.
Can I ask you a question, Helioskeptic? You keep saying the word they. Who is they?
All of the pseudoscientists, all of the astrophysicists.
But do they operate in unison as a single entity? Without
for the most part, they work through universities and different platforms. I mean, but they're of a certain mind about the globe Earth.
Right, but if they are scientists, right, and they're observing something that is antithetical.
No, they're not scientists. They're
no. The question I just have. Okay, they're humans then, right? They're humans, and they're observing something that's antithetical to.
Or what are they observing?
They're observing what you're observing, right? And so they're observing something that's antithetical to the training or whatever that they believe. And I think we can all agree they're tens
of thousands of frickin' people that have been manipulated into believing a certain thing that cannot possibly be true.
Okay, so the idea is that there are tens of thousands of people who are operating essentially as
wait, tens of millions of people.
Tens of millions of people who are operating as drones and rejecting the things that they're observing.
They're not observing them though. It's a hell of a fucking drug. It's called education.
Okay, well that's all right. I'm just making sure.
Keep in mind, most of us in here were brought up, being taught that we live on a spinning ball in the vacuum of space, and most of us believed it.
Yeah, but we were also taught that Santa Claus.
I'm in my right mind. I used to believe this bullshit, but I don't anymore.
How many people would have to be in on the line, right? Because everybody does Santa Claus for their children. I don't know any normal people that don't do Christmas. Everybody's in on the line. How many people would have to be in on it?
That's a question. So a good question, right?
Right, it's the same thing without the globe, right? Ever since you were born, right, you had the thing above your cradle, right, that spun with the sun, the moon, the stars.
No, I didn't have a cradle. I actually grew up in a really rough environment where at a pretty young age I was essentially.
I'm sorry to hear about your shoeboxes, bro, but listen to what I'm saying.
We all have a backstory. However we were brought up, all of us have different backstories.
So you grew up in
we're all brought up in the education system. Anyway.
You grew up in the shoebox like the rest of us, right? We all grew up in these boxes, right? And then we go to school, and then they start giving us government education, right? And it's pretty much all the same. Like, look, kids, dinosaurs and space and stuff. And we're like, yeah, dinosaurs, space, aliens, maybe. right? And then you don't ever question it. You don't ever like look into it again. You just accept it. And because the numbers aren't so astronomically, they're so big that you can't comprehend any of it, what they're saying anyway.
They prey on the innocence of kids.
Yeah, but it's the
what
same
about
way.
the innocence of adults?
If you were born in India, right, you might, be like a Raja Yoga type of guy, right? But if you're born in Japan, you're more likely to be, like an atheist or an agnostic, right?
Like a samurai.
No.
Somebody had to say samurai, huh?
Why not ninja?
If you're a product of
Ninja.
You're a product of the culture, are you not? So you believed it because this is how you were raised, except for you didn't know this was all based on religious beliefs and philosophy. I call it religiosity instead of actually science.
Nice.
Yeah, that's why somebody got offended earlier when I said something about philosophy. It was just like, oh, it's philosophy.
I like that. Religiosity. I like that.
Yeah, that's really cool. I've never heard that before.
Mm-hmm.
Can I continue?
Philosophical. Go ahead.
Can I continue my questions about the sun?
Sure, go
I was just cut off. Like,
I'm sorry. I did that.
So like, basically, I was asking like where the sun is like located exactly. Like, is it? Do you guys believe that it's in the Earth's atmosphere?
All right, listen. We don't think it's in the Earth's atmosphere. We think it's above it, right? Because the sun does experience refraction, right? It's not always where it appears to be. So it has a parent size and a parent location because you're talking about light. And this pretty much is like the cutting edge of science for like the past 100 years, right? The physics of light. What is light doing? So the sun is a light source, right? Now, they can tell you how much mass it has, how much it weighs. They can tell you all this stuff about the sun, right? Because they can calculate based off of assumptions, or we can just like ignore all that and say it's a light in the sky that makes a path once every 24 hours, right? Which is true, but they'll tell you it's made of hydrogen and helium, right? So how do you verify that? Well, stellar spectroscopy, right? I probably said it wrong again. And what they're doing is they're shining light right through the sky and at the sun, and they're saying that they're detecting hydrogen and helium. Well, that's not a big deal, right? They say it's a gas giant, right? It's a sun, but they don't call it a gas giant. I misspoke. It's the sun. They say it's made of gas, hydrogen, and helium. Well, the thing about it is the world is a very dynamic system, right? Meaning that there's atmosphere that the light went through first, and if there was light passing through the upper atmosphere, wouldn't it detect hydrogen and helium, the two lightest elements known to man? So how do we know? How did they remove that variable? How did they remove the variable where we know that we're not detecting the atmosphere because we manipulated no, you can't do that with space, right? So it's all based on assumption. And the more you look into this, you're going to remember what I'm saying to you, right? And then you'll start to realize, like, holy shit, it's all based off of, like, basically your philosophy of how you look at the world. There's two coordinate systems, right? Two of them. And you can choose whichever one you like, whichever one you prefer. If you think that light is bending down at 8 inches per mile squared and that you can see around the curve, that's what you believe? Like, sure, go ahead. I don't know how you could demonstrate that. And I think that it requires a great deal of faith to believe that, because light would be bending at the exact curvature rate around the sphere as the sphere. That's lucky, right?
You should see the back of your head in looking forward.
The thing that makes me most skeptical of the globe Earth model is the pain that I feel in my neck when the pressure changes. It doesn't seem. I feel like extreme pain in my neck when the pressure changes, and I guess extreme is like an overstatement, right? But I feel I get a stiff neck when the pressure changes, and there is no way that works with the globe Earth model. There's just no way.
It sounds like more related to changes of temperature.
Wait a minute, who said that? Is that a flat earther who said that?
No.
No, I'm skeptical. Like, I'm not sure, right? But that doesn't seem to align with the idea of a globe Earth.
How did you make that correlation? Because your neck hurts, therefore it's not a globe?
Right. Well,
He's
it's a pressure. It's a pressure change.
He's LARPing. He's LARPing. It's pretty obvious. He's been
No,
doing it.
I'm not.
Here.
No, I'm not. I'm actually not LARPing. I'm not.
I'm trying to keep saying to you. Oh, that's
think about how would the pressure change? How would the pressure change? This is an honest.
What pressure change?
Yeah.
What pressure?
One moment. The guy who asked about the sun, if the sun is in the Earth's atmosphere, the problem
Wait, so it's
is
in the atmosphere.
I didn't ask that.
One said that. One said it wasn't.
One person asked.
Yeah, I didn't ask that.
One person asked if the
me.
sun is in Earth's atmosphere. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
okay, wait.
When you pronounce, I haven't finished. When you pronounce the word atmosphere, that means you are referring to that imaginary thing which you think you can breathe it, yeah, from the heliocentric model, aka NASA.
From my perspective, with the neck pain.
I haven't finished.
Okay, sorry.
According to NASA,
that wasn't my question.
According to NASA information, do you know how high is the Earth's atmosphere?
It's like tens of thousands of kilometers above.
How many?
Over
No,
10,000.
isn't it like 100 or 200 miles?
I don't know what it is in miles. I only know kilometers.
200 miles?
6,214 miles.
Oh, there you go.
6,000 miles. Oh, really?
Yes.
Where did you get that number from?
How about you tell me what you think how high the Earth's atmosphere?
Well, I'm telling you,
because now you're asking me questions when I was asking you about the sun.
Yeah, you see, no, I'm giving
I'm
gonna give you now the official NASA altitude, yeah, of the Earth's atmosphere. It extends up to 630,000 miles. That places the moon spinning in less than half of the Earth's atmosphere.
So you're telling me something like the sun, which is millions of degrees, just sits like thousands of miles above the Earth. If that was true, then the Earth would just burn to a crisp like instantly.
No, I didn't say the sun is in the Earth's atmosphere.
Time out. You can't
that
mix
doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
The thing is
hold on.
No, I don't think so.
Hey, I'm trying to gain control of the conversation just for a second, so we got to reset, okay? Something got misunderstood. We never said the sun is 6,000 degrees right overhead. That would be a straw man, but I'm going to say that was an accident because you don't know what straw manning is yet. So that's not our argument. Let us give you our actual argument, and then you can attack that.
Okay.
Okay, I guess there's
Didn't you make the claim that the moon was in Earth's atmosphere? Wasn't that your claim?
Yeah. In less than half of the Earth's atmosphere, but the word atmosphere itself is a paradox. So this thing that we breathe is air, is a mixture of gases. Gases are molecules. They are made of atoms bonded together by nuclear forces. So
what was the point,
when you
bro?
say you, yeah, the point is that he has a incorrect perception of his own model. He thought
I thought he was
that
asking
Earth's
you.
atmosphere is 6,000 miles high.
Yeah, where
No.
can you link me a source where they say that it's 600,000 miles?
Yeah, in 2019, NASA came with this number.
What was the exact number? Like, give me
630,000 miles.
And that's for the Earth's atmosphere.
Yeah.
So I'm talking about just the Earth in general. So like, where does the moon sit between the moon?
Well, obviously, the moon is like 220,000 something.
Okay, so it's 630,000.
He's asking in your model,
Yeah.
So like,
you're misunderstanding.
No. Where does the moon
this
sit?
is not our model. This is your model, which NASA invokes.
But wait, he asked you. He asked you, and then you threw it back at. So I don't think that was his model. I think you turned his question into a question that we went
pointing. I'm pointing out
my model. That's not my model of
what you.
the Earth's atmosphere
Well,
is.
you as a glober, you come here and you tell us that above 100 kilometers high you cannot breathe anymore. There's no more air.
Well, do you
wait,
think
I'm
you
a
can
little
breathe?
confused.
Do you think you can breathe in space, or just don't believe in space?
I have not been there. I know that somewhere above there are noble gases and you don't have oxygen molecules anymore. There is a layer of ozone, which you also cannot explain it, how the ozone layer presence is at high altitude, and the breathable oxygen, O2, is here, down on the earth, So you explain me how the ozone is above and oxygen is here.
I don't know how this conversation went from the sun to the atmosphere.
Do you know?
My main question was about the sun. I still haven't gotten like an actual answer. I just want to know where the sun would be located. In your
okay.
But
hey, we can answer this directly, guys. Let's just answer this directly. Hold on, Jet. Let me just.
We should first sort out the first luminary, the closest, the moon. Yeah.
Yeah, we're doing
it. Hold on, Jet. Let's just answer this question directly and then move forward from there. So, the moon, the sun, and the stars are all.
Yeah.
They all fall into the category of unverified lights in the sky. So the thing is you have to go up to it and touch it and measure the distance between here and there and measure what it is and figure out exactly what it is to say for sure what it is.
Well,
nobody's done that. So we can guess. Just keep in mind it's just a guess.
What do you mean by sky?
Let me
so we live inside a container of some kind. You can't have gas pressure without a container. We don't know how far up the container is. We don't know if the lights are on the inside or outside of the container. And yeah, you have to go up and touch it to figure it out. But you don't have the means to do that, so.
Wait, so didn't we go to the moon though?
So
nobody ever went to the moon. Nobody ever went to the vacuum of space because the vacuum of space is not a real place.
Wait, I thought we went to the moon.
Teenum, please. I'm trying to ask a question.
No, it's more likely just an unverified light on the other side of the container that gives us gas pressure. But that's just a guess. It could be on the inside, but I can't tell you what it is.
But there is space outside the container.
He's asking good questions. We should go back to his stuff.
Yeah. Okay, so do you guys like not have? So is like flat Earth just like a theory that you guys There's just nothing.
No. It's not a theory. Hold on, please. Let me stop you there. I don't mean to be rude about that, but it's an observation. So we observe that the Earth is flat and stationary. Those are two observations, and we do not observe gas pressure without a container existing anywhere. So there's no reason for us to believe that gas pressure exists without a container here on Earth.
I'm just like interested in like I just want to understand like how and where you came up with the conclusion that the Earth is in a container. Well, basically the sky is like a container.
Well, not that the sky is a container, but just that you cannot have gas pressure or a vacuum without a container. And you certainly can't have one next to the other without a solid barrier. So I'm not saying that the vacuum of space is beyond the container. I don't know what's beyond the container. That also is unverified. I'm not going to make any claims, but I can assure you that there's not the vacuum of space up there without there being a solid barrier between us and that. That certainly does not exist.
Okay, so do you guys have like any pictures of like the flat Earth model?
No, we don't have a model. I mean, modeling is a nice job for youth people, young ladies, young boys. Yeah.
There's a model for like the globe Earth. So I just wanted to know.
Let me help you out, bro.
If there's
I just want to help you out.
Flat Earth.
Yeah, let me help you out, bro. See, here's the thing. You're talking about like a model Porsche, and you compare it to a real Porsche, right? They're not the same thing, right? One is the authentic thing. So listen, bro, I'm trying to help you out. I'm going to answer your question directly, right? So here's the thing. It's a model, right? It's not the real thing. So what is Earth, right? Well, if you look like between your toes at the beach, that's what Earth is, right?
Earth
but they're
is the
telling
real
you,
thing.
Yeah, the real thing outside. The earthworms are playing in. You know what I mean? So what we're saying is that's the real Earth, and they're saying that no, you live here on the spinning ball model, and no, you don't live on a model because what a model is a reification, meaning that you're adding concreteness to an idea or a concept that exists only in your mind. And I say it only exists in your mind because that's the only place you see the ball Earth. The Earth is a ball, or the ball Earth model, is when you close your eyes and you see it in your mind, or you see it on TV like you have 100,000 times since you were born. Every Universal Studios movie, every time you turned on Sesame Street, all these learning programs are filled with all this unnecessary space, ball Earth stuff. And then you think that that's what Earth is through word association, that it's some sort of model. And now you want us to replace all that bullshit that we got caught up in for all those years with another model. The thing is, we don't need the model because we have the actual Earth outside. So what we're claiming here...
I just want a model so I can see what your envision of the Earth is. And it was just posted in live stream voice text. Is that what you believe that the flat Earth would be?
No. What we're claiming is that, listen, here, you want a model? Here it is. The Earth sticks up out of the water. It has topography, meaning valleys, hills, mountains, right? And it's pretty much level from coast to coast, except for the topography, like the mountains.
Well, instead of a model...
Hold on, bro. Hold on. I'm almost done. Give me just a second. We're claiming the water's flat, bro. 70% of the Earth's surface is covered in water, and we can't measure curvature anywhere. We've been trying for 6 years. Go measure it yourself. It's not that hard. Anybody could do it with a mirror. That's all you need is a mirror. And a friend.
Hey, do you remember a second ago when I pointed out to you that you've never gone to the moon? No one's ever gone to the moon. No one's ever been outside of the container or gone really far up to see how far away the stars are or how far away the sun is. Well, the thing is, for that reason, and the Antarctic Treaty and the Arctic Treaty, and the fact that you can't travel over the lands freely anywhere you want to go over the Earth, the point I'm trying to make in this is that if you were to even just try to make an actual model per se of some kind of the Earth and the lights above it, you don't have access to the areas that you need to go to make it. So it's almost like you're asking us to make a model out of information that we don't have, which is silly.
Well, instead of a model, how about the concepts that were posted in live stream voice text?
Bro, you don't have a model either, right? You can't show me a ball floating in space with water sticking to it. Right?
Well,
So,
you guys think that the images are fake. So
hold on, listen, bro. Well, I mean, you can think they're real images if you want to, but you also have to be consistent and believe in Bigfoot, right? Because we have video of Bigfoot caught in the woods. So if you believe what you see on TV, that's fine, bro. We don't believe what we see on TV.
Videos of Superman too.
Yeah, so if you want to believe it, that's fine. But our standard is just a little higher than yours because we don't have the faith that it requires to believe in that model anymore. Because no, listen, bro, I'm almost done. You cut me off like 5 seconds before I'm done almost every time. Because we went outside for ourselves and measured it. That's all I got to say. Go ahead, bro.
I'm confused on why you're so hung up on this model thing. What? Why do you need a model? Where are you going with this?
Because you cannot model the world. Can you create
about the sun? I've been asking about the sun, so I want to know where do you think the sun would be on a model of a flat Earth? You guys kept cutting me off.
Speculating.
I could never finish my question.
We're sorry, bro. We're
cool. I just posted.
The sun is.
No, we don't. There's models not necessary, but a concept like that GIF I just posted, and it's been posted many times in here. This is the pattern of the sun, moon, and stars. I mean, it's very fast, but this is the cycle of the sun that we all observe over many. I mean, it takes many years for this pattern to happen, but that's now it doesn't say anything about shape of Earth because Earth doesn't have a shape. But this is
you don't know that. We don't know that it has a shape.
Well, that's true because Earth is Earth and always has been, always will be, and I'll always say that every time. This is the cyclical pattern of the sun, moon, and stars. Throughout human history, as far as records go back, this is the pattern of the sun, moon, and stars.
Mm-hmm.
So I have a question for the guy who was just asking what is the moon and what is the sun or how far away they are. How would you suggest that we go about figuring that out?
I'm just asking if you have like any speculations.
Oh, okay.
Speculation. Hold on, bro. Relax. I'm gonna let you speak. Okay. We don't like to speculate around here. We're compiling like information that is verifiable. So if you're gonna ask me like, well, what is Pluto? Like we don't know. It's a light in the sky, right? But if you want to ask us about stuff that we can verify, like about the Earth curve calculator, and doesn't stand up to reality, no, it doesn't. It doesn't. We can see too far. In fact, the Globers like to argue against us. They admit that we can see too far, but the question is for them is, well, why? Because it's obviously not because the Earth is not a sphere. It's got to be some other reason, some other ad hoc explanation that we can just make up on the spot. So, do you want to know why us and the anti-flat earthers are saying we can see too far? You want to see the math?
No, I never asked that question.
Hey.
Yeah,
maybe you should ask another question. Maybe you should ask another question.
Whenever I ask where the sun is, whenever I ask where the sun is located, you ask me how far away the sun is from the Earth, and then we go into a huge debate.
All right, cool. Then
see, you don't know. You don't know. I don't know. NASA don't know. None of them. Nobody on the Earth can answer these questions about the cosmos because you can't measure it. You can't take samples of it and test it in the laboratory. Let me give you an example of what I mean.
Okay, if you just don't know, then just say you don't know. Like, did you ever think of that?
Yeah, we just don't know. But let's say, for example, you go to the doctor and the doctor says that, hey, you got like a lump on your penis, we're going to need to amputate immediately. You would be like, hey, this dude didn't even take like a biopsy and see if it was cancerous. He wants to amputate my junk. You'd be like, go get a second opinion, right? And you go to a second opinion, the doctor would be like, well, I really don't want to take a biopsy. And you'd be like, bro, you got to take a biopsy. How are you going to tell me if it's cancerous or not? Right? And until he went and got some lab work done, you wouldn't know what the fuck it was. Right? You think the sun, moon, and stars are any different than any of that? You don't know what it is, so you get a piece of it. You got a piece of it, right?
Well, I believe that the sun is much farther away than the moon. And that's just me.
I agree with you. Yeah, I don't think
they
the
look
sun
the
is
same
much
size
farther away.
in the sky.
Yeah, they're the same size in the sky. They occult each other, sometimes. Or I don't think the moon occults the sun.
Occlude each other.
Hey, I'll tell you what though. Every time that there's a new moon, if there's a solar eclipse, it's always in a new moon phase. And if the moon was a physical object, don't you think you would be able to detect it before it occults the sun?
What do you mean?
Includes the sun.
Yeah, actually, I have a picture of a solar eclipse.
Well, occult.
Well, I heard in this server that the solar eclipse was just orbs. So,
one moment. I have a picture of a solar eclipse where you can see the sun through the moon.
But does anyone have any?
Does anyone wants to see it?
Yeah, sure.
You can always post it.
Okay, I'll post it.
Well, I was just saying during a solar eclipse, like if you happen to be somewhere near a total solar eclipse path, which means that
there it is. If you
Did
click
you take
on
that photo
picture,
yourself?
No. If you click on that picture and you zoom in as much as you can, in the sun,
that looks like Venus.
You will see that dark object which is eclipsing the sun, you can see the shape of the sun gray through it. The whole sun roundness contour, you can see it.
From my perspective and like when I see that picture, I just assume that the moon isn't fully covering the sun. It's already past that phase.
The half,
the sun.
it's covering half of the sun. It has covered already half of the sun. So why do you see that other half which is obstructed by the moon?
Well, usually in a solar eclipse, that happens. It just goes from that fully covering the sun and into that again, and then the solar eclipse is just done.
So then,
can I ask a question?
If you are behind a mountain and you shine a light, and I'm on the other side of the mountain, I will be able to see that light through the mountain.
Well, like that? I mean, it depends.
It depends on what?
It depends on where the moon is during the solar eclipse.
Okay.
Every time hold on, JBJ. Every time there's a solar eclipse, it's during a new moon phase. Every single time.
Well, that's because the shape of the moon. Well, most people believe that the shape of the moon is round. So
no, sure. Well, it doesn't matter what people believe. I'm just telling you as a matter of fact.
So, like, do you like expect the shape of the moon to be like a different shape?
Well, let me ask you this. How do you think the phases of the moon happen?
The full moon, a full moon.
Phases. I'm talking about the phases. How do the phases of the moon?
What do you mean?
Yeah. Why do you waxing, waning? I mean, you see, all of us see the moon every night.
Do you think the moon just like switches shapes, or do you not believe that it's
no? I don't. No, obviously, I don't think that. I'm not trying to pigeonhole you.
I don't understand the question. Like,
Well,
because
I'll tell you what. A lot of people, including me, when I first came into this, and I grew up thinking that the Earth's shadow was causing the phases of the moon, which turned out to not be true. I think I remember learning that in school, like the sun was shining through the Earth, and it
He
was
already obfuscated once away from the curvature. Can we get it back on the curvature? He totally obfuscated when I said I can teach you how to directly measure the curvature. He was like, "Nah, that ain't my question. We don't want to talk about that." But where are you at, bro? You're a flat Earth server.
Yeah,
why don't you address the fact that we can't find any curvature?
What?
Curvature of Earth.
I was
We've
never
been
asking
measuring
about that. Every time I ask about the sun, every time I ask about the sun, just
yeah, you guys are all the same. You want to talk about the sun, the moon, and stars. If you look right now, how to debunk the flat Earth? What are they talking about? The sun?
I just have not got an answer.
Why do you gotta overtalk me, bro?
You're over talking me while I'm talking. You interrupt me every single time. It's not me interrupting you. As you can see, whenever I do say something, you interrupt.
If it's true, I apologize. All right, let's start over and move on. What I'm saying here is that we've been measuring the Earth, right? Over and over again. We've been measuring the Earth over large bodies of water, over mountain ranges, over lakes that are frozen. They can see Chicago from Michigan, 50 miles away. It should be behind 1,800 feet of curvature, but they can see it. They can see the skyline from Chicago, from Michigan. So it's not a question of if we're seeing too far. That's already been established a long time ago. The question is, we're seeing too far, and why? You want to know what the globe argument is? Would that be interesting to you? What your side says?
I don't have an argument for the globe, but you have an argument for the flat Earth, which is why I'm asking you questions. Because we're in here to ask you questions, so we can learn about your perspective or way of thinking.
Yeah, well, Hank just told you one.
Yeah,
that's the main thing. The second one,
I'm asking questions.
The second one, okay, I'm asking questions too. The second one, the Earth doesn't spin. You can't measure it. You can't go outside and verify it. You might see the sun, moon, and stars spin, right? But all motion is relative. If you understand what that means, if it's all relative, how could you say one is spinning and one is not if you're not outside of the solar system to get a third point of view reference frame adjacent and completely away from it, or sorry, not adjacent, away from the solar system, so-called, to see which the Earth is going around the sun or the sun's going around the Earth. If all motion is relative, then what I'm trying to explain to you, the natural thing that we all observe with our senses if we meditate in the backyard for 3 days, is that the sun, moon, and stars make a circuit once roughly every 24 hours. The Earth doesn't move, it doesn't spin, it's flat and stationary. The third claim that the globe makes is that there's a vacuum up there. So this vacuum is supposed to be 10 to the 17 negative 4. And that would be impossible for us to have gas giants, a sun made of gas, all these gas particles in our atmosphere next to a vacuum, because you cannot have a vacuum without a container. Nature abhors a vacuum, right? So where's the container on the globe Earth model to keep the atmosphere, the gas, from filling the available volume, aka the vacuum of space? And that's the problem. Your model doesn't work out. You can't do that. Water doesn't hang off the ball. Vacuum don't hang around with no container. Because what's the definition of gas pressure? That's my question to you. What's the definition of gas pressure? You know, if you don't know, I'll tell you.
You can explain to me whatever you want. Because, like, right now you're just asking me questions that I'm not educated on.
That's fine. That's perfectly fine. So The definition is the force the particles of gas exert against the walls of its container. So, like you're familiar with a propane tank. I'm sure you know how this works, man. You fill it up, right, at 250 psi, and then let's say instead of plugging it up to the grill, you just open it up. It's going to spew out until it fills the available space, until it reaches equilibrium, which means that the gas pressure inside and outside of the container are the same. Does that make sense to you?
Nope.
You never played with a cigarette lighter or any kind of container in your whole life?
No.
No containers, huh?
I never played with any gas pressure or propane tank.
Never had a cigarette lighter. You never seen one of those?
No, I don't smoke cigarettes, so.
So you don't know anything about gas law. Okay, moving on. Ask me questions.
Well, I'm still caught up on the sun. Like I keep asking, yeah, but I'm not asking the same question over and over again. It's just that whenever I do bring it up, I just get sidetracked.
I'll tell you what, though. On that point, about the sun, I don't know.
Like right now, you could just admit to me that you just don't know how it works.
Okay, can you?
No,
we already did that. Are you listening?
What's your question?
You're not listening.
Okay, how about this?
No,
all of us can admit we don't know what the sun is. We don't know what the sun is, but through other observations that are contrary to what they tell us the sun is, we can prove that what they say the sun is cannot possibly be true.
Okay, so whenever I ask
you are you interested in those observations?
Well, whenever I ask you a question, I'm trying to get those observations. That's why I asked about the sunsets.
Okay, well, that's why we're talking about this. We're talking about observations. We can talk about crepuscular rays. We can talk about all kinds of stuff. The way they describe the sun, 93 million miles away, over, because it's the center of the solar system. It's completely impossible from our observations, and we can go over that, I guess, as many times as you need to. I mean, it's really not hard to figure out, bro. It's impossible for what they say, what they taught us when we were growing up. It's impossible for the sun to be that.
Well, it's also impossible for the sun to be a burning ball of gas in a vacuum. That would also violate the second law of thermodynamics.
Yeah, that's another thing too. I mean, but you can also believe your own eyes, man. You can go walk outside and look at the sun and the way it reflects in the sky on the clouds and stuff, and you can see that it's obviously not 93 million miles away.
Well, how do you think they got that measurement?
Oh, I know
they made it a
measurement. Yeah, I know how they got it, but
you don't think that they went through like math?
Do you really want to? If I told you how they got it, would you?
Math? Don't you mean measuring something? How would math prove?
You don't have to measure everything.
Here in the sun.
Math.
I know exactly how they got the measurement.
If the math isn't based off of measurement, it's imaginary.
So then your distance for what you think from the sun to this flat Earth is imaginary.
It's unverified, but we're not making any claims. They are making the claim that it's 93 million miles away. That's a bunch of bullshit.
And you're claiming it's 65,000 miles away or whatever it was.
No, I just said we're making no claims. Did you just hear what I just said?
Yeah, because you're whatever.
I didn't hear that, man.
Yeah, you're whatever, right. Whatever the hell you're saying.
If you measure the sides of a right triangle, would you know the hypotenuse?
Well, yeah, because a squared plus b squared equals c squared.
I would also know the hypotenuse, but based on what's being said here, I feel like these people would not know the hypotenuse. Do you not know mathematics?
You fool.
No, we're trying to tell you that you haven't measured the triangle yet. Right?
Yeah, but what if you measured the sides?
I'm saying you haven't measured it yet. So you can go on about your hypotenuse and work out all the math. It's based off of an abstract guess. It means nothing. You have to take a measurement, and then once you get some facts, then you can start calculating more facts. But if you got something from the rotten tree, based on the fruit of the rotten tree doctrine, everything that comes after that is going to be bullshit also.
Yeah, did you do well in math class? Like, if you got a geometry test and you said the fruit of the rotten tree,
Wait.
you actually fail that test because they'd be looking for Pythagoras theorem.
Yeah, but hold on. The Pythagorean theorem is very simple, so it's not. Anybody can figure out or anyone can calculate. The
Sir, all due respect. Are you drunk right now?
He is.
Yeah, but he's really good at math.
I came here sober to learn. I find it a little disrespectful that you're drinking and on Discord.
You talking to me?
I think your attitude is disrespectful. You should mute yourself.
What does that have to do with the fact that you guys can't measure things in space and science?
You can't figure out.
I'm here to learn and educate, and we got people coming here drinking.
Yeah, I gotta be honest. It does seem like that guy's drunk, and it's a little irresponsible.
Do you guys eat sugar? Did you know that sugar gets you high? Oh, I bet you ate some carbs today, didn't you? And you're on Discord. Do you know oxygen can get you high?
I'm high right now.
Yeah. You guys are all eating sugar.
I mean, I'm not eating sugar. I'm actually eating some. I'm eating some rosemary chips right now, and they're pretty good. But like,
is that carbs?
Yeah, they're good. They're carb, but
yeah.
Hold on.
What does your body convert that to?
I'm sorry. Let me just finish. What was the question?
Are you eating carbs?
I thought we were talking about the Pythagorean theorem. I don't know.
Yeah,
but you're kind of drunk. It's hard to talk to you about it.
Really? I know that there are three angles and they equal to 180 degrees. That's pretty simple.
Well, that's in Euclidean geometry.
What?
That's in
yeah,
real
no
geometry.
Shit. Yeah, the real geometry.
Obfuscation.
What are you saying? Are you saying? Is there something else?
Yeah, I don't. Are you serious?
What is it? What is the other?
Well, maybe you should sober up and we can talk.
Are you going to say non-Euclidean geometry? You're going to go into?
Yeah, I mean that's actually.
Can we ask him a question has to do with the Earth?
Fake geometry.
You're just going to say just because I've been drinking, I don't know shit.
I just think you're too drunk to talk about it.
Yeah.
Okay. We are done talking about drinking.
We're not going to do that.
Do you know of any time in the past when anyone has ever made a direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth to find the radius value of 3,959 miles, which we were taught in school? Do you know what measurement they ever made of an arc segment of the Earth to find that radius value?
Yeah. There's that Egyptian guy, right?
3rd century BC. It's around that.
Eratosthenes? Is that who you're talking about? The Greek guy?
Yeah, I guess it was Greek Egypt at that time. Sorry, I'm eating macadamia nuts. So maybe I'll let someone else talk for me.
So do you realize that he presupposed a sphere in his calculations? He added pi into his calculations, but he never actually measured an arc segment of the Earth, which would have proven that he's not a sphere to begin with. He just assumed that it was a sphere. But the way we were taught that he did this in school, he just assumed that it was a sphere, measured some shadows, made a mathematical equation, inserted pi as an assumption, and then came up with this radius value. Are you aware of the assumption?
Yeah, but why would he do that? But why would he do that?
Well, to be honest, I don't think the guy even exists. I think they just made this story up. But the reason why they would do that is in part of the story. If you're asking me to think why they do it, is because it just makes it something you wouldn't think twice about.
No, I think
the point is,
he did it because
it's just a story. Is the point?
Wait, hold on. We've been having a very good discussion up until now. Now it feels a little disingenuous because that's not why he did that.
I think he did it. I think he did it because he was a huge fan of Galileo and what was the other guy?
Galileo wasn't around until the 1500s.
Supposedly,
what was the other guy? Yeah, it was that Galileo. My bad. Who was the other guy that was before? Well, it was Pythagoras, of course. But Pythagoras was, the triangle guy.
Oh yeah, so I think what Helio is trying to say is that it's worth mentioning that, as far as we know, there were a lot of Greeks that came before him and other people that came before him that essentially worshipped spheres and thought of philosophically the Earth as a sphere because they thought a sphere was a perfect shape, and so they just thought the Earth was a sphere just because of that. They didn't actually measure anything; it was just some thought of theirs.
Yeah,
so,
they never had any.
Yeah, that's pretty much what he's trying to say. But the point is that it's not a measurement of the curvature of the Earth. You understand this? Because you can do the same thing with 2 beer cans on your kitchen table or your dining room table, and you can just have the light above the table on the ceiling, and you'll have one shadow with one beer can and a different shadow with the other beer can. And according to Aristophanes' logic, your dining room table is a ball, but it's not really a ball.
Yes, I agree with that. Now, if you can do that and you get different angles at different positions on the Earth, can't you use that to determine the distance of the sun? Even on a flat Earth.
No.
Why? That's the triangle. That's the Pythagorean theorem.
To determine the distance of the sun.
It's simple because you're measuring an apparent location and apparent angle, apparent size.
Right. So I have the size of the. I know the angle, 90 degrees, pointing up, and I know a distance to a second angle, which is not 90 degrees because the shadow on the second angle. And so I can use the Pythagorean theorem, SOHCAHTOA, to figure out how long the distance to the sun is. Can't I?
Oh my God. What the fuck is that shit?
Isn't that really obvious? Sorry, I'm eating still.
Well, wait, you just told us before when I was telling you that there are other geometries besides Euclidean that there weren't. So clearly you agree with Euclidean geometry, but now you are denying its application, which again, now it feels a little disingenuous. We've all sat here for a very long time.
No, I know you're trying to take the piss out of me, and it's not going to work.
I'm not trying to do that.
I'm talking to this asshole that's just talking, not you, the other guy that's just talking.
Well, because you've been drunk this whole time, and it's kind of upsetting.
I don't give a. Well, does it matter?
Does it hurt your feelings about me? Does it make you want to cry?
I'm going to remember.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm tearing
quite
up
aware
here
of what's
this guy
going
is drunk
on.
out of his mind.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you're fucking annoying, dude. Like,
I'm a little
so he's
sad.
drunk and you're annoying.
I am not drunk out of my mind, and you're trying to take the piss out of me, and it doesn't make any sense.
Well,
you're embarrassing yourself because you don't understand what we're saying, and you're trying to obfuscate the point by just pointing out that I've been drinking some. You're just being an asshole. So anyway, yes, I do understand the difference between Euclidean and non-Euclidean geometry and trigonometry, all this shit. Yes, I do understand that. So don't fucking try to take the piss out of me.
You laughed at me when I brought up non-Euclidean geometry, but then denied Euclidean geometry.
Well, because it's non-Euclidean it's a joke. It's fucking bullshit.
Okay, so then why are you denying Euclidean geometry? That's what I don't get.
That's what I'm saying. Because it's planar. Because Euclidean is planar. Non-Euclidean is bullshit. The way that
I think we all agree though on that.
Anyway,
you can have Euclidean geometry, and when you say planar, what do you mean by that? 2 dimensions? It only applies to 2 dimensions.
No, I'm not. No, because there's no such thing as 2D in reality.
Nobody can have.
So why can't we use Aristophanes' experiment to determine the distance of the sun?
It's not an experiment.
Based on what
you have to have a dependent, independent, and control variables.
Yes. Good. My independent variable is the location of my 2 sticks. The dependent variable will be the angle that the shadows cast.
Oh God.
Okay, so how did you manipulate the angle of shadows cast?
I put 1 where it is noon, and I do this exactly at noon.
No, you don't manipulate the dependent variable. You manipulate the independent variable.
No, the locations are independent. Sorry, the locations are independent.
Okay, can we get it straight? Okay, so
this is
what is the naturally observed phenomenon? Well, he claimed it's an experiment. Let's go through it.
Yeah, someone may have actually done this. This is not conjectural.
Right, so what's the naturally observed phenomenon?
Someone.
The naturally observed phenomenon is the angle of the shadows, particularly of the second stick, not the first.
Okay, so this is your effect. Okay, so what is the cause of this?
So I have 2 sticks that are 100 miles apart and at the same time on Earth, I say, what is the angle of the two sticks, right?
What causes the shadows?
The sun, and the closer it is, the more high the angle will be, right? The angle will change based on the distance of the sun.
How do you manipulate the sun?
No. That's the response
I manipulate the stick.
You have to manipulate the independent variable. I'll post
He
it in the
just
chat
told
right
you
now.
he's manipulating independent variables. You guys, you've been relying
The sticks are the
independent variable the sun in that experiment?
No.
So what he said was that the location of the well and the stick will change the shadow, right? What does that have to do with the shape of the Earth?
No, it doesn't. I'm trying to say on a flat Earth, we should be able to tell the distance of the sun based on the angles of two sticks,
It's
right?
apparent location. Do you understand? Its apparent location is not where it's actually at. So when you're looking at the sun, it's like looking at a fish in the water. It's not actually where you're looking at it at. So even if it is straight above your head, you don't know the size of Venus to compare it to. So imagine somebody robs a convenience store, right? What are they going to measure it to? Well, if there's no 6 foot to 5 foot tape on the side of the door, then they're going to look at the 2 liter and they're going to say, okay, 5 2 liters. We know that makes this many inches.
I address that.
You don't have none of that. You don't have none of that. Listen, you don't have none of that to compare the sun to. Bro, just listen to what I'm saying.
Because my two sticks are exactly 100 miles apart.
No, they're not. What does that have to do with the price of rice in China?
Wait, hold on. We've been in here for an hour talking about experimental design.
Be quiet.
He's setting up an experiment for you, and then you're telling him that's not an appropriate experiment without explaining why.
What does it have to do with the shape of the Earth?
Drunk out of his mind. He can't calm down for a second and let him speak.
Who's that? Who's talking?
Keeps saying, I mean, yeah, he's being a dipshit. He's saying that,
Hey, piss drinker, what's your name today, bro?
Hang on.
So I could just bang you and get this shit over with.
Does that mean
Hey, I don't know what the fuck that faggot's name is. Get him the fuck out of here. Get out of here, bro. I don't want your fucking punk ass around here. Please.
Yeah.
If you're 100 miles apart, does that assume a sphere? Is that what you're saying with that?
What?
Yeah, so we're going back to it. I think it's CG, right? So I think it was that guy.
Piss drinker?
All right, so
I don't know what his name is.
CG.
T-N-I-M. Who's T-N-I-M down at the very bottom? He's
Sorry,
the one that was
CG.
Yeah, it's T-N-I-M.
T-N-I-M.
You get muted for now until I verify your identity.
Hey, guys, I've been listening and I've been fascinated by the conversation, but I'm gay and I didn't really like the use of the
word.
What
does that have to do with anything?
Good for you. It's good for you, man.
Just don't bring your emotions to us in here, okay? Thank you.
Well, I just don't like.
You let your emotions get to you. We don't. That's not our problem.
Dexter, like you were cool yesterday, man.
Yeah, am I not cool now that you?
It's Friday night.
I just don't like.
Friday night butt hurt, man. Everybody's getting butt hurt tonight.
I just don't like people calling people faggots. You know. Just,
well, fuck them.
I wasn't talking to you, man.
Did anybody do that? Unmuted them. It doesn't matter. We're going back to what we were talking about, right? So you measured some shadows from a stick and a whale, right? And what you noticed that the shadow changed. Yeah, a whale.
Why a whale?
W-E-L.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, so you notice the shadow change when you change location. So what you proved is that when you change the location of the shadow of the sticks, right, and the shadow, try again. These guys got me fucked up. You notice that when you change the location of the pillar, right, it changed the angle, right? So there's your cause and effect relationship.
Yeah,
the shape of the Earth wasn't involved in the experiment.
You can determine the. Hold on. Please, let's not misconstrue what I'm saying. I'm saying on a flat Earth, you can use the stick experiment then to determine the distance of the sun. That is the only thing I'm saying. I'm not talking about globe Earth.
How?
Because you do two sticks 100 miles apart. Presumably, they have different angles of shadow. Is that right?
All right, so and that's what Aristophanes. That was the basis.
But we're doing a different experiment.
He's changing
this
it.
Is a new experiment.
He's changing it somehow, and he's saying that I don't know. He's like making it different.
No, here's what happened. Here's all right. Well, let's go through this. So what Aristophanes thought, he could see the bottom of the well at high noon, right? And so that the sun was directly above his head. He could see the bottom of the well, and then he thought, hey, if I could, have a friend put a stick in the ground and measure the angle of the shadow, that's several hundred miles away from me, then we could determine the shape of Earth. If it's a globe, for some reason he wanted it to be a globe. I don't know why, but because if you could do the same test, and if the sun was much closer, it would work the same way. And I'm pretty sure I heard Neil deGrasse Tyson say the same damn thing.
Yeah, and I agree.
Okay,
and that is the basis of my proposed experimentation.
You let him explain how his 100 feet apart sticks and shadows works, and how does he measure the sun? Please go.
Yeah, go ahead, Denial.
You don't have an experiment, man, because you have no observed phenomena.
Well, that's okay.
Phenomena again.
Yeah,
I'm using Aristophanes. I'm using Aristophanes' observation. I'm saying,
what was his observation?
Yeah, tell us, Denial.
What is
it? Everybody else shut up. Denial, go ahead.
So okay, observation, that's pre-experimentation. You understand that, right? So if you observe something, then you have a hypothesis, then you carry on a methodical experiment to test that hypothesis.
Oh, right, but he had an independent variable.
Hold on, everybody. So someone else do this? Someone else do this? Is there another test that you're aware of that's better than what Aristophanes did?
No, not test, bro. No, Aristophanes. What's his observed phenomena before he started his sticks and shadows? What did he observe that he tried to test?
He observed.
You're the one bringing it up, bro.
Come on, Helio, shut the fuck up. Hold on, that's a good answer.
But I have an answer for it.
What is it? Yeah, I want to hear it.
The observation is that at the same time on Earth, there are different places where the sun casts different angle of shadows. That is what he observed.
You can't observe that because you can't be at two places at once. So that's not sensible.
He used very understood timing methods to observe at the same time.
So that's not his observation. All I want is what's his observation. That's it. That's all I want.
That is an observation.
I just explained it.
No, you cannot observe.
How he used two timing methods. Explain how he used timing methods to see two shadows at different times.
Yeah, he's exactly right. Yeah, you can't observe them simultaneously. Well, you can now. You can now.
But now with technology, not back in the days.
But if even though with like we could do it right now, we could do the same test right now. But you're gonna have to assume the Earth is the globe, to get that.
Yeah. So let's move on to the next part. How would he manipulate the independent variable? Which would be the sun.
No, that's not the independent variable. So the dependent variable is the shadow angle, and the independent variable is the placement of the sticks and their distance. We all on the same page on that?
What the camel he used?
The thing that's causing the shadows is the sun, isn't it? So you have to manipulate the position of the sun, right?
No, you manipulate the sticks.
Well, you could also manipulate the position of the sun. You'll get the same exact results.
Yeah, but one of them's possible, one of them's a fantasy?
Yes. Isn't it 50-50?
All right,
you fix the sun and move the ground versus fix the ground and move the sun. You'll get the same exact shadow.
Seriously, I don't think you understand.
And that's the crux of the argument, because Aristophanes assumed the sun was, infinitely far away, or far enough that the rays of light were coming in absolutely parallel.
Which is absolute nonsense.
That's an assumption, and that's why it doesn't count as an actual experiment, because he couldn't isolate for that.
It's been proven to be incorrect. You can toss out all of Aristophanes' horse shit. All of it.
Okay.
Because light does not travel in rays, one, and they're not parallel for sure. That's two. Divergent rays. Unless it's collimated light. And even then,
and even collimated still diverges.
Yep, exactly.
I posted one of those. Posted a really good. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
If you guys, if we did Aristophanes' experiment again today with modern time measurement things, do you guys think his data is still valid, or do you think it would be different?
It would still be valid if you made the same assumption.
No, I don't want to talk about his assumption. I want to talk about the flat
assumption
Earth.
is important because
it would only be valid if
They're
you
not.
make the same assumption. It would
Why?
only be
No.
valid.
Hold on. Helio, you said moments ago that the reason that he got the divergent angles was because the Earth was flat and the sun was closer than he thought.
No,
right?
he assumed that the light was parallel.
Let's not talk about global.
I don't contradict myself on this one. I've been quite concise on this for quite a while, so I don't see how.
Okay, so on the flat Earth, do you guys agree that the stick angles would still be different? That his test would still produce different angles?
No, the shadows would be the same.
They are not different.
The sticks would be the same. The only thing that's different is that the rays of light would be coming in divergent.
The shadows also will be the same. If
as an Aristophanes,
or I haven't finished. If the surface is curved or flat, and you put sticks, the shadows are the same.
Depending on the light. So parallel light on a curved Earth is equal to
parallel light.
Divergent
Parallel light does not exist.
Bro,
Collimated
I think that's
light
crypto.
does not exist.
Crypto, I think you're in a swimming pool, bro. You're in a swimming pool, man. Oh, your mic. Yeah. That's why you're being drowned out.
Oh, I'll even join back.
No,
I can hear you now.
I hear you.
You're good right now, man.
I think you already left.
Yeah, I think just way too many people talking at once.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah. Let's kind of control the talking over and stuff.
Yeah, now you sound worse.
Do you guys want me to continue?
All right then.
Yeah, sure, but don't say that I'm saying something. Don't say that I was saying something different than I've ever said on this, because I've
definite or different.
Different. I've been saying the same thing for many years. Crypto, yeah, welcome.
Okay, well, can I ask what you guys, if I took a stick and put it at...
Sorry, hello. I was just about to talk. I just wanted to ask you, what do you think that Eratosthenes proves?
I'm saying he could prove something either way. If the Earth is flat, he could still prove the distance of the sun using his experiment.
Okay. So how would you go about doing that?
That's what I've been trying to get through. What I would do is I would take one stick and put it at noon in Central Park, or on the equator would be easier even. And then I would take one stick, however many miles away it takes, to get a different angle, maybe 100 miles, right? And because the sun is closer to the flat Earth than he thought, there should be an angle on the second stick, even though the first stick does not. This also is how time zones work, right?
Well, there's going to be an angle
in some parts and dark in other parts.
There's going to be an angle either way, so
right. But now that you have those two angles, where they converge, that's where the sun is, and you can get a distance. Because I have 100 miles, and I have 90 degrees, and I have an angle. I can calculate the last two sides of that triangle based on those angles, and I can say the sun is some distance away.
In theory, that's fantastic. The problem is that we can't actually triangulate the sun at all in the sky using that method, no matter globe or flat. You don't get one position; you get multiple positions.
Yeah, you only get an angle.
No, I'm not even saying that, Helio. What I'm saying is, even if you get the angle and then you draw them out, you still get multiple positions for the sun.
That's true. Yeah.
Why would that be true? In my one experiment where I'm doing this, you're saying my results will be invalid.
It might be true. I'm telling you that it is true.
Sorry, but you're saying that if I measured an angle from the second stick, and I looked at the convergence of my two angles, right? That's not where the sun would be?
No. What I'm saying is if you were to plot out, say, 10 different sticks, right? So you got one directly underneath the sun with no angle. Sorry, yeah, with no shadow. And then you got like 9 others dotted around the place. They wouldn't all line up to the same point.
Why wouldn't?
Well, you tell me, but that's what happens.
No, but I think absolutely they would line up to the same point.
But that doesn't happen.
What do you mean? Like if let's make it 3 sticks. Let's make it 3 sticks. So I got my original 2 sticks. I got one in the middle.
I'm not telling you some fantasy shit. I'm telling you what happens in real life when people try and do this.
At 100 miles distance.
If you want.
Yeah.
Okay, but so explain to me what happened if I had 3 sticks. I had the first stick, no shadow. The second stick has a 10% shadow. What would the middle stick have? The one directly between 50 miles from me.
You'd have to get the data, and then we could look at it. What I'm saying,
I propose to you that it would be the exact half of the 2 angles.
People have tried this in the past. That's been the result. I don't know why. Does anyone here know why?
No.
I have a theory.
All right.
My guess would be the more acute the angle that you're looking at the sun, the more atmosphere you're going through, and the more density is causing the light that's entering your eye or causing that shadow to bend in such a way that it's giving the appearance that the sun's in a different position.
And that you know what the reason that is because the sun is much closer to Earth than everyone else.
That's not necessary for the phenomenon, but it's possible.
Yeah.
That's possible. That's a possibility.
Helio, what percentage you're saying is that it's to do with the actual atmosphere, whatever, that the light is passing through, as opposed to the closeness of the sun itself, right? Is that fair to say?
Because it's not in a certain position. I would never even claim that the sun is in a place. Be like the globers say, it's in a place.
Okay,
the apparent position
what you're saying
never equals the actual position, but the more atmosphere that it's going through horizontally, the more gas it's going through horizontally will cause the apparent position to be more off from the actual position.
Okay, can I clarify one thing and I just ask to make sure I understand what you're just saying? Let's say you guys had 5 people standing out in fields very far apart. If they all pointed to where they see the sun, their pointing would not line up. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly.
Well, hey, say you have 5 people on a beach that's 6 miles long, and they're spread apart, like a mile apart each, and they watch the sunset. That you see that line of sun reflection while they're watching the sunset on the West Coast.
But don't they all look the same direction?
They're looking west, and that sunset line, that bright light is going to their feet at the shore. Every single one of them, they're all looking at the same thing.
Yo, what's up, man? Hello. Someone out there saying Cyrus.
Hey, shout out, Cyrus.
What up? I don't know. I heard someone saying my name, so it's good.
Okay, well, thank you guys for seeing me through that. I disagree about the apparent position of the sun, but I understand why you guys say it.
Yeah, so
how about this?
I'll let someone else take this.
I got something cool for you.
Hey, I'll tell you what, though.
In your model, the sun doesn't have an actual position ever, right? If you want to claim that the sun has an actual position, then you would have a problem with the Selenilian eclipse.
That is true.
And after having this long conversation with us, you should go out and like tomorrow or from this point forward, go outside and
let me toss that monkey wrench there, bro,
and see what's going on. And
did you or Aristophanes account for negative refraction that's in the ionosphere due to the plasma?
You talking to me?
Oh yeah, whoever wants to do the fucking Aristophanes shit. Did you guys account for negative refraction?
Someone has to catch it.
Oh, fuck yeah. You guys got refraction, now we have negative refraction, bitches. So it's like, alright, how about negative refraction, guys?
How about negative ionosphere? Because that's fake as heck.
Well, the ionosphere is plasma, and plasma displays negative refraction. So did you guys account for that?
If it exists.
Oh, it does. It does.
Really?
Oh, yeah, negative refraction, yeah.
No, the ionosphere.
Well, yeah. Okay, that's a different discussion. Well, that's their claim, so let's
Can you test
let's
that?
use it. Sure, ionosphere, plasma, well done, it displays negative refraction. Did you account for it? Because the sun is beyond that.
It's like
so it is being negatively refracted as it approaches as it hits the ionosphere.
This should all be very easy to test, though, right? Like, have you guys tested this? Because this seems really simple.
All right, give us an easy test for the ionosphere.
Sorry, for the apparent sun position due to the ionosphere.
Oh.
Is that right?
Just for the ionosphere existing.
How would you test that?
I want to talk about what you guys are claiming.
I'm not claiming shit.
No, this is a global claim. The sun doesn't have an actual position.
Right, that's the claim I want to talk.
So do you know what the Selenilian eclipse is?
That's the lizard one.
Do you know what
Is this the one where the Earth passes between the sun and moon, or no?
Okay, so when you have the sun and moon above the horizon, yet the moon is still allegedly eclipsed by the Earth. So the sun in your model is not at its actual position. It's an apparent location. That is the explanation. So you can throw that out if you want to claim that it has an actual location, not an apparent one. Then you would, then that would break the heliocentric model at that point when it comes to the Selenilian eclipse. So what will it be?
You're stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Will it be denial?
Well, but I can propose an experiment to see if the apparent. Well, I don't know how you want to address this without proposing an experiment.
So it cannot have an actual position and an apparent position at the same time.
I agree with you on that, but I'm allowing for there to be an apparent position.
Okay, so in your model, the sun always has an apparent location, not an actual one.
And you're not allowing for the apparent position. You'd be delusional to deny it.
I mean, yeah, so far as like lensing exists, right?
Exactly. Refraction is a thing. To deny it is just asking.
Sure. Yeah, but my point is that I think there's also definitely a real position. But I agree. I get that you guys don't.
Not that you can see.
No, it's not you guys. You are attacking your own model. Okay? This is what your model claims. That the
Roger,
sun
he
is
believes in
always-
refraction again.
Roger, that's a good practice.
That is always the case in your model. The sun
Yeah,
is...
I agree with all this. This is fine.
Yeah, he flip-flopped back to refraction.
It's 8 minutes. 8 minutes off, yeah.
So then you conceded that the sun has an apparent location always.
Yeah, he agrees now.
Okay. Continue.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, if you've ever heard any of us deny that refraction exists, light refraction exists, then come in here and say it, because it comes up often, and none of us claim that it doesn't exist.
But
it will never. Light refraction will never make the Earth look flat.
Did he account for refraction? Aristophanes. Or
he just said the lights are straight.
I was like, no, none of them did. But we have to somehow. Or whenever we get a result, it's refraction. Or whenever they get a result, it's not refraction. It's like, what the fuck, man?
Okay, but Aristophanes, his actual experiment is easily recreatable, right? Do you guys think that it comes up with different
the same assumptions
results
of the light being parallel?
My guy, he's not an experiment. Because he has no observed phenomena. He has no naturally observed phenomena. Like
we went through this for 15 minutes. It's clearly an experiment. Yeah.
It is not. It is not an experiment. It is not an experiment. What are you varying? The position of the sticks. That calls what then? That calls what?
Shadows.
No, it's not the position of the stick that causes a shadow, bro. It's not.
It's the position of the sun. The sticks are measuring the position of the sun with shadows.
You have two objects here. Yeah, well, if you fix one and move the other, which you can't, you get the same result. It's not an experiment, bro.
Denial. The sun is an actual object, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Of course, sure. Of course.
And the light is coming from the sun, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So if the light is coming from the sun, from this source of light, wouldn't it have to, isn't it expelled or, I guess, propagating in every direction outwards?
Yeah.
Okay, so wouldn't those rays of light be divergent?
At the distance they're coming from, they'd be hugely non-divergent.
Well, you're assuming the distance.
It would be diverging, but the angle... Well, but you guys are asking
when have
me
you
about
proven
my
the distance to lean on that premise?
Because you can... measure the angle difference when the Earth is moving around the sun at different times of year. We know it circles once a year.
What?
You know that the object moved. That's what we know.
How, again, did you get the distance to say it's super far so that it makes sense that we could treat it as straight line, a straight rays?
Yeah, but
like
because every 6 months we're on the other side of it. Like,
so,
you know what I
How
mean?
the fuck did you know that? We don't know that yet to determine, right? We're about to put some sticks in the ground. We don't know any of that yet.
Right. Okay. So I'm not trying to derive all of science from base mechanics.
my point is you can't
is
have faulty
actually, so it doesn't
premises
matter.
and assume a sound conclusion. It's a
But,
non
okay,
sequitur.
that's my point. Is that if his test is repeatable, then you should decide whether or not the results should be different every time.
Bro, I could repeat the same faulty experiment. Doesn't mean that it's now sound. The logic in this is bust.
Yes, but I'm asking you what the outcome of that.
It's not an experiment again. You have to manipulate the cause, man. The cause to your effect. I know. Well, it's not an experiment if you can't. If you're not manipulating.
The cause is the sticks, and the effect is the shadow.
Dude, but you're talking about the sun. You have not verified the location of the sun.
I'm going to scientifically measure the temperature of my room. I'm going to use.
You can't do it.
I'm going to use
the. You can't just say the sun is this far away. You can't do that. You can't do it.
Yeah.
Okay,
sorry.
we're talking about two different things. We're talking about two different things.
Oh, bro, deny it. You said scientifically measure. Okay. Scientifically means using the scientific method. And measurements are measurements. You know, that's metrology. You know, so if you're doing a measurement with sticks and shadows, I am down. Just don't call it a fucking experiment. Because you're not manipulating shit. You have to physically manipulate the independent variable, man.
If I was doing that same measurement over and over again. But yeah, of course you can test the sun. If I'm doing that same measurement over and over again.
You can't go to the sun and touch it. Sorry.
Measurement. I'm not talking about. Okay. My point being, do you think that the shadows are random each time, or is there some physical process keeping them doing the same thing?
No, man, they're not random. They're directly correlated with the sun, man. There's nothing random to it.
Boy, that was so
bro, I'm cool. I just don't call it an experiment. That's all I'm saying. I'm cool. Just don't call it an experiment. You know what I'm saying? It's not. Like, okay, water. Let's do the water thing because I'm drinking some coffee right now. All right, water. Observe phenomena. I don't know. I saw water bubbling, right? You know, boom. Well, it's my hypothesis. I think heat because I saw fire next to it. So I think the fire caused the bubbling. Great. I get a pot, put some water, and I put some fire underneath. Then I conclude that, yes, fire equals boil. You see?
I think Aristophanes' experiment is the same as that, but if you disagree, then I don't want to argue.
I think we all disagree.
I can manipulate the amount of heat I input in joules by choosing how much wood to burn underneath.
Right, and I can manipulate where the sticks are placed, and that will determine their different tests.
Manipulate the sun.
My hypothesis was fire caused boil. Nice and simple. So, what's my independent variable here? Fire, bro. Fire. I must manipulate the fire to get the desired effect. I did manipulate the fire. I got the desired effect. My hypothesis was correct until proven otherwise.
So let me reduce it like that, right? I'm going to do the same reduction you did.
Perfect.
My hypothesis is that sticks in different locations have different
shadows.
All right,
Remember,
okay, hold on. Let's do it. Sticks, different locations at night.
Observation first. Observation first.
We're doing it at night.
During the day.
Since the cause isn't the sun, so we'll just take sticks at night and let's see these shadows.
Well, the cause is the sun.
Oh, I thought the cause was sticks.
Well, the cause, you have to remember, in order for this to be scientific, you have to manipulate the cause, right? To determine that it is what's causing the effect. It's that simple. So if you can't...
There are two...
Here's the answer. They're both causes in conjunction. Yes. You need the obstruction and the light source.
Absolutely. So I'm manipulating one of the two causes.
So you don't know if the other one...
Hold on.
Like an unknown variable. It's still not complete.
What's the observed phenomena again? Okay.
You guys are over talking a lot. Can you guys go one at a time?
I know. That's why I didn't catch anything that you were saying. So can you please start over?
Okay. There are two causes of the shadow. the first is the sun, the second is the stick. I can manipulate one of those two causes.
Mm-hmm. But you're still assuming something about the other cause, right?
No,
I'm not assuming anything. It is observable that the sun is what is causing the shadow, right? That's observable.
Yeah, it's also observable the lights are divergent, right? What light source do you know of that has parallel light coming from it?
Yes, and that could affect the results of my experiment if the Earth is flat, right?
No, regardless, it'll affect it, right?
Sure. Okay.
So the experiment is inconclusive.
No, it is not inconclusive because
if you have two unknown variables, how can you discern the answer?
Sorry, why is divergent light an unknown variable?
Because you don't know whether the light is coming in parallel or divergent, right? For it to be a curve,
I'm measuring that. I'm measuring the light.
Yes, but you don't know if it's divergent or parallel.
The results of my experiment will tell me if they're
no, it won't. Because then you're assuming the floor.
That's what that test determines. It determines the divergent that the sun has divergent rays. That's what that truly determines.
Great. Let me ask you. That is actually that was what I'm trying to get to a half an hour ago.
Hold up, denial. I said there's two unknown variables, right?
Man.
There's two unknown variables. One is the sun's light, whether it's divergent or parallel. What's the other one?
What are you talking about?
What's the other unknown variable?
Oh, I mean, we can make the assumption of a flat Earth if that's what you really are caring about.
Yeah, that's the whole reason we're doing this, right? To see whether the Earth is curving or flat, right? That's the unknown variable.
So
you can't have two unknown variables in your equation, correct?
The divergent rays of the sun are not an unknown variable. You can account for them. And in fact, I can measure them directly with this experiment.
So the lights are divergent now.
All light sources are divergent.
Okay, but the light, when it's touching down, when it's hitting us, is it divergent? When it's hitting the sticks, is it divergent or parallel?
He already said it's divergent. He just said it. You can see it.
All right, then if it's divergent and we see the shadows we see, then it necessitates a flat Earth, right?
I am granting you the flat Earth for this experiment.
I'm not granting anything. Just go do it. And I mean, the problem is it's inconclusive. That's the problem.
Why? Why is it inconclusive?
Because well, according to Aristophanes, remember his assumptions that we're going through.
No, stop, please. My new experiment, which is a flat Earth experiment. Why is that
a new one?
All right, go ahead. Run us through your flat Earth experiment.
So yours is not just Aristophanes? Are you doing something different?
No, he's on something else.
Yes, it's completely different because I am using entirely new assumptions. My assumption is the Earth is flat.
Okay, Chinese did that, the Chinese did the Aristophanes and they got flat Earth. So people.
Right. So now I am using his same stick experiment, but for measuring a totally different thing than he was trying to measure. I am not assuming parallel rays. I'm assuming divergent rays.
Okay, go ahead.
But you're okay. So regardless of our assumptions, the measurement to the shadow is going to be the same, regardless. It's irrelevant. It's, of course, depending on time of year and position on Earth, of course, no shit. Right?
But I think it's recreatable, right?
Yeah, sure.
Go ahead, run us through your experiment.
You just change your assumptions around, but the results are the same.
Hold up, Cyrus. Let him run us through his new experiment.
I'm curious. I have one question too. Are you familiar with the original Aristophanes test of denial?
So denial. Yeah.
How he came up with the test? Yeah. We need to slow this down. Everybody's getting excited. We want to.
I know.
Let's just establish the datum, and then we can go from there. Go ahead.
All right.
Roger.
Okay, so denial. If I showed you this PDF of a Chinese Aristophanes that measured the Earth as flat, then the Earth is flat, right?
If the assumption is the Earth is flat and that the reason for that is divergent rays from the sun, then yes, that's what they will find.
Let's start from the original assumption, though.
Leo, 1 second. So I've just posted the study in the live stream voice text. So
I cannot go through a PDF right now while we're doing this. Obviously.
Okay. So if you have other assumptions and you measure the Earth as flat, right, with the sticks and shadows, then the Earth is flat, right?
What?
If you have other assumptions, divergent sun rays, and you use the sticks and shadows with a small and local sun, then the Earth is flat, right?
Yeah.
Okay, well, welcome to Flat Earth then.
Okay, yes. I am on board. Here's my experiment, though. Look at Adam Unsalted's GIF, right?
Yes, we know. Yeah, we know.
Yeah,
That's
I'm
why we
looking at
say.
it. Yeah.
That's why we say that Aristophanes is bunk. Even Neil deGrasse Tyson will tell you it will work on a flat Earth if you take different assumptions. Aristophanes did not prove that the Earth is a ball. He assumed it in the first place.
Yes, so let's get past Aristophanes. I would love to stop talking about Aristophanes.
Roger, he's on a completely different experiment. He's trying to use this as a foothold for a new thing. So let's let him say his thing and hear him out.
The new one.
He's talking over Roger, so it's kind of hard, man.
It's okay. So he conceded that it also works on a flat Earth.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay. So the new experiment.
What's the new one? Because I just wanted to make sure he understood the first one, and now you did.
He did. He's trying to use it as a gotcha for the second one. So let's just hear it.
Not a gotcha. Not a gotcha.
Let's go.
What's this?
Okay, look at the end of Adam Unsalted's GIF, right at the end where it's a flat Earth, right? One of the poles has no shadow. The other one has a 45-degree-ish shadow, right? If we know the distance between those two sticks and we time the observation correctly, we should be able to then determine the position of the apparent sun. And I get that because of lensing effects, it may not be the true position, but it'll be pretty close.
Yeah, you're going to have to account for the negative refraction in the ionosphere. And once you do that, then I'm with you. I'm game. Yeah.
Negative refraction.
Fuck yeah, hell yeah, helium. I'm stealing that shit from India. I heard it today from India.
I looked that shit up too. I looked it up too.
Negative,
See, we're all on the same page, man.
Okay, so
you claim some negative refraction. Gotcha.
Okay, so your thing is basically what you said 30 minutes ago, where you can triangulate the sun by assuming that it's flat. Right?
Sure. Yes.
Okay. So, did you know that the late Rob Skiba put out this video showing something called atmospheric magnification?
Yes, I know that's a real phenomenon.
Okay, and because a lot of the times people make this argument, they say, from the two positions, the sun, if it's a flat Earth and stuff like that, the sun should be, a different angular size, right? So we have atmospheric magnification. We know that it can, as it's moving, from one stick to the other, that the angular size could stay the same. Possibly, right?
Yes, but remember that I'm completely ceding the ground that in this concept, the Earth is flat.
Absolutely. My point though is that for this atmospheric magnification to happen, it's because of this, this effect of having a lot of air mass, a lot of density in the sky that the light is going through, right? In the air that the light's going through. And that's what's causing this additive or maybe even exponential effect.
Okay, so that should be easy to get around. And I'll tell you how. Instead of one of the two sticks being no shadow at noon, you make it so that one of the sticks is at relative 11 a.m. and one is at 1 p.m. Basically, you put that distance around the Earth apart so that it's the same angle in just opposite directions, and therefore the lensing effect should be similar.
It depends. I wouldn't say it's similar because the lensing effect would probably be the same in the same kind of direction for both.
Right. That's what I'm saying. It would offset because the lensing would have to be similar in each direction. One to the left, one to the right, one to the east, one to the west.
No. It wouldn't be a mirror image. It would be the same effect for both, if anything.
So you're saying it would? You were saying if okay, let's get back to the Aristophanes. And let's say we had
you're saying
pegs.
basically have the sun in the center with the sticks equal distances apart from the sun, right?
And you're saying the distances of those shadows would not be the same.
They could be the same. They could not. It depends on the actual place. Like let's say there's water nearby or what have you. If all kind of variables are the same, and I think you'd be hard pressed to achieve that, then I can see why they would be basically mirror images.
Or let's say if they're not mirror image, it's at least repeatable day after day. Is that right? It would be the same. It would be the same angles every day.
I wouldn't say that. I would say more or less.
Not counting for seasons or solstice. I mean, I guess once per year you could do the experiment.
Yeah, we know weather and the climate's constantly changing. Well, weather's constantly changing and stuff. So you'll have more wind on one day, which might have a kind of a low pressure front causing.
My understanding is that the lensing effects will be pretty minimal with this experiment because we're looking straight up through the atmosphere and not over towards the horizon where the lensing is much worse.
How are the sticks equal distances apart from the sun if we're looking straight up for both of them?
I mean, yes, but they should only then be 10 or 15 degrees off the center of the sun, right? They're not going to be, the extremes of the horizon.
Shadows. Bro, look, man. Honestly, it's getting boring. Go test it out, and then whenever you gather your data and just post it here, and we'll discuss that shit. For real, we know, and you conceded it works on both, so we should move on from Aristophanes for real.
I'm saying someone should do it. Someone who cares about where the sun is should do this because you can determine the position of the sun or the position of the apparent sun.
Where the sun is and the position of the sun are two wholly different things.
You could determine where the light converges.
The sun, then you're gonna get into what the sun is, and then we're gonna have another discussion. But
hold on, we all agree that light converges of the sun, right? We've been talking about divergence this whole time.
Of course. But denial, this doesn't help us because this has been done in the past. They've calculated they've triangulated it in what would be a perfect vacuum with refraction not being taken into account whatsoever. And the sun would appear, the sun would be in different areas if that was the case. But with refraction, especially with the test that Rob Skiba did and some others, they show that how it's Dr. Z as well, Justin Mosley, I think. They show how the sun, in terms of the apparent location, could be in the same spot with the atmospheric effects, right? And in the end, it's all kind of moot, and it's unfortunate because it's just the apparent sun. We don't we could maybe infer things about the actual position, but that's just the apparent position. And until we get up and can verify things closer, it's not definitive.
You don't think the location of the apparent sun is hugely indicative of the location of...
I definitely said you could infer, but it's not going to be definitive evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. Now is it? Because still this is a celestial...
Why would you set that bar? Isn't it enough to know the position of the apparent sun? Isn't that a scientific achievement?
Definitely it is. It would be well, I don't know if it would strictly be scientific, but it would definitely be an achievement if we knew, without a doubt,
an observational achievement.
Let me ask you, Denial, do you think it's possible to know where the sun is?
Under a flat Earth model or a globe Earth model?
No models involved at all. Do you think it's possible?
Through direct observation by one human? No.
Me neither.
All right, so do you think that the flat Earth model or the globe Earth model... well, there is no flat Earth model.
The globe Earth model actually does account for this very well.
Okay.
What are we talking about?
Does it work the way they say it works?
I have no idea what they say, but a globe Earth model would account for these.
So you come in here, we've talking about Aristophanes for an hour, and about Aristophanes' idea of how the globe is curved and stuff, and parallel light and all that stuff. And it's really kind of based on the globe Earth model, and you don't know if the globe Earth model works or not.
No, I'm saying that model is consistent in that the observations are consistent.
We're trying to tell you it's not. It doesn't work. Well, that's what we're trying to tell you. It doesn't work.
Okay, I accept
No, it
that you
could
believe
work.
that,
It's
and I
possible,
also
Helio. It's possible that it could work.
Well, not with Eratosthenes.
With Eratosthenes, it's possible that the sun is far enough and that the light is parallel enough. It's possible. We can't say definitively because we don't have knowledge of that. We can't go up there and verify it and everything like that.
You can't show causation.
To say it's impossible is beyond us.
I guess. I mean, you can pretend you live on the globe.
We can move off of Eratosthenes, man, please.
Yeah, let's move on.
Boring. It's really boring.
yes, thank you for indulging me in that, and I'm happy to move on.
No, it's cool.
All right, awesome.
Do you have another question about globe stuff?
Something I brought up earlier that I did have a question about was, now this is not scientific, and this is not something that anyone's going to prove, and I just am legitimately just curious. What do you guys think would happen if you could just keep digging deeper and deeper and deeper? What would you hit?
Well, let's see. Let's dig and see. Honestly, I mean, I can speculate all days. We're gonna hit.
I'm asking for a speculation. I'm asking what you guys think.
Well, hold on. You talking?
What do you think means speculate, man? That's what that means. What do you think?
Sorry, guys, I didn't hear the question. I'm sorry, guys. I didn't hear. What was the question?
I want you guys to speculate. What do you think is, if you kept digging through the earth, you would hit? Or what would be down there the further you got?
Nice question.
All right, at the very beginning, since we're going to start. Hold on. Let's start with the Kola Super Deep Borehole. This is where someone did attempt to dig very deep in the earth. Right? It was in Russia. Are you aware of this project?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, cool. So they attempted to dig very deep into the earth, and they got about a little over 7 miles, and they couldn't dig any deeper.
Yeah, that has no bearing on the question because he said hypothetically, if you could go,
who
all the
gives
way
a
down.
shit about hypotheticals?
Well, he prefaced it by saying this is a hypothetical, like this is not science or anything.
And I said, it's like, dude, I could speculate all day long. It's like, I don't fucking know. I would love to know.
Well, we don't speculate here often.
You can, but like, what's the point?
I know that you guys
put
in
your
your
creative
mind,
hats on.
Right, in your mind, you do have an idea.
You can't prove it, man.
Of course not. He's saying it's not science or anything. Like,
well, let's
find diamonds. How about that? Cool. There you go. That's my speculation.
All right, there you go. Thanks for bringing it up. Anyway.
I would say
people have dug into the people have.
I posted a picture. If the picture I posted is hypothetical, let's talk about that.
Thank you for Sevenstein anyway for
that.
I would disagree with diamonds because diamonds aren't the most like stiff. They're not the most dense material. So I don't think that would be at the bottom. If it did just keep on getting more and more dense, I think
well, bro, I was speculating.
Graphite is more dense.
That's not even the way it works.
You wanted me to guess, and I guessed. So it's like, all right.
Fair enough.
Yep.
I think below that you might find
Now, see, this is the error, right? The scientific error that Einstein and all his followers make. If you have one guess, and they teach you this in chemistry, you can't do this, all right? They teach you this really early on, right? If you take one guess, fine, that's allowed. Then you cannot build off of that. It's done.
Absolutely.
You're chopped off right here. You can't go, like, I call it guessing squared. You can't fucking do that. So, like, right now, I guess diamonds. And then you're like, no, diamonds are incorrect because you can't do that. You're not allowed.
Yeah, I can.
Because that was no.
No. I'm not guessing on your guess. I'm not building up on it. I'm saying
you can't destroy it either because it's unknown.
Listen, all right. So I don't know if you ever played Sudoku, but if you play Sudoku on evil or really
I like
hard,
to play it a lot.
Yeah, at some point you have to guess, right?
Evil?
And then you keep on playing, and then if it doesn't work out, you have to backtrack. Hold up, you have to backtrack. So what I'm saying is, I'm backtracking on your diamond. I'm saying this one, this guess is more likely.
Yes, dude.
You see what I mean?
There was no scientific basis to my guess. That's the thing. I could have said unicorn.
That's what I was going to say. With a lot of these sciences, Cyrus, right? They're connected, but they're a lot of it at a certain point it just becomes conjecture, right?
Hold on, I got an objection, Cyrus. You said there's no scientific basis whatsoever, right?
For my diamonds, yeah.
Yeah.
Like when
so
I
why'd you
said
choose
diamonds,
diamond
I
then?
was just because it came up to my mind because we mine for it, right? So we dig for it. So I said like, all right, we're gonna find a
We dig
field of
for
diamonds. However,
gold
I had
and
a cartoonish image. Yeah,
we dig for
I chose
gold and
diamonds.
aluminum and a bunch of other stuff.
I know.
Like potash.
Oh, but you know where that
You
shit
chose
is.
diamond because it was hard, right?
Who here digs?
No, I didn't.
Just like they went to the moon because it's hard. It's hard to go to the moon.
How about
you chose diamond
We're
because
gonna
it's
find.
dense.
No, we're gonna find another sun inside. How about that? You want that's speculation? There you go, bro. Prove me wrong, bitch. Go dig. Exactly.
Well, shit, you're gonna now we're talking about hollow Earth, right? We're gonna find another sun.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be a hollow. Yep, Agartha. Let's go. I mean, you want to guess? Sure, I'll guess. You want me to keep guessing? Pyramids. You'll find pyramids beneath, upside down. Like, what the fuck you want, man?
Well, yeah. I guess.
Man,
so I'm curious. Have any of you guys read Karl Popper?
No, I'm too rich to read Popper.
You're too rich to read Popper.
Does anyone
You got unmuted. Congrats, man.
They muted the wrong guy. It was the CG guy.
Bozo in live stream, just he was like, "Don't forget the latest BS." Well, this is old BS story, but they said it's
how
harder
rich are you?
To
I want to
fake
know.
I mean, you can't change your voice. They're just
who's trying to buy a gold mine? Who's trying to buy a gold mine, Corey, here in Chile?
It's harder to fake it.
Oh, who's in Chile?
Come on, man.
Who?
Wait, I'm sorry. What's the
Borax?
It's not a diamond mine. I don't want.
Anyone in a diamond, gold, silver buying position for a quarry? I have a couple up for sale.
Diamond mines?
Have to do
Yes,
I don't care about diamond. They're worth nothing. What glass is worth more to me?
Venezuela has oil and gold.
We got some in States.
I have diamonds on my screwdrivers.
We also got
industrial.
And my
You got what?
Got diamonds on my neck.
Say that.
No. Lame. That's all I'm saying. I like diamonds in their industrial use because they're extremely useful. Like I said, I have diamonds on my screwdrivers. Diamond blades. It's like they cut. Like diamond is hard and cuts well.
Shit,
So,
cut
extremely
through steel.
useful.
It'll cut through steel like nobody's business.
Bro, the diamond tip screwdrivers, they just bite. They bite into the screw, you know what I mean? Like, they feel different. That's why I like them. Anyway.
What brand do you buy?
So that was a Craftsman, so you can't buy those anymore because Sears is, they're closed up, at least here and a lot of other places.
Stanley Black & Decker bought the rights to the Craftsman brand. They make Craftsman stuff.
Yeah,
They're probably owned by the Chinese company.
Yeah, they're all owned by.
What's Stanley Black & Decker? It's an American company. You can buy shares.
I don't buy Black & Decker or Stanley.
So they make DeWalt, and they make.
I don't buy DeWalt either. I buy Makita.
But you buy Craftsman.
Craftsman for mechanics tools, yeah, not power tools. No.
Right, but that's owned by an American.
My power tool usage. What? So.
What power tools do you use? What brand?
Makita, because I like Makita.
Oh, they're good. Yeah,
it's pretty good.
They hold up to the abuse, for professional construction use, where you drop them, you drop your impact, you drop your saw, everything gets dropped. So.
What are you doing?
Construction.
I know, but what type?
Well, I'm not going to give you too many details because you're a weirdo. I'll be honest.
Why so?
You know what I'm saying?
Dude, I feel you. You're not a weirdo just for that response.
I mean, I just don't believe.
I use a menage of tools around.
I remodel, jack of all trades, whatever.
Yeah, I'm a woodworker, so and I use a menage of tools, but yeah.
Yeah, the circular saw is my most used, and the impact for sure. Those two tools I have a lot of hours on.
Circular saw is dangerous, man. You got to be careful.
Dude.
Yeah,
you don't have to be careful if you know how to use it.
How to use it?
No, that's not true.
You ever swing a sledge?
Well, always be careful, but I mean,
Oh,
if
yeah.
you use it, if you're talented,
Sledges, that's like my favorite tool
Yeah,
of
man.
destruction.
Swing sledge all day.
Not all day. Fuck that. I'll pay someone else to do it.
What
I'm
did
gonna
you
have to
say?
swing the whole day. You're getting hired. I'll hire you.
Man.
You swing the sledge
It's like
for me. I'll give you
I'm into
an hour.
concrete, and I can use a sledgehammer well. Oh. And then you'll never see that motherfucker again, ever.
Oh God.
But I am a sucker for anything that has lifetime warranty on it. That's why Craftsman, like the mechanics tools, affordable, U.S. made, or the older stuff was, and lifetime warranty. So
yeah, it was decent, but it
Snap-on is so expensive. It's not even funny. It's not worth it.
Snap-on.
Yeah, the Craftsman stuff. Yeah, I mean, you could just take this shit back and be like, "Hey, man,
Just take it back, break it, and take it back, dude. Like that's what they want you to do.
Dude, just use the shit out of it. They'll be like, and it's just like this broke. It's broke. It'll just give you a new one.
Oh, wait, that's
ooh.
Even
though you could actually fix it, it's just like fuck it, just turn it.
Wait, guys, we don't want to promote fraud on the server because
no, this isn't fraud. This is what they're. This is their policy.
They want you to do that, bro. If you beat the tool up until it's abused and just worn out, bring it in and they'll give you.
What do you think they thought they were that you were gonna do with it when they sold it to you?
Oh wait, have you read the warranty?
Yeah. Well, do you think that the people that you turn it back into, do you think they read the warranty?
Well, the warranty's for
As
manufacturing.
long as you have the receipt and they can say, oh yeah, we sold that one, and 8 months
if
later,
they don't want to take it back,
you don't.
They won't. It's in the warranty, right? The fine print. Like if they want to say no, they have the legal rights. You'll find it in the fine print. But that's why it's customer. Like you know what I mean? They build up a reputation. Like Snap-on. Like you pay so much money, dude. It doesn't matter how you break it; they'll give you a fucking new one.
Well, right.
I mean?
Snap-on's like double the price.
Quadruple.
Yeah, quadruple. Yeah, I mean, you pretty much
insane. I like it. I like their shit. Like
it's kind of like Snap-on's kind of like a rental service. It's like you just pay them pretty much like $400 or $500 a month, and
it's a scam, bro.
I know it is, man. It is.
Or Mac Tools is
Mac Tools, same shit. Well, same price range, right? They're competitors, yeah. So.
It's good tools, man. It's good tools.
Anyways,
yeah.
What a flat Earth?
Wait, I have a question for the woodwork.
What
jointer do you have?
What globe? What globe?
Wait, I have a question for the woodworker. What jointer do you have?
A joiner? I don't.
Swinging.
I don't use a joiner much. I've used joiners before for
planer with a sled.
He's on the table saw all day, probably.
Yeah. I build cabinets. I build cabinets, so I don't use a joiner.
That's
very
awesome.
Much. Yeah.
MDF or wood?
Melamine? That's my guess.
What?
Cabinet maker.
Melamine or melamine faced fiberboard?
No, it's plywood and
plywood.
Freaking, wood face on the.
Well, no, we're talking about the faces. What do you do for the faces?
Mostly poplar.
Oh, nice.
I like poplar.
I did some. We recently did a cabinet job where I cut up. I cut all the cabinet. I cut them out, and other people build them. I'm the cut guy, so I cut all the cabinets out. What?
You got a CNC?
No, it's a table saw, man.
Bro, you gotta get a CNC router. What are you doing?
Oh yeah.
It's not my fucking shop. I just work with someone.
Get off his back!
What are you doing?
Hopefully,
I used to work for an aircraft company where when I worked for the aircraft company, it was the worst. It was the most stressful. It was, I was high paid, but it was a really stressful job.
Was it Boeing?
What?
What were you doing?
No,
it wasn't Boeing, but it was boring.
It was Falcon Jet. No, it's a pretty high, high end freaking aircraft anyway. I used to do that shit, and they cut all the shit, and then I got the shit in the box. That was way harder than what I'm doing now.
That's a lot of shit.
Yeah, it was fucked up, bro.
How big was the box?
It was a pain in the ass. I'm telling you what, man. The job was
But what are you doing without a CNC, man? You're limiting your efficacy by like 37%.
Yeah, money though, bro. Look. I want to build a CNC plasma cutter.
This is about me. Anyway,
the cutter is on me. The table's on you. The XY table's on you.
Yeah,
you want to buy it?
Hey, if I need
to buy me the XY table,
just get the CNC and you'll see.
Dude,
get the CNC.
The boss knows that I'm valuable. If I need a tool, he'll give it to me. Whatever, I just use it, and then I just do my shit. Whatever.
Well, cabinet shop grade CNC is like $40,000, so that's a big budget you're gonna have to
I'm not a CNC user. Listen,
bro, you would love a CNC.
I get the product.
Trust me, you would love
Jesus Christ, are you kidding? You guys shut the fuck up! I'm not. I don't even know how to fucking use a CNC machine.
But once you learn, you'll definitely be a CNC guy.
I know. I'm kind of familiar with it. I had to work with the CNC machinist and the design engineers. I had to work with them when there was a problem with the product that I received to put together. I had to do that.
I bet the CNC machinist was a cool dude.
Now, for my money, you
all right, well, fucking, you guys fucking talk about it. Go ahead.
No, we want to hear what you got to say.
No, apparently you don't because you keep talking over me.
Sorry, Helio, that was my bad.
No,
Can you tell us about the CNC machinist?
I'm with you, man.
You Melamine man.
Oh, shit.
Damn. All I know is who's buying me the XY table.
You got it. Hey, you got it. Go ahead.
Lead on, brother.
And if you
actually, you would love a CNC.
Black and Decker tools.
Man, the CNC machinist, I want to hear about him. He sounds
Black
like a
and
Chad,
Decker record. That's funny.
How about that Earth?
No, I don't have any Black and
How about that flat Earth?
Wait. So the camera.
How about that flat CNC? That 3D. How about that flat 3D CNC machine? How about that?
Oh, but Helio, you said you test drove the CNC machine?
Yeah, wait. So you were working with the CNC?
Dude, I was working with the engineers and everything. When I was working at.
You guys get your hands on the
aircraft company. I was working with all the curves and shit on the airplanes and shit. I was working for all. I was working with the engineers on all that shit.
That's awesome, actually. Yo, listen, guys. The only intelligent thing we've said for about 5 minutes is,
because your mama. That's why. Because you don't even know me, bitch.
I mean, I'm not talking like you say intelligent.
I'm just messing with you, but yeah, man. I used to work for an aircraft company. I had to fucking deal with these engineers about their bullshit fucking designs.
For curvature.
Some of these engineers, I'm not gonna get into it. I don't want to call their bullshit out, but dude, sometimes they thought they knew how to build shit, but they didn't. They designed shit that I had to build that they've never put their fucking hands, their little delicate fucking lady fingers on nonsense that I had to fucking put together,
Hey, man.
You guys got me worked up. Never mind.
They don't know how to build shit, man. They only know how to write the invoices and build shit.
What are you talking about? Get out of here.
CNC.
Dude, I was working with their 3D designs on the computer, and they put that shit in front of me, and I'm looking at the computer. I'm just like, this shit ain't gonna work. I'm looking at the fucking computer, design, and then and it comes from the CNC machine. So I had to work with the CNC machinist and every and then go out to the airplanes and was, how are we going to fucking fit this together? I mean, we're talking
It'll
about
work. Have faith, man.
fractions of an inch, or
The
millimeters.
CNC never
or
gets it
whatever.
wrong.
Yeah, the CNC.
Yes,
Well,
yes,
the engineers are
If the
always
idiot-
right.
Have faith in the CNC.
If the idiot that programmed it is an idiot, well, then the machine is definitely going to get it wrong.
Yeah, wait. So was it the engineer or the operator that was
I'm
messing
telling you, bro, it was the most frustrating job I've ever had in my life, bro. I was just like, can you give me something that actually works so I don't have to...
The CNC machinist, like...
Yo, why are you having so much trouble working with fractions of an inch, Helio? I thought you'd used it
feeds
by
and
now.
speeds, man, and
Yeah,
chip
it's your last
loads.
one.
There's a lot of stuff you have to calculate.
Are you guys making fun of me right now?
No, bro, you would love a CNC. You would love a CNC.
You would. It's
I
your
don't
last
think so.
defense, really.
I can't really
Dude,
tell.
I used to go talk to the CNC machinist. I'd talk to the engineers. I'd talk to the programmers.
We heard that shit like 3 times already,
The
man.
machinist is probably
your mama.
cooler than
How
the
about
engineer, right?
These guys are triggering you,
I
man. Don't get
might
triggered.
have talked to your mama about 45 times.
Well, did they talk back?
No,
Yo,
no,
I've
they
never
were
met
like,
a CNC machinist. Can you just tell me
most
about
of the
him?
time when I told them how they fucked it up, they were like, "Yeah, I fucked it up."
That shows that they're humble, right?
Yeah, that's right. Because when I try to put it together, I'm the one that has to put it together. And when I talk to them, they're like, "Yeah, I fucked it up."
They sound like some pretty good dudes.
It's like,
that CNC machinist sounds like
here's what happens. Here's what happens when I try to put it together, and they're like, "Yeah, oh, okay, I see. Can you fix it?"
How about this? Do we have any new members in the house?
Your job to design it.
Okay, serious question.
You fucked it up in
What
engineering.
does CNC mean?
Computer
I know.
numerically controlled.
Oh, there you go. Who's that piss drinker?
Yep.
Wow.
What's up, bro?
You gain some respect. Okay. All right. What do you do, piss drinker? You're on the CNC. What do you do?
I'm an actuary.
All right, I'm done.
You're a what?
I'm an actuary.
I don't know what that is.
It's statistics for insurance.
Insurance?
They're the ones that deny your insurance.
No, that's an underwriter. This guy's spreading fake news, bro.
All right, what's
the difference between an underwriter and an actuary?
You would work or something like that, or
bro, underwriting's pretty fucking cool. Gotta be honest. I
Those
would
are the
learn
bad
how
days,
to do
though.
insurance
Let's get
personally,
one in here.
and I also want to learn how to underwrite house and mortgage insurance later.
Yo, have you been in the bathroom for like 2 hours?
all you guys are sound like you're in a bathroom to me.
I live here.
Whatever.
You live here.
Live in your bathroom?
Mike is fucked.
I am so sorry for you.
It's the echo.
You're
tough, man.
yeah.
And there's not enough room on the couch.
Yeah, I never blame the CNC guys. I mean, they were just doing this.
Back to the CNC stuff. Oh my god.
No, I'm just saying. I mean, they were just cutting shit. Anyway, go ahead.
Just cutting shit. It's not that easy to cut shit on CNC.
No, it's not, man.
You
It's
go
a
operate that
that's
fucking
a hard
3-axis.
job. It's a fucking hard
Or
job.
5-axis.
Even harder.
Oh my god, 5-axis. They got 7-axis. There's only like 14 people in the world that can do 7-axis stuff. It's crazy.
Yeah,
That's
we
so
had
fun.
5-axis where I was working, but where, well, it was introduced right before I got fired.
Yo, who gets more credit?
What do you-
The
what do you
CNC
mean?
machinist
Like,
or
what
the
do you make?
engineer?
No.
Who gets more credit? No, everybody has a role.
It's never the CNC machinist's fault.
I have
It's never the CNC machinist's fault.
I'm a hobby machinist.
CMHC.
Unless they put the wrong
is
bid
that like
in.
a CMHC underwriter mortgage? Is that what that is? Or like your house insurance?
No.
Maybe you guys?
Two completely
I don't know what
separate
a
sectors.
CMHC is.
Bro, your mic is so fucked, man.
Anyway. Yeah, it's really difficult process and all that kind of shit. Anyway,
I think you should get
especially
one.
when you destroy the technology.
Yeah,
Building
don't
it up.
break shit.
It's never anyone's fault that they never went back to the moon.
You know what I say?
Hold on, Helio. There's a new member in the house, D3NJ1. Let's hold on. Unmute you. Oh, he dipped. All right, just gonna unmute him. It's gonna be nice, man. Too bad.
Interesting.
Helio, you thinking of getting one?
You can give me a CNC, Helio? Yeah.
Fuck no, man, dude. I just worked for a company. I just happened to work for a company for a time that had some decent equipment, but fucking extremely bad management.
You're telling me
As
you're
it
on the
always
table
is,
saw.
brother. As it always is. Management kills everything.
Helio, you're on the table saw all day.
Yeah.
Fuck. You know, I understand about burning out in that industry.
Hey, but I'm fucking good at it.
I know.
I bet. I hate the table saw. It's my least favorite tool.
But I have a good table saw. I mean, it's not the best, but it's pretty good.
Is it a saw stop?
No, but I know how to keep
It's an
my
older
fingers
one?
away from it. No, man, it's
Big cast
sliding
iron
table saw?
no, it's an
Ooh.
industrial. It's what the fuck is it called? It's
Does it have a cool racing stripe?
Of course.
No, it has tables built around it, and so it's I can do all the industrial shit.
How many horsepower?
It's a big ass. What the fuck?
Three-phased? Is it a three-phase?
Yeah, it's a three-phase table saw. It's a big ass table saw, and I can cut up to 50 inches on it. Plywood.
Yeah,
I use plywood most of the time.
I need. That's a good factory job.
Yeah, it's freaking big ass saw, and I
Yeah,
got
like
vacuum system with it, so I don't have to breathe that
Fuck
shit
yeah,
in.
dude. You know
Helio, you need a respirator.
They got these lift vacs now. You can just like use to vacuum shit,
bro, do you have a lift vac?
bro.
No, I don't. No, I don't have that. I have to pick every fucking board up.
Oh my god, you need to get the lift vac, bro.
No, I don't have to do that. But
Get the lift vac and the CNC.
Hey, what the fuck? I don't want to be a lazy bastard. Fuck,
No.
Dude, I want a water jet. Fuck all that.
Oh,
water jet. Who's buying me my water jet?
Water jet.
Nah,
You need to
man.
get a water
Hey,
jet,
man.
bro.
To be honest, you know when I with the people that I work, it's a very small shop that I work in. When I cut this shit out, fucking build these cabinets, put them in people's houses. They take pictures of it. They're like, hell yeah, this is badass.
Can you ship them to Canada, bro?
I don't sell the fucking cabinets. I just build them.
But can you?
Is it
I just build them for someone that already. This is this recruiting people.
You ever think about opening up your own workshop?
Yep, I was about to tell him that. Like, dude, why don't you just
cabinet work on the side?
Yep.
I've done
Make all the dough.
But no.
You need to get the
Actually,
CNC if you open up your own shop.
To be honest,
this is how it works, Helio.
You're gonna need a water jet. If
I got you. You ditch Discord. You buy yourself a table saw for your own house, and you just start making cabinets. Post them on Facebook. Post them up for sale. However, you gotta ditch Discord, so you free up your time.
And
you just spend that many hours, and you put down the bottle, and you just boom, there you go. Because you have all the skills and knowledge. So why don't you do it? Just make just one set. That's a lot of fucking money. And just sell it for, you know what I mean?
Bro, if you get the water jet, you can do the granite countertops also.
Yeah, if I ever buy one, boom, I'll cut it on for you. There you go, man.
There's a granite shop right down the street from where I'm working, and
put 'em out of
there's just like friggin' just piles of granite scraps sitting around.
Holy cow! Send me some of that, bro.
What's the address?
And I'm like, what?
What's the address?
I'm like, dude, can I have some of that? Just make some fucking cutting boards out of that shit.
Oh my god, Helio, you gotta hook us up.
Yeah, what's the address?
I know. I'm just like every time I drive by, I was like, "That's trash."
Yo, what state is
And
it?
I'm like, "What the
Be
fuck?"
vague. Give us cross streets or something.
Intersection. What's the intersection?
I ain't gonna say it. Well, it's probably somewhere you won't want to drive to, but it's really like
Yo, what state?
far away from you.
What's
But dude, it's just like there's this whole shop. It's like right down the street from where I work. They build cabinet, granite countertops and shit. And they have scraps just piled up outside all
What
day
state?
What a
long.
waste.
It's in Arkansas.
Oh, nice, man. I'm never gonna be there anytime soon.
Yeah.
I got a good friend in Harrison, Arkansas.
Harrison?
Yeah, I know a guy in Arkansas.
Nah, Harrison's I think on the eastern side.
Is Harrison nice?
Are you nice?
Do you know the name?
Is
of
your
the
friend's
granite
name
shop
Harrison
in your
too?
area?
It's your name. Anyone named Harrison is
We'll
not
talk about
nice.
CNCs.
Fucking get me out
You know
of
where I
here.
can get a good granite tabletop?
Cyrus, what the fuck?
What's up, man? I like CNCs, man. It's actually something cool, something I real like.
I am in the market for granite countertops to purchase. Do you know of a place?
No, but I mean I know a place that
Buy me
makes
a water
them. They're
jet.
right down the street
I'll
from where
cut
I
it out for
work.
free.
But
I'll buy the
they
granite
won't.
here. You buy me the water jet. The granite is on me.
I want the water jet.
Send me the link, bro.
All right, fork out. I think 6 figures, bro. I'm sorry. So
6
bring that.
figures.
Yeah, they're like $100,000, bro, for like a cheapie.
Yeah, I get blocked on the road by these guys. This countertop or this it's pretty much it's a shop full of freaking all kinds of granite and shit. And I get blocked on the road. They have these forklifts and shit where they have this special lift that they have to use to bring this big blocks of granite in there, marble granite and shit. And I don't even know what they do in there because obviously I haven't worked in there. But man, they're making granite countertops in there. Those shits are expensive. But they have piled. They have
I like the epoxy.
pallets of slabs, just like all the time, just sitting outside. And I haven't asked them yet. I'm just like, man, can I just grab one of these so I can, make a cutting board or something, for my mom or somebody, And I haven't done it yet, but
I mean, they gotta pay to
I
get
wouldn't
that.
even know how to cut it. I mean, fuck, I don't cut that shit. I cut wood.
But that's CNC, man.
What's
That's
Y'all was so funny earlier.
you motherfucker.
That was so funny earlier.
Dude, CNCs are badass, man. Well, when I first started working at Falcon Jet, there was 3. When I had to go into the CNC room and tell them, "Hey, man, this shit's fucked up." Well, first I have to go to. There was a certain process you had to go through, saying sometimes I found problems on the computer model, and then I would have to write up a report saying, "Hey, this ain't gonna work for what I have to build." Then I have to go to what they call the manufacturing engineer, which is it's the in between the engineer. So they have to write up a report, and then. But by that time, they'd already fucking cut the shit out. So they'd have to write up.
Yo, I have a question. What's the
Go ahead.
sprites?
The lightning sprites?
Yeah.
They're pretty cool, man. That's for sure.
In a book I'm writing, it talked about sprites and the 6 other worlds or whatever. Or I think it was 9.
You're talking about plasmoids.
Yeah, has anyone ever measured that? Is there any test to measure like the reactive force from the sprites? Or is that just lightning?
It's a recent discovery.
I know nothing.
Right.
According to the Electric Universe people over there at the Thunderbolts Project, they think that it's a rediscovery and that some of the cave paintings are depicting some of these events that happen in the sky with the plasmoids and thunderstorms and things like that. But yeah, I don't believe everything Electric Universe says, but it's an interesting concept. The
I
cave
don't
art,
believe everything,
pretty cool.
but wait, hold on to that concept. So you're saying the cave paintings are the sprites that they painted long ago, right?
Give you a YouTube channel to look up, right? Yeah, what you said is correct. It's called the Thunderbolts Project. It's probably a few months back.
And there's also like another project where you put like clouds in a bottle and there's multiple lightning strikes close to the earth and it makes glass. And they kind of like make these fractal patterns in the sky consistently, and you can replicate it in a little cloud in a bottle thing, which they did. And if you look at it from different sides, it kind of, if you look at it from different angles, it makes different shapes that correspond to the paintings, like on the caves in multiple like locations before. And some paintings have cool info. Like that's all I know on it though. And I don't believe everything.
Yeah, moving on. Sorry I interrupted.
Very cool, man. I haven't like checked out any of their videos recently or like the past year. The Thunderbolts Project, which I should. That's where I was before, like Flat Earth. I was an anti-Einsteiner, Electric Universe dude.
Is that what it's called?
But Ball Earth, obviously,
There's not a whole lot of people are going to tell you. There's a bunch of different cosmologies. Electric Universe is just one, right? How many heliocentric models did they have before it's now an acentric model? Right?
That's cool.
Wait, Hank, what do you mean by acentric?
Wow.
So the sun isn't the center of the universe. According to what they say, there is no center. There's no up, no down, no left or right, no right, no wrong. You're just cosmic space mold on a spinning
Oh, so that's kind of like an atheist or an anti.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I get that. Yeah. Kind of get that vibe. Okay, cool. So you've been looking into the Electric Universe guys too, and I just heard that part of it. How does that?
Well, he started talking about plasmoids, so I thought I would send him to the place where he can.
Yeah, no, I'm reading it now. Thank you. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
You're welcome, buddy.
Dude, Hank, you just put me in another realm here. I think this eccentric model idea might be something I'm really looking into. I mean, but the energy is coming from somewhere, isn't it?
Yeah, so there's like 9 different quote unquote realms. You know the dark, treacherous elves in one. Apparently, there's cold.
Yeah, but it travels laterally. But it's in a 3D. It's 3D.
Yeah, it travels laterally and it's 3D in a circle too.
Yeah,
and it's like it's an Odinic myths basically. So Alfheim, the world of light and beautiful elves, was kind of at the top.
It's like, how the fuck am I wrong or right about this when every new thing I come across.
And Midgard Earth is like the human beings in the middle. And Jotunheim, the world, which was the giants. Or the Earths, or the giants, like the bodies.
Yeah. It's a really a strange occurrence.
It's just weird.
See, I think there's over, almost 40 cosmologies?
There's so many.
But this one you can find it outside, over large bodies of water.
It's really interesting. So how it can be so complex as well.
Yeah,
Each
I don't think there's
individual person, the consciousness of man. It's all the individuals. It's very
so complicated.
Yeah, it is. It's very complicated. It's almost like somebody created this place.
You know, Adam kind of describes how like the diagram is with the universe, or the different worlds, like the 9 things. Talking about that.
Somebody created this place. I don't know who it is. I'm not going to get into
Probably impossible to know.
depths of different religions and stuff, but
Most
obviously,
correspond.
humanity is an aspect of creation.
Mm-hmm. It's all like it's absurd nonsense when you look at it.
Well, I think it's nonsense to believe that it's not created, or that it happened, through random circumstance from a Big Bang or something.
There's so many search results.
And billions of years. I think that's a bullshit story.
That's a religious story from that priest.
Yeah, but they don't even realize that they're believing in a religion about it. I can't say whether
I don't know what gravity is. Right?
Yeah, the idea of gravity. That's where the Big Bang is a result of gravity, right? And so that's their god. Gravity's the god of the atheist religion of naturalism.
And don't forget about Big Bang.
What? I just said that.
What?
Big Bang is the god of
no reverence when you say his name, Big Bang.
Big Bang. Don't forget about Big Bang. Oh, we got to make a meme about that one, Hank. Big Bang.
Do most people here not believe in evolution? Just a question, not trying to start shit.
What's evolution? Define evolution, because I don't know what that means. Then we'll go from there.
That the species of animals on Earth has changed over time through derivation.
Derivation?
Forced, or just
like derived? Is that what that means?
Yeah.
So derivation reduces. It's the opposite.
It refines.
Well, that's derivation. Integration is the other way around. You integrate, right? You make.
Oh, I don't mean mathematical. I mean like by lineage. So one animal derives from another, and one species is derived from another. So I don't mean it in the literal derivation versus.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I don't believe in that. Sounds like that's never been observed. Like dogs turn into cats. Shit. Never saw that. Never seen that. No. I guess so. I can't believe in that because there's no scientific basis or no one has ever actually witnessed that. So it's like, no, I can't believe in that. No, sounds like a religion.
Species do change. We've observed that, right? Domestication of animals.
What's a species exactly? Like what's that?
It is a animal, plant, or other life that cannot interbreed with other different species. That boundary of breeding, that's a species.
Okay, the boundary.
Behavior change.
How did they? So and then how did they breed? Is that what they're saying? Is that what you're saying? You're claiming that they did breed with each other?
Yeah, they bred, and then they had different attributes like sexy.
I'm trying to understand.
Or like maybe larger hands.
Yep.
Or more agility.
But that's the same species, right? That's not.
Maybe like they had a birth defect. They had a hole in their heart.
Yes, but eventually species grow far enough apart, two different populations grow far enough apart, and that's called speciation. And they become two different species at some point.
Can you give me an example of
they can no longer interbreed after that happens, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, this is the famous Darwin's finches. So this is hugely observed.
Give us an example. What turns into what, please? Tell us what that is. Give us an example, a real example.
So when Darwin visited the Galapagos Islands in whatever, he observed there was one population of finches on one island at that time. Then later, when he came back, or actually, he might have been someone else coming back. I forget the exact story of this, how long it took. There were several populations of finches with different characteristics adapting to the different islands that they landed on and colonized. So some of them had stouter beaks to break heavier seeds on only certain islands, and some were more insect eating. So they had speciated, and they could no longer interbreed. They tried this. They did an experiment to see if they could interbreed, and they no longer could, even though they were very closely related, only by a few hundred years.
Yeah.
You're talking about birds?
Oh, hold on. I want him to
very closely related.
I want him to finish this.
He did.
So that I can respond. No, he hasn't finished it yet. Go ahead.
That's one example of speciation that was observed.
Wait,
and we did
what did they turn into? I'm sorry, I didn't hear what they turned into.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, somebody interrupted it before. I mean, just let him get on his flow and do what he was going to do.
They just got fat beaks, right? But they didn't.
Yeah, I mean, they became different populations on different islands, and they stopped breeding just because of the islands, right? Because like they couldn't, they was too far. And so, but then they grew different features to adapt to each individual island, which had different conditions. And a couple hundred years later, they could no longer interbreed; they had become different species.
All right, and so this is something that Darwin, Charles Darwin's study when he visited this island, right?
Yeah, in his 300-year lifespan.
Yeah, I'd look at the timing of it. Someone else.
Couple of islands he visited, and he noticed this difference, and he recorded it. This is what you're explaining, correct?
I'd have to look up the chronology of it, but basically what I've said is correct. I just don't know who discovered it first and how long.
Yeah, it was Charles Darwin. Well, as far as we know, it was Charles Darwin.
Yeah, it was right after he discovered the Fountain of Youth, so he lived for like 300 years to see this happen.
Well, that's bullshit too. But anyway, so
and that proves that we came from monkeys.
How long before you get a blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy?
Hold on. Let's not take the total piss out of him yet.
Blonde hair, blue-eyed boy.
I was trying to. I was almost there.
I want a blonde-winged, blue-beaked finch.
Can mine have laser feet?
All right, fuck it. Have at it.
Because a bird loses his beak does not mean evolution.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
I'm a bird.
I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette. You guys have at this fucking evolution bullshit.
Wait, before you focus, the monkey I posted.
So is evolution a scientific theory?
I know you guys have a very specific definition of theory, and so I don't want to fall into the trap where I say yes, and then you guys ask me, well, what was the dependent variable? So I'm going to say evolution is an observation. I'm going to say it's an observation.
Yeah, so the answer is no. The answer
We
is
never
no.
observed evolution.
So have you ever
No, I'm saying they have to observe.
I got you, bro. Have you ever looked into epigenetics?
Yes, I am actually a geneticist.
Expression.
Oh, what is that? What is that?
You are. So tell me about this genetic expression, because I'm not a geneticist.
Sure. So for a long time, we've been observing that like 95% of our DNA doesn't seem to do anything. It doesn't code for proteins, which is what we expect it to do, right? So there's been tons of studies about what this empty space in our DNA was, introns, right? Exons are what code, introns are what don't. Epigenetics is a recent field of study that says those seemingly meaningless parts are actually very important because what they do is they affect how the DNA wraps and how it wraps in relation to environmental stimulation. So some genes may get less expressed under some conditions, and this is very beneficial because you could have, say, someone who has going to winter climates and is living in the north. They will gain, even on a genetic level, they will gain the ability to hold up under harsher weather through epigenetics.
A lot like the monks who live in the Himalayan mountains have a different cardiovascular system than those who don't, correct?
So this is, now that's a long-term one, so that may actually be true evolution, but epigenetics is basically like short-term adaptations through genes. It's not evolution.
Because I'm one of the people that can handle the cold
How's it
weather,
true
like
evolution if monks can still have viable offspring?
Bro, can you not just dive in mid?
Yeah, so like you said, there's some people you expose them to cold, and then they get like extra resilient, like more than
absolutely
most people. Right. So I'm one of those people because I've delivered pizza outside for 20 years. Rain, sleet, or
so your
snow.
body, there are undoubtedly epigenetic changes to your body, which determines the expression of genes based on how tightly they're wrapped, essentially, right? Like they have to unwrap to code, and so the parts that are good for dealing with cold temperatures are more loosely wrapped, and the parts that are good for high temperatures, perhaps, are more tightly wrapped.
Right, so this isn't anything new that my body's picked up. It's been in the code the whole time, and it's been copied this whole time. It's just whether or not I face the dragon, do I unlock the potential for these genes to, and dragon is X, right? Cold weather, right? Extreme temperature, maybe pain tolerance, right?
Yeah, and we all have a lot of these genes in us that could be expressed based off our life conditions, or could not.
So basically, when you tell people you got potential, get your shit together, you could be so much better than you actually are right now if you go outside and do something. You can actually like level up and, get all kinds of gains if you just actually go through some shit.
Yeah, and we actually are. If you take like 23andMe, they will tell you like, "Hey, you have a get better or worse propensity for this type of thing," and usually what they mean is like epigenetic, familial opportunities. It's not like you're a great runner, but you have potential to be a great runner because those genes are there waiting to get activated.
So this wouldn't be like evolution, but evolution could be mistaked as this.
Yes,
right?
and it is related to evolution.
Go ahead, bro.
It's related to evolution in that the people who have the best epigenetic, markers tend to have more children because they tend to survive. So it's related to evolution, but the process of epigenetics is not evolution happening.
How do you discern between the two?
You can test. I mean, so you can see whether or not one gene exists in two people, and if they have different expressions of that gene. That's directly measurable by how much of the proteins are being coded for, and you can also look at the methylation of the DNA to see how tightly it's bound.
Yeah, but how do you know that gene existing isn't just evolution at that specific time? That's how the genotype.
Well, are we talking about evolution or epigenetics?
Both.
So what's the question?
So, let's say they take the 23andMe thing, and you see the genotype for this specific, phenotypical variation, right? How do you know that's not?
Let's say it's a genotype that says, "Hey, you could adapt to cold really well."
Sure.
So, use that example. So, what's your question based on?
How do you know that's not epigenetics versus it being potentially just where you are evolutionarily, like in terms of evolution?
So 23andMe is only looking. It's not even looking for the specific genes. It's looking for lengths of genes that they can match up to specific types of people. And so they're not guaranteeing that they're searching for individual genes. They're guaranteeing that they are looking for things like, hey, people from a certain region tend to have this type of profile for cold weather, cold weather adaptation.
Yeah, but that's genetic. So how do you know that epigenetic thing isn't an evolutionary thing?
Epigenetics do not survive generations. So the potential for epigenetics does. So if you're a person who is well adapted to cold, you won't pass that cold adaptation onto your kids, but you will pass the ability to gain that cold adaptation onto your kids.
Okay.
Does that answer your question, or is there further?
No, it doesn't. So again, how do you discern between something that's caused by epigenetics versus something that's just part of your natural evolutionary cycle? You just at that point in time, that's when you found it.
Well, why do we need to separate the two?
Do you?
I am sure that there are things which do not have epigenetic components to them, like maybe simple things like if you're going to get Tay-Sachs disease, right? That's one gene. It's one recessive gene, and so I don't think any amount of epigenetics is going to get you out of that. So there are certainly genes that are so specific that we don't worry about epigenetics for them. But there are lots of more globalistic things that have tons of genes affecting them, and epigenetics can have a big effect. Like another good one is how do you adapt to starvation? And people who adapt to starvation, they keep that adaptation their whole life. If they were starving when they were young, and that's epigenetics.
So wait a minute, you're telling me that I'm going to have that? For real? For the rest of my life. So what does it cause?
It will fade over time, probably, but not certain.
What's it called?
It's an epigenetic adaptation.
Okay.
So why do you say that?
I don't believe in evolution. I don't believe I came from rock soup and all that shit. No, it's a nice story.
But why do you say in terms of epigenetics that in the animal's lifetime or the creature's lifetime, they won't see any kind of effects from it, any adaptation, but it'll only be in the offspring?
No, opposite. I said it would be in that creature's life.
No, I'm saying, okay, that's fair. But you're saying that wait. So it'll be in the creature's life, and it'll pass down to the offspring.
As a potential. It will get passed down to the offspring as a potential to be activated. Okay. Yeah, okay.
There is actually even one more crazier scenario that sort of gets at what you're saying, which is sometimes parents' epigenetics directly affect their children, but that's in sort of very specific cases, and it's usually mitochondrial, because mitochondria does not pass down the same way as other genes. It doesn't get
meaning from the mother, right?
Yeah,
the mother line.
So specifically that starvation one, with the adaptation for low food, that's a mitochondrial change, and that will go to the next generation.
I guess that was my question, basically. So they've developed this trait, right? It's obviously in their DNA because they've developed it, they've adapted to it. So if it's in their DNA, why isn't it,
But remember that their DNA wasn't changed, right? Like you didn't, nothing in your DNA changed when you got your cold weather adaptation. What changed is how your DNA is packaged and what gets expressed.
Well, wouldn't it be that specific gene is now being transcribed or whatever?
It's like one of your codes is written in ink, right? And that's your regular genetics, like your blue eye, your blonde hair, etc. The other one is in pencil. And as you go through life, what you experience, he's saying, is causing certain genes to loosen up and express themselves based on what you
I'll give you an even better. I'll take your analogy and I'll do it even better. Your DNA is in ink; it's on paper, and then epigenetics is like paper clips, which could hold certain pages open, or also hold certain pages closed. And those clips are epigenetics. And so basically, whole regions of your DNA may get not expressed because epigenetics came in and said, "Don't do these genes," and other genes will get expressed more because we've got paper clips pointing towards them. Now, when you have a kid, usually all the paper clips get thrown out because we have to copy the DNA in just its basis form. We copy just the ink.
So basically, we should have as much experience as possible, and the whole idea of school things should be done outside now that we know about epigenetics. I mean, wouldn't you agree?
I mean, there are certainly epigenetics for learning as well, though, and I can't say that a structured internal environment or inside environment is better or worse for your epigenetics for the types of productivity that we do as a job. I mean, like I sit in front of a computer all day. Certainly, my childhood doing the same thing has helped me acclimate to it.
God, I would hate that. I tried sitting in front of a computer every day. It nearly fucking killed me.
I think epigenetics is pretty cool. Left off. I like that.
It is cool. I mean, I suggest everyone go read up on it because it'll probably answer a lot of questions people have.
So, like,
yeah, with evolution, it does. To me, at least,
it sounds like epigenetics is just adaptation.
Yeah, exactly.
That's very.
It's the ability to adapt already in your genetic code. It just wasn't expressed because it wasn't on, because the environment wasn't right. But the environment activates it. You know what I mean?
So why is it cool?
See, I think what's going on. Oh, somebody's got a low mic.
Is that 4X trying to talk? We can barely hear you.
Why is it good that if you're in a cold environment? Why is that a plus for epi?
It's harsh. It's harsh.
Because cold
way he'll kill you.
It sucks. It sucks. So why is it good to be in it?
It's good.
Why is it good to be immune from the cold? Because you won't tap out, right? I can handle the cold pain. You know what I mean? Like when it's so cold that it's like painful.
Yeah, but why is that a good thing?
Because you can't.
Yeah.
Because you ain't gonna be a bitch.
No, you can. Your chances of survival goes up for your species, for your offspring. You know what I mean? Not for your species. I'm sorry, for your offspring.
I'm gonna try to smash harder and get her pregnant. Got you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Got you.
Yeah, but I just want to say that what I think is going on is that it was pre-programmed into the machine by the creator, whoever that might be, and it's written and designed in such a way that, okay, human, I'm going to put you here in this garden, but if it doesn't work out, here's plan B, right? Here's a bunch of plan Bs, and good luck.
Good luck.
Yeah, it's more like fuck you and rot.
Bon chance.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty much it. Although we can view actual DNA changes as well in the fairly short term, so we know that exists as well as far as like again the finches.
It's only proteins though, right?
That's all anything is. Anything that you think you're born with is literally just DNA encoding proteins. Sometimes those proteins create other chemicals that are not proteins using folding, but everything in your DNA is just code for proteins.
So where's it stored? Where's the rest of it stored? Because because doesn't DNA only like encode a small percentage of the proteins?
Nope. Every protein in your body is from your DNA. The point is, though, DNA has like 95% non-protein encoding stuff, and that's the stuff that we are all very interested in what that does, and one of those answers is epigenetics.
So when you look at the code, right, you know that the genetic sequence, it's pretty special, right? Because you get to look at it and you do get to marvel that this right here, when you mix it with another half, it creates a meat suit, right? And then it gets inhabited by this consciousness, and then that thing starts walking and talking and laughing and crying and falling down shit.
That's
like,
wonderful.
That's pretty amazing. That those things can just copy themselves, and it's for every single different species, as you call it.
Yeah, genetic theory is like one of the most eye-opening and gives you the wonder of life in a way that almost nothing else does.
Can you walk that back for me real quick when you're saying that that the majority of what were you saying is not
Somebody
encoded?
is super low.
I can hear.
Sorry, what were you saying is not encoded in the DNA? Can you walk that back for me?
Yeah, let me look up real quick to make sure I'm getting my okay.
I'm not trying to. I'm just.
I had my.
Can I ask a question real quick about evolution?
What?
Well, while you're looking that up, can I ask just anybody in the chat a question about evolution?
Ask the chat.
Because my understanding of evolution, from what I remember, what I was taught, I thought evolution was an animal that had to change what it has to turn into something else because of an environmental change, because it can no longer survive the way it originally is because of some environmental difference. So it has to become something else. Is that wrong?
No, what we were taught is environmental pressures will cause animals to evolve, or it will naturally select the ones that do to fit the situation, right? And now that we know about epigenetics, right now we just know that it's all built in, and we're not gaining genetic material, right?
No,
Is that right?
you do gain genetic. Well, you don't. The descendants of the population you're in will gain genetic material over time.
That's what I said in the beginning is due to environmental pressures, huh? But
No. Evolution is long term. Epigenetics is short term adaptation.
How long? How long? Okay, so evolution is long term epigenetics. So how long is that? Give me a time.
The current theory is called punctuated equilibrium, right?
Okay.
What this means is there's long stretches where almost nothing happens to a species, typically, and then there will be these short events, and the event can be a whole bunch of different things. It doesn't have to be like a food shortage. It can be like suddenly the women of the species are
volcano eruption or some shit. I don't know. Whatever.
Okay, it can be that, but it could be internal to the species too. It could be that the women of the species suddenly only are attracted to men with long tails in a bird, and that causes a big sudden shift.
Really?
Why would they suddenly be that? That doesn't make sense.
So it's a weird phenomenon where basically if you have females in a population and males in a population with no sexual preference as far as what their partner should look like, then you get this sort of anyone can mate with anyone and the genes all mix, right? But now imagine that one female bird in the population mutates a little bit and now she prefers long tails. Well, good, there are long-tailed birds in her population. She's going to go seek them out, right? Now, her children will have both the genetic predisposition to like long tails, and also they themselves will have long tails.
Like Sigmund Freud, right?
And so this becomes self-reinforcing, where the long-tailed group self-selects. They only have sex with each other, whereas everyone else is trying to have sex with whoever they can. And so you get a group split off. So that's the kind of thing that can happen. That's sexual.
That's not natural selection. That's sexual. Sorry, go ahead and say it again.
It's sexual speciation. It is a type of natural selection, but you could say it's unnatural because it's through the intent of one of the creatures.
Are there examples of that have actually happened?
Yes, I mean this is how birds got the way they are, for sure.
I would argue that the intent of the creature is just brain chemistry and nothing else. That's me.
Yeah. So that's why I think it's natural selection.
Yeah. It's
when does it turn into a human boy?
Depends on the food that you eat. You can, change the way you think.
Well, see,
I mean,
that's what I'm confused about. I don't understand how
at least in humans for sure.
If humans evolved from
And
apes, then I'm confused on how there could even be any more apes other than I don't know.
Well, okay, I can go through this. Although people are going to take this personally.
We come from a common ancestor. Is this theory? It's not actually. We never came from apes. We came from the father of the ape, which no longer, of course, exists. So go fuck yourself.
Of course, that father of the ape would look more like an ape to us than he.
Yeah, whatever. Which we don't have him. Right, so.
But if I could just add something here, this is a little bit fallacious to assume that because your son is going to be taller than you, he's a different species. So you guys are saying, well, this bird has a longer tail, so therefore it's like an adaptation and a change. Whereas you have people that are taller and shorter, different cranial structures. They're all part of the same race. It's just a different expression.
Well, yeah. Can they breed?
Now saying, oh, can a tall man breed with a short person? Of course he can. Yeah. Does it mean that all his offspring will be tall? No. Does it mean all his offspring will be short? No. And the propensity for what your parents liked cannot be passed on genetically in the way that you assume that, oh, this one that likes the long tail is going to pass that on to its children. So its children will now also prefer long tails. If your dad ever liked something and you didn't like what your dad did, or you wouldn't be as interested as your dad is in a topic, you've just disproven that point. That preference or an idea is not shared in the genetic material. The genetic material is like a scroll. And as you unroll the scroll, more of the genetic markers become receptive to the environment and can either express or be turned off. But that scroll is inherent. We all have that scroll. What is open presently is based on the environmental stimulation that we're getting presently. But the idea that one evolves into the next and then evolves into the next is undemonstrable. It's never been proven. But like you were just going now, it's a currently accepted narrative.
No, there have been direct experiments. I mean, you can scientifically.
Incorrect. Prove one.
Okay. Which one is that? What?
The finch one.
That's not an experiment.
Why not?
You observe birds.
Assuming that finches
what's your independent variable? So what are you directly manipulating to get the desired effect? What's the cause that you're manipulating? And what's the effect? Well, what's your hypothesis here?
Yo mama.
My hypothesis is that from one species of finch that then get broken up into multiple different tribes because they're on different islands, they cannot interbreed, right? The hypothesis is that they will, over time, become unable to breed together because they have accumulated enough changes in their genetics to no longer allow them.
Okay. So what are you going to manipulate here? What's your independent variable and dependent variable?
Don't
you say time? Don't you say you're going to vary time? Time is given. It's not. Everything runs with time.
No, my dependent variable. Sorry, my independent variable is the finches I select from different islands, and the dependent variable are their attributes and their ability to interbreed.
So you're going to select. You're going to grab finches, and you're going to trap.
I'm going to describe how they're different, and I'm going to see if they can breed. Absolutely.
Oh, okay. So it's a breeding thing. Oh, okay. It's not. So you're not going to observe them change over time. This is just.
Nope.
You're going to grab dissimilar birds, but dissimilar, right? And you're going to see if they breed.
Birds that were from a known previous population that have become dissimilar over time. But I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about what they are now.
Hey, Birdman.
How long did it take them to become dissimilar? We've documented this as humans.
Yo, I have another experiment, Birdman. What about plants, bro?
Okay, keep going with the.
What about
bird thing.
What about fuck the bird thing? What about the plants, bro?
Well, now the birds don't breed.
Okay.
Thus,
What about this? What if I graph a cactus onto another cactus?
It still doesn't prove that we came from a combination.
That's not evolution.
You're not talking. I think you're talking to another guy, right?
The cactus will produce.
I'm trying to talk to 4X, but he's very quiet.
I know.
I mean, you can kind of change plants if you breed them, certainly.
Yeah, but that's not an example of evolution at all. That's mixing of traits that exist, and that's intentional. It's not natural selection.
Oh, yeah, evolution would be natural over a course of events, right? If it was
natural selection is what exactly? Is that the natural events or
this
environment?
is tricky wicked because there's so many things that are natural selection. But yeah, obviously, like you guys shouted some out earlier, like food shortage, volcanic activity. I was proposing sexual speciation, which is a type of natural selection.
Oh, yeah.
Epigenetics, or that turn on. Yeah,
this would be more permanent. This would be more permanent. This would be real genetics, the real DNA getting changed.
Well, if that's the thing, right? So your genetic potential, if it gets turned on, now it's permanent. Now it's on, and and maybe if it gets turned on in your kids and your kids' kids, now it stays on forever. Who knows?
Yeah, that actually can't happen, right? Like adaptations that started with epigenetics become more ingrained.
Then it's already in your code. It's already in the information. You haven't gained anything. It got turned on.
That's true of all evolution.
Duration. Thus, now it remains on permanently. Maybe. I don't know. That sounds cool.
Yeah, that's how evolution works, though, is that, like, there's a certain trait in the population that gets selected for in one way or the other, right? Like, for stronger beaks, for instance. And so that already existed, but now we're selecting for it.
So maybe when that happens...
Is the other thing extinct? Or is there no extinction in what you're saying? Does the extinction of a species in nature not exist then?
If the species merely changes and does not split, then yeah, the first species was the same as the second species. This is a thorny subject because, like, where do you draw that line is super gray.
If I CRISPR a child, is it a new species?
Dude, so maybe in the maybe in the genetic code, when certain genes get turned on because of the whatever environmental factors that made the beaks get bigger, and if they get turned on for so long, they can no longer interbreed for some other mechanism, which I would like to know. I actually it's really interesting.
Yeah, so that's also a complicated one, but the most common way that happens is that species will gain or lose the number of genes they have. We have 26 pairs of genes, and then.
Are you saying like Down syndrome?
Hold on, bro. Let him finish.
And then some other, if we were separated for long enough from human populations for a long time, possibly a different human population would get or lose a complete double set of genes. They'd either have 25 or 27, and that would make interbreeding almost impossible, if not impossible.
So that's
a very typical way to do it.
That would be devolution, right?
No, it would be evolution.
So if you lose,
no.
So if you lose genetic code, then it's evolution, and if you gain it, it's evolution.
No, it's about survivability.
I'm sorry.
Evolution is the refinement.
Down syndrome is then evolution because you've either gained or lost a chromosomal pair. Is that what you're trying to imply?
It's a mutation.
No, we're talking evolution here. We're talking about gaining genetics or losing genetics. So if you have not the right number of chromosomes, are you still functional?
What are you asking me if it's evolution?
Yeah, you are. Yeah, for sure.
That's why I said, are you still functional as a considered modern man if you either gain or lose chromosomes?
Yeah, that's right. Yes.
Is Down syndrome evolution?
Can Downs? I don't know Down syndrome that well. Can they still interbreed normally with humans?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, then no, it's not a different species. It's just a variance within one species.
I didn't ask if it's different species. I said, is it the evolution that you're claiming that we must have done by either gaining or losing chromosomal pairs to become more intelligent, better human beings? I think everyone here knows that Down
No.
syndrome
Oh,
is
sorry. I was very specifically asking a different question. The different question was, what is the change in species that no longer allows them to interbreed over time? That's what I was answering. I'm not saying that gaining or losing chromosomes is itself evolution. I'm just saying that that's a gating mechanism through which you can no longer interbreed. And that is an important step in determining species. It is not actually an important determining effect for evolution because evolution doesn't care about species. We as humans really care about species because that's the most important thing to us, to sort things.
So would you say evolution would be assuming a parasite, like an amoeba assumes a parasite? Would that be evolution?
So evolution discriminates?
If you guys could ask very clear, concise questions, I will answer them. But
I did. I wasn't bad with you, right? With the epigenetics and shit. You know.
That's great. I'm just saying with 4X memes and whoever just said the other thing, Flatty maybe, Polly. If you guys want to give me very specific questions, I can answer them.
How many generations does it take to get a human boy?
From what?
You tell me. You tell me. You fill in the blank. How many generations?
From a skin sample. How many generations?
I mean, are we talking about what actually happened? Are we talking about like the evolution of Homo sapiens sapiens?
Yes, because I want to test it. I want to verify it. That's why.
Okay. Well, we actually these days have a pretty good record of the evolution through some very recent discoveries of bones of our recent ancestors. So Homo sapiens sapiens has been a thing for about 150 to 200,000 years.
Fake science.
Does that answer your question, or you want to go?
Hold on, wait. How long? How long ago?
150 to 200,000 years for what exactly to happen?
For modern Homo sapiens to exist, that basically would be the same as you or I. I mean, we have not had other. Well, because we can test their genetics. We dig up bones and we grind their teeth.
How would you know that they got together that they couldn't have viable offspring?
Definitely had viable offspring.
So Neanderthals would be Homo sapiens sapiens too, because we can breed with them, right?
They are Homo sapiens, yeah. They're Homo sapiens Neanderthals.
Right, that's right.
So they're different species.
No, they're not. They're the same species.
Subspecies.
They are not.
There's no subspecies.
Neanderthalensis. Neanderthalensis was its own speciation. You get Homo erectus, and then the final one was Homo sapien. So no, Homo
that is very old idea is what you're saying. That is not
incorrect. You can go look at the Out of Africa theory. I was actually researching it last night. And you can see that the Neanderthalensis is said to originate in Europe as a completely separate species. Homo sapien was originating from Africa and then spreading out, and that theory's also been debunked. So for them to now look for specific markers and assume that you're a Western European and half Angolan and half all these other little bits and pieces, and how you've migrated around, your point saying we can breed with it, therefore we're the same kind, is the way that we generally understand it. They've also shown that the first Neanderthalensis skull found was actually just a human skull that was deformed, had rickets and various other deformations or abnormalities to the skeleton.
Yeah, that was a misnomer. We're talking about Palensis man or whatever that was.
The point being is that finding a skull that looks slightly different to another skull does not equal a new species.
Or 200,000 or 200,000, 5,000 or 6,000 different Neanderthals by now.
You don't have any technique that's scientifically credible to justify 200,000 years. Even carbon dating, they say, is only accurate to 10,000. So how would you know that species is 200,000 years prior to the other one?
Carbon, dude, living, I think, snail shell. I think it was a snail shell tested 26,000 years old. So no, I don't believe anything about carbon dating. It's plus or minus 50,000. It's like, fuck you. It's like, that's ridiculous.
I'll cite your source. Give me just a second. I'll post it in the live stream voice.
Thank you, Hank.
Brought to you by the same people who brought you NASA.
Appreciate that, man.
I mean, if you guys want to reject,
if you can just answer, how do you get to 200,000 years accurately?
Right. Well, so if you're going to tell me that you don't believe in the scientific method as it is applied to testing
No, even
how old things are,
dating says it's only valid to between 10 and 50,000 years. That's what they say. That's the official.
There's plenty of other types of dating. Carbon dating is just one.
That's why I asked you which one was implemented to get to your assumed date of 200,000, which you said so confidently.
I did not say 200,000 so confident. Like I said, 150 to 200,000 is the generally accepted range.
Yeah, see, plus or minus 50. See,
yeah,
that's a lot.
I don't mind. I don't mind.
Plus or minus 50,000. Whoa, man.
I'm really confused on how on the evolutionary chart of man, all these other species that came before what we are today, we can't find them anywhere today. Yet
we interbred
with beginning. There's apes, so it's apes. So the apes are still around, and we can see the apes. But the whole evolution in between all that until us today, there's no living. Where are these people?
Some Catholic priest found something in France there a couple of 100 years ago, didn't they?
Even like a really fucked up looking dog.
Big Bang, baby.
Like a weird looking dog. Or
The matter found the Big Bang, but some Catholic priest also was found to make up the, what the hell do you call him? The something, the Piltown man. That was all made up.
Yeah, I know. Early paleontology was very bad. My point is we have recent discoveries that are very good.
Yeah.
I think stuff like a seal that just died. I think tested. Now, don't quote me on the number. Now, I'm not sure, like 6,000 years old or something, but it was in the thousands. It just fucking died. Like, you know what I mean? It's kind of when you actually put the stuff through the test, it's like, and you trust like carbon dating, like you can't. It's just horseshit.
Yeah, you can't believe anything they fucking tell you these days, man.
Yep, I just posted it right there. Shells from living snails were carbon dated as being 27,000 years old.
Boom. 27 science. Boom. Nice. 1984. There you go, bud. Mainstream as fuck.
There's a whole thing about the carbon dating too. That doesn't work.
Okay, mainstream that doesn't work. So mainstream.
But we have other evidence.
Plenty of these, man. Plenty.
Look, if you are of the religious belief that evolution can't have existed, then I respect that, and I'm not going to argue against it.
Listen, I am not. I love the genetics. Epigenetics is so cool. However, it seems like it's already preset for that, pre-programmed. Like, yeah, it just things turn on or off, and for let's say hundreds of thousands of years, yeah, shit would look totally different. I'm down, but that doesn't mean we came from rock soup. At all. That has nothing to do with rock soup. You know what I mean? Primordial.
I don't know what you mean by rock soup. You mean the predicted primordial sort of life?
The origins of the earth. Because when you trace this backwards, it's like, all right, we have a common ancestor that's a chimp. Then it's like a fish. It's like, oh, really? It becomes ridiculous at some point. I know that monkeys and us are close, or chimps, but it goes too far, right? And it's all to prove that we're from monkeys.
You don't think in 2 billion years it can go that far?
Well, that's the thing. You turn on that fucking camera for 2 billion years, and I swear to God, I will believe you, sir. I will not argue. But show me that 2,000-year-old camera or whatever.
The great thing is that everything alive today shares the same genetic material and shares a similar set of genetic codes. Not entirely the same. But the point is, we can actually trace back.
Which proves a common
everything. Sure.
Yeah.
But it also proves everything is related. That everything on Earth is related to each other if you go back far enough.
So a common engineer, and like I like to build stuff, and I understand that I leave my thumbprint behind and everything, like literally, because it's touching my hand. So my DNA is always on the stuff that I make. So if you find the DNA of everything to be similar, it's all made by the same thing or same creator, right? Now your creator is the primordial soup, and
which came from where?
Sorry, by the way, no one agrees on the primordial soup thing. That is one test they did where they said, "Hey, it could have been like this," but no one knows.
No stuff.
Fallacious test, yeah. Yeah. Experiment you're talking about, what's his name? Forgot.
Yeah, he shot electricity in a big glass
but the
glass bowl.
glass was reactive.
But the point is, that's like one test that showed like, hey, we can get certain base parts of DNA out of this. That's all he said. But also, there's other ways you can get life started. Like, what if an asteroid hit that already had life from somewhere else?
Turned out that the glass was reacting with everything, and so no, it was not true. They retested it later. Yeah.
Sure, yeah. No one thinks that that's actually what happened. That guy, he was just proving the principles that you can create organic matter out of non-organic matter. Not life, but organic matter, carbon-based.
Yeah, of course, carbon. Yeah, sure.
that's all it was. And so, given billions of years, could a cell have evolved? Maybe.
No. Well, wait. Sure, maybe. How can you prove it to be yes or no? Okay,
well, because it did. So we are here, so it did.
No, you can't do that. You see how your proof? Okay, we are here either way. We're guessing of the past, so the future cannot prove your guess of the past because you have no proof of the past.
Well, we know that something did happen in the past because of the way things currently are, right?
Of course, something happened. Of course.
How we cannot describe what it is, it's enough to know that it did.
Bro, you know that code is supernatural. You know that code is magnificently designed. It is so beautifully designed, the code that creates humans.
I accept that people believe that, and I'm not going to argue against it.
It's just like if I spring a leak, I get platelets, right? If I have like some sort of infection, like some kind of kung flu, then I get like T cells that have helper T cells. And guess what the helper T cells do? They help the T cells.
They signal.
And it's like, oh, that's pretty cool.
You gotta kill this.
Mind if I finish, bro? I'm just saying, like, it's a beautiful code, and to think about it just like springing up out of the rocks because of lucky wind and lucky time. No,
but see, that's the part that I don't get. Why people say it that way? Like, it would be a huge miracle if this worked out, and it did. It's wonderful, and human body is wonderful through evolution.
Are you aware of thermodynamics?
So doesn't it have to be something divine then?
Because there is a problem here, and it's not now. It's not with epigenetic. No. It's when you introduce like the simple organisms into this. This is where it's like, fuck, you are actually breaking thermodynamics because Darwin was unaware of thermodynamics. And there's a problem here. Check this out. Simple analogy. I'll buy paint. I need to paint my house, right? My house is falling apart. It needs to get painted. I'll grab the paint. I'll grab the paint brushes and rollers and then the tray and everything, masking tape, and I'll put them all in a pile. How long do I have to wait until my house gets painted on its own?
1 billion years.
Because that's entropy, right? Which it's not truly decay, but you can understand it as things decaying over time, which information loss. Information gain, or as like for when pressure goes from high to low, that's just nature. Heat dissipates from high to low. If you
information is gained.
Wait. If you want to make heat go the other way around the slope, you can. But what you have to do is spend energy. You have to do work to push it up.
Absolutely. But guess what? The early Earth had so much energy.
You have to do work. You have to do work to push information up the gradient to make it more complex, more orderly. There is no
I agree with you 100%.
So who put in the energy to the system to make it more complex? I will believe in evolution. Sun worship. Clap, everybody! Yes, sun worship.
It's literally the source of energy in our solar system.
Who created the sun?
What in the sun? What in the sun? If you say UV, I'll give you a pass. But what are you talking about? That's coming from the sun.
Mostly heat.
Heat does what? Makes information more complex.
Okay, so let me lay out what I'm getting at.
I studied heat.
Organization can come from disorganization.
Right? It still prove curvature. Just go throw that out there.
Yeah, fine. We moved on past carbon dating because I accepted that it wasn't that accurate, and it doesn't really matter to the argument we're having. Okay, so heat can create order. I'll tell you how. crystallization, right? So if you melt a crystalline substance, it will reform in a crystalline thing that's way lower entropy than when it was.
Yeah, but you
It took energy to do that, but it's self-organized.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's because the information is encoded where in the material, isn't it? To self-organize like that, or where does it come from? In the environment. It's actually. How about this? No.
It's
Well, it depends what kind of material. Like, how about this? Water crystalline, which is snowflakes structures. It's actually determined by the environment. All the spokes or you have different structures. You have radials going out from the center of the nucleation point. Okay, so the radials are determined, I think, by the humidity, and the horizontals are by the temperature. And both of them create the snowflake because they're always transient as it's flowing. So those change it. That's why you never get two of the same. However, there's a dude that can make any snowflake that you want in a controlled environment by varying those two parameters. Nice and easy. He creates whatever snowflake. He can design snowflakes if his imagination, and he can actually recreate them. How? By varying, whatever university he works at. Of course, it's expensive machines, but yeah. So okay, hold on now. So even crystals respond to environment. Check that out.
But the point being that you can now imagine the start of life because you can now imagine order coming from chaos.
Denial.
No.
Are you trying to hypothesize that all of this came by some happy accident, miracle upon miracle?
No, not an accident.
It wasn't chaos, dude. It wasn't chaos. Yeah, it was in higher energy state, and when it dropped the energy state, it crystallized. Just like when the electron drops an energy state, it emits a photon. It's a similar. If you understand if you study all sciences, you'll see common themes across all things. And crystals are like that too, so it's not a mystery. There's no evolution here. You can't, man. Entropy. You can't. Second law of thermodynamics. Like, Charles Darwin breaks in and his followers because they don't study thermal, and I wish they did. They would understand that thermal runs the world. That's the fuel that gets you to the university to study Darwin's horse shit. Your body is a thermodynamic machine, and we know this, runs on heat. So I wish Charles would have studied more thermodynamics. He would have changed.
That's fine, though. I think you and I have come to an agreement that order can come from chaos, and therefore life could have started.
No, I don't agree. No, yes, by an organizer. If you spend energy, yes.
I'm telling you, there was energy being.
Okay. By the sun. The sun.
Yeah, but if you go way outside,
that's the solar worship.
Hold on. If you go from Wisconsin, right, and it's your first sun burn, and you go to Florida and you lay out in the sun for 4 hours, that energy is not going to help you out, right? You're going to have a bunch of dead skin cells.
Makes you hotter.
You can add all the energy. You can add all the energy you want to, right? But it's not going to fuel the process you're thinking because you have to direct the energy, right? I could spend a lot of energy loading your groceries.
Why do crystals?
I'll let you ask the other guy. I guess lack of energy. I don't know. I don't know that.
Why do crystals form? Not everything forms crystals.
Absolutely, you're right.
All right, then. So now what's
why do they form? Why do the crystals that exist form?
Why? Tell me.
Because there's a structure.
Because a change in phase, a change in energy state, can be accompanied by an increase in order.
Okay.
Right? Like you take energy out of water and it becomes ice, but the ice is far more structured than the water ever was.
Okay.
Right, but this is not going to add functional sequence specified complexity. It's a much lower form of complexity. Right, crystals are.
Well, we're starting by the start of life, right? So it has to be low. It has to be.
Wait. There's balances. You lost something.
Doesn't have to be.
You gained crystal, you gained molecular order. You lost what? Fluidity. You gained rigidity. So there is a seesaw. Okay, If you do that, there's a seesaw in nature, and when you see that, then you know it's been manipulated for a reason. Same thing with same thing from sugar crystals, right? You gain rigidity, and I don't know, whatever, if it's body centered or face centered crystal, whatever. You can get into all that kookiness with crystals, but yeah, rhombic structures and all that. But you lose some and you gain some. Like like that electron.
You can make life, right? Like, or edit life.
Yeah, I mean, if scientists can make things that are basically like early life, as far as we know. But there was nothing around to do that 3 billion years ago.
What makes you think we wouldn't be created if we can just create life?
If you
we can also create crystals, but that doesn't mean there are no natural crystals.
Crystal's not alive, dude.
Right. I was going to take that crystal example. Take it to genetics now, the crystal world. Like, okay, cool.
Yeah, so that's one theory, is that literally the basis for DNA self-assembly was based off of RNA and DNA trihelix crystals.
Okay.
They were self-forming
really?
and self-replicating.
It had blood, and it had a heart, and it had a brain.
No. What are you talking about? No, none of that. It was literally just it was a packet of DNA floating out.
You can prove that the environment of the crystal determines different aspects of the crystal, and the more knowledge we gain, it depends, of course, what kind of crystal we're talking about. The more we can actually manipulate the way it grows. And we do this.
Nothing of what I'm saying says that a god could not be part of this. I'm just saying that it doesn't need to be God.
Well, it has to have an organizer whenever you do that. When energy.
Yeah, that's fine. If you believe that, that's fine. I'm not gonna try to.
I believe it's thermodynamics. Look. Your hot coffee will cool over time. No problem. Now your hot house, like if you wanna, energy or heat will flow from hot to cold. It will conduct that way, right? That's how it goes from the gradient from hot to cold. If you want to go from cold to hot, which means refrigerate, you have to spend energy. That's why the
sun was there.
Your AC. Yeah, but that's the thing with information. You're gonna go up the gradient. Like you get refrigeration, you don't get heating. Like it's the other way around.
Okay, we have to get off this because I think we're having a philosophical disagreement, not a scientific one at this point.
It's not philosophical, it's thermodynamics. But yeah, yours is philosophical. That's fine. I understand. I'm practical. I studied machinery. You studied Darwin. Fuck, of course we have differences, man. But it's cool with me.
You say potato, I say potato.
Did anyone else have any questions that we got stepped on about evolution? Okay, we can move on to something else.
Thank God.
Oh man, I just wanted you to define evolution for me. We have a hard time getting a good definition.
That's how the whole thing started.
I think I did define it.
Oh, you had a decent one. I forgot it. What was it?
It is let's see if I can remember exactly what I said, but essentially evolution is the natural selection of pre-existing community genetics, which leads eventually to speciation.
Speciation, that's the word.
Mm-hmm. That's it.
And punctuated equilibrium is the mechanism or the rate at which that happens.
The sun's in there somewhere.
So does it? Well, see, that has nothing to do with the common ancestor thing, right? Which is interesting.
So far, what I got is it takes 150,000 years to 200,000 years to go from one species to another. Is that the answer?
No, it can be way faster than that. That's just how long it took.
Weeks.
I mean, it literally took, I think, less than 100 years for the Darwin finches to speciate. And also, you can artificially speciate things if you want very quickly, like fruit flies, things that have low generational.
We don't know. What's the mechanism for that, though? Do we know why they couldn't breed anymore?
Yeah, so I brought this up earlier. This is the chromosome thing. The chromosome thing is the most common reason. It's not the only reason you can't interbreed, but it's the most common one. That's like how is it horses and asses can have a mule, but the mule can't then pass on any, like they can't have kids. So technically, horses and asses are different species. Like it's that sort of thing, and the reason is because they have different number of chromosomes, but it still creates a living creature, like a Down syndrome person. There's still a living creature there. It's just not either a horse or a ass.
So, ass is an evolution from a horse. Is that what you're saying?
No, they evolved from common ancestors, and they are speciated. They can no longer successfully interbreed a new lineage.
But we're asking about evolution.
Right, so they've evolved from a common ancestor.
So they lost the ability to breed, and that's evolution. And when they gain an ability through epigenetics, that's evolution.
Makes no sense, right there.
These are all aspects of evolution, but none of these are evolution as a whole.
What is evolution? Oh, wait, no.
You just said it's evolution.
But I gave you a good definition for evolution.
A donkey and a horse make evolution.
So, so when you lose an ability, that's how you evolve? That's fucking crazy.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I mean, look at T-Rex arms, right?
So isn't that devolution, right? Isn't that going down?
You look at, you have an appendix, right? Or is it taken out?
Well,
you know what that used to...
That's entropy. I agree to that. That's all I'm saying. You get degraded over time.
It's not entropy. That was something that used to do something for your ancestors, but no longer works for you.
Didn't we just go over
That's not de-evolution, though. That is evolution. That is real evolution.
Well, that means you lost an ability and you got worse. So that's cool. If you want to label that as good, sure, but it means you got worse.
What ability did your cecum give you when you?
Did who?
The thing that your appendix evolved from was a cecum. C-E-C-U-M.
What'd you just call me?
This is a thing that like
C-A-E-C-U-M.
Oh, that's
one of those diphthong AE things.
I'm confused as to why when a person when humans lose or have less chromosomes and they're mentally retarded or whatever, they can still procreate though. They still have the ability to interbreed with the rest of us.
Yeah.
So
they're not a different species.
Because we're what?
They aren't a different species.
We're talking about horses and asses, right? And I just can't. Man, I'm so lost because it's like you're saying getting better is evolution and getting worse is also evolution, and it's making no sense.
I never said better or worse anywhere.
That's in layman's terms because that's how my brain works. I'm sorry,
but that shouldn't be how it works in your brain because that's not an ability.
If you lose an ability, then you suck because you lost an ability.
Yeah.
So
I mean, ostriches, right?
Increasing survivability is evolution. Decreasing survivability is devolution.
Yes. So ostriches lost the ability to fly, but they de-evolved. They're a totally different thing now. They run really fast. They can't.
And like, how many years does it take? Because people.
That's the point. But their ancestors.
Who saw an ostrich fly? So long. How do we know ostriches could fly?
He just made that up.
No, he's saying that they're offspring. They're like asses. They're like their offspring from other birds that can fly, but all those could never fly, right?
I'm about to push this ostrich off of.
No, he said they lost the ability to fly. That means they could fly.
Like their chihuahuas. Like their chihuahuas in the dog world.
Lost the ability to fly. That means at one point in time, ostriches, in his mind, could fly.
No,
No, I don't think that's what he said. He said from the common ancestor.
Maybe he's saying that their ancestor could fly.
Okay.
In which case,
it's indisputable. I mean, ostriches have wings; they're just not capable of flight, right? Their ancestors could fly.
You don't know that. Maybe they're just wingless birds.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's a hugely remote possibility. Yes, but eventually, to have wings in the first place, you would think some of their ancestors flew. You're right. It is theoretically possible that they did not.
How remote is it?
I've never seen.
So don't speak with certainty about something that you couldn't possibly know.
This is science.
Don't say it's a remote. It's like a super rare possibility. You don't know the probability of it.
Oh, for sure, because all the other birds do fly, and they all evolve from the same.
That's an
common
appeal
ancestor.
to consensus. That's appeal to majority right there.
Maybe
You don't know
common
that.
ancestor.
It's not
Their
appeal to
common
majority.
ancestor.
You're saying
Spitfires.
most birds with wings fly. Therefore, this one definitely, fits that probability.
Now,
But
you're putting the word definitely in my mouth. I said, very, very, very likely.
yeah, you said most birds can fly, so this one is very, very likely to have flown. That's again appeal to probability.
Their ancestors.
Appeal to,
well, no, hold on.
Popularity.
All birds evolved from the same animal.
Prove that.
Yeah, that's your theory.
This is a house of cards, man.
That is hugely genetically confirmed. I don't want to argue
No,
that. 'Cause
you just keep on making random claims.
Look,
No,
you
what's
can't
the
expect me to go look up the whole
There's a
history.
genetic
No, the truth is you couldn't possibly know. If you suspect it or infer it, that's fine. But don't claim
Sorry,
them as true.
is it your idea that birds are not related? They did not come from a common ancestor?
I don't have any evidence to say one way or another. No, I don't have enough evidence
Okay,
to
but
say one way
the
or another.
evidence that I
So it's
have
inconclusive.
says that they did.
Your evidence is inconclusive.
No.
What's your evidence?
I am just under short time constraints, not going to try to convince you guys of this. So I'm not going to, you can't say, prove it and expect me to go,
I
pull
actually
out
like
old
learning, bro.
textbooks.
So I'm not.
Mother bird.
I personally, I'm trying to learn, so it's okay. Take your time. If you can actually break shit down, because I'm weak
we'll
in
give
the
you the
genetic problem. So
If you can,
I'm trying to
show
understand
us your
myself.
definitive evidence that birds came from the same common ancestor.
Okay, let's do a different one then.
And I bet he's going to say dinosaurs.
Okay.
By the way, birds did come from dinosaurs. You can argue that?
Little excited, guys. Can we reset? Slow down, reset. So I want to say, I heard that there's a genetic. I finally got a response. Gee. There's a genetic Eve, right? And we can trace all of our genetics back to one woman, and then there's a genetic
mitochondrial genetic Eve. So sort of. Meaning there wasn't one time where there was one pair of humans and we all came from them. That's not.
There was called mitochondrial Eve. It's the mitochondrion that you inherit from your mother.
That's
the
what
mitochondrial Eve shows a common mother. So you're wrong, Denial.
No, I'm right. There is a common mother, but there's not a common pair, not a common father, and certainly not only two humans on Earth.
But only two birds?
Chicken.
No, that's not.
It's more likely to have
having
a
a
common
common
father than a common
ancestor
mother.
does not mean that there was literally two birds that everything is descended from.
Is it chicken a bird or is it a fowl?
Was it from 4 humans or how many?
They have done bottleneck calculations to suggest that there was less than 10,000 humans at one point, that we are all descended from those 10,000.
But were they?
And mitochondria proves we had a single mother.
Noah's ship. There you go. Now we know how many people were on Noah's ship. There we go. 10,000. All right, carry on.
What?
I'm just kidding, man. I'm just kidding.
I mean, that would have been 80,000 to 150,000 years ago. So I don't know if that lines up with Noah's ship.
Why does every species that we classify today as a bird or a cousin or somehow related to a bird, why do they have? So that means every one of them at one point in time had to have the ability of flight?
Current birds evolved from flying dinosaurs. So yeah, their ancestors' could fly.
You're fucked.
Yes, finally said
Tyrannosaurus Rex nugget. I want some barbecue sauce and honey mustard.
He said it sound as ridiculous as it did for us to hear it, as for you to say it.
Tell me more, Gandalf.
What's the flying dinosaur called, man? Since you're a dinosaurologist.
The pterodactyl.
May as well believe in the
No, pterodactyls are not dinosaurs; they're lizards.
Archaeopteryx.
I want some pterodactyl nuggets, man.
Archaeopteryx is closely related to the ancestor, but it is not itself the ancestor. Yeah, that's a good one.
Pterodactyls.
Which Jurassic Park movie were they in? So that I can go back and watch it.
In the new Jurassic Park coming out next year, the dinosaurs are going to have feathers.
Oh my god, I can't believe you actually had an answer to that question. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh yeah, dinosaurs have feathers. It's very well established. We have found the feathers.
We found dinosaurs with feathers today.
You mean you found an impression? You found an impression in mud of a feather.
Oh, I'm sorry. What other explanation is there? For-
You did not find a feather. You found an
used to be
impression
there.
in mud of a feather. And when birds fly, sometimes they can leave impressions. So what's the possibility that something at a later stage created the impression?
I mean, we have found creatures that are fully feathered. Dinosaurs that are fully feathered. They're feathered all down their wings.
Like ostriches.
Yeah, and also proven to be false when they find that multiple bone sets are used to often create new funding for paleontologists who now want to go and do $2 billion research on how many birds had wings, and then they need to just plant one or two interesting pieces of quote unquote evidence to justify the entire expedition. And when you go and look at like the Piltdown Man and how the Piltdown Man was built out of part sapien or part primate bones and part human bones to try and create this missing link. And when you actually go and look at the missing links, there is no link in the first place. That's why it's still termed the missing link.
There is no missing link.
I think one of
there is no link, full stop, because you would have millions of transitional species. You'd have millions. All the failed attempts, every time that the cranium didn't do the evolution the right way, you would have thousands and thousands of transitional species. We don't even find one. We find a primate-looking skull, and then we fill in the blanks.
Okay,
the point I wanted to ask
you are so far off base.
After talking to people here on this group, are you still going to assert that you've got this confidence to say 150,000 or 200,000 years, and that everything that you're saying as empirically true, you're not even slightly remotely able to say, well, this is what the current idea is, or this is what the presently accepted narrative is, because science is always changing. As you disprove hypotheses, you improve the science and you get better and better. But yet people who don't understand science claim science is true at both times. True prior to be proven wrong, and then true after being proven wrong. And you still claim victory.
Evolution has never been proven wrong. Evolution has been refined.
Honestly, I think it just, bro, Solar. I think it just he has like, I think he's a smart guy. He just has like the religious beliefs to his science, as we all do, I think, which is fine. Well, it's not fine, but a true scientist tries to.
It's not fine. I'm sorry. I don't have religious beliefs, but I accept your guys' religious beliefs. I don't have religious beliefs.
I don't have any.
You've been talking about evolutionary religious beliefs.
Let's get away from religion. All right, let's go back to science.
Dinosaurs.
No, I was saying religious belief, as in like stories attached to his science. That's how I meant it.
Well, so nothing that we've been discussing. Nothing. Sorry, Hank, I wanted to just make one point. You said, let's get back to the science, but what we've been discussing hasn't been science. It's been speculation and hypothesis. And when we asked Denial, is there any proof of these transitional species or any proof of this stuff? And he said, yes, hundreds. And when we ask him for one, it goes back to, well, the hypothesis is. That's not proof.
That's not true. I gave you several specific examples.
Incorrect. The hypothesis, the present understanding is that. That's not proof. But go ahead, Hank. Sorry.
So, I defer to you. I think we should stay on the subject of proof. I do like to go over science so that we can differentiate between belief and science, because he's still under the belief that his is like all derived from like science, and it's nothing to do with the scientific method. They've completely lost their way in the colleges, I guess. Because they just, science is such a broad word now that everything becomes knowledge.
This is incorrect. I disagree with this premise completely.
Okay, so what is knowledge? What is science?
So, I mean, the scientific method exists. You guys go over it all the time. I don't want to retry.
Okay.
Knowledge is accumulated knowledge over time. We build on it, and what is good, we keep and what throw away. But
does it include experimentation in that method?
Sure.
Does it include experimentation?
Hey, you want to give you an experiment you can do for evolution or for geology?
There are none. There are none, which is why I'm asking you to make the clear distinction.
Why are you asserting there are none when I'm going to tell you?
Method.
Hey,
I've
let
been
him
asking
speak.
you.
I want to hear what he's got to say. He's going to give me an experiment I can do that proves evolution.
I will say that you will not find any dinosaurs in rock material that is past the KT extinction line. That is my hypothesis. Then I'm going to go look on
I've got news for you. Hold on. This one's mine. So I live in Texas, so I know about the Biloxi River, right? And you can go there, and there's human and dinosaur footprints at the same layer, right?
No.
At the same layer, human and dinosaur footprints side by side.
There's not.
Yeah, it's here. You can go see it yourself. That's the thing. In Texas, we'll let you look at it.
Okay,
You
show
can
me.
go there. Biloxi,
Post a picture.
You go. Biloxi River, dinosaur footprints. I'll pull it up for
It's
you.
not even in contention, Denial. It's not even in contention. Type man with dinosaurs, and it's the first image that pops up on Google. You can see the human footprints alongside what appears to be like a brontosaurus or a brachiosaurus,
Big chicken.
one of the large, long neck dinosaurs.
We used to have big chickens, man.
And it's in the same layer. And then remember, you've got fossil fuels. And aren't fossil fuels well below the layer that you just said you won't find any fossils below? Crickets.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't have my mic on. I said no. You will not find dinosaurs above a certain layer, but certainly life goes back far below the dinosaur layer.
So, like when we're digging a road and we find a dinosaur skeleton, then you shouldn't have found that because there should only be fossils below a certain layer. Is that what you're trying to say?
The layers are not chronological as you dig through the earth. They have been pushed about, but you can find the KT boundary very easily because there's a huge amount of interstellar metal in that thing.
And do
not
you understand
normal
that
metal.
some layers are upside down?
Right, but on one side of that layer you will find dinosaurs, and on the other you will not.
No, so if the
whatever the
layer's
upside
upside
is,
down, what does that imply? If the layers are upside down and you say you cannot find it above this layer.
got flipped. That one rock.
You don't see that that's an inconsistency with your model saying that this is how the layers were deposited, end of sentence. This is the layer you will find the bones
Sorry,
in.
are you denying that geology occurs, that rocks get overturned over time, that mountains rise up? You guys don't think that happens? I guess maybe you don't on this form.
Has that ever been scientifically, meaning with experimentation, has that ever been validated?
Absolutely. So the rock formations where we get a lot of fossils from in Utah are all at a horrible angle because the geology of that place shifted the rocks at like a 45-degree angle. So you get these very pretty vistas, but the rocks are all not up top to bottom. They're, from one left side to the bottom right side because that's how they got shoved up during some kind of geological event. Very easy to find.
Horseshit.
Horseshit.
And how much mud can be deposited in a mudslide?
I don't know where you're going with that, and I also have no context.
Okay, so your general paradigm of this strata layers that give us the age of the Earth are often a couple of millimeters thick. And like you just postulated, there's these events which cause one mountain to go up 45 degrees compared to other sort of land surfaces. When you go and look at these events, mudslides can deposit many meters in a single event. And then certain parts of the world can be over 100 years that no. So your idea that this is a constant and that we know this as fact is false. And that's what we've been trying to say to you, is that can you at least be honest enough to say, well, at least this is the accepted narrative, and you're still see.
Your mic is cutting out. I get what you're saying. I still think that if you find any rock, no matter its orientation, and you identify the KT boundary, which is, again, easy to identify, very distinct, you will find dinosaurs on one side and not the other. And that is an experiment you can run. You can go do that.
Okay, well, I'm going to make a claim that there's no human fossils in the pre-human fossil record. You can go check that out. There's no transitional fossil.
Right, but I'm giving you an independent time frame, the KT boundary, which is the meteor impact or whatever it was that killed the dinosaurs. That's the boundary, and it's very easy to see. It's very easy to test.
How do you know that it was done by an impact?
I think that is by far the most likely thing, because what we find in that layer are isotopes of elements that we would not normally find on Earth, but we would normally find in a what are those called? Not a meteor, the bigger one.
Asteroids.
Comet impact.
Comet.
Yeah. There?
Oh, comets.
So we would expect these.
You went full fiction, huh?
But you don't think there's been comet impacts? I guess again, I'm in a flat Earth.
Right, but how do we know that they hit the Earth? Because we only see them in the sky. So, I mean, how can we verify?
Well, meteors hit the Earth, right?
Yeah, they dug and they didn't find any iron that they were looking for because they thought it was a ball of iron, and they just dug and dug and dug and didn't find anything.
Well, people have meteors. Like,
Isn't there
a lot of meteors have been found.
In the Black Cube in Mecca? Isn't there like a bit of an asteroid in there or something, a comet or? Hey, why do you believe these things, man? I just believe everything.
Well, how many of these dinosaurs existed when this happened then? How many dinosaurs roamed the Earth when they all of a sudden became wiped out by this meteor?
They're not a fucking spinning ball, bro. So I gotta believe.
You would think people all over the world, every time they'd go to dig a well or do anything, people would be digging up dinosaur bones left and right. I've never found a dinosaur bone.
If you live in a certain place on Earth where the dinosaur layers are close to the Earth, you would stumble upon dinosaur bones.
They say,
but that would be like the Red Rocks, that'd be like the Badlands, that'd be like some Canadian rock formations, where that specific piece of Earth has come to the surface in those places. Very easy to get.
Things probably can and do fall down from above sometimes. God knows what's above, right? It falls down and all that there. But why do you believe everything that everyone tells you that because they're wearing a white coat and it's in the fucking history documents? And why do you believe that that's true? Like feathers and dinosaurs and shit like that there. When we know that we're not living on what they're fucking telling us.
They say sometimes you can have dinosaur bones in your mouth while you sleep.
Well, that's a bad.
Everybody knows dinosaurs are just a lie to cover up giants.
There could be giants too. We believe in all that. There's possibilities. Never close your mind to anything. Obviously, things could fall down from up there. Who knows? There could be giants. Giants could have roamed the world. We don't know. But
in Glen Rose, Texas, that footprint, it was of an 8-foot tall person, estimated 8 feet tall.
When you look at things scientifically, none of it adds up. But there's just, unfortunately, people denial like yourself, and I'm not trying to bring you down, that just believe everything that you're told or read in a book. Because the mainstream and tell you the narrative is this way, but it's not so. None of it makes sense, bro.
I didn't get my evolutionary insights and knowledge from the mainstream, right? Like I studied.
Well, you kind of did, though, because every time you try to bring up something, you always say, we found, or we discovered this, or we, but you're not included in that we. You didn't find anything.
Oh, no, I did. I'm a scientist. I have been in archaeological digs, so put that right out.
A very sophisticated way of yes, I agree with you, but and then you always bring up the sun.
Like no, I only put the sun in one context, which is where did the energy come from to start life? And it's very obviously the sun. Yeah. So that's the only context I cared about the sun.
All right, so okay. Well, I'm just it's just kind of amazing to me that you do what you do. So chicken egg.
Mm-hmm. What about
where did reproduction come from? Where did two sexes come from the one species?
That's actually a fascinating question, and we believe it has evolved multiple times.
Well, give us your fucking hypothesis then.
Generally, single-cell organisms can do a thing where they trade genetic information, right? It's not the same as our breeding, but it is a predecessor to it, where they will trade out some information from one to the other.
Well,
we exploit this all the time.
Think of it in human terms.
Right, but it evolved, so I have to give you the base, right? I have to tell you how it started.
So you can evolve the conversation, yeah.
So I mean, how do you expect to learn how it started if we don't start at the beginning? Single cell organism.
Well, that's where I'm trying to start. What do you think? What do you think?
That's not the beginning. Where the single cell come from.
Once upon a time?
Well, before that, single cells asexually divided, right? They did not have two parents. At a certain point, they started switching information with each other, genetic information, and that led to this idea of a pair of a species pairing off and having children. Like that's how that started.
Do you know the whole thing is
where did the first one start?
It was asexual.
How did it really start?
Too shall pass. It's not going to last forever. Oh my god.
I mean, it was asexual at first, and then the first two species of
yeah, but for asexual reproduction, you still need an organism. Where'd that organism come from?
Okay, but this was a very specific question I was asked about how did we evolve the idea of procreation, and that's what I was answering. I wasn't. We already did the where did life come from conversation for about 40 minutes. We really shouldn't do it again.
Oh yeah, you said the sun. Where'd the sun come from?
I mean, do you guys want I'm not an expert in the sun, but I do know the theory of how it accreted.
In your mind, yes.
Accreted from what?
From the remnants of a previous solar system, which was itself derived from the Big Bang.
And who saw that?
And where'd that come from?
Why do you have to see something to measure it and to determine?
Where did it come
How
from?
do you do it?
No, don't take that red herring. We're right now working down through your infinite regress fallacy.
I mean, go ahead, catch me in it. I've said logically consistent things so far.
Yeah, so where'd the Big Bang, you're saying what, energy from the previous solar explosion or whatever caused this one, right?
That caused our solar system. The reason we know that is because certain isotopes and certain metals, like iron, had to have come from a previous sun.
All right, so where the previous sun
iron is not naturally occurring. It only is created in
okay,
late
cool.
stage.
Where the previous sun come from?
I mean, we're going back to the Big Bang, and before that, it's a mystery.
That's all you have to say. You don't know.
No. People have ideas. No one.
Can I ask you?
Ideas are fine, but don't make them like as truth claims or whatever. That's where what irks me.
I mean, but the source of our sun is a thing that you can.
How
get
can the sun
tons of
form
evidence
without
about?
natural law? With the laws has to have been there. How can anything start without the laws? Who created the laws?
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, lots of theories about that too. But there being many.
It's not theories. Who created the laws? I'm not.
Why are you asking me for an ultimate answer? I'm giving you a.
Did chaos create the laws? Did the laws come from chaos?
Would you bet your life on it?
Okay, I will give you my theory, and then you can discuss it. But there is no one answer to this. But the theory is that there are multiple versions of universes, and the ones where the laws made sense and worked out are the ones that we could live in, and the ones where they didn't, disassociate.
Who created the laws?
Why who?
What created the laws? We have laws. No one can bend them or break them. Who created them? They formed a structure.
Our universe is the universe that had that set of laws.
The structure is not created by accident. How and why were they created?
Oh, I fully believe you can create a structure by accident. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So,
we talked about crystals before, right?
Your
Stuff can be
car was created
self-arranged
by accident.
Okay, you don't have to do that. That's stupid.
Well, I'm just asking because eventually in your world, stuff just randomly happens and creates itself without any laws or structure. So how does that work?
I didn't say there were no laws or structure.
You've been saying that for 40 minutes now.
Yeah, that's right.
What do you mean, yep, that's right? I definitely have not been saying there's no law.
You've been saying that
the laws came from nothing, so I mean...
Came from nothing. So
I didn't say they came from nothing.
Well, okay.
Well, you said Big Bang there about fucking 5 minutes ago.
Sure.
Well, didn't the The bang come from nothing?
No, but the law
No.
created the Big Bang.
Where did it come from?
No.
Like another sun or solar system?
We have no evidence it was from before the Big Bang because that evidence would have been destroyed in the Big Bang.
But before the Big Bang, there was nothing.
No, that's not true. We have no way of knowing that.
It's a painful
There's no
process
way
to
of
build it
knowing
back
that.
up again.
So, when all the proof points towards some kind of creation here, all the science, all the RNA, DNA, all the body self-replicates, regenerating itself, etc., etc., etc. Everything points to some kind of creation or creator. You still denial that could exist?
Yeah, order from chaos exists. I mean, it just empirically does, and so I don't see why everything could have been order from chaos given millions of years.
Okay.
I'm sorry, trillions of years.
Why?
Millions and trillions of years. So many years. Everything is so big.
Where does order from chaos in and of itself exist?
Just one other example.
We have discussed this so many times now. How crystal
Okay,
formation
fine.
is order
If it's
from
been
chaos.
discussed, just remind me what you're referring to then. Give me just two keywords.
Crystal growth. Crystal growth is order from chaos.
Crystal is already in this realm.
How do you know that wasn't by design?
Finely tuned and finely balanced.
I don't know anything wasn't by design, by the way, and I'm not saying you guys are wrong. I'm just saying that you can have a perfectly coherent understanding of the universe without a designer, and that's what you guys are challenging me on.
Incorrect.
I'm not saying you guys are wrong.
That's incorrect, though. Can you hear me?
Yeah, like I said,
clear.
So, if you look at the universe or this place that we dwell in, everything has an incredibly complicated fine tuning. That this plant feeds that animal, and that animal feeds that animal. There's food chains
that's evolution.
up and down. No. So the place that we dwell in is finely tuned. You try to. It's the current narrative that we've got a multiverse, and in the multiverse, there are so many other universes that didn't have the fine tuning, and then obviously we would then exist in the one where the fine tuning is so optimal. But there would be thousands and millions and quadrillions of other universes where the fine-tuning was not as precise as this one, without any evidence of a multiverse.
That's very close to multiverse theory, but that's not quite right. Evolution does not have anything to do with
multiverse. There is no proof of multiverse. There is only proof of this incredibly fine-tuned world that we live in, and crystals are a part of that finely tuned world that we live in. And crystals do layer themselves in an atomic structure based on the type of crystal, that they're either going to have 5 sides or 6 sides or 8 sides or 10 sides based on the design that's already inherent in the crystal. What you're saying is I can take a computer screen and leave the keyboard there, put a bunch of shit on top of the keyboard, and eventually that computer will write the code to take the box off the keyboard and then achieve even greater things later on, just with another. Whereas
your analogy is so far-fetched. Like
that's a brilliant analogy, bro.
Or a tornado can go through a junkyard and then assemble an aeroplane on the other side because order comes from chaos.
That's
when we ask you,
I never said an airplane became. That is
one example where chaos, like an explosion, like a Big Bang, where can chaos, an explosion, construct and not deconstruct?
So much order, so much plants and things that just work, that just are doing things.
Evolution creates order. I don't know how you guys don't get this. That is the central feature of evolution.
Your belief in evolution gives you the assumption that the order which we see came from chaos. That's your belief set. We've asked you a very specific question. Can you demonstrate order from chaos?
And I have. So we need to move on.
Yeah, if you give me 1 trillion years.
Yeah, we literally had 1 trillion years. So
I'll be right back after a couple of trillion years.
How do you know that?
So you claim the order from chaos is for evolution. Now we're saying we don't believe that. Give us another example, and you go back to evolution is order from chaos. When we're asking you for another example of any type of order, that comes from explosions.
It is 3 a.m. It is 3 a.m. where I am. So I'm going to be done with this. I appreciate this conversation.
Oh, so you don't like
And I feel like I have advocated my side very well, and I appreciate you guys advocating your side well. Is that good enough?
You're cool, man. Stay classy. Don't lose your cool, man. It was a good conversation.
Yeah,
good night.
Have a good night.
And off he goes into the chaos.
I was just about to say, is that the order or is that the chaos?
Is he still here?
No.
Oh, dang, I almost got to answer my question.
I think we were just trying to explain that.
I was trying to ask him how long does it take from one species to turn to another?
No, I got a better question.
150,000 years to 200,000 years, and then he said it could be a few weeks.
I
When
assembled
does that
my
happen?
own computer.
Something that happening, and he got nothing.
I assembled my own computer. How long do I have to wait for the operating system to write itself?
3 years.
I think he believes
the answer, Hank.
Yeah, they'll eventually break
blowing in the wind.
Definitively.
It's about
It's definitive. 150,000 to 200,000 years, and it will. It's guaranteed. It's science.
6.3 million years, man.
And how many?
Definitely within 6 million, it will be written.
Yes. Given how fast time flies, that's no time at all, bro.
I can personally vouch for a million of those years.
Personally, I like
that. Time flies even though it doesn't have wings.
That takes us into a whole nother realm. What's going on now?
Well, at least we got them to admit that epigenetics is not really evolution. They just hijack it and pretend like millions of years.
But also how they use these biological changes as proof of something. So they say, here's a bird that's a little bit smaller because it lived on this island, and therefore evolution, proof. There's the finches. And then you say, all right, well, here's a couple, and they had a small child. So are they now living on an island because they have a small child? Or they have a tall child? So did they change to a larger island because now they had a taller child? Oh, no, that's where it doesn't really matter. It can just be varied, like you can have tall children or small children. But in finches, if they have a small finch, it's due to the island and it's due to evolution. It's, that's proven. Fact.
Do you know what's weird about the last 2 hours? The last 2 hours of evolution talk? You know what's weird? Nobody once mentioned the shape of the fucking Earth.
Because they can't. They're scared. My question is, like, if somebody has a child that's taller than them, is that evolution, but then their next child is shorter than them? Is that devolution? Like, which one?
Yeah, it's both. It's absolute proof that it's definitely evolving either way, up or down.
It's undeniable proof of the absurdity of everything that comes out of their mouth.
Is the flat Earth server devolving into like 2 hours of not talking about the flat Earth? What the fuck's going on, bro? I was kidding.
I think we were trying to get some confirmation as to whether this guy's honest enough to actually discuss the next topic. And we were trying to get him to get to a point where you just say, okay, you guys raise a good point. And if at any point in the last 2 hours he'd even listen to what had been said.
Yeah, I think he might have once or twice there. But he did bring up the sun and then dinosaurs. So we kind of laughed a little bit. But yeah, the sun. What's that?
It's hard to have an honest conversation with somebody who just, won't be honest about it. Like, we at least got to have things that are, like, objectively true. Right? Like, if you can go to Glen Rose, Texas, right, and see the Biloxi River for yourself and see if there's human and dinosaur footprints, like, you can't just say that that's not happening. Like you can't say that, you know,
I think he wasn't ready to accept that.
yeah, you guys can like call the business tomorrow and or whatever and book a flight and go see it.
He's not ready to accept that. Listen, he's really good at telling the story about how these things must have evolved. Here's the narrative. Must have happened. All birds had to have wings at some point, which makes no sense. But when I asked him specifically, when does it change from one species to another? How does it happen? Can you show me? Then he loses it. He kind of like says, well, could be weeks, could be 100,000, 150,000 years. It depends.
Musta. It's like talking to a liberal or a Democrat.
He has more faith than a religious person.
What do you mean, like?
Yep.
Identical. So that's really what the argument is at this point. It's like the subjective truthers.
So what about that Joe Rogan, eh?
He was a respectful dude. He was a good dude.
That's diet work.
I'll give him an A for confidence. He was confident in what he was saying.
Well, he was talking about the Jabba Jabba doos, whatever. We can't talk about that on here. But then he was starting to get into the Democrats spying on anything. Anyway, yeah, they don't like that, so they need to shut him down. 13 million viewers in a fucking podcast, bro.
What happened with Joe Rogan?
They're trying to ban him off all platforms. He was talking about how he doesn't believe in the that thing that happened the past 2 years.
Is this something new?
Yeah, I think he was about to get into the whole Democratic thing about where they were spying on Trump and democracy.
Where can I watch this?
Just type Joe Rogan being banned from Spotify, from Twitter, from all of these. It was mostly due to his guests. So he had Dr. Robert Malone, the inventor of the MMR. He had Dr. Chris Martins, or Dr. He had a couple of them, and they came on giving the other guy is the world's most leading heart or cardiologist. He's written 40 textbooks on cardiology and myocarditis and all of these different things. And simply by Joe having them on the show, they've now labeled him as misinformation, disinformation, and whatever the third one is, dis, and something else.
Crazy.
But they're basically trying to pull him off. Now, my real wonder through this whole thing is Joe Rogan starting to see it yet? Because when he chatted with Eddie Bravo, and Eddie Bravo was like, man, this is not what you think it is. These people are misleading us and all that. And Joe was always like, nah, the mainstream narrative is cool, man. Like, just go with the mainstream. Now he's being bashed by the mainstream for simply having two guests on his show. I hope the light is turning on in Joe's head.
Yeah, it's a hope, but I would err on the side that this is a psyop, because if they do ban him, he goes to alternative media, then he's now taken his nonsense that he perpetuates into all those people who think he's for the good side.
How is that different?
It's all about building narratives and guiding big groups of people to something other than what they need to be guided to. It's a control system. He's just a control system actor.
How is Joe Rogan different than Alex, who got banned? Alex, what's his name?
They're all the same. They're all the same. It's counterintelligence. It's operations. It's psyops. The truth speaks for itself. It doesn't need somebody to defend it, especially somebody who can't You can't decide what he believes in and what he's talking about. Because when you analyze analyze the fruit, analyze what they're actually doing, it's like, what's like too much flippy floppy, too much this and that. Like maybe you might be right, Solar. And I'm not being pessimistic, but I'm not gonna be gullible, and I don't think it's good for other people to be gullible either. Because look at the track record.
Yeah. No, you're speaking sense. To me, it's people only come to this truth once it's personally affected them. So when you worked for a business where the business retrenched everyone and you thought you were going to miss it, and then the next bunch of retrenchments come and you're retrenched, even though you helped the business retrench all the previous guys, then suddenly you turn around and you're like, fuck, they're not loyal, and then you start to realize no businesses are, and that you as a human resource are a disposable resource to that business, and that giving your life to the business, then from there you start to discover, wow, governments aren't there for my best interests. And then you start to peel back the other lies and the layers and sort of start to see how this picture comes together. When Joe took the ivermectin, then they called him the horse guy, and he was taking horse medication and all this. And even then he released stuff saying, what the hell? This has been a product considered safe for over 40, 50 years. It won a Nobel Prize for that specific medication. And now that he takes it, everyone's calling him a loon and a crazy guy. A rational thinking human should then become curious enough to start asking the kind of questions he needs to ask. But I think that you're probably more right with the controlled opposition thing, is that Joe already gets more viewership than CNN. In fact, any other news agency, whether it's Fox or CNN. Joe Rogan, a typical show that he does, gets 10 million views, and CNN is sitting at like 1.5 million views. So because of that viewership, he has the potential to steer the audience. And like you said, it's kind of giving him some cred. It's giving him some cred now so that it can maybe pull some of the semi-awake individuals to start consuming his information. And then he always errs on the side of, well, the mainstream is probably right. But, let's just kind of dip our baby toe into that pond of skepticism.
But follow the cash.
At the same time,
follow the cash line. Who owns who?
At the same time, you can see the censorship, right? You can see the censorship. It's like, you're supposed to have free speech, but they shut everything down and anyone down with cancel culture. The Canadians do a thing with the fucking thingy, and Justin Trudeau, he fucking cancels their he's threatening their puppies and £100,000 fucking fines, and
cancels their bank account.
They're calling people terrorists. Like some girl from a fucking ice cream store gives $250 to a trucker so he doesn't have to sit in minus 30 degrees and freeze his balls off so they might survive, and they leak that out into the public, and then they're throwing things at her window, calling her a terrorist. Suddenly now Justin Trudeau, whatever his fucking name is, uses the term terrorist. So now people who in a democracy have the right to stand up and say, listen, we don't agree with this, we're going to peacefully protest, no longer have that right. They're going to fine you big fines, they're going to take away your kids, your puppies, your fucking livelihood. It's crazy what's going on, man. Democracy. And did you see the thing the other day about they were all talking about this could be the end of democracy as we know it and all this shit? My God, man. I know it's left v right and all out there, but bro, I'm on the fucking right because the left is fucking cuckoo. And Hillary Clinton, and it was proven out that they spied on fucking Trump and the elections and everything, but they were talking about how he was colluding with Russia. They made that shit up. That's proven. How do people put up with this shit? I just don't understand it, man.
But also the short attention span of the public, because they don't even realize when they say that this stuff is misinformation, and then 6 months later it's released as fact, and here's all the evidence.
Yeah,
the public still will continue to repeat its misinformation.
They accuse people of doing the very thing that they've fucking done, and then it's found out, and nothing happens. It's fucking incredible. And that's just this world, not all them other dimensions and big bangs that fucking exist.
I like what Flat Earth Solar was saying about Eddie Bravo and Joe Rogan because I saw the same thing go down over the last couple of years.
Yeah, what happened to you? You big fucking moon denier landing. Now suddenly they landed on the moon. What the fuck, Joe? And then he's got a podcast. He's making millions of dollars. But who say he's not coming around to something else? I don't know. Yes, gatekeeping, taking people away, millions of viewers. He's got more viewers than CNN or listeners. Fair enough, but a lot of the shit he says is true. With the whatever's happened the last 2 years that we can't speak about, and other things to come. They're afraid of that. They just shut down everybody that has a portal into the human psyche, into millions of minds. They shut them down if they don't like them. People don't see that.
Maybe you guys just aren't aware, right? But you know he was an actor from the very beginning, right?
And a shit comedian there. Listen, I'm not saying he's fucking all that. Like, I'm not saying he's all that. I know it could be a fucking arsehole. I know it could be a gatekeeper extraordinaire. But the censorship that's going on right now is beyond fucking Nazism. They'll call you a Nazi while they're being the fucking Nazi. You know what I'm saying? It's not hard to work out.
Yeah, but that's the whole point, right? If the censorship is already like that, and it's been like that for years, right? All it's doing is just increasing incrementally, maybe exponentially.
1 million feathers.
We already know that's the case, so they can use that. They can use that to manipulate people because then people can kind of get behind. Oh, there's censorship here. Then maybe this thing is a good thing. And then they use because that's people's litmus test. People are so simple-minded, even the ones who think that they know something and don't believe most of the bullshit. They're so simple-minded that a little bit of oh, he's on our side is all it takes for them to be like, oh, that's fine. So no, that's not fine. You have to dig deep into everything.
Yeah, type into Google censorship
Because
is.
it's not like anyone really needs Joe, like some whatever individual to tell them, some flipping miniature toe, right? To tell them the stuff that they already knew. Like, did you need him to tell you that you don't need to put poisons in your body? Did you need him to tell you that they didn't land on the moon? Did you you don't need that. So I think objectively and with discernment, you have to dissect all of this stuff. And fundamentally, the easy approach is these days, if it's mainstream media, by reputation or by numbers, it should not be taken very seriously. It should, in fact, it should be either, in my opinion, because I like to be like that, it should be just dismissed offhand, or it should be scrutinized to the nth degree.
But so, for example, Google, if you type into Google censorship is, it gives you the option censorship is good, censorship is vital, censorship is important, censorship prevents misinformation. They've already geared the whole thing that people will now in future be taught that censorship is valuable. And exactly like you're saying now, it's ludicrous.
We will be getting our censorship from credible sources from here on out. Credible sources? Yes, like from the government or people in white fucking coats. That's it. Everything else is bullshit. I mean...
Censorship is okay if it's honest censorship.
true.
But that's the crux. Who gets to determine if it's honest or not? Our fact checkers.
People in charge.
Yeah. So everyone who has power usually gets corrupted by said power. So this is the problem with any form of censorship. The whole purpose of a democracy is for open dialogue and freedom of speech, and to bring multiple new ideas to find a better way for the society to progress through constantly engaging new ideas, not through censoring and telling everyone there's only one idea and this is what it is and you have to accept it. So I'm against any form of censorship. I want to see the information.
Yes.
Freedom of speech is good, not only because you get to know what everybody's thinking, right? Because people say what they think, right? But it's also good because if you don't have freedom of speech, then it drives people underground. And once they go underground, that's where radical cells are born, right? Out of people that just can't speak out in the open and express their frustration. So they get in a group where everybody's a yes man and yeah, I know it's crazy, right? We should do something. And they get more radical and radical. So I think censorship at all is just bad all around. And the best thing for bad speech to cure it is good speech.
I mean, how are Canadian truckers getting the fuel taken off their trucks so that they can't fucking keep their engines going in minus 30 degrees? Or their firewood taken away, or threats of fines of £100,000 and 1 year in jail, and your puppy's taken away. How, they just blanket fucking cover it. They make new fucking laws. They pass it in Parliament, and they just fucking destroy freedom in one fucking day. How do they get away with that? I don't know, man. Fucking,
They're supposed
just
to be serving the people.
yeah, we have a right to protest. That's what the democracy is about. No, you don't. We're gonna fucking jail you. We're gonna fucking fine you. We're gonna lock you up. We're gonna fuck off. Yeah, instead of him. All right, listen. I'll give you 2 weeks to fucking or a week to clear the bridge. We'll not fine you. Get your trucks back home or whatever. You've made your point. Fair enough. But no, they just strong-handedly eradicate it, and people just go, yeah, well, that's all right. $10 million in PayPal and $8 million in that other thing, and they just, we're going to stop that. I mean, if that doesn't tell you that governments are fucking shit, then I don't know what else, I don't know what does. Anyway, no need to get depressed about the whole thing, right? Because no matter what, it's a fucking system. The elites rule it. We're all living in a fucking spinning ball, and that's it. The theory of evolution is now fact. The Big Bang theory is a fact. Everything's just fact. Okay, so shut your face.
You're mold on bread.
Just shut your face, suck it up, and fuck off.
Mold on bread is evolution.
I don't think I will.
It's changing from one species to another. So did I hear this right? A horse and a donkey make a mule, and that's evolution. Did you hear that right? That's the first time I heard that a mule is evolution.
Man, Huey did some funny ass shows back in the day on the Quantum Racer channel about the dog. That this dog somehow they got. Anyway, man, there's some good stuff on this channel about evolution.
Yeah, those little lap dogs are definitely proof of evolution.
I don't know. It's such a fugazi, bro. This world is such a fugazi. It's such a fucking mind melter.
There it is, Mr. Fugazi.
I call it mass
The
propaganda
fugazi.
and mind control.
Yep, well, that's what it's been since day dot. And don't you dare fucking wake up and try and think for yourself, you fucking motherfucker. How dare you? It's a spinning ball with limited resources. We're all gonna die.
What do you guys think
bro,
about
we're gonna be
Putin
good
invading
workers.
Ukraine?
One day we'll get to go to Mars and eat Martian potatoes. You ever had rusty taters?
What do you guys think about Putin invading Ukraine?
I think it's not going to happen. I don't think it ever
That's
will.
not my crane.
I think they're trying to fake it to make a war, start a war.
Or distract from something.
Whose crane is it? Is it your crane? Is it yours? Who does it belong to? Yeah, maybe we should have a war like right in the middle of the rice belt of Russia during some famine. That's a good idea. Everywhere you look, food supplies under attack.
It's just a mechanism to keep people in fear, right? Because for the last 2 years, Russia's been flying into UK airspace and German airspace and just this airspace, that airspace, this submarine, that submarine, one crashed into the other, whatever. Oh, hey, World War III might be just round the corner. Oh, well, oh, shit, oh, fuck. I hope the politicians know what they're doing. Do they? Fuck. Yeah, of course they know what they're doing. They're keeping you in perpetual fear. It's like, what do you call him? What's the president of the United States now? Fucking dickhead. Joe Biden. Sniffy Joe Biden. Oh, Russia's definitely going to invade.
Are they united?
It's just a game. They're just like perpetually keeping people in a state of fear and shit. Why they're spinning.
And then when you look into it, you actually see that it's usually they get Americans to attack the Americans just wearing a Russian jersey. And then that's Russia attacked the US, so now they can go and do what they like. Like, for example, 9/11. We know who orchestrated that to then go and attack 11 countries in the Middle East, certainly not for oil reasons. Or prior to that, the Pearl Harbor bombing to be able to go and drop nuclear weapons on Japan. So America likes to dress themselves up with some other country's appearance to justify full-on attack. It's the controlled opposition. It's a fugazi.
Fugazi.
It's the banks. That's what it all boils down to. It's, every time someone says the system, it's like obvious to me that it's the Federal Reserve System. It's not the Matrix. It's not, this group or that group. It's the system. Like for someone to say, well, it's just this ethnic group and that's it. No, there's more to it than that. Like it's more complicated than that. Like the Hindus sold out Hindus, right? And that's how India was conquered. The Incas were divided by marriage, intermarriage with the Spanish. That's how they were conquered, right? So, like this, group of people that control these banks, it's a cartel, right? The banks are a cartel.
Yeah. HSBC, Bank of America, all caught fucking laundering Mexican or South American drug cartel money. Whoops, sorry, we pay a big fine, bang, and they're still there. Hang on a minute, you were just caught as absolutely corrupt laundering drug cartel money. One guy goes to jail. I don't know when this was, about 6 years, 7 years, 8 years ago. One guy goes to jail, and the banks keep going. That's great.
I mean, it's kind of like the Fast and Furious scandal where Obama and Eric Holder got caught running guns into the drug cartels, and then some of those American guns got into the wrong hands, so to speak, and then American people were killed. And then they made like 8 more Fast and the Furious movies so that you'll never forget that shit ever happened, right? The whole time, Eric Holder, was working with Obama and doing their little gun thing,
You ever see
trying
that
to take
movie,
guns away.
American Made with Tom Cruise or whatever, the guy that was running the drugs for the CIA or the guns into, yeah, that's crazy. And then at the end, of course, he dies. He got whacked. Oh man, it's just so corrupt.
You talking about Paul Walker?
He was, yeah.
But I think Hank makes a brilliant point about calling it what it rightfully is. The system is the Federal Reserve System. And if people would start to say, like, we're fighting against the system, we're fighting against the Central Reserve System, which set in place all the banks, all the present democracy ideas, all of the stuff we do for taxation, it's this reserve system.
All the Trudeaus, all the Macrons, all the Brandons.
And if people started to then place the attention at that Federal Reserve System, we could change that system. But calling it the system ambiguously and having nowhere to go and start to address this system is why we've known about the system for decades and nothing's been done yet.
They had 100 years so far. Look at what they've done in 100 years. I mean, we're at the point to where, I'm going to be real in there, right? If the truckers don't start moving, like, it's going to get ugly. And if there is war waged, it's going to be waged on the truckers. Well, who's going to move the food? I mean, you can barely keep the little businesses that are open now open because there's barely enough people. Now we're taking away truckers. Like, the trucker is like the red blood cell. It's the life of the society. If it's not hauling oxygen, we're starving.
I mean, listen to this, right? Trump was considered. Now, I know he may not be right. He may be in the same camp as the rest of them, okay? But when he started, they talked about he's going to destroy America. He's fucking racist. Da, 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 da. So what does Biden do when he gets in? He opens the borders. He lets fucking hundreds of thousands of illegal immigrants in during the COVID without the vaccine. He talks about Ukraine. Biden has done more in the last year to destroy America than Trump could have done in fucking 1 million years. But so the reverse, it's a reversal. It's like a mind fuck. This guy's going to do this. He's going to do that. He's going to. But the guy that comes in actually does that, and nobody can see it.
Even if everyone could see it, though, I don't know that that would affect any change. It's like they own the institutions, so.
Well, that's the thing, yeah. The only way to play the game is to not play the game.
Yeah, I mean the reason why they always have to conjure up an enemy is to just maintain their position by keeping everyone controlled through fear. If we don't have an enemy, then we wouldn't want to pay for the army, or we wouldn't want to pay for the intelligence agencies and.
Yeah, why twirl your wheels about something you can't change? What's the point?
I think we can change it personally.
Well, so do I, because otherwise that would be so do I, because otherwise that would be defeatist. To say that you cannot change anything ever would just be a defeatist attitude. That's the wrong attitude to take. You can, and it could happen.
Yeah, the keystone in their arch is fear. Like if we had world peace, then their power's gone immediately.
Oh yeah, dude. If we all agreed with one thing, like an idea like liberty or freedom. But the thing is there has to be truth. You have to know what truth is, right? Because one man's, trash is another man's treasure, and in the same way, another man's virtue signaling is another person's disgust. Right? Like they want us to be what do the left always say? They want us to be tolerant, right? It's like, okay, you want me to be tolerant on pronouns. Cool. Can we be tolerant on abortion? Like, hell no. Like, you're a bigot. What are you talking about? So, the pronouns are important, obviously, right? But not the life.
Like
some
some girls
budge by people migrating to different states. I think that some of that gets settled.
Like what has
the less
happened?
united the states are, the less they have to deal with each other.
Like some girl trained all her life to be a great swimmer, and then she walks into a changing room, and the guy changes, and he's got maybe a little bit of breast, but a big dong hanging out, and he beats her. Then that's totally acceptable, bruh. Why? Because he identifies as a woman. What?
That's just ridiculous.
Well, that's the state of the world we are in today. Do people not see this? It's fucking insane. No, transgender rights are rights too. They're human rights too. Yeah, oh. Yeah, all right, yeah. Oh. But you got a big schlong on you, and you beat all the women. You hold up the gold medal, and now suddenly you're a champ Olympic swimmer. Biologically, you're still a fucking man, right? I don't know how far the world has to go before people see the insanity of it all. I think we've entered into a new dimension.
I'm just saying that little group of people that can't look at truth objectively, right? Like there's rights and wrongs, and if you can't agree on that, then you can't agree on anything. And if we're not having the conversation, then what? What do we get? War? Like if we can't do business, what do we get? We get war. I mean, am I wrong?
No, because if you look at history, even recent history, there's always going to be war. I wouldn't be surprised if World War III broke out tomorrow and they says, Paul, you're fucking in your 50s, grab that gun, go and fight the Russians and die in a trench somewhere in fucking eastern Ukraine. I wouldn't.
I don't know how people would go.
It's just indoctrinate them and fucking brainwash them into believing that it's the right thing to do.
I feel like I feel like that worked, but that was also pre-internet when most people had never met a Russian. Like now, you step into any gamer chat and you meet half a dozen, effortlessly, and they're just people. They're We're just the same thing. So I feel like that's a little harder to do now, just to get us to go to blind war.
Yeah, well, I know what you're saying, but I think that it is a possibility because it's humanity, bro, and they're very easily manipulated and put into wars very easily. But you're right.
Flat Earth is the unifier. Flat Earth is the unifier. It's the
Exactly.
thing we all have in common. It is the red pill.
Yeah. Hope is a whole new
the
can
only
of
way.
worms.
Yeah, it's the only way. It's the only thing we all have in common, and we've all been, victimized by this lie.
Well, not until we've indoctrinated them motherfucking glowworkers into flat Earth, right? We have to whip them into shape, show them the way, tell them what they believe in is a fucking fugazi.
It's coming. It'll hit a tipping point. It's somewhere.
Nah, I believe that.
By God, it'll be glorious.
There's things I thought about 20 years ago that most people, mainstream people, and people and friends, people, they're voicing it, and I'm like, what? Boy, I knew this fucking 20, 25 years ago. Now suddenly you're a flat earther, or realize the system is corrupt, or realize something needs to change. It gives me hope.
Well, I gotta say, I was born in 82. I was about 12 or 13 before the time I realized the church was corrupt. And then I was about 18 when 9/11 happened. And I knew that there was corruption. I knew, the whole marijuana thing, I knew it was corrupt. Because they're nonviolent criminals, right? But after I started looking into 9/11, I mean, JFK, I knew it was corrupt. Right? And then the moon landing, 9/11, it was just like, oh man, is there any remnant left? Like Christ said, when I come back, is there going to be any remnant of like true people? Is there going to be any real people out there when he comes back? That's kind of what he meant, I think. And it's like there's a whole bunch of pretender clowns, and then just this very small remnant of like truth seekers.
And a lot of people are distracted as well. They don't have a reason to really be suspicious yet. I mean, I believe they have plenty of reason, but they don't believe that yet.
I would think when you go through the fire, you get tested, like a real good test. Like, that's how people are made, right? Like anybody in this room say, "Hey man, you been through some shit?" Like, "Oh yeah, I've been through some shit." Like, everybody in here, right?
And no one goes back.
Repugnant in today's society. Secret societies. I think that was the.
That was the best speech ever, wasn't it?
It was very, very good. Very good. That's what killed him. People think it was something else. He was talking about introducing the greenbacks and all that there, but I think that's the speech that killed him. That was the one that went, right, we have to get rid of this motherfucker.
Well, everything after 62 is not silver quarter. Everything before 62, silver. So they was doing stuff with the money. They was doing stuff with the Federal Reserve, taking the silver out of it. And he's talking about, the you-know-whos. And everybody said Jack Ruby, right, killed the guy who killed Kennedy. And that's what got passed on in the future, even though that was just a conspiracy theory made up by people who didn't get to see the trial because it never happened. Am I right?
All comes back to the money, Hank.
Yeah,
Follow
it goes back. Yep. That's right. So yeah, I've got silver pieces, but they're rare. You barely find them these days. Man, back in the early 2000s, you could find silver all the time. People would just spend it. It's gone. It's not in the currency no more. I haven't found any silver in a long time.
Sorry, what was that? Say that again.
There's no silver in currency, and
And it's all
there might be.
cashless almost.
Yeah, I'm just saying I deal with cash every day, and I haven't heard the ping in a long time.
Yeah.
Guys, I don't know if you noticed with this whole trucker convoy thing, how simple was it to freeze assets and then also to freeze cryptocurrencies by the government? If there was ever a better case study for why we need to keep cash alive, it's this trucking convoy. Handing the truckers cash, who could have intervened?
What cryptos did they freeze for them? I didn't know that.
There was more than $5 million of Bitcoin generated for them, and what they were doing is either confiscating the wallets with hackers from the government side, or actually freezing the entire account, and then any person that made a transaction to that wallet, their bank accounts were then also additionally frozen. And any person reposting on Facebook, if you posted the convoy information as though help fund them, your bank accounts were now going to be frozen. And they're literally just putting out a massive freeze on any way that money could be funneled towards these dissentful, terrorist-like convoy. That's how the government's putting it, where they're actually saying we don't want tyrannical rule, we want freedom. But if there was ever a better case study for why we should not all be jumping onto digital currencies, if that's how easy it is for them to freeze when entering martial law, that they can now take all assets, including homes and digital assets, then I think the world just needs to wake up.
I think everybody's going to decide, are you in or out of the system? You're going to decide it. Here's the thing, man. Anything you create, you have the right to govern it. You make the laws over it. And anybody who participates or does business or wants to buy that which you create, they go by your rules. So they created this game, right? Some people call it monopoly. Some people call it capitalism, even though I think it's far from capitalism. But yeah, I think this is not the true, open market. This is not what capitalism is supposed to look like. This is some sort of like, the octopus thing. It's like some sort of tyrannical octopus who's got their tentacles and everything, and multiple hearts and multiple brains, and just you're either in or out. Are you going to play the Monopoly game? I think that's what it's coming down to, because I think they want to wage war on commerce and production. Doesn't this look like a communist thing, like the whole world over?
I feel like it's really hard to opt out anymore. You almost have to use the system to break the system, the way that like Marxism kind of does. Those tactics, I mean.
Well, I heard people, arguing over, what should they invest in. And I'm thinking, like, I don't know what it's like everywhere else in the world, but
food and water.
Yeah, because you can get water, right? If you can distill it. But do you got enough wood if the electricity goes out? So, and then you can invest in ammunition. The prices are cheap again. So if you got leftover money and you want to invest, especially like the bigger rounds, like 308, like they can get really expensive.
Yeah,
but 22 rounds, dirt cheap.
Those blackout rounds are like $1.50 each.
Prices are dropping. I think I saw 9mm at 50 cents a round. That's pretty good. I ain't seen those prices in a while. They might be still casing practice rounds, but hey, gotta practice.
I don't know
It's a
if they,
perishable skill.
I don't know if the world's going to be brought to this black v white racist war thing they're talking about. I don't think it's going to be more fucking left v right. Huh?
A class warfare, maybe?
Yeah. No more of this fucking skin warfare, color your skin. More class, more black v white. Black v white. Liberal versus fucking, yeah, left v right.
I think it's gonna be haves versus the have-nots. Because, like, if I asked anybody, like, hey, you want to go to Texas and disarm people? Like, when? Like, right now? Like, yeah, like right now. Like, no.
Hell
What do you mean disarm?
Right?
You mean like take their guns away from them? No,
Hell
thanks.
no.
Yeah. Right. So, how about we starve them into submission for a few years first, and then after they kill each other and they, used up all their ammo protecting each other, like, how about then?
And I feel like that's why
Okay,
Bill Gates is out
maybe.
here buying up all that farmland.
Yeah, he's wanting to starve you out, bro.
Exactly.
Telling you, you're moldy bread in these people's eyes. These relative truthers, like I call them, they're they're like, you're the mold, right? And I'm here to cure you. Telling you, there's this thing where it's like leftists don't have children, right? So how do they propagate themselves? They're members, right? Well, they want to brainwash your children.
Mm-hmm.
So they brainwash your children. They don't have any children of their own, right? Because they abort.
Plus, they know that people tend to drift a little more conservative when they get a little older.
My body, my right. Yeah, well, what about the right of a 3-month-old fucking fetus is growing in your body? It's not your body, bro. They got termination up to fucking almost 6 months now or something. Man, that little kid is basically
Parasite.
born, bro. I would kill it.
Parasite, bro.
We don't need any more parasites on this earth. It's like a death culture in it. So they're all crying about my body, my right, right? My body, my right. I can abort whatever I want, whenever I want, right? And then other people are like, no, we don't agree with that. But yeah, my body, my right. You can't put that shit into me if I don't want it. Yeah, but that's not your right. For the good of the community and everyone. Wait a minute, you just fucking double standard yourself here, bro.
See, that's the problem. That's what you would say, right? Hey, isn't that a double standard? Not if it comes out of my mouth. Only if it comes out of your mouth, because you're white. Or whatever logic they come up with, right? It doesn't have to be sound logic, right? It could be dumpster logic, but whatever they come up with. That's the thing. You can't reason with some people. They're unreasonable.
Yep. That's most people.
I think so, man. I think there's only a certain group of people that go to college and get brainwashed and become like the collectivist hive mentality, leftist type.
Did you see there was a group on campus the other day, somewhere in America, that they were actually advocating for the return of the masks? The masks the mandate had been removed, and they were like, "No, we're not having this," and they had their little signs up, and they were all, "Bring back the masks." What a fucking bunch of losers.
Oregon was considering making it a permanent thing, even though they've had like the lowest amount of affectation from any of this.
I think Sweden didn't do any fucking mandates, and Sweden's fine, by the way. This whole thing has just been an exercise in control, nothing less, nothing more. See if we see this, let's see how many of these suckers take it. Oh fuck, nearly all of them. Great. Well, we can do anything now. We can tell them aliens invaded and Russia's about to invade Ukraine. They'll fucking believe it. We can
Russia
tell them
invaded Ukraine.
it's not censorship, and they'll fucking believe that too. Silly bastards.
If Russia invaded Ukraine, I would just be like, so did America. I mean, you know, how many times did we invade after Iraq? It's like, oh, Russia's invading.
That was
like
brilliant,
America.
wasn't it? That was
How many
absolutely
countries?
brilliant. Hank, did you see that? They pulled out. They left. What do they call them? The Taliban. I don't know, like $300 billion worth of equipment.
Oh yeah, Trader Joe's. Yeah, you can go get some pretty cheap, war machines, death machines from the Taliban at Trader Joe's, Afghanistan. They got quite a surplus store there here.
Mr. President, there's 300 Americans stuck in Afghanistan. Well, we can't really help that. We tried. Bye-bye. Shit. So 20 years later, and I think that, while they were doing that, they were also sending $3 billion to Pakistan for some fucking reason. As they pull out after 20 years of a fucking never-ending war, and leave them with loads and loads of equipment, and they took over with I think it was almost like evolution. It was like a couple of weeks. It's like the evolution, bro. Just we pulled out and we left them with like $3 billion worth of fucking equipment. And they just took over the government. The government, when America pulled out, within 2 or 3 weeks, the Taliban was in power. So how good was that war for 20 years?
It was never really a war like that, I don't think.
Never really a war, just keep people in fear, right? With these guys, they fucking destroy another couple of towers if they had a chance from a cave in Afghanistan.
In the poppy fields.
Poppy.
What's up, lads?
That will put them to sleep.
What's up, bro?
Flat. Wait, do you guys think this is flat, right? And it's not round?
Yeah.
Well, we don't think it. We know it because you can measure it yourself.
Damn,
you
like
don't have to believe that it's a
you
ball.
sound like David Attenborough. Your voice is like actually deep ass.
For
Can you keep talking?
millions of years, I fuck kangaroos.
Keep talking.
This is gonna be good.
How's it round?
I never said it was round. I said it's flat. But can that other guy keep talking?
Yeah, bye-bye. Actually, delete his account. Fucking delete that motherfucker. That's one troll bastard. Thank you. This is the problem with the world today. Everybody thinks everything's a joke. It is actually, but not that much of a joke. You have to be respectful about it.
I'm taking that now. Peace.
What's up, Hank? What? It has to, right? There's no stopping this fucking roller coaster, the snowball. Damn, there's no curve. Shit, they can't prove it. What's going to happen when the mainstream is flat? And they'll be like, well, if it's not, if it is, well, okay, so what else can we believe? Evolution, dinosaurs, shit like that? I don't know. I suppose the people get the government they deserve, right? It's even though I don't like to admit it, the world seems to be moving in the direction the Bible tells it would. It's going to a caste society controlled by hermaphrodites. Hedonistic, anything goes. You only live once. We're all here by happy accident. Just do whatever you want. And yeah, so it turns into complete and utter insanity. I might have a little drink now and then, but I'm sure God will forgive me if I behave in the correct manner and never try to harm anybody. Yes, Adam. Yeah, it's all about this poverty thing. Like you'll own nothing, but you'll be happy. Some kind of communistic fucking wet dream. I'm not quite sure. But who cares, right? Because this is it. This is the crux, right? Who cares? Because we'll not be here in 50 years or 60 years. We'll all be dead. Everybody dies, right? So you just, you're people. You're born into a society. You realize that something is very fucking fundamentally wrong with it. It's lies upon lies upon lies. Why is this happening? Why is this system? Oh shit! Yeah, there's a system in place. You're not sure if you're reborn into it or if you're not, but just you question it and it doesn't make sense. Okay. Always the Catholic Church, bro. Always them bastards. I remember as a 10-year-old kid sitting in mass, and I just got the crazy. I was like, what the fuck? This is so strange. Everybody stands up, says the same thing, sits down, kneels, stands up, says something. Blah, 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 our Father, blah, blah, blah. This is not right, bro. There's something wrong with this. And yet, people who you respect, your elders, they're all doing the same. They're all in it. It's like they're all fucking mind melded or warped or fucking controlled or something. I thought it was the strangest thing. The strangest thing to be praying to a god, the same repetitive sentences. Then I looked at the government and I realized that you have to pay for the privilege of dying. They got the grubby hands everywhere. Tax this, tax that, tax your food, tax your drink. Tax. Something's not right here, bro. Something's not right. Hey, by the way, do you know the Earth is not a fucking spinning ball? Oh, really? Tell me more.
is a mirage. A lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb sheeple believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me heated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth, and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is photoshopped because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a famous on the galaxy. They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof, it seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type, you're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, cause you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal, indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting, the earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. NASA's got us all living life on a cartoon ball. It is Photoshop, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage. They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelled. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, okay, sure. NASA, what you lying for? You lying now? You lied before. I can't take this anymore. The only thing they took to space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it, no procrastination. Trying to cause the masses to awaken, that's the path I'm taking. But you can see if you check all the percentages, so many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then you get involved with all of this wickedness. They try to do all the humans this way. So are they just idiots? Who is to say? Conditioned by the television, it makes your decisions, opinions, and you just obey. Stuck in the material domain of Satan, where everything in each and every day is pagan. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up and now the cage is shaking. The earth is flat, and that is a universal fact. If it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curve is at. They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small. And now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal, indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting, the earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. NASA's got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison for your mind.
What you're seeing here is a mirage. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
Death metal. Are you fucking for real? Like, that's not even music, bro. It's like a noise. It's a noise from the chaos and the chaos realms. What the fuck you on about, bro? Did you ever hear of a karaoke night with death metal? Karaoke night, death metal. Yeah, you hear that often? Hope you all die. More drums, more. Pile of shit, bro. Just nonsense, like. I'm just waiting for something to convince me that fucking death metal has a karaoke night. This is crazy. What is death metal? Where'd he go, by the way? What is his name? Toasted Feet. Yeah, not here anymore. Well done, bruh.
and ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Welcome back to Smarter Every Day. Now, a lot of the pictures you see from the International Space Station come from the cupola on the inside here, right? So the cupola is on node 3, is that correct?
Node 3.
Node 3. All right, so this is astronaut Don Pettit. You may know this guy. You've done all the city tracking.
Yeah, I've done a lot of cities at night, and then the nighttime aurora and time-lapse sequences of Earth. Many of those that you see have been done in this module when I was at the helm of the camera.
He's the junk. Let me just say it that way. You're the junk when it comes to space photography, right? Can you say that? Say I'm the junk?
No, I can't say that because I get too embarrassed.
I'm going to meet you on the other side, okay? So, seriously, he's the junk. Like, all the really cool aurora stuff, Don's the guy that took it.
Now this is a cover.
Okay.
So we call it a shutter, and it protects the windows from micrometeorites.
Okay.
Shutters are closed, the windows are protected. And also thermally insulates the windows from the radiation environment of space.
So can you shut these things from the outside?
No. You can open and close it from the inside.
Oh, okay, wait. On the inside, you're throwing a lever or something.
Yeah, you're turning a knob.
And it's
open.
On the outside.
On the outside.
How do you do that and maintain a pressure seal between them?
O-ring type seals.
No, you don't.
With a rotating shaft. All our hatch seals are O-ring type seals.
Yeah, but how? My brain's
up here. Let's go inside. We can see it.
Okay.
Watch your head. All right. Oh. Oops, thunk. So you have a whole series of O-rings in here. And a shaft that you rotate.
So, I mean, like on the space station, how many of these would you have?
7, because we have 7 windows.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
And what you would do is
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off. And then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
So my question is, how can you operate a lid on the outside of the space station by manipulating something mechanical on the inside of the space station without losing air pressure?
It's called real good engineering.
Bye-bye.
It's called real good engineering.
Look at this. Somebody come and look at this. Look at this.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
Okay, one more.
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
And what you would do is
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off. And then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
So here we have an astronaut who has flown in space 3 times, but yet he doesn't know the procedure. He doesn't know the plan off the top of his head. If there was a leak on the ISS that he's traveled on 3 times, he doesn't know the procedure. Come on.
And then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism.
The reason he don't know the plan is because it's all fake. He was caught by surprise with the question. Thanks for watching, and God bless.
pieces you adore you. Just go ahead now. Go to that town. Want to sell you pockets? Yeah. Now, reason will control you. Marry me and believe in see to see. I ain't got no fantasy now. I'm always being a heart to be. Be says, then go ahead now. Just go ahead now. Just go ahead now. Want to talk for hours? Just go ahead now. Yeah. What's here for you? That's what I Yeah. Just go.
popping in the ear, boys? Is everybody asleep?